Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Hell Start. The sound of rushing water seemed to come from afar, causing Lex's eyelids to twitch slightly, and his consciousness, like a rusty machine, struggled to turn. Did I leave the water running in the bathroom? No, I need to get up. Lex, who had given himself this command, tried his best to focus his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. Through his blurry vision, he vaguely saw a wooden ceiling and a quiet crimson spreading across it. Lex's mind was numb, and he didn't feel anything unusual, so he subconsciously looked around. He found that it was not a spacious room, furnished with a bed, a table, and a cabinet. A bronze mirror hung on the wooden wall, reflecting the night sky outside the window, where a crimson crescent moon hung. And a person sitting on the bed, leaning against the wall. That person's head was bowed, with a bullet hole in the middle of his forehead, and his face was covered in blood. In the crimson light filtering in from outside the window, he looked particularly grotesque. Dead person. Lex shivered and woke up completely. Only then did he realize that the colors in the room were exceptionally rich, and the scene in his vision was like a vividly colored oil painting. Right before his eyes, the flying dust was frozen, and an unknown flying insect was suspended in midair, as if time had been paused. Then Lex noticed that he was holding a thick tome in his hand. It was filled with an indescribable sense of unreality, with various colored glows emanating from its edges. On its dark cover was a strange symbol. It was an eye, with an equilateral triangle pattern in its pupil. Around the eye, there were 7 other symbols. Strangely, Lex could not clearly see the 7 symbols, they seemed to be shrouded in a mist, vague and indistinct. Below this eye symbol, there was also some information, Knowledge Authority, 9. At this moment, the cover opened by itself, revealing slightly yellowed pages inside. On the blank page, at the first line, were the words Collection, whose meaning was unknown. In just the blink of an eye, this strange tome gradually faded until it disappeared from Lex's sight, as if everything he had just seen was an illusion. As the tome disappeared, the light and colors in the room also began to return to normal. Lex remembered the corpse on the bed, suddenly stood up, felt a lightness in his shoulder, and then heard the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground beside him. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a person dressed as a sailor lying on the ground. Under the sailor's body, a pool of blood silently spread. Another dead person. What on earth is going on? He looked around in horror, confirming that this was not his rented room. The sound of rushing water occasionally came from outside the window, and the slight swaying of the floor made it feel just like being on a ship. Inadvertently, Lex glanced at the bronze mirror on the wall and saw a strange figure. He looked about 17 or 18 years old, with short, choppy black hair, dark green eyes, slightly pale skin, and a faint scar below his left eye, like a tear stain. He was tall and slender, wearing a blood-stained black suit, with his shirt collar askew and a missing button. Who is this? A crazy thought surged in Lex's mind. He tried to raise his hand, and the unfamiliar young man in the mirror made the corresponding movement. Buzz. Lex retreated in disbelief, a clear thought gradually emerging amidst his chaotic thoughts, the person in the mirror is me. Transmigration. Suddenly, he felt something kick at his feet. He looked down and saw a beautifully crafted revolver on the floor beside his feet. Its barrel and body were decorated with patterns like snake scales. Lex picked up the revolver, swung open the cylinder, and found that 2 bullets were missing. Where they went was self-evident, it was clearly these 2 missing bullets that had caused the murder in the room. Who killed these 2 people? It couldn't be me, could it? As if stimulated by this thought, suddenly, some scenes flashed back in his mind. Lex saw himself wrestling with 2 people. One seemed like a passenger on the ship, and the other was a sailor. They stumbled into this room. He kicked the passenger away and took the opportunity to raise the revolver, decorated with snake scale patterns, and with precise shooting, sent the other party into eternal slumber. The remaining sailor lunged at him frantically. He plunged the dagger in his hand into his left rib, and in return, received a blow from the revolver pressed against his chin. Ugh. Lex suddenly felt his stomach churn and dry heaved against the wall, but nothing came out. He then lifted his shirt and, sure enough, saw a wound on his left rib. However, the flesh at the wound was wriggling, and the wound had already closed and was in the process of recovering. This made Lex breathe a sigh of relief. However, the wound recovering was a good thing, but the murder in this room. Sure enough, he was the killer. Thinking of this, Lex couldn't help but smile bitterly. As a patriotic youth who grew up under the red flag, Lex had never even killed a chicken, let alone a person. Suddenly discovering that he had killed someone, he was inexplicably terrified. Moreover, as these memory fragments flashed back, the memories belonging to the original owner also appeared in his mind, bit by bit. Lex Disraeli, from Enki Town, Desi County, Lone Kingdom, North Continent. His father was Baron Bison Disraeli, who owned a manor, a sawmill, a textile factory, and vast tracts of land in Enki Town. He was a well-known noble in Enki Town, and every year he would donate to the Church of the Night Goddess in the town for charitable purposes. His mother, Amelia, was a gentle woman who always gave her children affirmation and support. In addition, the family members included a younger sister and a younger brother. With such conditions, according to Lex's thoughts, the original owner should have become a promising, aspiring noble youth who worked for the welfare of the common people. Unfortunately, it was the exact opposite. The original owner had a bad reputation in Enki Town, oppressing the poor, acting tyrannically, behaving recklessly, and having an unseemly lifestyle. This time, he had ruined his personal maid. Under public pressure, his father, Bison, kicked him out of the house to negotiate some business deals. He first went to West Balam, where he stayed for nearly a month. Then he boarded the Alfalfa to travel to Enmatport. Lex suddenly had an urge to restart. Isn't the original owner a textbook example of a noble scoundrel? Such a person is just an experience package for the protagonist to gain reputation. What sin did I commit to transmigration into such a character? Lex was on the verge of tears, and in his mind, the memory flashbacks continued. 5 days after leaving Caesarport, the Alfalfa encountered pirates. Nast and his gang, known as the King of the Five Seas, plundered the ship. Fortunately, they only stole money and did not kill the captives. However, misfortunes never come singly. Soon after the pirates left, a fierce infighting broke out among the passengers and crew of the Alfalfa. It started with arguments, quickly escalated to brawls, and then to clashes with revolvers and straight swords. During those few days of mutual slaughter, one person after another on the ship fell, blood stained the deck, and despair spread throughout the ship. Fortunately, the captain, along with some people, including the original owner, who had not yet lost their minds, hid in the lower deck. They hid in the lower deck for nearly a week, enduring until the limit of those crazy guys on the ship, and planned to launch an attack tonight to seize the ship. And because the original owner was one of the few people who owned a gun, he was sent out to scout the enemy's situation. However, before reaching the upper deck, he was discovered by these two dead people, and thus a fierce but brief battle ensued. The memory fragments finally faded, and Lex recalled this information, extracting some keywords from it. King of the Five Seas Nast. Never heard of him. However. Lone Kingdom, Desi County. Church of the Night Goddess, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Wait a minute. Lex quickly covered his mouth, preventing the exclamation that was about to escape from being uttered. He suddenly felt a wave of weakness and almost sat down. He knew what world he had transmigration into. Lord of the Mysteries. That was a famous novel both at home and abroad. His friends had recommended it countless times, and he was currently reading it. Although he had only read less than 50 chapters, Lex knew that the book depicted a mysterious, dangerous, thrilling, and terrifying world. Here, gods truly exist, and evil gods await rebirth in the shadows. This is a world with beyonder powers. A bug by your feet, a cat jumping onto the windowsill, or even the golden retriever you keep at home, may possess mysterious powers beyond your imagination. I actually transmigration into such a dangerous world. Lex looked at the revolver in his hand and gave a bitter smile. He really wanted to put one of the bullets into his own head. Compared to the bizarre, creepy, and strange ways of death in the world of the book, death by a gun was already considered merciful. Putting down the revolver, Lex shook his head vigorously. Even an ant clings to life, let alone a human. Moreover, God knows if he could transmigration and rebirth after death, and he dared not gamble. At this moment, a soft gasp came from outside the door, followed by someone calling out, "Mr. Lex, are you all right?" Lex turned his head and saw a young man standing at the doorway, about 27 or 28 years old, with blonde hair and a nose like an eagle's beak. Lex remembered him as Joyce, from Tingen City, who had gone to the South Continent for a business deal and had recently boarded the Alfalfa to return to Tingen. "I'm fine, it's just..." Lex's gaze moved back and forth between the two corpses. "I was discovered by them, and I had no choice but to kill them." Joyce then noticed the two corpses in the room, and the blonde young man's face turned pale. "We just heard gunshots. The captain thought something might have happened to you, and Mr. Triss also thought we should act earlier. After all, gunshots will definitely attract the attention of those madmen. Everyone has already left the lower deck. Would you like to come along?" Lex nodded, took a deep breath, and walked towards the door. "I can't go back. All I can do now is find a way to survive this confusion. Then, I will change the original owner's reputation so that I can gain family support, have a way to access the mysterious domain, and become a beyonder. Only by becoming a beyonder can I have a shred of self-preservation in this crazy and mysterious world. Therefore." Lex stepped out of the door, and as he passed Joyce, he seemed to be speaking to himself. From now on, I am Lex, and also Lex Disraeli. Chapter 2, Extraordinary Events. The Alfalfa was a modern vessel that used a hybrid of steam and sail power, featuring 3 decks and capable of accommodating a considerable number of passengers. Now, a crowd had gathered at the stairway leading to the upper deck. Among them were both passengers and sailors. When Lex and Joyce arrived, they saw a man wearing a standard ship-shaped hat of the era and a thick, blood-stained coat, speaking animatedly. In his hand, he held a brass revolver with a metallic sheen. This was the captain of the Alfalfa, and one of the heroes who had preserved Lex and others during this confusion. If not for the captain's foresight, who, upon noticing signs of the confusion on board worsening, quietly collected a large amount of fresh water and food and hoarded it on the lower deck, Lex and the others would never have been able to endure, let alone retain their full physical strength now. Those lunatics are finished. Without water and food, they've reached their limit. But we are different, gentlemen. We have ample physical strength to complete a fierce battle. Now, we must charge up. We must seize control of the Alfalfa. We must punish those lunatics. Only then do we, the people, have hope of seeing land, hope of returning home. At this point, the captain tapped his hat with his revolver, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, passing Lex and Joyce, and nodding. Don't be afraid, everyone. A gentle but courageous voice rang out. Lex saw an inconspicuous male with a round, kindly face. He was about Lex's age, with a friendly yet slightly shy demeanor. He stood firmly beside the captain and said in an encouraging tone, "We are doing the right thing. You should know what those lunatics have done in the past few days. They've put bullets and swords into the bodies of our wives, friends, and even children. They've beheaded the kind, the restrained, the innocent who retained their sanity. To this day, the heads of those poor souls still hang from the mast. They are lunatics, criminals, murderers, evil people. Tell me, gentlemen, do you still have any pity for such people?" People gasped, their eyes red, growling like beasts. No, they all deserve to die. Lex strongly agreed. He felt his bloodline surge, wishing he could rush forward immediately and kill all those lunatics. Tell me, do you want to forgive them? Never. Tell me, what will you do? Lex blurted out with everyone else, fight. Kill all these lunatics. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Suddenly, Lex seemed to hear someone speaking. He pulled himself out of his agitated state and looked around suspiciously. He saw no suspicious people. But he noticed that everyone around him was in an unusual state of excitement. Their pupils were slightly dilated, their fingers trembled with agitation, their breathing was heavy, and their eyes radiated a wild sea of light. They were like a pack of beasts. Lex shivered suddenly. He must have been like them just now. Why was this happening? Everyone seemed to have lost their reason. How was this different from the lunatics above? Wait. This world has beyonder powers. Could it be that this unusual emotion is influenced by some beyonder factor? Is there a beyonder among us? At this moment, the captain roared in a low voice, "Then what are we waiting for? Follow me, we will punish those lunatics." He held his revolver and was the first to charge up the stairs. Including Joyce, the men roared from their throats, their bloodshot eyes wide, grasping whatever weapons they could find, and closely following the captain. In the crowd, Triss suddenly stopped and looked back. Feeling his gaze, Lex looked up and saw that the round-faced boy was also agitated but restrained, asking, "Mr. Lex, aren't you coming along?" "How could I not?" Lex controlled the muscles on his face, trying to widen his eyes and raise the corners of his mouth, appearing somewhat frenzied. "I can't wait to kill all those bastards." He rushed past Triss. "I can't let anyone suspect. If there truly is a beyonder among us, and he is responsible for this disaster, I must be even more careful." Warning himself silently, Lex closely followed the other's pace. Before he even reached the stairs, he heard gunshots, roars, and screams from above. The battle had already begun. Lex crouched low, hugging the ship's wall, using scattered wooden crates on the deck as cover, carefully dodging stray bullets that could appear at any moment. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he quietly slipped into the cabin. In the spacious, carpeted corridor, he found a lantern. Lex lit the lantern. In the dim sea of light, he saw that the carpet and walls of the corridor were covered in congealed dark red bloodstains. He did not participate in the battle but went deeper into the cabin, found a second-class cabin, and slipped inside. Closing the door and placing the lantern on the nearby round table, Lex sat down. This is too crazy. Lex held his forehead. I can't panic. I must carefully consider a countermeasure and prepare for the worst. The worst-case scenario is that this shipwide madness and confusion are influenced by beyonder factors, a man-made disaster. Kill them all. If we kill everyone else besides us, won't we be safe? We can smash their heads, churn their brains, tear open their bodies, dig out their organs, rip out their intestines. Ha ha ha, isn't that a joyous thing? So what are you waiting for? Act now, Lex. In the dim lantern light, the corners of Lex's mouth curled up little by little. The light, shining from below, cast mottled shadows on his face. Wiping his forehead with his hand, Lex's mouth returned to normal, and he said in a voice only he could hear, as a normal person who has received a higher education, I will not join the ranks of lunatics, no matter which side. However, stopping them is also unrealistic. I am just an ordinary person. Rashly confronting an event suspected of involving beyonder factors is simply seeking death. So, I can only pretend not to know anything and try to protect myself until I disembark. Suddenly, Lex's expression froze. At the edge of his vision, in the lantern's sea of light, a dark red flow silently spread. His movements stiffened. He slowly raised his head, his gaze moving forward. Lex saw a slightly ajar wooden door. Behind the door was a bedroom, and through the crack in the door, dark red blood plasma slowly seeped out from the bedroom. It spread across the floor, encroached upon the carpet, and tried to extend towards Lex. Ho, ho. A strange sound came from the bedroom, very faint, not like a human sound. Lex looked at the door crack, feeling the thick malice flowing out from the darkness of the crack. Quietly, not daring to make any sound, he stood up. He gripped his revolver, picked up the lantern, and retreated. Lex suppressed his curiosity and impulse, not pushing open the slightly ajar door, fearing it might trigger some potential danger. He silently exited the room and returned to the cabin corridor. Only after closing the door did Lex breathe a sigh of relief. But before his taut nerves could relax, someone in the depths of the corridor softly called out, "Young Master Lex, is that you?" Already in a state of tension, Lex shivered again upon hearing this. He quickly raised the lantern, wanting to see more, further. Unfortunately, the lantern's range was limited. Lex only saw someone standing in a dim area not far ahead. The other person also held a lantern, but it was casually held in their hand, resting by their feet, illuminating the nearby ground but hiding the person's upper body in darkness. He suddenly raised the lantern, and instantly, a face with deeper contours but an ordinary appearance appeared in the sea of light. On this face, the corners of the mouth were upturned, revealing 8 teeth, and the smile was stiff. Jack. Lex blurted out the other person's name. This was his personal valet. For the journey to Nmatport, his father had arranged a personal valet to manage his daily life and a bodyguard for close protection. When infighting and slaughter broke out on the ship, the bodyguard had already sacrificed his life, and the valet was captured by those lunatics. Lex had thought his servant was dead, but he didn't expect him to still be alive. Only. This state seems very abnormal. It's me. Jack maintained that stiff, eerie smile. Young Master Lex, please follow me. I know a safe place. Lex not only didn't step forward but retreated. I'm not going anywhere, Jack. Young Master is as willful as ever. Always unwilling to listen to advice, always acting on his own, always self-righteous. Jack spoke quickly and urgently, but the smile on his face remained unchanged, making Lex's hair stand on end and his scalp tingle. Don't you know you're annoying? Lex Disraeli, you're a bastard. A scoundrel. A mongrel. A piece of trash. From the day you defiled Rachel, do you know how much I wanted to kill you? No, killing you would be too easy. I'll chop you into pieces, feed your flesh to the fish, and throw your bones to the hungry dogs. You deserve to die, you truly deserve to die. Lex, of course, knew who Rachel was. She was the maid who had been harmed by him. From this incident, I also think your young master is not a good person. But that has nothing to do with me. Lex felt a bit helpless, thinking that he would still have to clean up the original owner's messes in the future, and wanted to force a wry smile. Suddenly, Jack raised his other hand. In that hand, he held a revolver. Bang. Jack's head jerked backward. Amidst the gunshot echoing in the corridor, his forehead split open, and blood and bone fragments splattered. It wasn't until he saw smoke rising from the muzzle of the snake-scale revolver that Lex realized he had actually shot his valet. His body acted faster than his brain, and it was a single, fatal shot. Was the original owner's marksmanship that good? Even a scoundrel noble has some redeeming qualities. Lex laughed at himself, and suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a cold, sharp white sea of light flash behind Jack, cutting through the air and pointing at him. There was someone else behind the valet. Chapter 3, Mysterious Tome. Lex felt a chill run down his gun-wielding arm, and his hand was involuntarily pulled up and slapped against the wall. Only then did he see clearly, a chef's boning knife had cut his arm, pinning his sleeve to the wooden wall of the cabin. He quickly grabbed the boning knife with his other hand, trying to pull it out, when a sharp voice rang in his ears. After the fallen male servant, a thin man wearing a chef's hat rushed over. The ship's chef had been silent until now, standing behind Jack, only launching his attack at this moment. Illuminated by the sea of light from the hurricane lamp, Lex saw his bloodshot eyes, his twisted features, and his chilling white teeth, like a beast about to devour someone. The chef pounced on Lex in an instant. Lex's mind went blank with a buzzing sound, but his body reacted on its own. He exerted force on the hand holding the boning knife, pulled the knife from the wooden wall, and used the hilt to strike the chef's face. Amidst the dull thud, Lex saw the chef's head snap back, his face blooming with blood that gushed from his nose. But this did not make the chef afraid or retreat, instead, it triggered a reactive response from him. The thin man, whose chef's head had long fallen to the ground, leaped up, grabbing Lex's shoulders and cheeks with his hands, pulling them apart forcefully, exposing Lex's neck to his gaze. He lunged to bite like a mad dog. Lex could smell the foul odor from his mouth, see the splashing spittle, and his dark esophagus. Just as he was about to bite Lex, the chef's movements suddenly stopped. A boning knife was thrust upwards from his chin, piercing through his mouth and deep into his head. The madness in the chef's eyes rapidly faded, losing its luster. Under the force of inertia, he crashed into Lex, and then both of them slid to the ground. Sitting on the ground, Lex took a deep breath, and his stiffened thoughts finally resumed activity. He quickly pushed the chef's corpse away, looking at his formal attire stained red with blood, astonished and bewildered. What was wrong with him? He knew that the original owner, being a nobleman, had received training in marksmanship and combat. But whether it was shooting that male servant or taking out this chef with a boning knife, he performed too skillfully, didn't he? Lex pressed his forehead, massaging both sides of his head, recalling the sequence of events. In both attacks, as someone who had lived and grown up in a stable society, he had no idea how to react, his mind was a complete blank. Yet, his body reacted driven by instinct. Such decisive and direct attacks aimed at vital points could no longer be explained by mere training. It was almost as if the original owner had considerable experience in killing. Lex couldn't connect a degenerate nobleman with a killer. Before he could ponder further, he heard a splash, and then a familiar voice vaguely reached him. "Help, I." A young man with blonde hair and an aquiline nose flashed through his mind. It was Joyce. Had he fallen into the water? Lex quickly put away his revolver, ran out of the cabin. The battle outside had already moved away, and there was no one nearby. On the deck not far away, a fire had broken out. Using the firelight, Lex saw someone bobbing in the water below the ship. Lex quickly took off his coat, kicked off his shoes, and leaped over the ship's rail. He plunged into the icy seawater and swam towards the person who had fallen. As he got closer, he saw that the person's blonde hair was completely soaked and plastered to his face. It was indeed Joyce. Joyce saw someone and shouted, "Please help me, I have a cramp in my leg." "Mr. Lex, it's you." Lex said in a soothing tone, "Stay calm, I'll be right there." He swam behind Joyce, supported him under both armpits with his hands, and dragged the blonde youth towards the ship using a backstroke, found a boarding ladder, and climbed up. Back on deck, Lex pulled the blonde youth up. Soaked all over, his legs gave way, and he also sat down. Joyce panted, looking at Lex, and said sincerely, "Thank you so much, Mr. Lex, I thought I was going to die in the sea." Lex was too weak to reply, only waving his hand. At this moment, a cheer came from the upper deck, and then someone shouted. "Eunice is dead, Eunice Gold is dead." The captain finished him, "We won." Eunice was a villain, he even committed the atrocity of throwing babies into the sea. He led those mad beasts, slaughtered a large number of people on the ship, and occupied the bridge. His death was significant. Hearing this news, Joyce, who was almost out of strength from struggling in the water, also excitedly raised his head. "We won. Oh my God, the disaster is finally over." Wearing soaked clothes was not a pleasant experience, but Lex was willing to endure it. He was now at the entrance of the second-class cabin where he had previously discovered anomalies. Using the excuse that there might be lingering madmen in the bedrooms, he easily persuaded the captain to organize a team to inspect the rooms and bedrooms. Shortly after the captain and his men went in, Lex, waiting in the corridor, heard gasps from inside. The situation in the bedroom was probably very bad, but the absence of fighting sound surprised him somewhat. A moment later, the captain, wearing a peaked cap, walked out. Under the dim sea of light of the hurricane lamp, his face did not look good. Then two sailors carried out a stretcher, on which a corpse was presumably lying, covered with a white sheet, and hastily carried it out of the cabin. The captain tapped his hat with the barrel of his revolver and glanced at Lex. "That corpse is in a very bad state, it's missing some flesh." Missing some flesh. Lex tried his best not to think about where the missing flesh had gone. It seemed the captain was unwilling to discuss this further. He said to the people around him, "Everyone is tired tonight. The madmen on the ship have received their due punishment. Everyone can choose a clean room to rest. Tomorrow, we will discuss the path we need to take next." The crowd dispersed. Lex, guided by memory, found his former first-class cabin. This was a room that could accommodate 3 servants, had a private chef, a dining room with a view, a dedicated cigar room, and a place for gatherings and card games. However, now, it was just a sufficiently spacious room. Lex took off his soaked clothes, took a shower, and then threw himself onto the bed. In a short while, he had fallen fast asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the white sky outside the window. It was already the morning of the next day. Lex opened the wardrobe and found his shirt, vest, formal suit, trousers, semi-tall silk top hat, and a golden-laid ironwood cane. He dressed, picked up the heavy cane, walked to the living room, and sat on a sofa. Let me think, what exactly did I do to cause me to transmigrate so inexplicably? Lex crossed his legs, his hand resting on the armrest of the sofa, his 5 fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. Memories, like boiling water, bubbled to the surface one after another. During this time, because I read the great work, Lord of the Mysteries, I developed a strong interest in mystical magic. I collected a lot of information on this topic, and even found a copy of The Tree of Life Kabbalah on a certain online marketplace. Oh, I remember now. I received an email that described an ancient ritual. Out of curiosity, I performed this ritual, and the result was. Lex stood up. If I transmigrated because of this ritual, then what would happen if I performed this ritual here? At worst, he wouldn't be able to go back, forever stuck in this world of the Lord of the Mysteries. How much worse could it get? Lex put down his cane, found a dagger left by a bodyguard in the room, and found several candles. Recalling the contents of the ritual, he lifted the carpet and began to carve on the wooden floor with the dagger. To facilitate his work, he took off his jacket, wearing only his shirt, and lay on the floor, carving out a somewhat uneven hexagram. Next, on the outside of the hexagram, he carved 2 concentric circles, and then on the ritual path, between the 2 concentric circles, he carved 12 symbolic representations of natural elements such as earth, water, fire, and wind, arranging them like the 12 marks on a clock face. Finally, Lex took out 3 lit candles and placed them respectively on the 3 star points at the left, right, and bottom. Having completed all this, he stood in the center of the hexagram. Adjusting his mind with his breathing until he felt completely calm, Lex softly said, "Let's begin." He solemnly raised his left hand, palm upwards, and softly chanted, "All-knowing I." Then he raised his right hand, palm upwards, and chanted again, "God who overlooks all things." He exhaled, joined his hands, and sincerely murmured, "You are the controller of knowledge, you mock fate, you toy with time." Finally, he spread his hands, as if to embrace the morning light, "You are the witness of truth, the uncrowned king above the starry sky." The ritual ended. Lex looked around. Nothing happened. Was it a failure? Or no reaction? A wave of frustration surged within him. Lex sighed and was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw the window in front of him, the curtain lifted by the morning breeze, lingering and not falling for a long time. He saw the dust in the morning light, as if frozen, quietly suspended in midair. He saw the colors of the surrounding objects gradually deepen, reds became redder, blues bluer, yellows yellower. The scene before him seemed to transform into a vividly colored oil painting. At this moment, he felt a heavy sensation in his hand. A thick tome emerged from the void realm, illusory, shimmering light outlining patterns, and an eye gazing at a stable triangle appeared on the cover. Following that, a line of information appeared below the pattern, Knowledge Authority, 9. Above this tome, there was also a pair of illusory hands, covered with various strange patterns and symbols, slowly receding and disappearing into the void realm. Lex merely glanced at one small pattern on those hands inadvertently, and an inexplicable fear and panic arose within him. Unable to look directly, he quickly shifted his attention to the tome in his hand, unconsciously forgetting the scene he had just witnessed. The tome emerging from the air, the book summoned by the ritual. So eerie, so mysterious. Lex was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the book he had seen last night when he first woke up? Upon closer inspection, Lex noticed that on the cover, around the eye, there were 7 blurred symbols. Now, one of them was becoming clear. The mist shrouding the symbol gradually dissipated in the morning light, allowing Lex to see it. It was an open book, surrounded by many illusory and ethereal eyes. They circled the book, as if observing, as if reading. Compared to last night, this book had clearly changed. With anticipation, hidden fear, and suppressed unease, Lex reached out to touch the cover. His fingertips felt a firm, solid touch, as if it were a real object. He gritted his teeth, opened the cover, and saw a white quill pen on the slightly yellowed paper. Lex tried to pick up the quill pen. It felt light, but he definitely had the sensation of holding a real object. Suddenly, his pupils widened slightly. He saw that the information on the first line of the paper had changed, and there was a lot of content on the paper that he hadn't seen last night. Collection. Record, your adventure biography has received more than one collection/attention, you have met the conditions to release it. Chapter 4, Exchange of Information. Collection. Record, your adventure biography has been collected and followed more than once. You have met the conditions and the usage restrictions for the message board have been lifted. Lex's gaze naturally slid down, and he saw a box appear below, containing the information, message board, 1. Message board. I can leave messages on it. For whom? Lex's mind didn't turn around for a moment, and then he found that there was other information on the paper. Right below the message board. Faceless Men, is this a Lord of the Mysteries fanfiction? Definitely collecting it. Mountains and seas, go on an adventure, young man, it's not enough to read. Buzz. Lex felt as if he had been struck by lightning, almost jumping up. Could this be? Could these be reader comments? In the eyes of those commenters, am I a character in some novel? Immediately, Lex's head became a mess. He had read many web novels in his previous life, but he had never seen a protagonist in any novel experience a similar situation. Only Deadpool in a certain comic knew he was a character in a comic. He never expected that today, he himself would become a character in some novel, and even be able to see reader comments. Wait. Lex quickly looked up, his gaze falling on that message board. Could this thing allow me to communicate with the readers? Communicate what? Information? Yes, I can communicate important information. Lex slapped his head. I only read less than 50 chapters of Lord of the Mysteries, so I don't know what happens later or the mysteries within the book. But the readers know, and I can see their comments. In that case, I can obtain important information from them through the message board. The premise is that they're willing to leave comments, they should be, right? Never mind, I'll try it first. Lex picked up the quill and wrote on the message board, Dear readers. Inappropriate. Lex shook his head, crossing out the few words he had written. A magical thing happened, the crossed-out text actually disappeared. There's even this kind of operation. He composed himself and continued to ponder. I am merely a character in a novel. Undoubtedly, the positions of those readers are far above mine. In some popular novels, readers' preferences even determine the plot's development. To request their help, my attitude must be more sincere, and my address must be grander. After some deliberation, Lex continued to write on the message board. Great, omniscient observers from beyond dimensions. I request your assistance, I need your advice. I want to know which Beyonder path is more suitable for me. I hope you can respond. Thank you immensely. After he finished writing, Lex noticed that the number on the message board had changed from 1 to 0. It turned out that the number represented the number of times the message board could be used. After reviewing it several times and feeling that there were no issues, Lex put down the quill and closed the thick yet illusory tome. It began to fade in color, its form becoming faint, dissipating like a wisp of smoke. Subsequently, the colors of various objects in the room returned to normal, the curtains blown by the wind fell down, and the dust suspended in midair scattered. Everything returned to its original state. Except that Lex felt dizzy, as if he had been reading all morning and had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, his forehead even tingled slightly, as if someone had pricked it a few times with a needle. He quickly walked to a bronze mirror, pushed aside the stray hairs on his forehead, and saw a hexagram disappearing on his forehead. Is the ritual fixed? From now on, I don't need to draw a hexagram, I can just recite the prayer to summon that mysterious tome. Lex put down his hair, took out his dagger, and destroyed the magic circle on the floor, lest anyone notice anything. After covering it with the carpet, he sat back down on the sofa. Next, I need to consider the issue of self-preservation, because due to the infighting, the Alfalfa has deviated from its original course, and it will take some time to reach Enmat Port. In other words, the coming days will be spent on the sea. If there were no Beyonder factors, the problem would not be big. But recalling the infighting among the crew and his companions' abnormal excitement last night, Lex vaguely felt that a Beyonder was involved in this sea bloodshed. In this way, it's hard to guarantee that no accidents will occur during the rest of the voyage. Investigating a Beyonder as an ordinary person is courting death, so this option is not considered. What I need to consider is how to ensure I can safely disembark. My bodyguard is dead, and my personal valet is also dead. I lack a guardian by my side. If infighting occurs again among the survivors, I'm afraid I won't be so lucky this time. So, I need to win over the survivors, the more people the better. The next question is, how do I win them over? What kind of compensation must I offer to make them wholeheartedly protect me? What are my advantages, and how do I use these advantages to create conditions favorable to me? Also, I need to find a way to make the Beyonder ignore me, if there is a Beyonder among us. After some analysis, Lex already had a clear outline for his next actions. Grumble. His stomach rumbled, hunger urging Lex to get up. He put on his formal wear, picked up his cane, put on his top hat, and headed to the dining room. In the dining room, most of the survivors were already awake, sitting in 2s and 3s. As soon as he entered, Lex saw Joyce, the young man with blonde hair and an aquiline nose, opening a silver pocket watch and looking at a photo inside. In the photo was a young woman wearing a veiled hat, with beautiful eyes and a warm smile. She is very beautiful. Walking up to Joyce, Lex lowered his voice and smiled. Joyce turned his head, revealing a smile. Thank you, you're awake, Mr. Lex. Lex nodded, touching his top hat. May I sit here? Of course. After Lex sat down, Joyce said, this is my fiancée, her name is Anna. Then she must be a lucky lady, because her fiancé misses her so much even when he is far away. Joyce, however, sighed, but I don't know if I'll ever see her again. Lex leaned back slightly. Why do you say that? Joyce smiled bitterly. Mr. Lex, we are murderers now. So many people died on the ship. After we go back, we will definitely be interrogated. If things go wrong, we might even face imprisonment. Even if I can still see Anna, it might be in prison. Joyce looked around at the other survivors. Actually, I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Everyone feels that there will be considerable trouble after we go back. Indeed, it's pretty much as I thought. After all, so many people died on the ship. After disembarking, it will definitely alarm the police, and an investigation will certainly be necessary. It's perfectly normal to worry about being imprisoned because of this. Lex coughed lightly and said, if it's that problem, perhaps I can offer help. Joyce looked up, his eyes shining. Mr. Lex, you. My father is Baron Bison Disraeli. After disembarking, I will send him a telegram. I believe he will come with a lawyer. At that time, I can have the lawyer defend you and me, no, defend everyone. If the police think we are guilty. Lex deliberately raised his voice slightly, letting the few people nearby hear, immediately attracting attention and sparking discussion. Joyce even said, Mr. Lex, are you really willing to do this? Lex nodded with pleasure. Of course, I have experienced all of this, and I know that everyone present is innocent. As a well-educated person with correct morals, how could I watch so many innocent people suffer injustice? So I will definitely have a lawyer defend everyone, and I will definitely let everyone go home. Hearing these words, the solemn expressions on the faces of the survivors in the dining room gradually disappeared. So Mr. Lex is a noble. If he stands with us, then we can rest assured. And similar words were quietly spreading throughout the dining room. Lex was very satisfied. Things were developing in the direction he hoped. His noble status was his advantage, and he also expressed his attitude that he would stand with the survivors. In this way, everyone's interests were unified. If anything else happened, to ensure their interests would not be harmed, he believed many people would stand up to protect him. Just as everyone was discussing, footsteps sounded. The captain, wearing a ship-shaped hat, the round-faced and amiable young Triss, and two other sailors walked in. The captain coughed, drawing everyone's attention to him. Good morning, gentlemen. I apologize for interrupting your meal, but there's something I must discuss with you. It's about our next itinerary. Someone stood up, a burly man with thick body hair. This black-haired, brown-eyed, weathered-faced man said, Captain, aren't we going back to Nmatport? What's there to discuss? The captain made a downward gesture with his hand. Please sit down, Mr. Brando. Then he put his hands behind his back and said, that's right, according to the original itinerary, we were indeed going to Nmatport. But gentlemen, don't forget what has happened on our ship these past few days. Although those madmen were murderers and we gave them righteous punishment, the essence of this matter is that we ourselves have also become murderers. Believe me, the brains of those police officers in Nmatport are not much better than a curly-haired baboons. I can guess that under pressure, they will eventually define this case as a brawl. In that case, we will all go to prison. My idea is that before the matter is exposed, we resupply at a nearby port and then head to Byam, to that city of generosity. We can hide there for a while, and when the fuss dies down, we can try to return. Immediately, an uproar erupted in the dining room. Lex shook his head and whispered, in that case, our suspicion would be even greater, and even with a lawyer's defense, it would be hard to explain. Hearing this, the blond young man, eager to go home and see his fiancée, his eyes brightened, and he stood up abruptly. Quiet everyone, please listen to me. Joyce vigorously waved his hands, attracting everyone's attention. After the dining room quieted down, he said loudly, Captain, before you arrived, we also considered similar problems. We were very confused and afraid. However, Mr. Lex gave everyone a promise. He will have a lawyer defend us, and he will let us all go home. The captain frowned. Speaking of lawyers, I also know one or two. But I don't think any lawyer we can access can handle such a big case. Joyce said confidently, but Mr. Lex is different. His father is a baron, a noble. With a baron hiring a lawyer to defend us, what else do we need to worry about? The captain looked at Lex in surprise. Is that true? Mr. Lex, your father is a baron. Chapter 5, Showing Weakness to the Enemy. Good, things are developing as I hoped. Respond passively, reveal identity passively, and do not give the impression of active participation, to avoid inducing hostility from that unknown beyonder to the greatest extent possible. Putting away his wandering thoughts, Lex stood up, and responded naturally, exactly, my father is Baron Bison Disraeli. As I told Joyce before, upon arriving at the port, I will contact my father and have him commission a lawyer to defend us. Lex tried his best to appear righteous. Gentlemen, including myself, have participated in more than one dangerous battle. Although, in those battles, our hands were stained with blood. But its essence is righteous, it is an act of defending our own lives, and I cannot tolerate such things being equated with crime. I will have the lawyer strive to get us the justice we deserve and protect our reputation. We are not murderers. Joyce clutched his pocket watch, clutching this important item, and echoed, Mr. Lex is right, we are not murderers, we don't have to flee, we don't need to hide. We should receive fair treatment. In the dining room, people were infected by Lex and Joyce's words and responded one after another. Seeing this, the captain pressed his hands down slightly, motioning for everyone to be quiet, and then said, in that case, we will head to Nmat Port. Upon hearing the captain's decision, a burst of cheers erupted in the dining room. After the cheering subsided, Lex cleared his throat, pressed his top hat, and spoke to the blonde, hawk-nosed youth with an embarrassed and slightly apologetic tone. Joyce, I wonder if you would be willing to move into the first-class cabin. My bodyguards and servants are all dead. The room suddenly seems a bit empty, and I always feel uneasy living alone. He then looked at the captain. Also, I am very concerned about what happened in that second-class cabin last night. I always feel that those madmen are not all dead, and perhaps one or two are still hiding somewhere on the ship. The experienced captain easily understood Lex's meaning from his expression and words. I am very scared, I need protection. Considering that he was a noble young master, such a reaction was quite normal. The captain was about to ask if anyone else would be willing to move to the first-class cabin to protect this important person, who concerned the future of everyone on board. The burly men from before stood up. Young Master Lex, if you don't mind, I would like to move over as well. My name is Brando, a former Royal Army sergeant. I participated in the colonial war on the South Continent, and my skills have not deteriorated. To go home and see my two lovely children, I swear I will do my best to protect you. Clearly, the captain was not the only one who understood Lex's subtext. Lex, half genuinely and half feignedly, said cheerfully, that's wonderful, Mr. Brando. During our time on the ship, I will pay you accordingly with the salary of a temporary bodyguard. Of course, that will be after we disembark. After all, my wallet is already in the hands of that king of the 5 seas. Brando was somewhat surprised but still waved his hand. No, you hiring a lawyer to defend us has already helped us all a great deal, how can I still accept payment? Lex insisted, please accept it, Mr. Brando, these are two different matters. Then, all right. Thank you for your generosity. Brando no longer refused, because of the King of the 5 Seas' visit, he had lost all his possessions. And he still had 2 children to support, with a temporary bodyguard salary to compensate. At least after returning home, this salary would be enough to sustain him until he found his next job. Seeing Brando agree, Lex also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had completed the second step of his plan, to show weakness to the Beyonder hiding in the crowd. This point was very important. Throughout the entire incident, the unidentified Beyonder did not let everyone on the ship die. Lex believed that if he wanted to, he should have been able to do so. Therefore, for him, allowing a small portion of people to survive might have been for some kind of need. Under this premise, as long as he did not show a threat, he would most likely be ignored. So, how could he make himself seem unthreatening? That was, naturally, to show weakness. Based on the above judgment, the performance just now came about. With the itinerary already decided and Lex providing legal aid, people seemed to see a bright future, and the atmosphere in the dining room changed from its previous heaviness to one of joy and enthusiasm. After Lex finished his breakfast, he returned to his cabin with Joyce and Brando. The two of them went back to their own rooms to pack their belongings, and would move to the first-class cabin later. Lex returned to his room alone. Shortly after he closed the door and took off his top hat, a knock sounded. So fast. He did not put on his top hat, nor did he pick up his cane. Lex opened the door, only to see that it was not Joyce and his companion knocking, but a round-faced youth. Triss. Mr. Lex, I'm here to thank you, the very amiable Triss said with a smile. Lex quickly stepped back 2 paces. Please come in, Mr. Triss. Triss walked into the room, surveying the surroundings, and sincerely exclaimed, as expected of a first-class cabin, it's very large, luxurious, and grand. Lex said jokingly, if you like it, you can also move in, there are still rooms left anyway. Really? Triss' smile was gentle, and his eyes showed a thoughtful expression, as if he was carefully considering Lex's suggestion. Seeing him like this, Lex regretted it. Originally, Lex only wanted to invite Joyce alone, and later Brando joined, which was already somewhat different from his expectation. You know, he was a man with secrets. With too many people around, Lex would not be able to summon that mysterious ancient book, making it impossible to conduct research. If Triss were added, Lex could foresee that he would not be able to do anything during the rest of this voyage. Thank you for your invitation, but I prefer to live alone. Fortunately, Triss declined, which made Lex secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But on the surface, he still put on a look of regret. Well, that's a shame, I thought I'd have a chance to spend time with you. In the past few days, your courage has been admirable, and I very much hope to make a friend like you. Triss chuckled and said, I'm also very happy to form a friendship with a nobleman. Speaking of which, I sincerely thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lex. Thank you for the legal assistance you provided. If it weren't for you, we might really have to consider going to the City of Generosity. Lex smiled and shook his head. Compared to what you did for us, I only did something insignificant. You are truly humble. Triss paused, and the smile on his round face gradually disappeared. Mr. Lex, I wonder if you have this feeling. I always feel that this disaster is beyonder. Behind the incident, I vaguely smell a conspiracy. Yes, that's what I think too. Lex almost blurted it out, exposing his true feelings. Fortunately, he restrained this impulse in time and changed his words. Why do you say that? Don't you think it's abnormal? Triss retorted, originally, after being plundered by pirates, we should have worked together and united to overcome the difficulties. But suddenly, the crew and sailors started fighting among themselves over a small matter, and the situation rapidly deteriorated. In a short period of time, it escalated into a bloody incident, leading to the subsequent events becoming completely uncontrollable. Thoughts flashed through Lex's mind one by one. Why is he looking for me to discuss this? Could it be that Triss is a beyonder? Is he the mastermind? Is he testing me? Lex was startled by this thought, but then he felt it was impossible. Until now, the beyonder factor was just a guess for him, he had not yet been able to confirm it. And if there really was a beyonder involved, this person had never appeared, always hiding behind the scenes. Why would he suddenly appear on his own just to test himself? Perhaps Triss is his accomplice. Perhaps Triss was guided by him. But no matter what, I must be vigilant. Perhaps Triss' appearance is to test my thoughts. Now that you mention it, I also feel that this whole thing is unusual. But Lex shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, saying, let the police worry about such things. I just want to get to shore safely now, and I won't consider anything else. Directly denying it would seem too deliberate. Agreeing with Triss' point of view, but not wanting to delve deeper, and protecting oneself, was the behavior of a normal person. Bang, bang, bang. A knock sounded, it must be Joyce and his companion. Lex secretly thought, perfect timing, and smiled as he got up. Please wait a moment, I'll open the door. Triss, however, got up with him. No, I still have things to do, goodbye. Then I'll see you out. Lex escorted him to the door and opened it. Outside were indeed Joyce and Brando. They were a little surprised to see Triss, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then Triss turned and left. Once the young man's figure disappeared around the corner, Lex retracted his gaze and raised his hand in an invitation gesture. Come on, gentlemen, let me show you all the rooms here, and you can choose the one you like. July 1 St. Sunday. And Matport was as lively as ever. As one of the coastal ports of the Lone Kingdom, ships departed or returned here every day. On a passenger ship that had returned yesterday, several sailors were cleaning the deck. A sailor straightened up to rest and suddenly squinted his eyes. He saw a passenger ship with sails raised but also emitting steam, preparing to enter the port. He also saw a pattern on that ship. It was composed of multiple purple, spirally arranged, clustered flowers. That was the alfalfa symbol. Chapter 6, Things Go Out of Control. On the deck of the alfalfa, gazing at the distant port, Joyce exclaimed excitedly, steam above, we're back. We finally reached Matport. Lex, standing beside him, was equally excited, but at least on the surface, he managed to remain calm. The journey had indeed been difficult. They had endured storms and gotten lost at sea, only successfully reaching the port after overcoming various trials. Anyone seeing land now would feel an urge to rush over and kiss the ground. After the alfalfa entered the port, and before people could even disembark, Lex saw a team of police officers rush onto the pier. They were wearing black uniforms with white grids, soft hats with badges, and looked tense. Instantly, the atmosphere on the ship became tense. The captain calmly said, everyone, don't act rashly. Stay where you are and let me communicate with the officers. Lex also stepped forward, my identity might be of some use. The captain nodded. By then, the police had already boarded the ship, skillfully forming groups of 3 and quickly fanning out to search. Several police teams came to the deck, approaching the people. An officer with a black beard strode forward. I am Inspector Roy. What happened on this ship? His epaulets bore 3 silver hexagonal stars, consistent with his rank as inspector. He continued, we received news that the alfalfa was attacked shortly after leaving Caesarport, and someone saw the King of the 5 Seas insignia. But since then, you've been out of contact for over a month. What happened on board during this period? Additionally, I've noticed. There are unwashed bloodstains on the ship, traces left by bullets and long swords, and why are there so few people left on board? One question after another, like cannonballs, struck them, forcing people to recall those bloody memories. Several timid men had already turned pale, their fingers trembling, whispering, "It's not our business, not our business." Inspector Roy's expression grew even more solemn and frightening upon hearing these words. The captain cleared his throat. "Officer, it's like this. After we were plundered by pirates, a terrible disaster occurred on the ship." He roughly recounted the internal strife, the course of that disaster, which made the bearded inspector's heart sink. The Nmatport Police Department had received news of the Alfalfa's attack over half a month ago. And recently, the families of those overdue passengers had frequently come to the police department to inquire about news. Therefore, as soon as they received news of the Alfalfa's arrival, the police rushed over. As an experienced Roy, he had prepared for the worst. But he hadn't expected the situation to be even worse than he had imagined. Footsteps echoed as several police teams ran onto the deck and reported to Roy. "Sir, we found a large number of bodies. There are sailors and passengers from the ship." Roy nodded gravely, his gray-blue eyes shifting to the captain. "This is very serious. Until the entire matter is clarified, I hope you will cooperate. Now, I need to take you in. Please assist and cooperate with the investigation." "No." A short, bearded man rushed towards the gangway. "I haven't committed a crime, I want to go home." The captain anxiously called out, "Mr. Sigra, calm down." Before he could call the gentleman back, 2 police officers had already pounced, striking Sigra with their batons and pinning him to the ground. "Don't do that, please let him go." The captain quickly stepped forward but was poked in the stomach with a baton, preventing him from finishing his sentence. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you hitting people? We are not criminals." The passengers became agitated, and among them, the round-faced young Triss even stepped forward and said, "You can't treat us like this." But he also took a baton hit from a police officer. Seeing this, people became even more agitated, rushing forward to argue with the police. Inspector Roy drew his pistol, pointing it at the people and shouting, "Stop. Everyone, stop." The police also rushed forward, striking the emotional passengers or sailors with their batons, pinning them to the deck. Many people were injured in this process. "Everyone, calm down. Stay restrained." Lex shouted, hoping people wouldn't be impulsive, but at this moment, his voice was completely drowned out. A police officer charged at him, intending to grab his collar. Lex instinctively slid backward, causing the officer to miss. No resistance. The brown-eyed police officer roared, drawing his pistol and pointing it at Lex. Lex had no choice but to raise his hands and say, "Officer, I am." Before he could finish, a tall police officer tackled him, pressing Lex's head down with a large palm, his cheek tightly pressed against the deck. Anger, humiliation, shock, all sorts of emotions surged through his heart. Lex wanted to lift his head, but his face was pressed down so hard that only his right eye could see a very narrow sliver of vision. He restrained his intense emotions, which felt like a volcano about to erupt, and shouted, "Listen to me, officer. I am Lex Disraeli, the son of Baron Bison Disraeli. Please don't harm me or anyone on the ship. We will cooperate and assist with the investigation." But the police officer ignored him. The big man pressing down on Lex impatiently yelled, "Shut up. If you're a baron's son, then I'm your highness the prince. Whatever you have to say, save it for the judge. Now, get up." Lex was pulled up, and a piece of cloth was stuffed into his mouth. He didn't know which police officer's handkerchief it was, but it certainly wasn't fresh. The commotion on the deck was quickly brought under control. People were escorted away by the police, including Lex, and all were eventually thrown into a temporary prison at the Nmatport Police Department. In the crowded cell, Lex removed the handkerchief from his mouth, rushed to the door, and shouted, "Officer! Officer! I am Lex Disraeli. My father is a baron. I want to send a telegram, and I can pay." A police officer walked over and violently struck the cell door with a baton. "Step back, no shouting." Lex quickly pulled his hand back and reluctantly retreated. The turn of events was completely different from what he had imagined. If he couldn't contact his family, he didn't know what would happen next. "See. I knew these baboons wouldn't cooperate with your performance. What are you going to do now, Lex?" "I do have an idea. Let the pigs in this cell fight. As soon as they start fighting, the police will come in to check. Then, we'll grab one of them, twist his neck, take his gun, and rush out. We can do it. Shall we do it? Shall we do it? Let's do it." Lex's lips gradually, subtly, curved into a smile. Chapter 7, Sequence Suggestions. "Mr. Lex, are you all right?" A familiar voice brought Lex back to his senses. In his line of sight was a blonde, hawkish-nosed young man, Joyce, whose gaze seemed somewhat worried. Lex wiped his face. "I'm fine, don't worry." Even though they won't let me send a telegram, I believe my father will constantly pay attention to news from Nmatport. As soon as he knows the alfalfa has entered the port, he will surely rush over. At that time, I'll have him hire a lawyer, and will definitely be able to go home. While comforting everyone in the cell, Lex actually had no great certainty in his heart. After all, Enchi Town was far away in Dixie County. And he wasn't sure if the police department would publicize the news of the alfalfa. Perhaps by the time his family received the news, he would already be thrown into a real prison. Thus, he spent the afternoon in apprehension. Suddenly, the cell door opened, and a police officer in a black and white checkered uniform asked, "Which one is Mr. Lex?" Lex looked up in surprise, stood up, and responded, "I am." The police officer stepped back. "Please follow me." In the cell, Trish stood up. "Where are you taking him?" The police officer waved his stick. "That's none of your business, sit down." Lex looked back and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Hopefully, he added in his heart. Lex was led to a quiet room. He was asked to sit down and wait. Throughout the process, the police officer revealed nothing. Not long after, the door opened again, and a burly figure squeezed in. A tall, middle-aged man. He wore a top hat, had deep-set eyes, and a meticulously trimmed beard, which added a touch of solemnity to him. He wore a white shirt, a black vest, and a matching suit, carrying an exquisite cane as he walked in from outside the door. "They didn't hit you, did they, son?" Lex suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Father." The man who walked into the room was indeed Lex's father, Baron Bison Disraeli. An ambitious nobleman who was not content with the status quo. In recent years, he had been actively engaging in various social activities to enter the power center of the Lone Kingdom and secure a seat in the upper house. "How did you?" Bison extended his hand, making a downward gesture. "Sit down and talk." He pulled over a chair and sat down. "Not long ago, we received news from the sea. I know that the ship you were on had an accident after leaving Caesarport. Your mother was very worried, and she asked me to wait for news in Nmatport. I've been here for nearly 2 weeks, sending people to the port every day to inquire about news. This morning I just went to see a friend, and when I returned to the hotel in the afternoon, I heard that the alfalfa had returned. At the same time, I heard that everyone on board had been locked up. The police department was unwilling to reveal more information, but I heard that a tragic incident occurred on your ship." Lex nodded. "Father, I need a lawyer." Bison leaned back slightly, nodding subtly. "I know. Before coming, I had already contacted Zilif, and he will arrive tomorrow, at the latest the day after tomorrow. Before then, don't say anything. I've already made arrangements. They will arrange a single cell for you shortly." Upon hearing that Bison had already hired a lawyer, Lex finally breathed a sigh of relief and added, "Father, I hope Mr. Zilif can defend the other people on the ship." Bison frowned. "May I ask why?" "You should know, this is not a simple case." Lex organized his thoughts before answering his father's question. "There are 2 reasons. First, I promised them on the ship that I would hire a lawyer to defend them upon arrival at the port. You often tell me that credibility is our foundation, and now is the time for me to fulfill my promise. Second, it will help shape your image and improve your reputation. Please believe me, Father. We are the victims of the alfalfa tragedy. We are innocent, even if we are indeed stained with blood. Therefore, if you hire a lawyer to help these people get fair treatment, then I believe the image of a baron willing to speak up for the common people will help bridge the gap between you and the members of the upper house." A look of surprise flashed in Bison's eyes, followed by a thoughtful expression, and finally, he nodded gently. "You have convinced me. All right, I will discuss it thoroughly with Zilif." At this moment, a knock sounded at the door, and a police officer walked in, clearing his throat. "Time's almost up." Bison stood up and adjusted his top hat. "Stay well, don't worry. Next time, I'll come to see you with the lawyer." After his father left, Lex was led to a single cell. The room was not large, with a bed and a separate washroom. The environment was much better than the previous cell. After the door closed, Lex sat down by the bed, observed for a moment, and after confirming no one was monitoring, he walked to the high window with bars. He intended to summon that mystical book. During his time on the ship, Lex had not dared to try the ritual again, fearing it would attract attention. Now that he was alone in the room, it was a good opportunity to test some ideas. Lex held both hands out level, one after another, and chanted the incantation. This time there was no hexagram drawn, no candles arranged. Lex was unsure if the ritual would be successful. However, a moment later, he noticed the color of the cell began to deepen, and the dust in the air again became suspended. These phenomena indicated that he had succeeded. The illusory mystical book reappeared. Lex instinctively kept his gaze on his feet, as if afraid to see what he shouldn't. When the patterns and information on the cover of the mystical book were fully displayed, Lex felt a heavy sensation. He suppressed his apprehension and opened the cover. He saw the pages, saw the messages he had written on the message board, and as his gaze scrolled down, he saw some new messages. Replies to the questions on the message board. Lex's mood instantly shifted to joy and excitement. Indeed, this mystical book could connect two dimensions of the world, allowing him to communicate with the readers. He eagerly looked at the replies. Mountains and seas, as for which sequence to choose, it's definitely assassin. Trust me, you won't go wrong. There are surprises in the high sequences of this path. That tone, and you even added an emoji afterwards, I'm really scared. Lex continued to read. Protecting our warrior, my guy, if you're a man, go for warrior. Burning-eyed Garen, ha ha ha, definitely seer. Faceless man, assassin goes wild, alright, just kidding. Let me seriously answer this question, worthy of being highlighted, isn't it? I originally wanted to recommend the three strange families or something, but considering the protagonist is a nobleman. In that case, the sequences controlled by the nobility and the church, such as the sailor sequence, omniscient, and sleepless, can all be considered. These sequences have detailed official information and allow for stable promotion to high sequences. The only problem is slow leveling and official supervision. As for other sequences, I personally think the hunter sequence is also a good choice. It enhances physical qualities right from the start, especially combat abilities. After a slight promotion, you can play with fire. Purely in terms of destructive power, this sequence can definitely squeeze into the top 3. Chapter 8, Heartbeat. Lone Kingdom has 3 main, officially recognized churches. They are the Church of the Night Goddess, the Church of Steam, and the Storm Church. Lex knew that these 3 churches each controlled at least one complete sequence, having read the first few dozen chapters of Lord of the Mysteries, and occasionally hearing his friends mention it. However, this was his first time hearing about the Arbiter sequence. Furthermore, the Faceless Men recommended the sequence because of my noble status. It seems then that the Arbiter sequence should be related to this status. Could it be a sequence controlled by nobles or the kingdom? Clearly, among the 22 sequences, these few sequences, being controlled by churches and official bodies, have detailed information and allow for stable advancement. They are a benefit of being within the system. However, Lex knew that enjoying systemic benefits meant taking on systemic responsibilities. Moreover, that reader also mentioned the issue of supervision. This issue alone made Lex reject these sequences. He was unwilling to accept supervision from the church or the kingdom's official bodies, as he was a transmigration and had too many secrets. If he were ever discovered, he feared he might be treated as a lab rat and locked up for research. Besides these, that reader also recommended the Hunter sequence. He pointed out that this sequence initially strengthens physical fitness and improves combat abilities. After advancing, it also grants the ability to control fire. He personally believed that in terms of pure destructive power, this sequence could rank among the top 3. But he didn't provide information on where to obtain the starting formula or potion for this sequence. Looking further down, there were other messages from watchers. Yo, isn't the witch pathway good? ID 20170913183645514, Assassin. It must be Assassin. Let fate bring us together here. In the Lord of the Mysteries, the 22 pathways to godhood can be divided into 9 types, which correspond to dash. Melancholy Pancake, I always feel that the Black Emperor and Judge's pathways are incomplete, 1 dash. Strange, was the subsequent information blocked? Why? Suddenly, Lex thought of something, closed the thick tome, and his gaze fell on the information on the cover, Knowledge Authority, 9. Could it be that his authority wasn't enough? Or that the knowledge left by these 2 readers was too high level, exceeding his authority, and thus unreadable? At this moment, Lex felt a bit dizzy, as if he had expended a lot of energy. It seemed summoning the mystical book was very mentally taxing. Just as he was wondering how to dismiss the summoning, he saw the illusory, faintly glowing thick tome gradually fade, eventually disappearing from his hand. The colors of the surrounding scene also returned to normal, and Lex heard faint human voices from outside the high window, clearly having left the mystical space of the summoned tome. It seems I've found that switch for summoning. He sat down, poured himself a glass of water, held the cup, and continued to ponder. From the reader's description, the Hunter sequence focuses on destructive power. Destruction is a very appealing element. Especially for men, who doesn't like to wield immense destructive power. Moreover, besides being proficient in combat, this sequence also possesses the ability to control fire, which was another aspect that made Lex's heart pound. In any case, I'll just note it down for now. Lex drank all the water in his cup, lay down on the bed, and relaxed his body and mind to alleviate the slight headache caused by mental exhaustion. The next day, Bison brought a blue-eyed, high-nosed middle-aged man to visit. He was the lawyer Zilif, Father Bison's personal lawyer, who had resolved many troubles for the Lex family over the years. Lex communicated with the lawyer for an entire afternoon, answering Zilif's various questions in detail and patiently. Only after the police urged them several times did the visitors depart. Over the next few days, Lex was interrogated by the police from time to time, and occasionally saw Joyce and others, but they couldn't talk. They could only catch a fleeting glimpse before being led back to their respective cells. Almost a week passed in the blink of an eye. That day, the cell door opened, and Bison strode in, saying in a loud voice, "We can go home now, son." Lex stood up happily. "Really?" Bison smiled and said, "Of course it's true, and the other people on the Alfalfa have also been set free, they've been released." "That's truly good news." Lex eagerly left this single room and followed his father to the police station lobby, where he indeed saw Joyce and the others. The captain, Joyce, Brando, and others came over, surrounding Lex and expressing their sincere gratitude. During this process, Lex noticed that Joyce's complexion was not very good. Although he had a smile on his face, his expression was somewhat tired, which was quite different from the excitement and joy of the others. After some pleasantries, Lex pulled Joyce aside. "Your complexion isn't very good, are you all right?" Joyce shook his head, then gave a wry smile and said, "It's probably because I've been having nightmares lately, and they always wake me up in the middle of the night, leading to insufficient sleep, that's why." "Nightmares?" Lex spread his hands and smiled, saying, "What kind of nightmares make your face look so bad?" "I dreamt I fell from the Alfalfa, plunging into a deep red ocean. Luckily, someone pulled me up, but I couldn't see his face. And I was also holding onto someone. Do you know who it was?" "It was actually Eunice King, that scoundrel. Heaven knows why I would dream of him, and in the dream, I actually tried to save him. But each time, in the end, he would fall down wailing. The hell of it is, just then, the person holding me, whose face I couldn't see, also let go, and I just fell down, and then I woke up." Lex said dismissively, "It's just a nightmare, don't dwell on it. Now we're all free, you can go home with peace of mind. If you still have nightmares, go see a doctor, a psychologist. I think you're just reacting this way because you've been too mentally stressed and under too much pressure recently. Oh, by the way, do you have travel expenses?" Having said that, Lex laughed self-deprecatingly. "I asked a stupid question, wait a moment." He walked towards Bison, asked his father for some money, 50 pounds of which was to pay Brando's bodyguard's salary, and the rest was distributed to the penniless survivors so they would have money to return home. Of course, this was in Father Bison's name. Saying goodbye to Joyce and the others, he was about to leave the police station and go home with his father. Unexpectedly, near the main entrance, Lex bumped into Inspector Roy, who had a black beard, and a tall police officer. Lex remembered this tall policeman. He was the one who had pushed him down on the deck at the time. "Is there anything else, Inspector?" Bison's expression was a bit displeased. Inspector Roy cleared his throat and introduced the policeman beside him. "This is Officer Barton, esteemed Sir Bison. During the incident a week ago, on the Alfalfa, Officer Barton was a bit reckless while performing his duties and may have been too heavy-handed with Mr. Lex. So, he wishes to take this opportunity to apologize to Mr. Lex." Bison said, "Oh," and looked at the tall policeman. Officer Barton's forehead was covered in sweat. After learning that Lex was indeed the Baron's son, Barton was very nervous. He remembered mocking Lex and not listening to his explanations at the time. As a small policeman in Matport, Barton worried he would face retaliation from the nobleman. So he begged his superior to create an opportunity for him to apologize proactively. After the inspector finished the introduction, Barton quickly stepped forward 2 paces, took off his soft cap, and bowed to Lex, saying, "I am very sorry, Mr. Lex, I apologize for my recklessness and impulsiveness a few days ago, and I hope to receive your forgiveness." This scene made everyone in the lobby look over, people whispered among themselves, and most of them shook their heads. They didn't think highly of Barton, not believing that the young nobleman would easily forgive this big man. Lex raised his head, looking at the policeman with no expression on his face. Chapter 9, Returning Home. "I refuse." When Lex's clear and firm voice echoed in the hall, people responded with bitter smiles and sighs. As the person involved, Barton's mind went blank with a buzz. A thought immediately popped into his head. He was going to be unemployed. As a noble, it was not difficult for him to make a small police officer lose his job. And next, he would have to find another way out. Before he found a job, his children might have to become newsboys or work in sweatshops. His wife, who already worked as a laundrywoman, would probably have an even greater workload every day. Next to Barton, Inspector Roy wanted to snort through his nostrils to show his displeasure. But considering the other party's identity and his own future, he chose to remain silent. But in those eyes, anger was carefully hidden. As for Bison, he was not surprised at all. He knew his son's temper very well. If Lex had indeed received such treatment on the ship, revenge would be the most normal option. He hoped he wouldn't make too big a fuss, lest it become unmanageable. Bison had already begun to consider that he would have to stop his son at a critical moment. Just then, Lex continued, "Why should I forgive you, Officer Barton? You didn't do anything wrong. You were just doing your duty as a police officer should. If even that requires forgiveness, then it would be too hard for police officers to do their jobs, wouldn't it?" Yes, I just. Barton froze, thinking he had misheard, and looked at his superior next to him in disbelief. Roy was also bewildered, unable to believe his ears. Not only did this noble youth not blame Barton, but on the contrary, he subtly and implicitly praised Barton's actions. This is a bit different from the nobles I know. The inspector quickly recovered, and seeing his subordinate looking at him, he quickly cleared his throat. Why aren't you thanking Mr. Lex quickly? Barton, as if waking from a dream, confirmed that his job was saved and said joyfully, Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Lex. Lex originally wanted to say, This is all due to my father's excellent guidance, but then remembered Lone's reserved customs. Such a blatant expression would be too deliberate, so he merely smiled, nodded, and bid farewell. He and Bison got into a carriage that had been waiting for a long time. In the carriage, Bison tidied his clothes, took off his top hat, and looked at Lex with a smile. Lex felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and couldn't help but say, Father, just say what you want to say. Bison laughed heartily and said, I have nothing to say, I just find it strange. Lex, seeing you this time, I feel that you have changed a lot. The Baron counted on his fingers. First, you had a lawyer defend others, then you generously gave travel expenses. Just now, you not only forgave that police officer, but also implicitly praised his actions. Well, assuming he understood the meaning in your words. Honestly, these were all things I hadn't expected before seeing you. Can you tell me what made you do this? Reason. That's probably because your son has changed. Lex adjusted his sitting posture, casually glanced out the window, saw the carriage heading towards the port, and then spoke. That's probably because, after this incident, I feel it's necessary to re-examine my life. Father, I feel I must make changes and no longer live aimlessly as before. I want to participate more actively in your career and contribute to you and the family, to fulfill my responsibility as the eldest son. Lex knew that his actions would definitely attract Bison's attention. While alone in that single room, he had already thought out his words. And, he planned to use this as a foundation, so that when he did things that didn't match the original owner's personality in the future, the people around him would only think that Lex was making changes, and wouldn't have the idea that Lex has been replaced. Of course, these changes must be natural, gentle, and gradual, so as not to arouse suspicion. Bison showed a relieved expression and said, I'm very pleased that you have this idea, son, you've finally grown up. Don't worry, there will be opportunities. Soon, you will step onto a wider stage, and I'm really looking forward to your performance. On the evening of the second day, Lex returned to Enki Town. This bay town in Desi County faces Desi Bay and is backed by Eberly Mountain. The scenery here is pleasant, and many people come here for vacation every year, so there are many small hotels with local characteristics in Enki Town. When the carriage passed Mermaid Road, Lex saw that a hotel was brightly lit, and the doorway was crowded with people. Police officers in black and white checkered uniforms were moving around. Something seemed to have happened here. Your mother must be anxious, but I already sent a telegram back yesterday, so she shouldn't be too worried. In the carriage, his father's voice made Lex withdraw his gaze from the street outside the window. Soon the carriage turned into Golden Champagne Avenue and stopped at a black iron gate on this main street. Next to the gate was a sign with 13 on it. It was late, but the gas streetlights on both sides of the road were exceptionally bright. The black iron gate was slowly opening, revealing the brightly lit mansion inside. This was Lex's home, a 4-story villa with over 20 rooms, a stable, servants' quarters, and a large garden. At this moment, the servants of the family came out under the leadership of the butler, dividing into 2 sides inside the gate, waiting for the arrival of the Baron and his son. Lex followed his father out of the carriage and the first person he saw was the butler, Sebastian. He was a middle-aged man nearing 50, stern-faced, with classic features and graying whiskers. Behind this butler were all male servants. On the other side, the leader was a woman. She was the family's housemaid, named Quenna. She was responsible for managing the maids and the family's financial expenditures. This lady in her early 40s had deep brown hair, and pronounced nasolabial folds made her look very strict. Behind her, naturally, were all female servants. Seeing Bison and Lex alight, led by the 2 housemaids, Marion and Quenna, all the servants stood in standard posture, respectfully saying in unison, "Welcome back, Master Bison, young Master Lex." Bison nodded slightly, said nothing, and entered the villa. Lex followed his father, entering the villa surrounded by servants. As he walked into the hall on the first floor, he heard a cheer. "Dad." Lex. A 9-year-old boy, with black hair and brown eyes, wearing a child-sized tuxedo, excitedly rushed over. This was the youngest member of the family, Lex's younger brother, Joe. He seemed to have a good relationship with Lex, passing directly by his father, who had already squatted down and opened his arms, and rushing straight towards his elder brother. Lex picked him up, a surge of affection welling up from the bottom of his heart. "How are you, our little general? Has your swordsmanship improved while I was away?" Joe, who always aimed to be a kingdom general, waved his small hand proudly. "Of course, just yesterday, I was already able to hit Mr. Shire's hand. Mr. Shire was the teacher hired by this family, responsible for teaching Lex's 3 siblings horsemanship, swordsmanship, combat, and marksmanship. In addition to this teacher, Lex's family also had an etiquette teacher, a general studies teacher, and an art teacher. Just then, a clear, teasing voice sounded in the hall. "Isn't this our Lex? I thought you were already working as a sailor on the King of the Five Seas ship. I didn't expect you to come back." Chapter 10, 2 Murders. Lex easily caught the owner of the voice. She was a 16-year-old girl whose privileged life had blessed her with a beautiful face, fair and delicate skin full of luster, and especially her soft, shiny golden hair, which seemed to carry the brilliant sunshine of summer, flowing with a golden glow under the lights. Her features were bright, her eyelashes curled, and she wore a complex, vibrant red dress, like a blooming fresh flower. Though her words were full of mockery, her azure eyes, like a lake under a clear sky, subtly revealed restrained concern. Lex certainly knew who she was. This was his younger sister, the treasure of Disraeli, Harabelle. Influenced by the original owner's memories, a wave of doting affection surged in Lex's heart. It seemed this much maligned young master was very fond of his younger brother and sister. It was just that this younger sister's words and actions didn't quite match. She clearly cared for her elder brother, yet her words were sharp. "Belle, I don't recall ever teaching you to speak to your brother so impolitely." A voice as gentle as a spring breeze echoed in the hall, as an elegant woman gracefully walked in. On her no longer young face, in her brows, in every faint line, there was an overflowing sense of tolerance and warmth. Although her dress was simple, it looked noble when worn. Even though summer had arrived and the weather was gradually warming, she still wore long-sleeved clothing. Lex knew she wore long sleeves all year round because her left hand had once shielded him from shattered, flying glass, leaving an unhealable scar. If it weren't for her, the faint scar below his left eye, like a tear stain, wouldn't be the only mark. His entire eye would have been blinded. She was the mistress of this house, the mother of Lex and his siblings, Amelia. "Welcome home, Lex." Lex felt an uncontrollable surge of emotion, putting down his younger brother, stepping forward, and embracing his mother. "Good evening, Mama." He felt his eyes moisten, his nose sting, and intense emotions well up from the bottom of his heart. Even when he saw his father, he hadn't experienced such strong emotions. Amelia smiled and gently patted Lex's back. "All right, the journey was tiring. Go wash up and get some rest early." Lex agreed and released his hands, stepping back a few paces. Amelia turned around and softly called out, "Matthew, come over here." A young man, similar in age to Lex, walked over. He was dressed in a valet's uniform. He had darker skin, light gray hair, and eyes as red as flames. "This is your personal valet." Since he had an impure relationship with a maid, the family no longer provided him with maids, so Lex was not surprised at all. The valet named Matthew bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Sir, your room is ready." Lex nodded slightly, about to return to his room to wash up, when he heard footsteps, and then the gray-bearded butler Sebastian hurried into the house. "Sir, Kaosi has arrived." Hearing this name, a picture emerged in Lex's mind. A middle-aged man in his 50s, with light golden hair, sparse eyebrows, dark brown eyes, a slightly plump build, but a dignified appearance. Although he still wore a wedding ring, he was, in fact, a widower. After his wife's death from illness, he had never remarried. This was the chief of Enki Town's police station. What was he doing here? Lex thought of the police officers seen at the inn on Mermaid Road. He didn't stop, walking and thinking, arriving at his room. After washing, he changed into comfortable pajamas and opened the window. He saw the lights on in his father's study below, and behind the curtains, he vaguely saw a somewhat stout figure. The chief of police stayed for a long time. He had not left even when Lex went to sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Lex's family traveled by carriage to St. Witt's Church, a church belonging to the Church of the Night Goddess. As a family of church believers, it was perfectly normal to go to church to pray after their son returned home safely. Afterward, Lex did not return with his family but left with his valet Matthew, using the excuse of walking around. They arrived at Memorial Square. The square was named to commemorate the White Rose War, a war in which Enki Town was once burned to the ground, with only a few buildings in the town remaining to this day. This square was one of them, though it had undergone some renovation. Now, besides it, there was also the ancient city gate outside Enki Town and several other ancient buildings. In the square, numerous white doves, unafraid of humans, chased after the feed people threw on the ground. In the distance, a group of people wearing grey-blue workers' uniforms and peaked caps gathered, among the many homeless people with patched clothes, listening to an old lady give a speech. Lex found an inconspicuous corner in the square and sat down, casually taking out some feed and throwing it on the ground. In a moment, his feet were surrounded by white pigeons. Looking at the slightly reserved young valet beside him, Lex casually said, "You wouldn't happen to know of any single ladies in the town, young and pretty, who can be visited without bringing gifts, only money?" Matthew's expression became a little awkward, and he cleared his throat. Sir, if you engage in such socializing right after your return, I'm afraid it might be inappropriate. I think so too, and I was just joking. You don't need to look at me like that, really. Lex smiled and shrugged. Then let's change the subject. Tell me, has anything interesting happened in the town while I was away? On his way back, he had already been considering how to change his reputation to gain more family support. He had envisioned several plans, but ultimately realized he didn't know Enki Town that well. In the original owner's memories, his impressions of this town were mostly of bars, art salons, and those bright, open, or reserved ladies. And the last part of these impressions was particularly profound. There was nothing Lex could do but gather information himself. Matthew responded after a brief thought. Sir, Enki Town is not large, and truly interesting things are few. I can only think of a few things. Not long ago, an old man named Ein suddenly bought a large number of livestock, saying he wanted to open a farm, but there has been no further action since then. Lex tried hard to recall but couldn't remember who Ein was. Matthew continued, also, your father's farm, and the livestock raised by several families outside the town, have been visited by wild wolves from the mountains. The Baron has already entrusted Lion, a famous hunter in the town, to organize other hunters to go into the mountains and hunt those wild wolves, whose origin is unknown. The valet raised his arm and pointed to the old lady who was speaking animatedly. Additionally, old Lady Paris recently suddenly claimed to be a favored one of the night. Of course, St. Witt's Church does not acknowledge this, but that doesn't stop the old lady from giving speeches in the square every day. A favored one of the night. Lex was truly stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at the old lady. The old lady had a head full of silver hair, deep nasolabial folds, a hooked nose, and an eerie expression. She looked more like a witch than some favored one of the night. She wore a patched dress and carried a basket covered with a blue checkered handkerchief, though he didn't know what was inside. However, the most sensational thing is undoubtedly a recent murder case. Pausing, Matthew said, oh, no, if we count the one at the Blue Fish Inn last night, then it's already 2 cases. Chapter 11, Bad Reputation. Lex looked up in surprise, because in his memory, this town had always been very peaceful. Even during the annual holiday peak season, when a large number of tourists poured in, and conflicts with the local residents of the town increased, it never led to deaths. But now, a murder had occurred, and there were 2 of them. What exactly happened? Facing Lex's inquiry, the darker-skinned young servant shook his head. I don't know very clearly. I only know that the first murder was at 89 Kingston Road, where a mother and son were tragically killed in their house. I heard they were bitten to death by wild dogs, but only the police station probably knows the exact reason. The second one happened last night at the Blue Fish Inn, and I am equally unclear about the specifics. I only know that these cases will affect the reputation of our town, and may even affect tourists' choices during the holiday peak season. Lex nodded in agreement, recalling the chief of police station who had rushed over last night. Perhaps this was why Kaosi had conversed with his father late into the night. After feeding the pigeons, Lex patted his clothes and stood up. Let's go, we're going home. Matthew asked for instructions. Shall I call a carriage? No, it's still early to go back, I want to walk. Lex transferred his cane to his right hand, adjusted his top hat, and walked out of the square. Not far from the square, at an alley entrance, a figure suddenly rushed out of the alley and bumped into Lex's leg. Lex looked down and saw that it was a little girl of 8 or 9 years old. She was wearing a dirty dress, had coarse hair, and snot was running from her nose. She was carrying a basket, which contained oranges and apples, likely to be sold on the street. Now, these fruits were scattered all over the ground. Sorry. The little girl quickly got up, took out a handkerchief, and tried to wipe the dirty spot on Lex's trouser leg. Matthew quickly stopped her. The little girl looked up pitifully at the young man in front of her with black messy hair, dark green eyes, and slightly pale skin. Sorry, sir. Kaliina didn't mean to. She suddenly noticed a faint scar like a tear stain under Lex's left eye, and she froze. Then, her expression almost turned to tears. Young Master Lex. It seems I really am a celebrity in the town, even able to scare children into crying. Lex muttered to himself helplessly. Kaliina was so scared at this moment that she plopped down on the ground, flustered. She often heard her family talk about Lex's fierce reputation, and often heard them describe the appearance of the son of a baron, so when she saw the characteristic tear stain, she immediately knew who she had bumped into. The little girl had already begun to imagine that she would be severely beaten next, and then her family would be implicated by her and driven out of Enki Town. Just then, she indeed saw Lex reaching out towards her with his cane. Kaliina, in fear, hugged her head with her hands, only hoping that Lex would be gentler later, but she found that the cane hooked up the basket and placed it at her feet. Pick up the fruit. The devilish young master's voice was indifferent and his tone was firm, making people dare not disobey. Kaliina picked up the fruit with trembling little hands, her mind blank, wondering how this terrifying man would punish her next. She then saw Lex bend down, pick up an apple, wipe it on his sleeve, and take a bite. He then said to the male servant beside him, "Take them away." Kaliina immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was only taking away a basket of fruit, which was much lighter than the punishment she had expected. Then, she noticed that Lex's gaze hadn't left, and he was still looking at her with a terrifying expression. "You haven't said how much they cost." When the little girl heard the devilish young master say this, she didn't react for a moment, until the male servant beside her reminded her again, then she timidly said, 5 pence, sir." Lex pulled out a 1-pound banknote from his wallet and put it into Kaliina's hand. "I don't have such small denominations." Standing up again, he did not linger and walked forward. He heard the girl behind him let out a cheer of relief and smiled slightly. He was struggling to figure out how to change his reputation. As it turned out, an opportunity presented itself. Lex believed that with the help of this little tool. Little girl. Well, through this little girl, the people in the town would receive the signal that the Baron's son is changing. Of course, this alone was not enough, but it was already a good start. Just then, he suddenly heard a scream from the alley behind him. Kaliina. Lex's expression changed, he turned past the male servant, and rushed towards the alley entrance. Matthew heard his young master say something like, "My tool cannot be in trouble," as he passed, which left him a bit bewildered, but he still threw the fruit basket by the roadside and chased after him. Lex had already rushed into the alley. This alley was winding, narrow, and dim. He quickly saw Kaliina. The little girl seemed to be greatly frightened, sitting on the ground. She suddenly turned around and crawled towards him. At this moment, behind Kaliina, a dark shadow pounced. Its movements and posture looked less like a person and more like a famished wild dog. Lex didn't think much, he slid forward, using his cane as a weapon, sweeping it horizontally. He could already imagine the dark shadow being swept away by the cane, but the opponent was exceptionally agile. The dark shadow stopped in time and leaped back with an inhuman posture, retreating into a darker corner of the alley. At this moment, Lex smelled an indescribable peculiar odor, which seemed to contain the smell of blood and the stench of excrement, mixed into a nauseating and foul smell. He also saw a leg sticking out from behind several wooden crates in front. Under that leg, fresh blood flowed quietly, and an eyeball, still attached to nerves, floated and flowed in the blood. Lex's mind went blank for a moment. Is this the third murder? Only a day has passed, and someone else has died. I just got home, and I've encountered 2 incidents, and this time, the killer is right in front. It seems the goddess has abandoned me. Footsteps sounded, followed by Matthew's exclamation, "Young Master Lex, this is..." Lex calmed himself, pointed his cane forward, pointing at the shadow in the corner, and shouted, "Matthew, quickly notify the police. There's a murder here, and the killer is right here." He hoped to scare off the killer with his words. The amount of blood from the corpse behind the wooden crates, and the organs floating in the blood, all spoke of the perpetrator's brutality. It was just like those madmen on the alfalfa. At this moment, he heard a strange sound from the shadow ahead. Ho, ho, ho. It sounded like gasping, and also like a beast's suppressed roar in its throat, full of menace, making one's scalp tingle. Fortunately, the dark shadow gradually retreated, followed by a rapid sound of footsteps, fading into the distance. That thing is gone. As Lex just breathed a sigh of relief, he heard voices from the alley entrance. He turned his head and saw the old woman who had been lecturing in the square earlier, and several workers, walking in. They saw the foot behind the wooden crates, saw the eyeball floating in the blood, and saw Lex on high alert. The old woman named Paris immediately screamed, "Murder." Every wrinkle on her face trembled, and her turbid eyes, faintly gleaming with a grayish luster, showed a strange excitement. She stretched out her fingers, like chicken claws, and pointed at Lex. "It's him. The Baron's son, he killed someone." Chapter 12, A Warm Home. The Baron's son is a murderer. Madame Paris shrieked like a sinister old witch, her voice like sharp nails scraping a blackboard, making Lex frown involuntarily. "Look, this devil is back." He returned silently, and as soon as he did, he killed a poor fellow. "What are you waiting for? Quickly deal with him, tie up the devil." Madame Paris uncovered the blue checkered handkerchief covering her basket, pulled something out, and threw it at Lex. Lex subconsciously raised his cane and struck it, hearing a crisp cracking sound, followed by sticky liquid splashing onto him. It was egg white, with broken eggshells clinging to his cane, and the yolk dripping down. Now Lex knew what was in the old lady's basket. Incited by the old lady, the workers stepped forward with heavy breaths, but they still hesitated. After all, Lex was the Baron's son. Baron Bison was definitely a heavyweight in Enki Town, an absolute dignitary, an existence not to be insulted. The workers looked at each other, not rushing forward immediately. Matthew stood in front of Lex and shouted, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Mister? Lex is not the murderer. Don't listen to his nonsense." Madame Paris pointed her spearhead at the butler. He is the devil's accomplice. The goddess says the devil's accomplice is a defiler, a polluter, an existence that must be expelled. Now, it's time for you to show your faith. Capture this polluter. If he resists, I, in the goddess's name, permit you to use force. The workers dared not be rough with Lex, but against a butler, they clearly had no psychological barriers. They were about to rush forward when suddenly a small figure stood beside Matthew. Stop it. It was Kaliina. Although the little girl's body was trembling, her eyes were very firm. She blew her nose and said loudly, I can testify, Mr. Lex is not the murderer. On the contrary, he drove the murderer away. Lies. Madame Paris's eyes were terrifying, and her chicken claw-like finger pointed at Kaliina. You are also a defiler, a polluter. Capture her too. Lex really couldn't bear to watch any longer and was about to step forward to stop this crazy old woman when two police officers in black and white checkered uniforms emerged from the alley entrance. What are you doing? Move aside, everyone, move aside. The police station had finally arrived. It was evening when Lex finally returned home. After the police station intervened in the morning, he was invited to the police station. He voluntarily cooperated and assisted the police in handling the case. Lex only left the police station when Mr. Butler arrived with the lawyer Zilif. Additionally, Paris was detained, as she had slandered a noble. However, the chief stated that she would be held at most until tomorrow, as she had not committed any substantial harmful acts. Golden Champagne Avenue, number 13. As Lex entered the ground floor, he saw his sister Harabelle, wearing a lace-collared lady's shirt, dark breeches, and long leather boots, as if she had just returned from riding, looking over. A hint of concern flickered in the girl's eyes. My dear brother, you just got back and went to the police station again. It seems you've been quite lucky lately. Here it comes again. My dear sister, do you have to express your concern with sarcasm? How did you grow up all these years? Lex smiled bitterly as he removed his top hat. Perhaps it's because I'm the protagonist of this era. Harabelle rolled her eyes. Don't casually quote Emperor Roselle's classic lines. All right, your brother is already tired. His always gentle and elegant mother, Amelia, stepped forward. Lex, go wash up, dinner will be ready soon. Okay, Mom. Lex winked at Harabelle, who pursed her lips and turned her face away, looking like, I don't want to talk to you. Returning to his room, washing up, and changing clothes, Lex headed to the dining room. Passing his father's study, he heard his parents arguing about something inside the room. He's only 18. These matters are too early for him. Won't you reconsider? This was his mother's voice. His father, Bison, let out a chuckle. My dear, 18 is not young. When I was his age, I was already on the battlefield. But enough, my dear. He is the eldest son of the family, and these are responsibilities he should bear. Moreover, Lex has clearly expressed his intention to change to me. And I also promised to give him a chance. Now is the time. You should be clearer than I am that he doesn't have to bear these responsibilities. Amelia, mind your words. I'm sorry, my dear, I just... Bison sighed softly. I know what you're worried about. You're worried he'll choose that path. But my dear, you've also seen that he almost had an accident today. You and I both know that this world is not as peaceful and beautiful as people believe. There are some things he will have to know and face sooner or later. So they were talking about me, worrying about me. A warmth welled up in Lex's heart. He couldn't tell if it was the original owner's feelings or his own. But he knew that in his previous life, he had basically never experienced this kind of family warmth. He was born into a poor family in a remote area, with 7 children, and he was the 4th oldest. In his impression, he was just a tool for his parents to earn money. He was taken by his father to work in a factory during junior high school, and it was his school teacher who found him and, through legal means, allowed him to finish high school. In his memory, his parents rarely discussed his future. They were more concerned about when he would graduate so he could earn money for the family. Therefore, after the transmigration, he did not, unlike the protagonist of Lord of the Mysteries, wish to return to his original world. Even if this world was dangerous, strange, and mysterious. At least, this world gave him a warm home, and a pair of parents who would worry about his future. That was enough. Young master. Matthew's voice came from behind, startling Lex. Then footsteps sounded in the study, and the door was suddenly pulled open, his mother looking at him with a slight panic. Lex, when did you? In the study, Bison laughed heartily. It seems he has heard, so come in. Lex nodded slightly and walked in. Amelia instructed the butler to wait outside, then closed the door. Bison stood up, his expression serious, his gaze pressing down on Lex as if it had weight. It made him feel a little breathless. Lex, my son. Didn't you say you wanted to change, and wanted me to give you a chance to prove yourself? Now I give you 2 choices. First, assist me, share my work. Your active stage will be in the political domain and the business world. I will hand over some family industries for you to manage, you will meet people from different circles, and what you aim for will be the upper house of Backlund. Second, become the sword of this family, protecting and eliminating our enemies in the dark. You will become a Beyonder, possessing Beyonder abilities. You will fight against the dangers in the dark, this will be a more arduous duty. Lex's mind buzzed. Beyonder. Did this family know about the existence of Beyonder elements? Chapter 13, My Choice. Although astonished and surprised, Lex was a transmigrator. Even transmigration had been experienced, so a family that knew the mystical world was, at most, a stone dropped into a lake, causing ripples in his heart that quickly subsided. However, on the surface, Lex still controlled his expression, trying to appear very surprised. Beyonder. Heavens, do they really exist? Bison said with a smile, looks like you know about this. Lex shrugged and said, I gained a lot from this trip. On the ship, I heard some adventurers mention it. But I didn't expect them to really exist, I originally thought they were just legends. The Baron opened his cup and laughed, so, son, which path do you want to choose? Lex pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, Father, I don't think these two paths conflict. I can become a Beyonder and also assist you in your business. Of course, if I have to choose one, then I choose the second path. I'm quite interested in the mystical world, I want to become a Beyonder. Bison burst into laughter, very good, excellent, a man should have ambition. Do as you say. Don't worry about assisting me for now. Let Amelia explain some information about extraordinaries to you. I'm not good at that. This was another surprising point for Lex. This time, he was genuinely astonished and looked at the gentle and elegant woman beside him. No need to be so surprised, I can tell you now. Your mother is a Beyonder. Bison said another astonishing thing. He then sighed, my union with your mother wasn't purely out of love, though that accounted for a large part. Your grandfather, my father, the esteemed Viscount Morant, didn't particularly like me. And my brothers also felt that I would threaten their status and assets. So, behind your grandfather's back, they did quite a few unsavory things. During one such incident, I met your mother. Since then, your mother has always supported me, always blocking those dark hands reaching for this family from the shadows. It is precisely because your mother is a Beyonder that I was able to gain a foothold in Enki Town and have everything I have now. In his father's description, Lex looked at his mother, Amelia, in disbelief, unable to believe that such a woman was a Beyonder and had fought in the dark more than once. Amelia shook her head helplessly, Lex, the mystical world is not as beautiful as you imagine. Of course, I won't and can't stop you from entering this world. Since you have such a thought, then I'll briefly explain. As for the background and origin of extraordinaries, I will teach you the relevant knowledge once you become one of them. For now, you only need to know that there are many Beyonder paths. As for which ones specifically, even I cannot know them all. And what we can offer you are only a few choices among them. Lex knew that what his mother was about to say would determine the direction of his future life, so he dared not be negligent, perked up his ears, and did not want to miss a single detail. First, I once studied with a member of an ancient family, the Abraham. They were once the largest noble family of the Tudor Empire, controlling the apprentice sequence. As a student of one of the members of this family, I am naturally a Beyonder of this sequence. If you want to take this path, then I can at least provide all low and mid-sequence potion formulas, including sequence 6 scribe. In my adventures when I was young, I also obtained the initial sequence 9 potion formula for the hunter sequence. But for this sequence, I only know clues for the sequence 8 formula. I am not clear about higher level sequence formulas. Hunter. Mother actually had the initial formula for the hunter sequence. The problem was that she only had the initial sequence potion formula, only knew clues for the next sequence, and was not clear about higher level sequence formulas. Lex collected his thoughts and continued to listen to his mother's narration. Amelia paused before continuing, besides the two options above, to become a Beyonder, you can also join a church. The Church of the Night Goddess controls the complete, sleepless sequence. Your father donates no less than 1,000 libras to the church every year, so I believe it won't be difficult for you to join the church. The Storm Church controls the Sailor sequence. Although our town doesn't have a Storm Church, Kaosi, who has close ties with your father, is himself a Storm believer. He has a deep friendship with the Bishop of the Storm Church and can recommend you to join the Storm Church through him. Finally, you have another choice. The royal family of our kingdom controls the Arbiter sequence. Using our connections, it's not difficult to obtain the initial formula for this sequence. These are the choices we can offer you. The problem is, whether it's the church or the royal family, to obtain high sequence formulas for the corresponding path from them, you must accept their supervision and contribute to them to exchange for what you need. Except for not having the omniscient sequence and having an extra apprentice sequence, it was basically similar to Mr. Faceless Man's suggestion. Indeed, the church and the royal family could provide a relatively stable promotion path, but required accepting supervision and making contributions. To become a Beyonder, one must pay a price. Another reader suggested I choose Seer, but Mother didn't mention any information about that. Lex took a deep breath, various thoughts flashed like lightning, and finally, an answer emerged in his heart. I choose Hunter. I really prefer this kind of destructive path. A person should follow his heart. Moreover, the Hunter sequence initially strengthens physical fitness and greatly enhances combat-related abilities. The original owner already possessed excellent marksmanship and combat skills, which highly correlated with the Hunter path. Lex reaffirmed his choice in his heart. Amelia said with some concern, "Are you sure? If you choose this sequence, you might only be able to stop at sequence 8. Even so, do you still want to choose this sequence?" "I'm sure." Lex nodded decisively. Perhaps in his mother's eyes, this path would lose clues for its formula at sequence 7. But Lex had the mystical book and could communicate with the observers from beyond the dimension. He believed that while high sequence formulas might be hard to come by, for low and mid sequences, these observers should know clues. At least, he should be able to advance to sequence 6. As for higher-level potion formulas, they could be discussed later. All right. Amelia showed a slightly helpless smile. "Since you choose this path, I will prepare the corresponding potion for you. However, before drinking the potion, you need to learn meditation first. It's getting late, let's go to the dining room. I'll teach you meditation tomorrow. Anyway, some of the materials in the formula will take time to collect, probably 3 to 5 days. So, for the next few days, practice meditation diligently and prepare to become a Beyonder." Chapter 14, The Birth of a Hunter. In the study. After Lex left, the bison couple did not leave. The Baron habitually rubbed his forehead. "That child, are you sure he's really okay?" Amelia shook her head. "When you said he had changed a lot, like a different person, I performed a divination. Don't worry, he is still him. At least, that's what the divination result told me." Bison nodded lightly. "Then I'm relieved. I've invested a lot in him." Hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed in Amelia's eyes. On the other side, Lex, who had returned to his bedroom, threw himself onto the bed. But because he was too excited, he didn't sleep soundly that night and woke up before dawn. After breakfast, his mother Amelia took Lex to a quiet room, a room he had never been to in his memory. The room was full of bookshelves, overflowing with books, and 2 long wooden tables with test tubes, droppers, beakers, and other items, just like a laboratory. There was also a wooden door deep in the room, with symbols carved on it that Lex couldn't understand, their meaning unknown. "Today I will teach you meditation." His mother's voice made Lex focus. The woman, dressed in a simple dress, had put on a pair of glasses at some point, looking like a scholar. When you drink the Beyonder potion, its power usually overflows. Your vision will become abnormal, and you will hear sounds you couldn't hear before. At this time, meditation is needed to control it, to contain it, and ultimately to fully master the power of the Beyonder potion. Lex was eager to try. "Mom, what should I do?" Amelia smiled. "Don't rush, child. Listen to me, for now you only need to learn simple, entry-level meditation. Relax your mind and body, close your eyes, and focus your attention. Imagine an object in your mind. Something simple and easy will do, no need to be too complex. Once you have outlined this object in your mind, I need you to put all your attention on it, and constantly repeat, constantly outline it. Until you can instinctively outline it as soon as you close your eyes, then you have completed this assignment." Lex nodded slightly. "I'll try it now." He found a chair in the room and sat down, closing his eyes, relaxing his mind and body, and outlining the snake-scale revolver in his mind. It had left a deep impression on Lex during his previous sea adventure. Soon, Lex found that it was difficult to completely reproduce it in his mind. The structure of the revolver was still too complex. He decided to change it. He suddenly thought of the Beyonder potion. Its outline was very simple, and it held special significance for Lex. That's it. Lex began to outline the shape of the Beyonder potion in his mind, imagining the feeling of holding it in his hands. As this process was repeatedly, the object became increasingly clear in his mind. A few days passed like this. On the evening of the 4th day, after dinner, Amelia took Lex to the laboratory again. The 2 missing auxiliary materials have been collected. Tonight, I can prepare the Hunter Beyonder potion for you. His mother said as she opened the door, making Lex excited. He was finally going to enter the mysterious world and become one of the Beyonder. As the gas lamps in the room were lit one by one, Amelia walked towards the door with mysterious symbols on it. She pushed it open and took out various materials from inside. Some were leaves, some were branches, and some were unknown organs soaked in some kind of liquid, held in containers. Amelia placed these materials into a large iron pot in a certain order, saying, "Low-sequence Beyonder potions are very simple to prepare. You just need to add the materials in the order specified in the formula, in specific quantities, and then stir. It doesn't matter if there's a little more or a little less of the auxiliary materials. As for the main materials, the quantity can be slightly less, but not too much less. What needs attention is that their quantity must never be more, even if it's just a little, it will lead to serious consequences. Amelia looked up, her gaze calmly fixed on her son. Remember this, if you need to prepare beyonder potions yourself in the future. Lex nodded vigorously, and recorded his mother's words in his mind, not daring to forget them. At this moment, Amelia opened the container with the mysterious organ soaking in it and fished out the object, which looked somewhat like a heart. As soon as it left the liquid in the container, a red sea of light, like flames, would occasionally light up from within, displaying its power. This is the heart of a paw red wolf. These wild wolves are beyonder creatures. They are excellent hunters, highly intelligent, and use traps to hunt. Its heart is the main material for the hunter beyonder potion. Without it, the correct beyonder potion cannot be prepared. Amelia threw the heart into the iron pot. When the red wolf's heart came into contact with the materials inside, flames inexplicably shot up. In the flames, Lex vaguely saw that the materials began to decompose, yet they did not disappear, but rather aggregated together. The vivid red flames in the iron pot gave Lex a strange feeling of high spirits and surging fighting intent. This ball of flame seemed to awaken some instinct in his genes, making him long for battle and feel close to fire. When the flames in the pot extinguished, the materials inside had disappeared, leaving only a viscous, bright red liquid. They were separated from each other and could easily be poured into a cup. Amelia picked up the cup. All right, this is the hunter beyonder potion. Lex walked over and took the cup. He had already read about the protagonist obtaining his first beyonder potion in the book Lord of the Mysteries. So, he was not surprised by the red viscous liquid in the cup. Under the gaze of his mother, Amelia, Lex drank the beyonder potion. The beyonder potion entered his mouth, sliding down his esophagus, with no particular taste, but carrying a slight warmth. After drinking this beyonder potion, Lex began to convulse all over. He felt as if millions of tiny insects were squirming beneath his skin. He found that the surrounding scenery became unreal. One of his hands lengthened, the other shortened. He heard the roaring of wild beasts, the sound sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. He grunted, feeling his emotions become irritable, wanting to vent. At this moment, Amelia's voice sounded beside him. Meditate, Lex. According to your practice from the past few days, use meditation to control the overflowing power of the beyonder potion. Lex quickly focused his attention, skillfully outlining the shape of the beyonder potion, imagining its weight, and feeling its mystery. Gradually, that irritable emotion disappeared, and he no longer heard the roaring of beasts. When he opened his eyes again, although the scene was still a bit blurry, it no longer had that unreal feeling, as if it had degenerated into a background. He looked at his hands. They were normal, not showing any lengthening or shortening. Lex could feel that his hands, and indeed every muscle in his body, were filled with power, and he could precisely control these muscles, allowing them to unleash power unimaginable to ordinary people when needed. He found that his nose had become sensitive, able to smell the different scents of different things in the room. His eyesight was sharper, allowing him to see insects flying outside the window by the sea of light. His skin became sensitive, able to distinguish the materials of different objects through touch. His hearing became developed, and he could vaguely hear his younger siblings arguing in the hall from here. In addition, the knowledge he had once learned, such as swordsmanship and combat techniques, suddenly became clear and deeply mastered. Lex could recall those movements, decompose them, and combine them at will to form coherent and continuous attacks. And some knowledge, specifically about making traps, even emerged from his mind. It allowed Lex to create simple but deadly traps using the materials at hand. In fact, given enough time and materials, Lex could create a series of traps. He took a deep breath, feeling his profound transformation, and said in a voice only he could hear, I succeeded. I am already a hunter. Chapter 15, Secret. Recalling his previous life, he was just an ordinary person working from 9 to 5. He was suffocated by the high housing prices, had no plans for the future, maintained extremely low desires, and was content to lie flat like a salted fish. But now, in this world, he had broken free from the definition of an ordinary person. The salted fish had subtly flipped over. Thinking of this, Lex felt a bit excited and wanted to test his strength. Becoming a beyonder is not something to be happy about. His mother's words poured down like a bucket of cold water. My teacher once said that extraordinaries are just pitiful worms walking on the edge of an abyss. One wrong step, and they will fall into the abyss called loss of control. So Lex, don't get too excited, control your emotions. Only by knowing how to control your emotions can you fight against madness and avoid losing control. Reminded by her, Lex realized he had indeed been a bit carried away, and quickly reined in his emotions, nodding in response, I will remember your words. Amelia smiled gently, you don't need to be too nervous. The risk of losing control at low sequence is not high, but you must always remain vigilant. Also, becoming a beyonder, especially at the sequence 9 level. Although you are already different from ordinary people, swords, knives, and firearms can still threaten you. Never be careless. Additionally, you also need to learn knowledge of the mystical domain. You need to master more advanced meditation and be able to observe spiritual vision. You also need to learn ancient Fasak, which is the origin of the written languages of the North Continent, and you may use it in the future. Furthermore, Hermes, which often appears in ancient tombs and is related to sacrifices and prayers, is also knowledge you need to master. I will also teach you ritual magic and knowledge related to making talismans. So you see, becoming a Beyonder is just the first step into the mysterious world. As a former poor student, Lex's head felt bloated from listening, and he felt the pressure of learning. His brows couldn't help but furrow together. Fortunately, his mother said, however, you should rest for a day or two first. Once your body adapts to the changes brought by the potion, we can then begin learning mysticism. Lex, of course, would not object to this decision. That night, Lex did not sleep well. His sensitive senses became a source of annoyance in the dead of night. Lex heard insect chirps he usually couldn't hear, smelled various complex odors wafting in from outside the window, and lying in bed under the covers, he analyzed the materials of these objects through touch. Finally, Lex used meditation to rein in his overly sensitive perception, and only then did he fall asleep. The next morning, after Lex got up, he performed a ritual. I that sees everything. God that oversees all things. You are the controller of knowledge, you mock fate and toy with time. You are the witness of truth, the uncrowned king above the starry sky. A mysterious book appeared in his hand, and upon opening the cover, Lex saw that the information had changed. Collection. Record, your adventure biography has received over 100 collections and follows. You have gained one use of the message board permission. Lex looked down, the previous messages were still there, and replies had been added. Cloud treading white gloves, found assassin's potion. Who doesn't speak, red priest and fool, my two favorite pathways, and there's nothing above them yet. Flirty old man, a true man plays an assassin. Lex's mouth twitched slightly. How much these observers must like the assassin pathway. Based on my experience from my previous life, this pathway definitely has problems. Looking at the messages below, some more had been added. A S-grade creature who gave up thinking, if you're going the hunter pathway, you should be able to find Anderson. He should be recruiting people for sea adventures now. If I'm mistaken, then I didn't say anything. Praise the observers. Just yesterday he was worried about not having clues for the hunter pathway, and this reader provided one. Anderson, good, I've noted that name. Lex continued to look down. Strange knowledge has increased again, what should I say? Good. There's a strange reader here. Number 20191117152521521520, the book is quite interesting. Cloud treading white gloves, friend, trust me, go to the Theosophy Order and become an assassin. It's you again. Let fate bring us together here, no choice, since you're going the hunter pathway, have you thought about how to cling to Mr. Klein's leg? I remember he later seemed to. Mr. Klein. Is it the protagonist Klein from the original novel? Does he know clues about the hunter pathway? This reader knows a lot of information, but unfortunately, my permissions are not enough to see the rest. I should be able to read it when my permissions increase in the future. Number 202105172021311878. If I really had to choose, there's only one above prophet. This reader, whose specific name is unknown, also knows quite a bit, and it seems there's a typo, it should probably be seer. There were no more messages below. By this point, Lex's head was starting to throb, and he felt a great deal of mental exhaustion. Having no questions to ask for now, he dismissed the summon. It was still early, and he hadn't called his personal valet. Lex opened the window, looked at the garden, and fell into deep thought. Indeed, through the Beyonder potion, I can obtain a lot of useful information. Now I basically know how to proceed after Hunter Sequence 8. I can go find that Anderson, or I can consider contacting the protagonist from the original novel. Additionally, I know about the existence of play acting, which can help me digest the potion faster for promotion. I know that the key to play acting lies in the name of each potion, playing the role indicated by the potion's name. Just like Klein, after becoming a seer, he joined a club and played the role of a seer by providing divination services to guests. Through the process of play acting, summarize the play acting rules, and thus digest the potion. Lex lightly patted his cheek, so, to digest the potion, I need to start by playing a hunter. Speaking of hunters, Lex remembered something Matthew had mentioned. Recently, there have been wild wolves. Father Bison has entrusted Lion, a famous hunter in town, to organize some hunters to go into the Eberly Mountain for hunting. Lex, who had no hunting experience whatsoever, immediately made a connection and had an inspiration. I can visit these hunters and learn from them. Perhaps I can gain some inspiration. With an idea and a direction, Lex immediately put it into action. He opened his wardrobe, looking for clothes suitable for outdoor activities. As he pushed aside a few formal suits, he suddenly noticed that deep inside the wardrobe, there was a wooden board whose color didn't match the surrounding ones. Lex tapped it with his finger, and a hollow echo came from the board, indicating there was space behind it. He made several attempts and finally pushed open the board. Indeed, there was a hidden compartment inside the wardrobe. Several items hung in the hidden compartment: a dark brown, double-breasted, high-collared long trench coat, a black, iron mask that only exposed the eyes, and a long-barreled, golden-yellow revolver with a running wolf pattern on the grip. Lex was stunned. There was no information about this hidden compartment in the original owner's memory. But clearly, these things belonged to him. So, this noble young master was playing a rogue game. Lex took out the mask and tried it on his face. It fit perfectly. He then took out the golden revolver and found that the material was not pure gold. He spun out the cylinder, and it was full of bullets. As for the long trench coat, he found a flyer in its pocket. A flyer for Sea Monster Bar. Lex knew about this bar. It was located on Kingston Road, where workers, paupers, and hooligans lived. It was a mixed bag of people, especially the Sea Monster Bar. There were rumors that the bar secretly engaged in illegal activities. It seemed the original owner had been to that bar. What was a noble young master doing going to such a place? Lex frowned in thought, but he couldn't recall any information about it. A knock sounded, and Matthew's voice came from outside the door. "Sir, are you awake?" Lex quickly put the items back into the hidden compartment, closed it, and took out a hunting suit. He allowed the valet to enter and, with his assistance, put on the hunting suit. Lex also brought the snake-scale revolver, ensuring it was loaded with bullets. Seeing this action, the valet asked with a slight hint of tension, "Sir, are you?" Lex didn't hide anything and said directly, "I want to visit the hunter lion." "Do you know where he is?" Matthew thought for a moment and gave the answer, "I heard last night that they finished their first patrol and spent the night at the Baron's logging camp. Today, they will enter the Eberly mountain range again, but they won't go deep, only hunting in the peripheral areas. If there really are wild wolves in the mountains." Lex nodded, full of initiative, and walked out, "Eat breakfast, then we'll go to the logging camp." "Do you know how to use a hunting rifle?" "Mr. Shire has taught me marksmanship, but I'm not very proficient." The valet quickly followed. "Very good. You'll also take a hunting rifle later. We're going hunting today." After breakfast, Lex briefly informed them of their itinerary and took his valet to the stables. 3 purebred horses, common in the Lone Kingdom, were kept here. These horses were known for their speed over short to medium distances and good endurance, making them excellent for riding or pulling carriages. There were also 2 types of carriages in this house. One was an open-top carriage, where one could enjoy the surrounding scenery while sitting inside and use it to show off one's status to people on the street, but due to its open-top nature, it could only be used on sunny days. The other was a 4-wheeled sedan carriage, which was heavier but could block wind and rain, making it the perfect choice for short to medium distance travel and rainy days. The former, being lighter, could be pulled by 1 horse. The latter required 2, and some larger sedan carriages even needed 4 horses to pull them. "Good morning, young master, are you going out?" Hearing the commotion, a middle-aged man in his early 50s walked out of the stables. He had dark skin, a lean build, and bright eyes. Despite his age, he gave off a vibrant impression. This was Old Cook, one of Lex's coachmen, known as the Walking Encyclopedia. Chapter 16, Join the Hunt. At 13 Golden Champagne Avenue, the black iron gate opened outwards, pushed by 2 footmen, and an open carriage waiting by the gate drove out, proceeding along the wide and clean street. The weather was clear, and Lex chose to travel by open carriage. His original intention was to ride directly to the logging camp. However, the coachman, Old Cook, told him that his father Bison needed the sedan carriage that morning, which required 2 purebred horses to pull. Unless Lex wanted to go to the logging camp by himself, the open carriage, which only needed 1 horse to pull, became the only option. The carriage left Golden Champagne Avenue, circled Memorial Square, passed through the mixed Kingston Road, and headed towards Eberly Mountain behind Enki Town. As he passed through the main area of the town, Lex noticed that apart from Golden Champagne Avenue and the area around Memorial Square, which had paved roads, all other places in Enki Town were dirt roads. Such roads were fine on clear days, but on rainy days, the ground would become muddy. Even if one chose to travel after the rain, without a carriage, one's trouser legs would get dirty. "When I have the chance, I should suggest to my father to make a municipal donation to pave the other parts of the town with hard roads. This would help establish a positive image. Moreover, it would gain the support of the common people, which would also help improve my own image." Sitting in the carriage, Lex let his thoughts wander. Soon, the carriage left Enki Town, and in the suburbs outside the town, there were more trees and fewer houses. A road paved with dirt and stones extended towards the Eberly mountain range, and as they passed a fork in the path, Lex saw that at the end of the fork was a dilapidated farmhouse, which looked like it hadn't been repaired in many years. Wild roses climbed all over the farmhouse's stone wall, and the dense surrounding trees made the sunlight reluctant to visit, hiding the farmhouse in a dim shade. Near the farmhouse was an empty plot of land enclosed by wooden stakes, apparently intended for building a pasture, and some timber was still piled on the empty land, but it seemed that construction had been delayed. As the carriage passed the fork, two black-skinned dogs tied at the farmhouse door suddenly jumped up and roared fiercely at the carriage. Throughout the entire process, no one from inside the farmhouse came out to reprimand them, as if it had been abandoned. That's Ein's home. His farm never got off the ground, and the livestock he bought, who knows where they went. In the carriage, Matthew, the footman sitting next to him, pointed to the gloomy farmhouse not far away and said. Lex remembered that this was one of the anecdotes Matthew had mentioned a few days ago in Memorial Square. That old fellow Ein doesn't have time to fix the farm recently. Old Cook, controlling the horses, interjected, and he continued in a joking tone, 2 months ago, I heard him boasting to us that he already had 2 healthy grandsons. He firmly believes his grandsons will be important figures in the future, but he didn't make us laugh. You know, his daughter Sarah has always been crazy, with some intellectual problems. What man would be willing to marry such a wife? But last month, Ein, drunk, held a child for us to see, saying that was one of his grandsons. Goddess above, that was clearly a deformed child. Ugly isn't enough to describe the child's appearance. He had a face like a goat's, very dark skin, a chin full of stiff hair, and his cries were even more terrifying. And that child was too big. He didn't look like an infant just 1 month old. Amidst Old Cook's rambling, the logging camp arrived, and Lex had long since forgotten the coachman's words, focusing his attention on the logging camp. In an open clearing, many logs were laid out, and workers were processing them. This timber would be shipped to steel mills or other places where it was needed. This logging camp alone brought Lex's family an annual income of no less than £20,000. On the other side of the clearing, there was a row of wooden houses, which were for the workers. However, now, some of them had become the temporary residences of the hunter. As the carriage entered the clearing, Lex saw that there were several tables in front of the wooden houses, and 7 or 8 men were sitting around them. They looked like they had just finished breakfast, but the plates had not been cleared and were left on the tables. Among them, a brown-haired middle-aged man stood up. He had deep features, strong lines, and a pair of brown eyes reflecting the carriage stopped not far away. He put on a wide-brimmed felt hat and walked over. He is the hunter Leon. In the carriage, the footman dutifully introduced him to Lex. Lex nodded slightly, jumped out of the carriage, and said with a smile, Good morning, Mr. Leon. Leon placed his hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and narrowed his eyes. Good morning, Mr. Lex, may I ask your purpose in coming? Lex said generously, I know that at my father's request, you have been working hard these past few days dealing with the wild wolves in the mountains. I want to thank you for your efforts, so I brought a small gift. Lex cast a glance at Matthew, who understood and took 2 bottles of white wine from the carriage, placing them on the wooden table. A big beard exclaimed, Wow, I've seen this in restaurants. Each bottle of this wine costs £2. Leon was slightly stunned, then smiled, Thank you for your generosity, but the Baron has already paid us commission. We cannot accept such a valuable gift. You can. Lex smiled and stated his true purpose. I heard you will be going hunting in the mountains again today, and I also want to contribute to this matter. Leon immediately frowned, wanting his companions to return the wine, but he saw that the big beard had already taken out the cork and was pouring the wine. This hunter could only say, Mr. Lex, this is not quite the same as your usual hunting. Wolves are pack animals, they are very dangerous, and the environment of Eberly Mountain is complex. I cannot guarantee your safety. Lex had anticipated such a response and did not rush to persuade the hunter, but instead looked at the table, at the plates on the table. Do you still want these things? Leon looked at him in confusion. Matthew. Lex winked at the footman, and Matthew collected the plates from the table, then threw them one by one into the air, in different directions. Bang. The gunshot came from the snake-scale revolver in Lex's hand. With a precise shot, he shattered a plate in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Lex's arm was steady and constantly moving, shattering each plate in the air. What the hunter improved the most, although it was mostly in combat. However, it made Lex's senses more acute, and his flexibility and concentration also significantly improved. Coupled with Lex's original foundation in marksmanship, which was already good, after taking the potion, his shooting ability also indirectly improved. Just like now, he easily hit multiple flying discs located in different directions and moving at high speed. Such marksmanship was enough to overpower the surrounding hunter. The big beard, who was pouring wine, was so engrossed that he didn't notice his cup was full. He only realized it when the white wine flowed onto the table. He cursed dog shit and simply leaned on the table to slurp it up. Lex lowered his arm, put away his revolver, faced Leon, and said with a smile, I am responsible for my own safety. Chapter 17, A Vivid Lesson. Eberly Mountain, behind Enki Town, is is a pristine mountain forest where huge trees, lush wild grass, thorns, and shrubs are common, making the mountain forest rarely visited. Even seasoned hunters are unwilling to venture deep into the mountains. It is said that a long time ago, people lived in Eberly Mountain, and now you can still see road signs covered by wild roses, wooden bridges that are no longer passable, and some stone pillars on a certain peak. Occasionally, abandoned houses overgrown with wild grass can even be seen in the mountains. In the middle reaches of Silver Snake Creek, some people have also seen a long-collapsed church. In Lex's memory, he had never entered Eberly Mountain. The closest he had been to the mountains was only his father's logging camp. Now, he was walking on a dusty, winding path, and in front of him were the hunters led by Lion. The hunters were going into the mountains to hunt. Despite accepting the Baron's commission, Lion had no intention of venturing deep into the mountains. It was too dangerous, and even if there were wolves deep in the mountains, they usually wouldn't run out of the mountains. Unless there was no prey left for them to hunt in the mountains, but that was impossible. These hunters walked and stopped, while Lex observed carefully all the way, not wanting to miss any detail. Soon he discovered that the hunters were very familiar with what animals and beasts were in the mountains. They could determine what animals or beasts had passed nearby by the marks left on trees, excrement hidden by grass blades, and fur caught by thorns. After walking in the mountain forest for nearly 3 hours, even Lion was panting and sweating profusely. Lex, however, only had slightly heavier breathing and slightly damp hands. "We rest here." Lion found a spot with an open view to rest, not forgetting to instruct 2 hunters to scout the vicinity to eliminate potential dangers. He took a water bottle and handed it to Lex, saying with some surprise, "Your physique is much better than I imagined." Lex smiled without speaking. After becoming a hunter, his physique had surpassed that of ordinary people, and this improvement was very obvious. Taking a sip of clear water, Lex casually asked, "Mr. Lion, what qualities do you think an excellent hunter should possess?" Lion glanced at him and said, "What, Mr. Lex wants to be a hunter?" Without waiting for Lex to answer, Lion continued, "I don't know about excellent hunters, but as a qualified hunter, I think he must be familiar with his prey. He should know what he is hunting, what habits the prey has, including their preferences, frequently appearing locations, and so on. A good hunter should also have patience, analyze the prey, formulate a plan, wait for the prey to take the bait, and finally deliver a fatal blow. These things cannot be done without patience. Furthermore, do not attack your prey casually. You must know that once you miss, the prey will escape, and it will be very difficult for you to catch it again. Therefore, hunters must make thorough preparations, bait, traps, and utilize all means at your disposal. Maximize your advantages, and when the prey has nowhere to go, give it a shot and complete the hunt." As expected of the best hunter in town, he explains it in such detail. What is this smell?" Lex lightly sniffed, and just as a gust of forest wind blew, a certain smell entered his nostrils. It smelled somewhat musky and fishy. This smell was definitely not pleasant. Rustle, rustle, a clump of grass leaves not far away gently swayed, and then the big beard hunter emerged. He looked both nervous and excited, and whispered, "I found a den, a wolf den." Not far from the hunter's resting place, there was a cave, and on the rocks at the entrance of the cave, an adult gray wolf was lying. It occasionally licked its paws, looking bored, and when the mountain wind blew past it, it would emit a musky and fishy smell. Lex, hiding behind a bush, almost wanted to pinch his nose. As a hunter, his senses were too sensitive, so much so that this smell became too strong and too obvious in his nostrils. Lion made a gesture, pulled Lex away, and retreated to a wooded area before saying, "It is indeed a wolf den, a small one. If there's only one guard, the number of members in the wolf den should be 5 to 6. First, lure and kill the guard, then clear out the wolf den." Big Beard immediately took out a piece of fresh beef wrapped in oil paper from his backpack. It was still dripping blood. The hunter took out a dagger and made a few cuts on the beef, then put on leather gloves, took out a small bottle wrapped with several layers of cotton cloth, unscrewed it, poured out some dark purple liquid from it, and injected it into the beef. Lion explained from the side, "That's the juice we collected from poisonous herbs in the mountains, mixed and prepared. It will paralyze your entire body and kill you quickly." After adding the poison, Big Beard casually pulled a vine from a nearby tree, wrapped it around the beef, and threw it forcefully. The piece of beef landed in the distant grass. Lex looked at Lion in confusion. The hunter signaled everyone to separate and hid with Lex in the grass, then explained, "Although wolves are not as suspicious as foxes, they are never reckless. That piece of fresh meat has been cut open, and the blood inside will accelerate its release, attracting the attention of the guard outside the cave. It will find the meat, but it won't eat it easily. If it smells humans on the meat, it won't even take a bite, so we have to wrap it with a vine and throw it out. And next, what we need to do is patiently wait for this guard to fall." So for the next 20 minutes, Lex had to hide in the grass, enduring mosquito bites, until the low growl of the gray wolf before its death sounded from the distant grass. Only then was he able to leave the grass. That guard died. It ate the poisoned fresh beef. Next, the hunters acted separately. They collected dry grass and branches, lit these things, and then threw them into the cave. Soon, a large amount of thick smoke poured out of the cave, accompanied by barks, and gray wolves began to emerge from inside. And these gray wolves, dizzy from the thick smoke, were shot dead by the hunters as soon as they came out. Lion and the others thus easily killed 5 gray wolves. After the smoke stopped coming out of the cave, the hunters entered the cave. The cave was small, with wolf excrement all around. Deep inside the cave, there were also 2 stunned wolf pups. Lion walked over, finished them with his dagger, and said to Lex, "One last thing, hunters cannot be merciful to their prey, especially intelligent beasts like wolves. If these 2 pups are not killed, perhaps one day in the future, they will bite open my throat." Lex nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Lion, you gave me a vivid lesson today." Next, the hunters began to process these spoils of war. They intended to take the wolf carcasses back. Lex sat aside, carefully recalling what Lion had said. Perhaps in playing the role of a hunter, these experiences would point him in the right path. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and Lex smelled a musky and fishy scent in the wind. This smell was 100 times stronger than before. Chapter 18, Strange Wolf Pack. Having prior experience, Lex now knew what that fishy, gamey smell represented. It was the body odor emitted by wild wolves. Now, this smell was so strong, how many wild wolves would it take to give off such a scent? Lex immediately took out his snake-scale revolver from under his armpit, a movement that clearly startled Leon. "Run!" Lex shouted, "A large number of wild wolves are coming this way." Leon was even more stunned, and before he could say anything, he heard a rustling sound and saw the grass ahead trembling and shaking. The hunters stopped their work, raised their hunting rifles, and pointed them at the grass. Suddenly, a black shadow leaped out from a patch of woods on the left. Its speed was so fast that the hunters couldn't react. Even Leon only managed to turn his eyes, sliding them towards where the black shadow appeared. In the sunlight, an adult male wolf opened its bloody maw, its fangs, white and covered in flying saliva, bit towards Big Beard. The male wolf's shadow in the sunlight had already enveloped the hunter. Big Beard was in the shadow of death, yet he couldn't react. Bang! A loud gunshot rang in his ears, and the male wolf's head violently snapped. Amidst flying fur, a bullet hole appeared on its head, and it died before even hitting the ground. The wolf's corpse, still under the inertia, crashed into Big Beard. The powerful impact caused the hunter to fall to the ground, embracing the corpse. When he got back up, he saw that Lex had arrived beside him at some point. The young master from the Baron's family had sharp eyes, his arm holding the revolver was held steady and level. With the scorching sun behind him, he seemed to be plated in a layer of golden light, like a deity descended to the mortal world. Before the hunters could recover, 2 more male wolves sprang out from the grass in front. They bared their fangs and claws, their eyes glowing green, as they charged towards the crowd. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots. Lex's revolver and Leon's hunting rifle fired simultaneously. The heads of the 2 charging male wolves exploded mid-charge, and their bodies, under inertia, rolled several times before stopping near the open space. Only then did Lex have time to observe the male wolves. He noticed that the bodies of these wild wolves were larger than the gray wolves they had hunted before. Many parts of the wolf corpse's muscles seemed to have rapidly grown in a very short time, so those areas were even uncovered by fur. This rapid growth was also evident in 1 or 2 bones that had broken through the skin. The reason they protruded from the body was likely the same as those muscles. Their claws and teeth were also sharper and longer than those of their counterparts. Especially their teeth, those wolf fangs were slightly everted, causing the skin and flesh around their mouths to be pushed up, creating several noticeable wrinkles. "What's going on?" Leon's face clearly showed unease. "I've never seen anything like this. No matter what they are, there should be quite a few similar ones." Lex vigilantly observed his surroundings. Although he saw nothing unusual in his line of sight, he heard faint sounds coming from nearby. There were still many such frenzied wild wolves, circling, not rushing to attack, but the oppressive feeling in the air made it impossible to ignore. "Let's retreat into the cave first." Leon directed the people to retreat into the cave. Guarding only one entrance would significantly reduce the pressure. After everyone retreated into the cave, strong male wolves began to emerge from the grass and woods around the open space. These clearly abnormal beasts did not rush to attack, nor did they roar, they simply observed the cave with their green glowing eyes. Then, a few male wolves came out, carried away the corpses of their comrades on the ground, and threw them into the wolf pack. The wolf pack erupted in a frenzy, blood splattering everywhere. Some wild wolves were actually devouring their own kind, a gruesome sight that left the hunters wide-eyed. Suddenly, a strange cry echoed from behind the wolf pack, "Ho, ho ho ho." It wasn't like a wolf's howl, but more like a human mimicking a beast's cry. Just then, 2 male wolves charged towards the cave entrance. Without Leon's reminder, the hunters had already raised their guns and fired. The roar of the hunting rifles reverberated through the mountains, and the two male wolves were instantly riddled with holes, falling onto the open ground. Ho ho ho. The strange sound from behind the wolf pack rang out again. This sound, like a command, urged another male wolf to charge fearlessly towards the cave. Of course, its fate was the same as its predecessors. Something's wrong. Leon shouted, pushing down his companion's hunting rifle. Those beasts seem to be deliberately trying to exhaust our bullets. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured down. Lex subconsciously fumbled in his pocket. He had only brought 3 speedloaders of bullets when he left home today. He had used 5 to demonstrate his marksmanship at the lumber mill, and 2 more just now, leaving only 11. The others also didn't have many bullets left. Now it seemed how wasteful it was to have fired so indiscriminately at the charging wild wolves earlier. Big Beard swallowed and said, "You're kidding, right? Wolves are smart, but they wouldn't use tactics, would they?" Leon didn't answer, because the facts were right before his eyes. He squatted at the cave entrance, observing the wolf pack, and said worriedly, "They're not rushing to attack, they seem to want to trap us here. When night falls, and we're hungry and tired, that's when death will arrive." Big Beard pulled out a liquor bottle from his backpack and took a swig to calm his nerves. Lex walked over, took his liquor bottle, and sniffed it. The liquid in the bottle had a strong smell. It seemed to be strong alcohol. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he shouted, "We can use this to temporarily block the wolf pack and then seize the opportunity to leave." Before Leon could respond, Lex had already torn off a corner of his shirt, making a strip of cloth. He dipped one end of the cloth strip into the liquor bottle and shouted, "Quick, someone make a fire." Big Beard immediately took out his flint, picked up a branch, and started a fire. Lex lit the cloth strip at the mouth of the bottle, then rushed out of the cave and forcefully threw this homemade Molotov cocktail towards the wolf pack. The hunter's strength allowed him to easily throw the liquor bottle in front of the wolf pack. The Molotov cocktail shattered on the hard rocky ground, the bottle broke, and the flames, fueled by the alcohol, created a line of fire, separating the wolf pack. Seeing this, Leon shouted, "Run!" The hunters rushed out of the cave, taking advantage of the wolf pack being blocked by the flames, and ran towards the other side of the mountain forest. Lex and Matthew followed closely behind Leon. They were not familiar with Eberly Mountain, and getting lost in the mountains would be very troublesome. Perhaps because they ran too fast, or perhaps because the trees in the mountains were too dense. After a moment, Lex realized that besides himself and his servant, plus Leon and Big Beard, the other hunters were nowhere to be found. They slid down a grassy slope, and as they emerged from the grass, Lex stopped the 2 hunters who were about to rush forward. "Wait." He himself rushed to a nearby large tree and pulled off several thick, tough vines. "Those things have very good noses, they'll catch up sooner or later. We probably can't outrun these 4-legged beasts in the mountains, we need to create some trouble for them." Lex dove into the grass and used the vines to make several trip ropes in the bushes. This knowledge of traps came from the potion, and even though it was his first time making them, he did so as skillfully as if he had made them hundreds of times. Seeing this, Leon shouted to Big Beard, "Bear trap." Big Beard understood and placed the bear trap outside the grass. This way, if the wolf pack pursued and tripped, they would fall into the bear trap. Unfortunately, they only brought one, otherwise, this trap would have been even more perfect. Lex thought for a moment and shouted, "Matthew, pick up some thick branches nearby." "Mr. Leon, do you have any knives, the sharp kind?" Chapter 19, 3 Traps. A moment later, Lex buried the thick, sharpened branches collected by Matthew and sharpened by himself and Leon, the 2 hunters, into the ground, pointing them diagonally towards the bushes. This way, any wild wolves that stumbled through the bushes would either fall into a trap or have to kiss the sharp, arm-thick branches with their bodies. After setting up these traps, Lex felt that the hunter potion seemed to have been digested a little. It was an indescribable and very wonderful feeling. At this moment, a faint, pungent smell was already wafting from the distant forest, and Lex's keen sense of smell acted again, reminding him to leave quickly. The group continued down the mountain, finding suitable locations along the way and using materials from their bodies or surroundings to set simple but effective traps. Lex even deliberately left behind items with his scent, such as his hat or handkerchief, to ensure the wolf pack would step directly into the traps. And by the feedback of scent and sound, Lex found that as time passed, the wolf pack scent gradually faded, and the sounds they made became increasingly faint, which indirectly indicated that the traps they had set were working, and the number of wolves chasing them had significantly decreased. When Lex emerged from a clump of bushes, he saw the dark blue sky as night began to fall, and the faint lights of the distant lumber mill. They had escaped from Eberly Mountain. "We made it." Leon, sweating profusely, gasped with a smile, "We got rid of those terrible things." Lex was about to respond when he suddenly caught an unusual rustling sound in his ears, and the foul, pungent smell wafted into his nostrils again. Then he saw 3 dark figures emerge from the bushes not far ahead, and several clusters of emerald green flames appeared in the gradually darkening night. 3 unusual male wolves with green flames flickering in their eyes snorted hot air from their nostrils, letting out deep, threatening growls, cautiously approaching and surrounding the 4 of them. Shit. Big Beard raised his shotgun, but before he could fire, the wild wolf he was aiming at jumped away. Under the gaze of the wild wolves, Lex felt danger, which made him somewhat confused. Admittedly, these abnormal beasts posed a considerable threat to ordinary people, but he was already a hunter, and he didn't think 3 wild wolves could pose a threat. So where did this feeling of danger come from? Lex secretly paid attention, had Matthew hold the torch high, and he himself held the revolver, spun out the cylinder, looked at the remaining 4 bullets, adjusted slightly, and then raised the gun to point at the wild wolf beside him. A male wolf tentatively charged over, Leon shot at it, but it agilely darted left and right, dodging 2 attacks, and was finally killed by concentrated fire from Leon and Big Beard. The remaining 2 male wolves immediately launched an attack. Lex had anticipated them and, through premonition, after one mistake, Lex used 3 bullets to end the lives of these 2 male wolves. And with the last shot, he fired an extra round, but the revolver clicked, failing to fire a bullet, as if the ammunition in the cylinder had been used up. Just at this moment, a dark shadow pounced from a nearby bush, lunging towards Lex. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Lex took a horizontal step, then retreated 3 steps with a thump, 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 creating distance, causing the thing to miss. He didn't have time to figure out what it was, he only knew that this dark shadow was the culprit that had caused his sense of crisis. After retreating, he rushed forward again, closing the distance, and his other hand, already resting on the hilt of his knife, pulled out the sharp machete he had borrowed from Leon. The blade reflected the firelight, cut through the evening wind, and swung out a beautiful arc, striking the dark shadow. Ah! A scream rang out from the shadow, and the opponent retreated sharply with a whoosh. Lex spun around and raised his arm, using the rotation to add force, wielding the knife like a spear, and threw it out. The dark shadow, still in midair, somehow changed direction, avoided the machete, landed on the other side, and then pounced like a cannonball. At this moment, Lex calmly raised his revolver and pulled the trigger, the flame spewing from the muzzle illuminated a strange face. It looked young, but its face was wrinkled, and it had coarse black hair on its lips and chin. This thing seemed not to have expected that Lex's seemingly empty revolver could still be used, and it was caught off guard. It was shot in the chest, splattering blood, and flew backward. When it landed in the grass, it moved swiftly, running like a beast, and instantly disappeared in the direction of Eberly Mountain. Only then did Lex feel a shiver, and a wave of lingering fear surged into his heart. This was his first battle, a planned and purposeful battle. In this battle, Lex used 3 traps. After sensing danger, Lex adjusted the order of the bullets in the cylinder, setting an empty chamber. When he killed those wild wolves, he deliberately fired a 4th shot to create the illusion that the pistol was out of ammunition. This was his first trap. This trap successfully drew out that thing. Then, during the battle, he threw out the machete, giving the opponent the illusion that he had no weapon left, which was the second trap. The last trap, of course, was the 4th bullet in the pistol, which successfully wounded the thing that didn't seem to be human. It was a bit regrettable that, as it was his first battle, Lex was still too nervous and fired before raising his arm high enough. Otherwise, this bullet would not have pierced his opponent's chest, but rather his head. Lex felt that the hunter potion had digested some more, seemingly because he had made good use of the traps. In addition, the movements and figure of that thing just now reminded Lex of the murder case that happened in an alley near Memorial Square a few days ago. The figure he had struck and repelled with his cane at that time seemed to be the same as the strange thing just now. What was that? Leon walked over, looking in the direction where the strange thing had left. Lex shook his head, he also didn't know, and at this moment, lights gradually appeared from Eberly Mountain, and hunters began to escape. It was already dinner time when they returned to the town. Upon entering the hall, his mother, Amelia, saw Lex's torn coat, the mud on his shoes, and his face, which, despite being washed, still had stains. Amelia gasped, covering her mouth, "Lex, where have you been?" Lex cleared his throat, "Nothing, I went hunting." "Go wash up quickly, then come to the dining room for dinner." Lex nodded and quickly returned to his room with Matthew. After he had washed up, changed into clean clothes, and entered the dining room, he saw his father, Bison, talking with his mother. "Hal complained bitterly to me this afternoon. He complained that the Grain Act should not have been abolished, which forced him to lower grain prices to compete with grain imported from southern Fanapotter, Mason, Lenberg, and other countries." Chapter 20, The Tide of the Times. Lex walked into the dining room, where a servant had already pulled out a chair for him, assisting him to his seat. He nodded to his parents in greeting, then looked at his younger siblings beside him, offering a smile. After Bison finished speaking, he looked at his daughter, "Belle, I heard from your mother that you've been learning to dance recently." The golden-haired young miss, whose face was bright and beautiful, nodded slightly. "I am currently learning the most popular, ancient spirit dance in the court." Bison laughed heartily. "Good, when you've learned it, I hope to be the first spectator." Harabelle's face blossomed with a smile. "All right. Bison then said with emotion, not long ago, a friend who serves in the Navy told me that just recently, our kingdom's Navy acquired a new ironclad warship. This is an iron warship capable of overturning an era. With it, the pirates will have a harder time from now on. Things like what Lex encountered should greatly decrease on the sea in the future. I can feel that the tide of the era is rolling in. Lex raised his wine glass, the red liquid in it gently swaying, and he smiled, then father will surely stand at the forefront of the era. Bison laughed heartily, I hope so. He raised his glass and clinked it with Lex's in the air. The golden-haired young miss beside them rolled her eyes, muttered sycophant under her breath, then elegantly wiped her small mouth with a napkin, stood up, and said, I'm finished eating, please enjoy your meal. The little boy Joe opposite also jumped up, me too. He quickly climbed down from his chair and grabbed his second sister's hand by the door, Belle, where's my wooden horse? It will be delivered tomorrow, but if you want this gift, you must promise me one thing. Joe stepped back 2 paces, saying with a frightened expression, you're not going to make me taste your pastries again, are you? Harabelle put her hands on her hips, what kind of expression is that? What's wrong with the pastries I make? The little boy dashed out in a flash, even dogs won't eat your pastries. If you want me to taste them for you, I'd rather not have the gift. Joe. You stop right there. The fuming young miss chased after him. A relaxed burst of laughter echoed in the dining room. Seeing that only his parents were left, Lex cleared his throat and said, Father, I'd like to discuss something with you. Bison cut a small piece of meat from the fried lamb chop on his plate and put it in his mouth. What is it? Lex glanced apologetically at his mother before saying, I went hunting this afternoon, with Leon and them to Eberly Mountain. We encountered a pack of wolves in the mountains. Lex. As expected, upon hearing that he had done something so dangerous, his mother Amelia gave him a reproachful look as he had anticipated. How could you do something so dangerous? I apologize. Lex knew her reproach stemmed from concern, however, because of that, I also discovered some unusual circumstances. First, those wild wolves, they were larger and more brutal. The hunters had never seen such beasts before. Additionally, we were also attacked by something. Please forgive me for not being able to describe it accurately. Although it displayed some human characteristics, that face, I don't think it can be called human. Lex briefly described what he had seen, then said, I regret that I only repelled it, not killed it. That dangerous thing, I think it should be related to several bloody cases in the town. The culprit I encountered near Memorial Square a few days ago, I think it is very similar to the monster I met tonight. Bison and his wife quickly exchanged glances, then said, very good, Lex. After something like this happened, you first came to us to discuss and consult, instead of handling it alone. You did very well in that regard. As for this matter, I hope you stop here. This is not an incident a Baron's son should face, at least not now. Since you suspect there's a monster lurking in our town, then such matters should be left to experts to handle. Tomorrow, I will visit Kaosi. They will handle it well. Hand it over to the police. Oh, right, I remember every county has special police forces, teams composed of Beyonder. Desi County must have them too. Report this matter to the police department, and then Kaosi will report it to the county's police station, who will dispatch experts to investigate and handle it. Lex nodded secretly. This was indeed a good method, and it also conformed to the way nobles handled things. Amelia suggested, Lex, go find your sister later and have her draw the appearance of the culprit, so your father can take it to Kaosi tomorrow. Belle. Lex frowned slightly, I'm worried it will scare her. Amelia responded with a smile, don't worry, she's braver than you think. You'll soon realize that. All right. After dinner, Lex went to his sister's room. Faint sobs could be heard from inside, as if someone was crying. Lex knocked on the door, Belle, are you there? The door quickly opened, revealing a girl with black hair and blue eyes, similar in age to Lex, with soft features and a hint of baby fat on her face. She was Harabelle's personal maid, and Lex remembered her name was Ilea. Mr. Lex. Ilea stepped back 2 paces, young Miss Belle went to find young Master Joe and hasn't returned yet. Lex nodded slightly, then I'll wait for her here. Entering the room and sitting on the sofa, Lex curiously glanced at the maid, noticing her eyes were red and there were still unwiped tear stains at the corners of her eyes. He wondered what was wrong with her. Ilea respectfully asked, Mr. Lex, would you like black tea or coffee? Black tea, please. Lex said casually. The maid quickly brewed a cup of black tea, but she was somewhat distracted, so much so that she tripped on the carpet, and both she and the cup fell out. Watch out. Lex sprang up from the sofa and, with a hunter's agility, caught Ilea before she fell. Of course, Lex couldn't save the cup of black tea. Are you all right? Lex helped her up. Before Ilea could respond, she heard someone call out, Lex, what are you doing here? Harabelle had returned. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Lex and Ilea. She walked over with strong strides, pulling her personal maid, who was half a head taller than her, behind her, protecting her. Lex, what do you want to do to Ilea? Believe me, sis, I just did a good deed. How could I have any bad intentions? Lex knew from her expression that his sister had misunderstood. There was nothing he could do, it was his reputation that preceded him. Young Miss Bell, I almost fell just now. Mr. Lex merely helped me up. Ilea quickly explained. Harabelle glanced at her, and softly snorted through her nostrils, it better be. What are you doing here? This was directed at Lex. Lex smiled, I want to ask you for a favor. No. I'm busy. The golden-haired young miss turned her face away, looking to the side. What a blunt answer. Lex had no choice but to bring out his trump card, Mother sent me. She hopes you can help me draw a picture. Harabelle was surprised, Mother. Well, all right. But you have to do something for me. Lex quickly said, besides tasting strange things, I can promise you anything. Lex. Inside the room, the indignant cry of the noble young miss rang out. Chapter 21, Sea Monster Tavern. All right, Harabelle said, stepping back, a palette in one hand, a paintbrush in the other, and an apron still tied around her. Lex stepped forward and saw that an oil painting had already been completed on the easel. The painting used large areas of black, setting a somber and eerie tone. In the middle of the canvas was an ugly face. It was covered in wrinkles, with black bristles on its lips and chin. Harabelle used some bright colors to emphasize the shadows on the face, making the painting appear as if it were illuminated by firelight. It had to be said that Harabelle's painting skills were exceptionally high. Based solely on Lex's description, she had painted the monster's face so vividly that it was as if that moment had been frozen and preserved forever. My dear sister, I just wanted a sketch-like portrait. You didn't need to use oil paint, did you? Lex rubbed his temples, feeling that his sister's personality was too earnest. How is it? Does it look like it? Harabelle put down her tools and, with the help of the maid Alia, took off her apron. Lex gave a thumbs up, it's just like a photograph. Harabelle said disdainfully, things taken by a machine have no soul. Lex chuckled and ruffled her golden hair, if you say so. Harabelle's face flushed slightly, and she slapped Lex's hand away, don't touch my head, I'm not a child anymore. All right, our Belle is already a young miss, Lex said, shaking the hand his sister had slapped away. He picked up the oil painting. Then I'm off. I still need to give this to Father, I hope he hasn't gone to bed yet. Because Harabelle painted an oil painting, it took much longer than a sketch, and it was already late. Fortunately, Bison was not yet asleep, he was still working in his study, so full of energy that he seemed to be a beyonder of a certain pathway. After giving the oil painting to his father, Lex was finally able to return to his room. He changed his clothes, lay down on the bed, recalled the day's events, and savored the hunter experience he had with Leon. In a daze, Lex fell asleep. Outside the window, the red moon was nearing its fullness. Soon, it would be the night of the full moon. The next day, after breakfast, Lex was informed about classes. Recalling the fear of being dominated by exams in his previous life, he went to his mother Amelia's mysterious cabin. As he pushed open the door, he noticed that the layout of the room had been slightly altered today. There were 2 desks, already set with notebooks and fountain pens. It was just like a small classroom for lessons, but there were 2 desks. Who else was coming to listen to the lecture? Don't block the way. Harabelle's slightly complaining voice sounded from behind. Lex turned around and saw that his mother and sister had come together. Belle, you. Lex looked at his sister in surprise, unable to believe that she so casually and familiarly walked past him, entered the room, and sat down at one of the desks. Amelia closed the door, a warm smile on her face. Belle has been studying mysticism with me for some time now. By the way, she is a natural beyonder. She inherited some of my extraordinary characteristics. Through training, she is already a seasoned apprentice. A natural beyonder. There's such a thing. Well, not only is my mom a beyonder, but now my sister is too. My status as the eldest son is precarious. Lex tried to ask, what about Joe? Amelia shook her head, he isn't. Only Belle inherited my extraordinary characteristics. Mom, can we start class? I have something to do today, the noble girl sitting at the desk urged impatiently. Amelia said without any impatience, today I will teach you, Hermes. You will likely use this language frequently in the future. Belle has just started learning this language, so I'm teaching it together. This is our first lesson today. After this, I will teach Lex about spiritual vision separately. Lex rubbed his temples and sat down at the other desk. Amelia had already begun teaching. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Lex was either dealing with Hermes or practicing the spiritual vision method. It had to be said that the hunter pathway was far less skilled in this regard than the seer. Lex remembered that in the original novel, Klein understood it instantly, while he had practiced for 3 days and only barely learned to open and close this special vision in mysticism. People are indeed different. That day, he opened his wardrobe to change clothes and suddenly saw the secret compartment, recalling the Sea Monster Tavern flyer. The original owner seemed to have been to that tavern, but Lex couldn't understand why a young noble master would go there. Should I go there tonight? Once this thought surfaced, Lex couldn't suppress it. That evening, he opened the secret compartment in his wardrobe and put on the brown, double-breasted, high-collared trench coat. He also took out the black iron mask and the long-barreled golden revolver. Lex put the revolver into his armpit holster, replacing the snake-scale revolver, and then put on the mask. Standing in front of the mirror, he saw a completely unfamiliar figure. He believed that as long as he didn't speak, even his father wouldn't recognize him. He rummaged for a felt hat that he didn't know how long it had been since he last wore it, pressed it onto his head, then opened the window, easily reaching the ground with a hunter's agility, and climbed over the wall to leave home. Lex walked with his head down, moving through the shadows, quickly passing the quiet and spacious golden Champagne Avenue, going through the solemn Memorial Square, and arriving at Kingston Road. Although it was already late, there were still pedestrians coming and going. Under the gas streetlights, whose covers were misted with water, there were workers in blue overalls with peaked caps, disheveled tramps in patched clothes, children with baskets selling fruit, and drunkards reeking of alcohol and swaying as they walked. People of all kinds filled this gravel-paved small road. This was the epitome of confusion in Enki Town. It was crowded, dirty, with thugs everywhere and thieves lurking. Nobles stopped here, and even the police were unwilling to appear in this place. Lex kept his head down. The slightly bulging clothing under his armpit and the black iron mask on his face made the thugs in the alley only glance at him a few times, and the thieves hidden in the crowd dared not approach, allowing him to smoothly reach the Sea Monster Tavern. It was a tavern with both wooden structures and brick and stone buildings. When Lex pushed open the door and walked in, he almost turned around and ran. The ventilation in the tavern was so poor that the air was filled with a strange mixture of ginger beer, fried meat, sweat, and cheap perfume. And these smells were magnified several times by the hunter's keen sense of smell, almost making Lex faint. Behind the bar not far from the door, a bartender wiping a glass saw Lex, let out an "Oh," and greeted him. "Duke, when did you return?" "Duke? Me?" Lex almost pointed at his own nose and asked in return. Chapter 22, Bounty Hunter. A duke, acknowledged by the royal family and possessing a noble title, would obviously not appear in a tavern in such a small town. So Duke was closer to a nickname or codename. Lex easily discerned this point and moved towards the bartender's counter. He heard someone call out to the bartender's counter, "Sanchi, another beer over here." Sitting on a high stool in front of the bartender's counter, Lex didn't speak first. He was sure that the original owner had often come to the bar before, but he didn't know what the original owner came to the bar for. Although he had inherited the memories of this body, it seemed to be only some fragments at present. He needed to retrieve other memories himself to piece together the complete past. This matter could start from the Sea Monster Tavern. The bartender, who had just delivered a beer, didn't seem surprised by Lex's silence. He continued wiping glasses and said, "I thought you weren't coming back. In that case, I would have wasted my time." Lex looked up and glanced at him through his black iron mask. The bartender shrugged. "What, did you forget that you asked me to inquire about some things? It seems you have a lead on that matter." Lex deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound deep and mature, distinguishing it from his usual bright and clear vocal tone. Bartender Sanchi casually glanced at him. "Are you sick? Your voice sounds a bit different than usual. Your nose sounds heavy, and it's not usually this hoarse. Is that so?" "Thanks for the reminder." Lex made a slight adjustment, then said, "Perhaps it's because I haven't closed my eyes in the past 48 hours. Sanchi chuckled. "That's normal. You're the best bounty hunter we have here. 2 days without sleep is nothing." Bounty hunter. The original owner was actually doing this. I probably know why he's so skilled at killing, but why would this young master get himself a bounty hunter identity? Interest, or another purpose? By the way, do you want to know the result? I mean that matter. Sanchi put down the glass and looked at Lex. Of course. Lex also wanted to know what the original owner had entrusted him to inquire about. Then he saw the bartender pull out a small notebook from under the counter, throw it in front of him, and ask, "What would you like to drink?" Lex took the notebook, the usual. Sanchi said, "Oh," and began to mix a drink. Lex opened the notebook and saw some information scribbled on it. Shadow gauntlets. These are fingerless gloves, materials unknown. They can increase the user's strength and improve striking power. And during an attack, they will randomly summon Shadow Fist. Shadow Fist will generate from the shadows, impacting the target's body and mind. I heard it increases the chance of summoning Shadow Fist in dark or shadowy environments. This is a beyonder weapon. The original owner was actually collecting Beyonder weapons. Did he know about the existence of Beyonder abilities? That's not surprising, he's already a bounty hunter, and the best one in this small place. So the question is, as an excellent bounty hunter, even if he was just an ordinary person, why was he killed on the Clover, giving me a chance at rebirth? If the original owner's death was man-made, was it planned? Then seeing him alive again, wouldn't it arouse suspicion? Could it be that I'm already on some people's blacklist? Thinking of this, Lex broke out in a cold sweat. Now it seemed that his safe disembarkation might also be due to some arrangement. Must improve strength. Let's start by getting this Beyonder weapon. Lex put down the notebook. At this moment, Sanchi pushed a drink towards him. The drink was red like blood, as if fresh blood had seeped into it. Did the original owner like to drink this stuff? Gently lifting a corner of his mask, Lex drank it in one gulp. It felt like fruit juice when it entered his mouth, but when it went into his stomach, he felt a ball of flame burning. Putting his mask back on, Lex pushed the notebook back. Where can I get this thing? Sanchi took it, then rested his hands on the counter, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. The seller is right here, in the card room. His name is Bridge, you can talk to him directly. Lex remembered Leon's guidance and the hunter's habit of collecting intelligence, so he didn't rush to leave the counter and asked, "What do you know about this Bridge?" Sanchi shook his head and smiled. "You know, Duke, I have to protect my client's privacy and can't provide their information." "You can." Lex took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket, pulled out a 5-pound note, and placed it on the counter. Sanchi shook his head, quickly covered it with a cup, and said, "This guy just arrived in our little town recently. He seems to be in trouble. He's very suspicious and likes to play cards. Oh, and he asked me to find bodyguards, but temporary ones." Lex pulled out another 5-pound banknote. "And what else?" "Damn it, Duke, you can't make me do this." Sanchi fiercely took that banknote as well. "All right, our Mr. Bridge's trouble must be quite big, because the bodyguards he's looking for, besides being professional enough, he also said they should preferably be Beyonder." "Yes, you heard right. He needs a Beyonder as a bodyguard. Heaven knows what kind of trouble he's stirred up. If I were you, I wouldn't get involved in this mess." Lex put away the remaining banknotes. "I like your honesty. Get lost." Sanchi said grumpily, but his body honestly took the 10 pounds and pointed to a room behind the bar. That was the card room. Lex pulled down his felt hat and walked along the wall, brushing past some drunks, until he reached the card room. He knocked on the door, and someone opened it. A choking smell of smoke wafted out of the room, and a hazy white smoke floated in the air, making the sea of light from the gas lamp seem somewhat unreal. Lex walked in, handed his hat and coat to the waiter nearby, directly exposing his gun holster to the air. He leaned against the wall like that, not participating in the card game. After observing for a while, Lex knew they were playing Texas Hold'em, a game invented by that transmigration compatriot. Now, a middle-aged man in a suit with slightly graying hair on the card table revealed his whole cards. So, a spade ace, a spade 10 appeared on the table, while the others were spade 2, spade 9, spade K, forming a flush. This made the men around him groan in regret. Clearly, the middle-aged man had won. He stood up, a heartfelt smile on his face, and swept the banknotes on the table towards his corner. Before they started the next game, Lex cleared his throat. "Which one is Mr. Bridge? I was introduced by Sanchi and would like to purchase a special item." The man who had just won money looked up and scrutinized Lex. His gaze lingered longest on the iron mask, followed by the gun holster under his arm. Then he smiled and spread his hands. "Gentlemen, how about we call it a night?" It seemed he was Bridge. People knew he and Lex had something to discuss and left one after another. After the waiter also left, Bridge counted the banknotes and said, "What should I call you?" "They all call me Duke. Lex reported his nickname here. "Duke." Bridge looked up. "Are you the best bounty hunter in this town?" "Perhaps, Mr. Bridge. What is the price of your Beyonder weapon?" Lex pulled up a chair and sat down, leaning slightly forward, showing focus and exuding a slight sense of pressure. Chapter 23, Thirst for Knowledge. Lex quickly blinked his eyes twice, which was his switch to turn spiritual vision on or off. He instantly saw Bridge's etheric body and astral body. The former was more distinct, while the latter was blurrier. Bridge's etheric body had a normal color, but the color of his digestive system was dim, indicating that his digestion had not been very good in the past few days. Regarding his astral body, it showed a more obvious red color, which indicated that he was somewhat excited at the moment. Was it because of his identity as a bounty hunter? Combined with the information the bartender just provided, this man was indeed eager to seek protection, and he had indeed gotten himself into quite a bit of trouble. Learning spiritual vision and seeing the aura colors was secondary. The main purpose was to be able to directly see ghosts and vengeful spirits. Such things are never lacking in the mystical world. Now, Bridge slightly restrained his excitement and took out an iron box from his in my arms, placing it on the table. He opened it, and inside lay a fingerless glove. It was dark in color and simple in design, but staring at it for a long time gave one an unreal feeling, as if it were just a shadow. Bridge picked up a glass of wine from the table, took a sip, and said, "Since Sanchi introduced you, you should know what it is and what its purpose is, so I won't elaborate." £650, that's a very fair price, isn't it? If I weren't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't sell it so cheaply. Lex nodded gently. In fact, it was his first time encountering a Beyonder weapon, so he didn't know if the other party was overpricing it. However, as the son of a baron, he had his own private savings and often carried no less than £500 in banknotes. So, this price was completely acceptable to him. Just as he was about to buy it, he heard Bridge say, "However, I have another way that allows you to buy it at a lower price." He held up 3 fingers, 3 days. "If you protect me for just 3 days, you can buy it for £150. Money was not an issue for Lex, and Sanchi had reminded him that Bridge's trouble was significant. Having only recently become a hunter, he didn't want to get involved in too much trouble, so he took out the banknotes he had, counted them, and placed them on the table. "I'm not used to protecting others, so I choose to buy it in full. Here's £450, I'll give you the remaining £200 tomorrow. If you're not at ease, then wait here for a moment. I'll go out and come back." Bridge's face could not hide his disappointment. He shook his head. "No need. I trust the best hunter in town won't covet a mere £200. What a pity. I thought we could get along well. Won't you reconsider? Just 3 days. After 3 days, I'll take a boat and leave. It's a good deal for you." Take a boat? That sounded like he was planning to flee the country. But Enki Town's dock couldn't accommodate large ships, unless it was a black ship, the kind involved in illegal activities. Lex pondered as he pushed the money over. "Your suggestion is very appealing, but I'm not short on money. If it can be solved with money, I don't plan to use other methods." He took the iron box containing the gauntlet and put it on directly. "Tomorrow night, I will pay the remaining balance. If you're not here, I'll give it to Sanchi. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare to have any ill intentions." Lex patted the gun holster under his armpit. On Kingston Road, a pistol was truth, and fists were assurance. Walking out of the card room, as he passed the bar, the bartender whistled. "How was it?" "Smooth." Lex nodded slightly. It was all right. Sanchi leaned forward and whispered, "There's a job. Do you want to take it? They specifically designated you as the priority target. If you don't take it, they'll consider other hunters." Lex was a little surprised and asked, "What job?" Sanchi took out another small notebook, flipping through it. "In 3 days, a black ship will arrive at White Beach. That involves a transaction. The client is one of the parties to the transaction. He feels a bit weak in strength and intends to increase his manpower to prevent accidents. Specifically, if you confirm you'll accept, I'll arrange for him, or his agent, to talk to you in detail tomorrow." The reward is £300, with additional remuneration based on the severity of the incident if an accident occurs. Tomorrow? I'll happen to be coming over tomorrow anyway, and I also need to get familiar with the work of a bounty hunter. It's perfect, it can help me better roleplay as a hunter. All right, see you tomorrow night. Lex agreed decisively and left the bar. When Lex woke up the next day, he saw his mother watering flowers in the garden. Even now, he still felt a sense of unreality, finding it hard to associate this gentle woman with a Beyonder. His mother was actually a Beyonder, and she studied with members of the Abraham family, a family that was once the first noble family. What kind of family was the Abraham family exactly? Lex knew that in this world, knowledge is power. The more knowledge one possesses, no matter in what aspect, the more it will truly help oneself. And the knowledge he currently possessed was still too meager. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had one use left for the message board in his mysterious book. He immediately raised his hands and silently chanted the incantation. All-knowing I. God who overlooks all things. An indescribable feeling emerged. The colors of the surroundings became vibrant and bright, the floating dust solidified in the air, a heavy feeling came from his hand, and the faintly glowing illusory tone gently landed on Lex's hand. Lex glanced at the pocket watch on the table. The hands on the pocket watch had stopped, confirming his guess. Every time he summoned the mystical book, time would completely stop. He opened the cover and found that the replies to his previous message had increased. Number 160809145813508, so many people choosing seer. Finding any method to counter a thief is more reliable than a seer. So many asterisks, is this information shielding again? How can I increase my knowledge authority? I want to get more information. Number 160809145813508, speaking of which, the prisoner pathway is actually very suitable for system transmigration, although no underscore words, the pit of the prisoner is cassava. Cassava. What is that? A vegetable. No underscore words, then I definitely recommend assassin, sequence 7 witch, apothecary, planter, choose one of 3. Lex felt the muscles on his face twitching. Assassin, it's assassin again. However, this reader also offered 2 other choices, but unfortunately, he was already a hunter, so he could only disappoint his expectations. Besides these replies, the reader's message below had also been updated. Number 202105172021311878, a Truman should become an assassin. You guys are really fixated on assassins. Lex rubbed his chin. Already numb to this pathway, he continued to read. Number 202105172021311878, sequence 9, hunter. An excellent tracker, an outstanding trap expert, a superb killer. Chapter 24, you are dishonest. Sophie toilet paper, it's rare to see fanfiction for Lord of the Mysteries. Here's a small suggestion, the times develop, things change. Don't cling to the original 22 pathways. As the protagonist, you should have the protagonist style, creating a pathway that belongs to the protagonist and suits his identity. Only then can you live up to the protagonist status. You must believe the protagonist has that talent. For example, if it were me, the pathway I'd create would be the poverty god sequence. This is serious nonsense. Lex felt the muscles in his cheeks twitching slightly. Melancholy oil pie, if you choose the hunter pathway, at sequence 7, you should start picking companions, otherwise. Hunter pathway, sequence 7, you have to pick companions. Why? This reader should have explained the reason later, but unfortunately, the information was blocked. After reading the reader's message, Lex picked up the quill from the mystical book and crossed out the previous writing on the message board. The message board quickly cleared. After a moment's thought, Lex began to write a passage of text. Knowledgeable observers, I hope to obtain information about the Abraham family's history and details about the Tudor Empire. I trust you can provide accurate and positive replies. I sincerely thank every reader who offers help. Thank you. After writing this text, Lex felt his spirituality rapidly diminish, causing a slight headache. He quickly dispelled the summoning, and the time on his pocket watch began to turn again, dust continued to drift in the sunlight, and everything returned to its normal course. Lex rubbed his temples. He now understood why he felt mentally exhausted every time he summoned the mystical book. Whether reading information from the book or writing messages on the message board, it consumed his spirituality. Combined with the knowledge authority on the cover, it's possible that as his authority increases in the future, reading more the seer information will consume even more spirituality. Indeed, there's no free lunch in this world, he shook his head, then muttered to himself, it's a pity Mother seems unwilling to mention that family, or even the history of the Tudor Empire, for some reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted a message board usage. He opened the wardrobe, changed into formal attire, and walked out of the bedroom. Today's mysticism class ended at 10 in the morning. Amelia opened the wooden door with symbols carved on it and said with a smile, you have basically mastered Hermes. There are some books in this room. If you have free time, you can take them to read. They will be helpful for your studies in mysticism. You can rest these 2 days. Next Monday, I will start teaching you ritual magic and how to make amulets. Alright, you are free to do as you please. I need to go find your father. We won't be back for lunch. It sounded like they had a date. Lex said with a grin, have fun, mother. Once his mother left, Harabelle also hurried away, as if rushing to do something. Did she also have a date? Speaking of which, she was already 16. It was normal for her to have a companion at this age. Lex let his thoughts wander and picked up a copy of Myth of Creation from his mother's small house, preparing to read it back in his room. In the corridor, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps and smelled a faint, delicate fragrance of a young girl. Then a slightly anxious voice called out to him. Mr. Lex, please wait a moment. Lex turned his head. It was his sister's personal maid, Ilea, who, though not old, had a very ample chest. Before noon, Kingston Road was already very noisy. Street vendors selling fried fish, oyster soup, and desi pie were everywhere, their cries echoing through the streets and alleys, attracting the attention of pedestrians. A newsboy wearing a duckbill cap pulled low walked quickly along the gravel-paved road, occasionally dodging dirty water poured directly from doors, passing by old-clothed, patched-up vagrants, and turned into a dark, damp alley. Number 78. Number 78, over here. The newsboy found a small building and slipped inside. The air in the stairwell was a mix of various smells, urine, sweat, mold, and burning wood, all mingled together, making the newsboy instinctively cover his nose. She found a closed door, looked around, and then pressed her hand against the wall next to the door. The wall suddenly glowed with a faint blue sea of light, forming a vague, insubstantial door. The newsboy leaned forward slightly, as if about to pass through this door. Suddenly, someone in the shadows of the hallway said, "Is that an apprentice's beyond her power?" The newsboy shuddered. "Who?" Then a figure quickly materialized and stepped into the sunlight streaming into the hallway from the window. His short, dark hair was gently ruffled by the breeze blowing through the window, and a faint smile flickered in his ink-blue eyes. On his deeply contoured, well-defined face, a faint scar below his left eye resembled a tear stain. The young man, dressed in formal attire, carrying a cane, and wearing a top hat, was completely out of place in the gloomy environment. The newsboy relaxed. "Lex. Why are you here?" "Of course, I came to find you. Ilea is very worried about you, my dear sister." Lex twirled his cane as he walked forward, looking at the illusory, blurry door. "However, let's go inside and talk, unless you want to be seen. Ladies first." Lex stopped in front of the door and raised his arm, smiling as he gestured. Harabelle, disguised as a newsboy, ducked her head and went through the door. Lex followed her, feeling as if he had passed through a curtain of water, and was already standing in a small room. The blurry door vanished. Harabelle took off her duckbill cap, letting her brilliant golden hair cascade down like a waterfall. She put her hands on her hips and looked at her brother. "Did Ilea tell you I was here?" Lex observed his surroundings and said, "Isn't it obvious? So Ilea's mother went missing. No wonder she seemed to have cried the other day. But I really didn't expect you to come and help her investigate. It seems you care about her quite a bit." Harabelle snorted. "I'm just interested in this matter, and I heard that several people have recently gone missing on Kingston Road. Among them are workers, vagrants, and single residents like Ilea's mother. Not honest at all, my sister." Lex suddenly twitched his nose, catching a faint scent of flowers and herbs. If it weren't for his hunter's sensitive sense of smell, others would probably find it very difficult to detect. A relaxing scent, a little sweet. This seems to be the scent of moonflower. Chapter 25, Weird Tree. As a family that believes in the night goddess, the Lex family's backyard was planted with moonflowers, so he was not unfamiliar with this scent, but he searched the cottage and didn't see a single moonflower. Harabelle, on the other hand, discovered other problems. "Look here." The girl pointed to a round wooden table. One of its legs was wobbly. On the table were 2 cups, and on a small plate next to them were 3 muffins. One of the muffins had only a bite taken out of it and was casually placed on the edge of the plate. Lex narrowed his eyes slightly. 2 cups indicate that a guest has been here. The muffin hasn't been finished and hasn't been put away, which means Ilea's mother left in a hurry with the guest at the time. I checked the house, there were no signs of a struggle, and the windows were not damaged. Combining this with the current situation, Ilea's mother was not forcibly abducted, but left willingly and voluntarily with someone. Now the question is, who could this guest be? Harabelle gathered her beautiful hair and tucked it into her baseball cap. The girl walked towards the wall. Her neighbor should know. The two once again passed through the blurry, ethereal blue door and entered the place. The energetic Harabelle quickly knocked on the neighbor's door. The door opened, revealing a sallow-skinned woman inside. Her hands were covered in water droplets, and the hem of her skirt was damp, making it seem like she was doing laundry. Harabelle cleared her throat and said, "Hello, do you know Mrs. Gwyneth?" Gwyneth was Ilea's mother. The sallow-skinned woman responded coldly, "No, I don't." Then she slammed the door shut. Harabelle said angrily, "How could she be like that?" Lex said with a smile, "Let me handle it, communication requires skill." He took out his wallet, pulled out a £1 banknote, and knocked on the door again. The woman impatiently opened the door. "I'm working, please don't disturb me, otherwise, I'll have to call the police." Lex slipped the banknote into her hand and pressed down on his top hat. "It won't take up much of your time, madam." Looking at the money in her hand, the woman was stunned for a moment, then said, "What do you want to know?" Just as Lex was about to speak, he was pushed aside by Harabelle. The girl pointed to the house next door and said, "Has Mrs. Gwyneth had any guests?" The woman poked her head out of the doorway and glanced in the direction the girl pointed. "Gwyneth hardly has any friends. She's always alone at home, only her daughter comes to visit her for a day or two each month. However, some time ago, someone did come to visit her. It was an old lady, I don't know her name. But I do know that she often gives speeches in Memorial Square." An old lady who gives speeches in Memorial Square? Old Lady Paris's eerie face immediately appeared in Lex's mind. Did that woman visit Ilea's mother? Let's go to Memorial Square and see. At Memorial Square, they indeed saw the old lady named Paris again. She was still giving a speech today, surrounded by a crowd of people, mostly workers and vagrants. It was unclear what Paris was saying, but the onlookers occasionally agreed and burst into applause, causing passers-by to cast strange glances. Lex took off his top hat and coat, handing them and his cane to Harabelle. Standing with the workers like this would make him less conspicuous. You wait here. He went alone into the crowd, lowering his head and squeezing in, appearing behind Paris. His nose twitched, and Lex smelled the scent of moonflowers again. It came from Paris, and the scent was quite strong. This old lady is problematic. Seeing that Paris seemed unlikely to finish her speech anytime soon, Lex led his sister to a corner of the square and told her about his discovery. After speaking, Lex suggested, I think we should go to her house and take a look. Harabelle also agreed, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Lex cleared his throat, but I don't know where she lives. The girl was also stunned. Clearly she hadn't considered this question, but she quickly had an idea. We can ask old Cook, he knows everything in this town. When the time on the pocket watch reached 11:23, the Lex siblings were in front of a house, which was enclosed by a low stone wall, forming a courtyard filled with moonflowers. Old Lady Paris's solitary house was behind the flower bushes. It was a dilapidated, gloomy house. A tall oak behind the house, its canopy covering the house, hid it in the shade. Lex closed his pocket watch and said, if we move quickly, we should make it back to town for lunch. Harabelle rolled her eyes. I can go in by myself. I won't leave you here alone. As an older brother, Lex had that much awareness. He walked along the wall towards the back of the house. Harabelle, with hands spread, said from behind, aren't we going in? Nobody would sneak into someone's house from the front, my dear sister. Lex said as he walked, strange, didn't old Cook say that Paris kept many cats and dogs? Where did they go? Harabelle followed behind and said, perhaps they are sleeping. They arrived behind the house, standing in the shade of the huge oak. Lex took a few steps, easily jumped over the wall, and then helped his sister over. Just then, a gust of wind blew, rustling the leaves. Suddenly, something fell from the tree with a thud, landing at the siblings' feet. Harabelle instantly clapped her hand over her mouth, stifling a gasp and trapping it within her palm. Lex also drew a sharp breath. It was a corpse, a cat's corpse. The cat's body was abnormally swollen, and dark brown branches protruded from its belly and anus. Lex walked around to the other side of the cat's corpse and found a section of branch extending from the cat's mouth. It looked as if the cat had been impaled by the branch. And, the branches were still growing inside the corpse. Lex, look up. Harabelle raised her head, gazing at the oak, her face pale. Lex looked up into the tree canopy and saw thick branches growing haphazardly. He saw the corpses of cats and dogs strung on those branches, and his keen vision allowed him to see that young shoots and tender leaves had grown on these corpses. When the wind blew, the branches swayed, and the corpses of those cats and dogs, like fruits borne by the oak, gently swayed in the wind. Now, he knew where Paris's cats and dogs had gone. How can she live in a place like this? She's not right, she's not right. Harabelle exclaimed softly. Lex's smile faded, and he turned back, saying seriously, Belle, stay here. If anything unexpected happens, don't mind me, go back to town and seek help. Harabelle nodded slightly. She knew very well what she should and shouldn't do. Lex took out his snake-scale pistol from his underarm holster, pointing the muzzle at the ground to prevent accidental discharge. He walked under the canopy of the bizarre oak tree, coming to the back of Paris's house. He didn't rush in, but listened intently with hearing far superior to ordinary people's, and sniffed the air. After detecting no abnormalities, Lex gently opened a window and slipped inside. Chapter 26, Evil Spell. Through the window was a dim and simple bedroom. Lex first took out the shadow gauntlets and put them on. This extraordinary weapon almost blended with the shadows in the room, and even when worn on his hand, Lex barely felt its existence. Old Lady Paris was clearly not a clean person. The bedroom was messy, and the quilt on the bed, placed on the inner side, was unfolded, with one corner hanging down to the floor. On the table to the right, there were wool and a crochet hook, seemingly in preparation for winter, but those things looked like they hadn't been touched for a long time, and the table was covered in dust. In the corner, there was a basket filled with dried radishes, and next to it was a dilapidated cabinet, inside which was a basket of eggs. Two gray rats, sensing the human smell, scurried into a broken hole in the corner of the cabinet and disappeared. Lex gently pushed open the door, walked out of the bedroom, and circled this dilapidated house. He visited the living room, kitchen, and washroom. Without exception, these places were either dirty or strewn with various garbage, indicating that Paris had not cleaned the house for a long time. Lex couldn't help but wonder how busy she must be to live in a garbage dump. However, when he pushed open the utility room, he found it surprisingly clean. The room was neatly organized, and inside, Lex discovered a basement. Looking at the staircase submerged in darkness before him, Lex could feel that the air below was both cold and damp, as if this staircase led to a bottomless abyss. He found a lantern nearby, and after it lit up, Lex didn't rush in. Using the materials he could find in the tool room, he created two simple traps with little lethality. But if there was something down there and he had to escape, these two traps could provide some obstruction. Lex remembered that he was always playing the role of a hunter. After setting up the traps, Lex picked up the lantern and went down. The staircase was not long and did not lead to an abyss. Lex quickly reached the bottom. The basement was spacious and not stuffy. The walls here were made of wooden planks, and a room had been sectioned off. The door was ajar, and cold, damp air flowed through the crack. Lex walked forward with the lantern, first seeing a wooden cabinet where clothes, hats, gloves, and tools were discarded. Neither the size nor the style resembled old lady Paris's, and besides, among them were 2 blue worker uniforms. Lex didn't think that old woman would still seek a living in a factory. In front of the wooden cabinet, in the middle of the basement, a round table was placed, and on it was a wooden statue. It was a very strange statue, combining the concepts of tree and female. The statue had tree roots, vines, gnarled tree burls, and blooming flowers. But at the same time, it also had female organs, symbolic parts, and a beautiful face. The delicate carving technique made every strand of hair clear and flowing, with deep-set brows, a high nose bridge, plump lips, and a blend of softness and allure. Upon seeing this bizarre and overtly evil-feeling statue, Lex felt his heart race and an urge for primal joy. He quickly averted his gaze from the statue, and then near the round table, he found several candles that showed signs of use, with solidified wax at the bottom. Although he hadn't yet learned ritual magic, this didn't prevent Lex from concluding that old Lady Paris had performed some kind of ritual here. And more than once. As the light moved, a parchment was pinned to the round table with a dagger. This yellowish paper was clearly not owned by a solitary old woman, and it attracted Lex's attention. Approaching the paper, Lex saw a spell written in Hermes. Hidden behind the light, not existing in the shadows. You are the great, concealed, invisible one. You are the ruler of desires, you lurk in all things, spreading white haze. I pray to you. I pray for hidden power. I pray for invisible power. I pray for your favor. Here, I offer you a sacrifice of flesh and blood, through the spirituality of blood, to convey my loyal faith. Lex gasped. No matter how he looked at it, this was not a spell to pray for help from the night goddess. This spell was too eerie, imbued with evil thoughts. Whether it was a flesh and blood sacrifice or the spirituality of blood, it was undoubtedly an evil ritual. Lex also saw that below the spell, written in Loan, were the Hermes pronunciations of this spell. In other words, old Lady Paris probably didn't know the specific content of the spell. Did she think she was sacrificing to the night goddess? Someone was spreading the faith of an evil god under the guise of the goddess. Lex immediately pulled out the dagger, rolled up the parchment, and put it away. This thing had to be handed over to the church. The seeds of an evil god could not be allowed to take root in the town. Just then, Lex heard a seductive sound, like a woman's moans of pleasure, or someone softly chanting. The sound was illusory and ethereal. Just hearing a few notes, Lex felt another surge of primal impulse. The hunter's keen hearing allowed him to quickly locate the source of the sound, which was coming from the strange statue on the table. Suddenly, the female face on the statue, its eyes actually looked towards Lex, and a puff of pink smoke came out of its mouth. Lex immediately covered his mouth and nose and retreated rapidly. Without hesitation, he pointed his snake-scale revolver at the statue and fired continuously. Bang 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 bang. Lex fired 4 shots in a row, the bullets striking the statue, sending wood chips flying, and knocking it off the table. Falling to the ground, the statue shattered, and a viscous red liquid, like blood, gushed out from within. The moment the statue shattered, Lex faintly heard a scream, a sound that seemed not to exist in the real world, but rather echoed in his mind. The sound was fleeting, yet it made Lex's head ache intensely. He couldn't help but cover his head with his hand, forgetting to leave. When the headache slightly subsided, Lex held up the lantern and looked around, glancing at the half-open door. He raised his revolver, intending to investigate. Unexpectedly, a faint gasp came from above. It was his sister Harabelle's voice. Lex immediately rushed up the staircase, entered the bedroom, and climbed out the window. He saw Harabelle leaning against the rubble wall, her body trembling slightly, her face pale, and her pupils slightly dilated. What's wrong? Lex anxiously checked her condition. Are you hurt? The noble girl dressed as a newsboy finally came to her senses, shaking her head, but pointing her finger at the overly large oak tree in front of them. There's a tree hole there. In the tree hole, I think I saw a person. Someone in the tree hole. Lex looked at the lantern in his hand, relieved that he hadn't carelessly thrown it away earlier. Chapter 27, Corpses in the Cave. You stay here and don't move. After instructing his sister, Lex picked up the lantern, gripped his pistol, and walked over. Indeed, as Harabelle had said, at the base of this giant oak tree, adorned with cat and dog corpses, there was an inconspicuous tree hollow. It was overgrown with weeds, revealing only a small opening. Lex placed the lantern by the opening, and the light illuminated the dark space inside the hollow. For a moment, Lex seemed to see something flash in the depths of the hollow, but it might have just been an illusion. but the next moment, he saw a person. A man. He raised his head, his eyes vacant, and extended an arm towards the opening, as if seeking help. There really is someone. Lex called out, I see you. I'll pull you out now. He put down the lantern, lay on the ground, and extended his arm into the tree hollow. Quickly grasping the man's hand, Lex immediately pulled him up. As he pulled, Lex felt something strange. The man in the hollow was very light, allowing him to easily pull the other person out. But as soon as the man was pulled out of the tree hollow, Lex was startled, because not only did this man only have one arm left, but the part below his waist was missing. A section of mottled spine protruded from his body cavity, with several intestines dangling from it. Shit. Lex quickly let go, unwilling, both physically and psychologically, to continue holding a corpse's hand. Did you find anything? Harabelle couldn't clearly see the scene behind Lex, so she took 2 steps forward. Lex called out, don't come over. Then he shook his head helplessly. It seems we'll have to notify the police station. At noon, old lady Paris returned to her house, followed by a disheveled tramp. Not long after they entered the house, old lady Paris's hysterical screams and curses suddenly rang out. At this point, a team of police officers, who had been ambushed in the yard, rushed in and quickly brought out the old lady and the tramp. Next, police officers in black and white checkered uniforms dug open the tree hollow behind the house and unearthed several incomplete corpses. Among them was Ilea's mother. The poor woman's body was covered in gnawing marks, her stomach ripped open, and her internal organs hollowed out. These corpses caused continuous sounds of vomiting in the yard, making Kaosi secretly glad he hadn't gone in. He then smiled at the noble youth with black, broken hair beside him and praised him unreservedly. Well done, Lex. I heard your father say you were seeking change. I thought he was joking, but now I believe our Enki town is about to gain a righteous and proactive young gentleman. Lex smiled and humbly said, I'm just doing a normal thing, not as noble as you say, Chief. At this moment, Paris was being led away by the police. The old lady cursed every police officer with the most vicious language. When she saw Lex, she stretched out her claw-like fingers, pointed at Lex, and cried, It's you, you devil. You are blaspheming the goddess, and the goddess will punish you. The old lady twisted her body, struggling violently, Let go of me. I didn't do anything wrong, why are you arresting me? I just let those poor people go to the land of night. There, they will find eternal peace, no sorrow, no pain, no hunger. I am a favored one of the night, you cannot arrest me. The old lady's voice gradually faded into the distance. Kaosi shook his head and sighed, a lunatic. Then he added, I hope those other blood cases can also be concluded as quickly as this one. I think so too. Lex said sincerely in his heart, looking at the out-of-shape chief of the police station beside him. Old Lady Paris's incident quickly caused a sensation in the town. People lamented the tragic deaths of those in the tree hollow and wondered how such a tragic event could happen in the always peaceful Enki town. On that day, the number of worshippers at St. Witt's Church was 3 times the usual. Due to her mother's death, Ilea took leave to go home and arrange the funeral. Harabelle gave her a week, and Amelia told her to go to the housekeeper Quenna to receive £5 for funeral expenses. This brought a glimmer of solace to the grief-stricken maid. Daylight passed, and night arrived as scheduled. As the gradually achieving perfection crimson moon hung high in the night sky, Lex, wearing a dark brown high-collared trench coat, a black iron mask, carrying a golden revolver, and donning shadow gauntlets, arrived at the Sea Monster Tavern. The tavern was as lively and noisy as ever, and tonight, a gambling game was being held. The gambling game was dogs catching mice. Guests could bet on which dog would catch the most mice, and could even bet on the exact number. Lex came to the bar and tapped the counter, a South Wales beer, please. The bartender Sanchi glanced at him, served the beer, and then said, You're a bit early, you'll have to wait a bit. No problem. Is Bridge here? I still owe him £200. Lex took the beer, lifted his mask to expose his chin, and took a sip. Sanchi wiped a glass and said, He went out tonight, I don't know where. In that case. Lex took out his wallet from his pocket, counted out £200, and placed it on the table, You can pay him back for me. Sanchi skillfully took an envelope from under the counter, put the money in, and put it away. Tell me about the employer. I'm already here, there's no need for secrecy anymore, right? Lex said while drinking his beer. Sanchi shrugged, Have you heard of Doug? If not, you should know about the black bow ties, right? Doug. Black bow ties. Lex frowned slightly under his mask. The former didn't ring a bell, but he had heard of the latter somewhere. He suddenly remembered that he had heard about the black bow ties from Kaosi. This was a gang on Kingston Road, the largest gang in Enki town. Members of the gang, no matter what they wore, had to wear a black bow ties, hence the name. So, tonight's client is a gang member. Lex considered whether to decline. He had no fondness for gangs, neither in his previous life nor this one. Sanchi put down the glass and corrected, to be precise, he's the leader of the gang. Tell me about this Mr. Doug. Lex didn't forget the hunter's code, didn't forget that a hunter should actively gather information. Sanchi glanced at him, cleared his throat, and said, Duke, you know the rules. Lex chuckled and pulled out a 10-pound banknote, to hell with your rules. The bartender gritted his teeth and said, you can't use money to insult my professional career. Lex chuckled and pulled out another one. Damn it, Duke, you weren't like this before. The bartender covered the 2 banknotes with a glass and moved them towards himself. Listen, this is the last time, you can't keep doing this. Sanchi quickly put the money away. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Doug was once a low-level figure in this town. He came from poverty, his mother was a streetwalker, God knows which man fathered him. When he was young, he was always called, Little Bastard. Chapter 28, Good at Reporting. When Doug was little, he was bitten by stray dogs, and even now, he still has hideous scars on his legs and hands. That's why he doesn't keep dogs, nor does he let members of his gang keep them, because he's afraid. Listening to the bartender, Lex leaned back slightly, so when I go to see him later, I can prepare a dog. Sanchi shrugged, offering no comment, and continued, Doug joined the gang in his youth, and 10 years ago, he was already the leader of that gang. Perhaps out of a longing for high society, he started wearing suits and ties. He also required his members to wear ties, which is how the name Black Bow Ties came about. He engages in various illegal trades, and when it comes to dealing with rivals, he is notoriously ruthless. For example, Doug once chopped up an opponent and threw him into the sea to feed the fish. In short, he is a guy even the police station doesn't want to provoke. Just then, another bartender entered the bar and whispered something to Sanchi. The latter nodded after listening and looked at Lex, he's here. On the second floor of the pub, Lex knocked on a door. The door opened, and a bald-bearded man cautiously looked out, then fully opened the door. Lex walked in calmly, surveying the room. The lighting in the room was not bright, and a short, stout man, dressed in a suit, sat on a sofa. He wore a black tie, bit on a cigar, and a beautiful young woman, dressed alluringly, nestled beside him, bringing a glass of wine to his mouth. Behind the sofa, 2 burly men in cheap suits and ties stood with their hands behind their backs, their expressions solemn, like statues. At this point, the bald-bearded man extended his hand and said, Please hand over your pistol. Lex, wearing a black iron mask, casually glanced at him, That's impossible. A gun is a hunter's life, I won't entrust my life to others. The bearded man's lips curled up, That's not up to you. He reached into Lex's long trench coat, intending to forcibly take the gun. Lex first grabbed his hand, then tripped him with his foot. The bearded man lost his balance and knelt on one knee, and Lex pressed his head against the wooden board with his other hand, making him dizzy. The 2 burly men behind the sofa immediately reached into their coats, each pulling out a revolver, but before they could aim at Lex, 2 gunshots rang out in the room. Their revolvers vibrated violently, flying out of their hands, having been shot away by Lex with precise point shots. The golden pistol moved, pointing at the men on the sofa amidst the bar girl's screams. Lex said in a calm and indifferent tone, The probing ends here, Mr. Doug. The pistol spun twice elegantly before Lex put it back into his underarm holster. Taking off his hat, he sat down on the other sofa. The short, stout man then burst into laughter, clapping vigorously, Excellent, truly the best hunter in town. Your skill completely lives up to that reputation. Lex crossed his legs, leaning slightly against the armrest, Since you consider me qualified, then I think we can now discuss the mission. No problem. Doug spread his hands and said, The mission is simple. Around 11 p.m. on the night of the day after tomorrow, I need you to meet on White Beach. At that time, I need to receive some goods. As long as you ensure that I and the goods can leave safely, Mr. Duke, I am willing to pay you £300. If an accident occurs during that time, I will increase your reward based on the difficulty of the incident. And having seen your skill just now, I can promise that the additional reward will be at least no less than £200. Lex said directly, You are very generous, but Mr. Doug, would you mind telling me what those goods are? I need to assess the difficulty of the mission to confirm if it matches the reward I receive. Doug gave 2 dry laughs, How about this, I'll raise the mission reward to £500. As for what it is, don't ask. A smile flickered in Lex's eyes, Perhaps you don't understand me very well. I'm not short on money, I'm more interested in the mission. If the mission isn't appealing enough, I'll lack motivation. Of course, whether to disclose or not is the client's freedom. It's just that in that case, I can only suggest you find other hunters. Doug fell silent. He smoked his cigar, puffing out large clouds of white smoke, watching Lex through the swirling haze. After a moment, he took off his cigar, You have a lot of personality, all right, Mr. Duke. I can reveal a little, those goods are people, some people from West Balham who came to our loan seeking opportunities. And I am willing to provide them with opportunities. It's people. This is human trafficking. As expected of something a gang would do. Mr. Duke, now that you know, you wouldn't go to the police station to report me, would you? Doug burst out laughing. Of course not. Lex smiled in response. But I will report you to St. Witt's Church, because I'm not sure if the police station is in cahoots with you, Lex added in his mind. Doug stood up and actively extended his hand. Then, may our cooperation be pleasant. This time Lex didn't respond, didn't shake his hand. Pressing his hat onto his head, he said, see you the night of the day after tomorrow. After leaving the pub, Lex found a child selling fruit on the street, bought his fruit at an inflated price. Then he gave him an envelope and told him to drop it into St. Witt's Church. He witnessed the entire process from a corner near Memorial Square, confirming that a priest came out chasing after the envelope, then opened it, saw what was inside, and immediately changed color and returned. Inside that envelope was the parchment taken from Old Lady Paris's house, the parchment with the evil spell written on it. Next, the church should launch an investigation, and that would be none of Lex's business. He returned to his mansion on Golden Champagne Avenue feeling cheerful and relaxed, climbing over the wall of the back garden, and, using the trees and houses for cover, silently entered through the window, returning to his room. As soon as he landed, Lex smelled a very faint, fishy odor. He immediately remembered hunting in the mountains that day, and the strange thing with black bristles on its lips and chin. A thought surfaced in his mind. That monster was here, in his room. Did it track him that night? Had it come for revenge? Lex stood up calmly, showing no abnormal behavior. He naturally walked towards the wardrobe, even humming a tune softly. During this process, Lex tried hard to distinguish the scent and determine the location where that thing was hiding. Even when he opened the wardrobe, the monster still hadn't made a move. It seemed it was waiting for the right moment, waiting for Lex to relax. Lex placed his trench coat, golden revolver, and black iron mask one by one into the secret compartment. Then he took out the snake-scale revolver, using the wardrobe door to block the line of sight. His heartbeat was normal, his breathing natural. He moved his arm slightly, pressing the muzzle of the snake-scale revolver against the wardrobe door, pointing it in the direction of the monster. He abruptly pulled the trigger. Chapter 29, Late Night Visitors. Bang. A crude gunshot exploded in the quiet bedroom, wood splinters flew from the wardrobe door, and a round hole was blasted out by the bullet. On the other side of the round hole, a scream simultaneously erupted from the shadows of the bedroom, followed by the sound of tearing cloth and the crash of overturning tables and chairs. Lex didn't look, relying solely on his hearing. He pinpointed the opponent's movement and launched an attack. His arm was strong and steady as he raised the snake-scale revolver, making a slight prejudgment, and continued his assault. Bang. 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 Unfortunately, Lex missed this time, only shattering the tables, chairs, lampshades, and oil paintings in the room. Footsteps faintly echoed from outside the door. The residents of the mansion had been startled awake and were rushing this way. If his mother also arrived, she should be able to stop this monster. Thinking of this, Lex quickened his firing rate, hoping to wound it further and prevent its escape. Click. The revolver quickly ran out of bullets. At this moment, Lex heard an indescribable, malicious, filthy, and evil utterance from within the room. Hearing this utterance, he suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. His heart pounded, his palms sweated, and he instinctively moved towards the window. The courtyard lamplight shone there, and upon entering the light, the fear and dread slightly subsided. However, at this moment, a black figure rapidly approached from the shadows of the room. Suddenly, a mass of shadow lunged into the light. Lex couldn't clearly see the opponent's face, only that the thing opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and bit towards his neck. Like a beast. Driven by instinct, Lex dodged, discarded the empty revolver, tightly gripped the hand wearing the shadow gauntlets, and suddenly threw a powerful punch from bottom to top. Lex's clothes seemed to cling to the air, making a crackling sound as his punch landed squarely on the monster's chin, sending it flying into the air. The god of fortune must have favored Lex, as the effect of the shadow gauntlets simultaneously triggered. The shadows in the room boiled, pulling out a fist condensed from shadow. This fist bore countless strange patterns, with three-dimensional symbols of symbolic meaning emerging, striking the monster with unimaginable speed. With a shriek, the monster burst through the window like a cannonball. Fragments of the window frame and glass, along with a rush of air, sprayed out into the light from the courtyard lamplight. At this point, Lex saw clearly that the thing was draped in a tattered cloak, from which two thick arms, disproportionate to its body, extended. Those two arms had black, worm-like veins and a row of black stiff hairs. One of the arms was severely deformed, likely due to the impact of the shadow fist. It fell into the courtyard along with the window fragments. Two hounds in the yard rushed out, barking furiously as they charged at the monster. It scrambled up and quickly darted into the flower bushes with an unnatural posture, moving away until it disappeared into the shadows of the courtyard. Just then, the door opened, and lights came on. Lex heard exclamations, and then his father Bison's voice rang out. What happened here? Study. Lex was drinking black tea. He had already recounted the events, though he naturally concealed the fact that he had visited the Sea Monster Tavern as Duke. After listening, Bison snorted, "Whatever it is, it's too arrogant, daring to come knocking on our door." Amelia softly said, "I found some of that thing's blood in Lex's room. I can use this blood to divine its location. If the experts can't resolve it, I will personally intervene. I cannot allow something that threatens my child to roam the town." Bison frowned, "But that..." Amelia shook her head, smiling gently, "It's all right, that won't cause me any trouble." "Is Mother in trouble? It sounds like she can't easily make a move. Is it because of the Abraham surname?" As Lex was analyzing, the light before him dimmed, and Amelia stood before him. "All right, Lex. You're tired, it's time to rest. Also, you did well tonight, but next time you encounter something like this, I hope you don't face it alone. You don't need to face it alone, understand?" "I understand, Mother," Lex said with a smile, putting down his cup and standing up. The bedroom was temporarily unusable due to the fight, so Lex had to switch to another room to sleep. Soon, he fell into a dream. "Don't sleep, Lex. We have a guest." Thump, thump, thump. Lex heard a knock on the door and woke up with a yawn. He glanced out the window, the red moon hung high, and it was still night. In the corner of the room, a person stood with their back to Lex. He wore a white shirt and dark trousers, pointing at the door and letting out a deliberately suppressed laugh. The door opened, and someone walked in, wearing a black and white checkered uniform and a soft cap with a badge, a police officer. However, on his epaulets were 3 silver hexagonal stars, the insignia of an inspector. "Good evening, Mr. Lex, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Inspector Lewis." The officer, calling himself Lewis, entered the room. The crimson moonlight fell upon him. He removed his soft cap, revealing neatly combed brown hair parted in a 3:7 ratio. He had prominent forehead wrinkles, deep-set eyes, and wore black-rimmed glasses. His face was square, his nose and ears were rather large, and his nasolabial folds were beginning to show. "May I sit here?" The officer, holding his soft cap, pointed to the sofa in the room. Lex nodded and walked over, sitting opposite the officer. After sitting down, Lewis, through the thick lenses of his glasses, scrutinized Lex with his azure blue eyes. "I hear Mr. Lex went hunting in the mountains with the town's hunters not long ago. You encountered a pack of wolves and also some non-human entities. Can you tell me how you escaped?" The person standing in the corner with his back to Lex, wearing a white shirt and dark trousers, walked over and stood behind Lex. Throughout the entire process, Lewis showed no abnormality, as if there was only air behind Lex. He bent down and spoke into Lex's ear. "Don't tell the truth, he's testing you." Lex spoke, "I was quite lucky. I thought I had run out of bullets in my gun, but I found I still had one, and that bullet saved me." "Sounds like you're quite lucky," Lewis asked gently. "Can you tell me why your skills are so good? You know, even an experienced hunter like Leon might not be able to harm that monster." Lex said without any change in expression, "I've received training in combat and gunnery, and I've learned quite well. Regarding this, you can verify with my teacher, Mr. Shire, and he will give you a satisfactory answer." Lewis took out a notebook and made notes, seemingly indicating that the officer's memory might not be very good. Otherwise, why would such a simple matter require recording? The person in the white shirt moved behind Lewis. He extended his hand, his palm was very pale, bloodless. But his fingernails were dirty, as if he had just dug something up. With both hands gently cupping Lewis's face, the man standing behind the sofa let out a low laugh. "Lex, what do you say we gouge out his eyeballs? Or maybe cut off his tongue? No, I still think twisting his neck would be more interesting, don't you?" During this process, Lewis felt nothing unusual. After finishing his notes, he looked up. "Last question, Mr. Lex, are you a Beyonder?" Chapter 30, Experts Arrive. "Don't tell him the truth, Lex. He's testing us, this pig in clothes. We should roast him over a fire, it'll definitely taste good, won't it?" The person behind Lewis's sofa bent down, his head hidden behind the officer. Under the crimson moonlight, only black strands of hair could be seen blowing and dancing in the wind. Lex said, "I'm not." Then, with a hint of confusion, "What is a Beyonder?" The inspector, completely unaware that his face was being held by a pair of hands, closed his notebook after a brief record. "Don't worry about that question. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Lex." He stood up, put on his soft hat, and adjusted his glasses. "Good night, I wish you good dreams." Lex mechanically stood up and saw the inspector out. After the door closed, the person in the white shirt and dark pants stood with his back to Lex, one hand pressed against the door. "Are we just letting him go? This rude pig, we should twist his neck, cut open his belly, and pull out all his internal organs. Don't you think that would be a wonderful thing? Let's do that, Lex. Next time he comes to the door like this, we'll kill him, Ha 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 ha. The man with his hand on the door laughed hysterically. In that frantic laughter, Lex lay down on the bed, pulled up his covers, and fell peacefully asleep. When he woke up in the morning, Lex stretched contentedly, feeling refreshed and spiritually active. When he came to the dining room, he saw his father, Bison, holding a copy of Enki Town News, which was Enki Town's weekly newspaper. There wasn't much worth reporting in the town. How was your sleep last night? His mother, Amelia, was spreading butter on Joe's bread. Seeing Lex, she asked with concern. I slept very well, Mom, don't worry. Lex sat down in his seat and noticed that his sister, Harabelle, had not come for breakfast. Yesterday, we were invited by the town chief to attend his luncheon. The town chief hoped we could donate a sum for municipal funds. Bison put down the newspaper, ran a hand through his hair, frowned slightly at his receding hairline, then smiled and asked, Lex, what do you think about this? Lex first took a sip of milk, thought for a moment, and said, instead of donating municipal funds, it would be better to establish a municipal construction fund. Bison was slightly surprised. Municipal construction fund? Yes. Lex nodded slightly and took some bread for himself, spreading butter on it. I've noticed that our town's hard surface roads are limited to Golden Champagne Avenue, Memorial Square, and the vicinity of the town chief's office. However, Mermaid Road, Kingston Road, and other areas are still primarily gravel roads. The underground drainage systems for these roads are almost non-existent, and during the rainy season, it's muddy everywhere, with all sorts of filth flowing around, causing great inconvenience to the lives of the people in the town. Bison nodded gently and encouraged, go on. If it's just a simple donation, it's naturally easy and straightforward. But father, will the town chief tell you where your donated funds are being used? Lex said with a smile, I guess not. In that case, why don't we manage it ourselves and clearly specify where these funds will be used? For example, we can convert the gravel roads in the town into hard surface roads and improve the town's underground pipeline network. If we do this, first, people's lives will be greatly improved, sanitation will become better, and the incidence of diseases will decrease. Secondly, the image of our Enki town will be enhanced, which will help us improve our competitiveness in choosing vacation destinations. Once the flow of people coming to the town for vacations increases, it will undoubtedly help increase the income of the residents in the town, and our family's businesses will also benefit. Finally, and most crucially, this will help enhance your image, father, improve your reputation, and lay the groundwork for your future career. Bison laughed heartily. Excellent, Lex, I like your suggestion. It seems today, I'll have to find time to visit the town chief and have a good talk with him about this matter. After speaking, the Baron said with emotion, Lex, you have indeed changed a lot, matured considerably. I am very pleased. Lex smiled without speaking, picked up the buttered bread, and took a bite. Thump, thump, thump. Sebastian, the butler with a classical face and graying beard, walked into the dining room and bowed slightly. Sir, Kaosi has arrived. Oh. So early, is he here to have breakfast with me? The Baron joked and stood up. Have him wait in the hall, I'll be right there. Sebastian's gaze shifted to Lex. Kaosi said he hopes to meet with young Master Lex. Me. Lex was a little surprised. He picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and said to Bison, I'll go with you, father. Entering the hall, Lex saw Kaosi, who was portly and wore a wedding ring. Besides him, there were 3 other officers wearing black and white checkered uniforms and soft hats with badges. Their epaulets all had 6-pointed silver stars, one of them had 3 silver stars on his shoulder, while the other 2 had 2 stars each. These were 3 inspectors. Among them, the inspector with 3 stars on his shoulder seemed vaguely familiar to Lex, though he couldn't recall where he had seen him. This was a middle-aged man, mature and steady, with a square face, large nose and ears, slightly heavy forehead lines, and nascent nasolabial folds. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses and had a scholarly demeanor. If he weren't in a police uniform, Lex would have almost mistaken him for a university professor. The other 2 inspectors were a man and a woman. The man looked to be in his early 30s and was shorter in stature. Perhaps because of the higher temperature, he had taken off his hat, revealing soft, curly hair. His skin was unusually pale, as if he had been hiding in a room for years, unwilling to go out. Although relatively young, he generally gave off a gloomy feeling. The last female officer was very young, about 23 or 24, with long eyelashes, a beautiful face, and enthusiastic, reddish-brown wavy long hair. Her uniform seemed a bit ill-fitting, forcing her to unbutton the top 2 buttons, exposing her deep cleavage to the air. When Lex saw her, she was taking a small iron box from her pocket, pouring out a colorful candy from it, and popping it into her mouth. Good morning, Mr. Bison. Kaosi's voice attracted Lex's attention. The police station chief, who was already sweating profusely even while sitting, stood up and greeted Bison, then introduced the 3 inspectors. These are 3 inspectors sent by the Desi County Police Department, here for those few bloody cases. Allow me to introduce you, this is Inspector Lewis. So the experts have arrived. Are they night watchers of the Church of the Night Goddess, or enforcers of the Church of the Lord of Storms, or do they belong to the mechanical heart of the Church of Steam? Lex guessed with great interest. This was the first time he had come into contact with what might be official members of an official organization since he came to the world of mysteries. Chapter 31, A Clue. Through Kaosi's introduction, Lex learned the names of the three inspectors. The one with black-rimmed glasses was Lewis, the pale-skinned one was Jeffrey, and the Miss Red Hair was Martha. After Bison took his seat, the inspector named Lewis directly stated their purpose. Sir Bison, we are here hoping to get Mr. Lex's assistance. According to the information provided by the Enki Town police station, we found that Mr. Lex has faced the hunter at least twice. To be precise, it was 3 times, if you count last night's encounter, Lex silently corrected in his heart. Lewis continued. And yesterday, he also solved a murder and body concealment case. If we can get help from such an excellent gentleman, I believe we can solve this matter quickly and smoothly. The curvaceous Miss Red Hair Martha, who was eating candy, also spoke up. Besides, we just arrived in the town and still lack a guide. Bison, however, frowned and said directly, I apologize, officers, I appreciate your admiration for Lex, but this case is too dangerous, and I don't want my child involved. I believe Kaosi has plenty of more capable individuals under him who can assist you. As for a guide, you don't need to worry, I can provide a better candidate. Lewis seemed unwilling to give up so easily. He pushed up his glasses and said, Sir, please rest assured, we are fully capable of protecting Mr. Lex's safety. Lex turned slightly, leaning towards his father, and whispered, Father, I believe Inspector Lewis and his colleagues have this capability. If my participation can resolve this matter as soon as possible, I am willing to join. Lex had his own thoughts. That monster clearly wanted to kill him, which is why it snuck into the villa last night. Instead of passively defending, it would be better to actively hunt by leveraging these experts. Moreover, through this matter, he could deepen his hunter role-playing and accelerate the digestion of the potion. Kaosi also said, 3 bloody cases have already occurred, and we must quickly restore peace to the town. Mr. Bison, the peak season for vacations is approaching, and we must deal with this matter before then. Bison looked at Lex, then at Inspector Lewis, and finally nodded, all right, but just as you said, you must be responsible for his safety. No problem. As soon as Lewis agreed, there was a sound of voices at the door, and then the gray-bearded butler Sebastian walked in and whispered something in Bison's ear. Oh, is that so? Bison adjusted his expression and smiled, Gentlemen, perhaps now I can provide you with a clue related to the bloody case. This was said to Lewis and his colleagues. Bison then instructed Sebastian, bring him in. A moment later, the coachman Old Cook walked in. Seeing so many people in the hall, the dark-skinned old man appeared a bit reserved. Bison stood up, made a brief introduction, and then said, Cook, tell these officers what you wanted to say. Lewis and the other 2 exchanged curious glances, then the middle-aged officer took out a notebook and a fountain pen, opened it, and prepared to record. It seems his memory is not very good. Lex, who noticed this detail, whispered to himself. Old Cook nodded, then said, Master, a few days ago, you took an oil painting to the police station, didn't you? I glimpsed it at the time, and inexplicably felt that the face in the painting looked somewhat familiar. Yesterday I finally remembered, that's Ein's grandson. I saw this child last month. It was a terrifying deformed child, it's just that, it in the oil painting seems to have grown a lot. So I can't be sure, after all, how can a child grow so much in just 1 month? Bison said blankly, Ein, which Ein? Father and I also have no impression, Lex said in his heart. When he heard the butler Matthew mention it before, his expression was just like Bison's now. Lewis, however, stood up and said, Can you take us to that Ein's house? We want to see his grandson with our own eyes. Old Cook nodded, I know where he lives, but I can't guarantee if he's home. I haven't seen that old fellow for almost a month. Lex stood up, I'll go too. I've seen the killer, so I can confirm it. Seeing this, Bison couldn't stop him, so he said, then let Cook take you. You can use my carriage, the one with the sedan compartment. Lewis took off his hat and nodded slightly, that would be very kind, sir. So Old Cook drove, and Lex and the 3 inspectors shared a carriage, leaving the house and heading towards the outskirts of the town. Just in case, he brought his snake scales revolver, but he didn't bring his shadow gauntlets, fearing that the experts would discover it was an extraordinary weapon. Inside the carriage, the Miss Red Hair sitting opposite took out the tin box of candy again, shook out an orange-yellow candy from it, and handed it to Lex with a smile. For you. I'm not a child anymore, Lex thought humorously, but still took it. Sitting next to Martha, the pale-skinned Jeffrey looked at Lex and said, Do you know which specialty store in the town has a discount? I plan to take some back. I don't know, really, I haven't paid attention to these. Lex didn't answer, and Lewis, who was sitting next to him, cleared his throat. Let's talk about that later, Jeffrey. The inspector with black-rimmed glasses and slightly prominent forehead wrinkle said seriously, Mr. Lex, I'm very glad you can assist us. However, for your safety, I hope you remember that if danger arises, you must stay by my side. I remember, Lex responded seriously. Soon, the carriage stopped, and old Cook's voice came from outside the window. Young Master Lex, 3 officers, Ein's house is just ahead. The door opened, and Lex and the 3 others got out of the carriage successively. The carriage stopped at a fork in the road. At the end of this small path was a gloomy farmhouse. As Lex had seen when he went to the lumber mill last time, the rubble wall of the farmhouse was covered with wild roses, and the dense trees around it blocked the sunlight. The empty plot next to it, enclosed by wooden stakes, looked even more desolate, with weeds growing wildly, as if it had been abandoned. However, the 2 large black dogs chained at the farmhouse entrance were still as energetic as ever, barking incessantly at Lex and his companions from afar. Lewis was about to go forward, but heard the Miss Redhair Martha call out, "Wait a moment." She pulled out a silver chain with a red crystal pendant from her unfathomable cleavage and took it off her neck. She held the silver chain in her hand, letting the crystal pendant hang naturally. After the swaying subsided, Martha seemed to be saying something. The others couldn't hear it. But Lex, as a hunter, with his keen hearing, still caught some of it. There is beyonder danger in the farmhouse in front of me. Again and again, after exactly 7 times, the red crystal pendant actually began to swing. It rotated counterclockwise, and the speed was not fast. Is she performing divination? Danger caused by the extraordinary, they are indeed official personnel. Lex felt inexplicably excited, feeling that he had integrated a little more into this world. Chapter 32, A Diary. The Miss Redhair put away the red crystal pendant, not forgetting to take out the iron box and throw another candy into her mouth. She gently shook her head. Captain, there's no danger. Lewis, pushing up his black-rimmed glasses, nodded and said, Good, but still be careful. He walked towards the eerie farmhouse in the distance. Martha complained softly, You don't believe my divination. She must be a seer, following the same path as my transmigration countrymen. At this moment, Lex's spiritual intuition was stirred, feeling a gentle ripple-like fluctuation passing through the surrounding space. Subsequently, the 2 black-skinned dogs, which had been barking joyfully, simultaneously fell into a deep sleep. Lewis, who had already reached the vicinity of the 2 black dogs, turned back and gestured for everyone to come over. Arriving in front of the farmhouse, old Cook shouted, Ein, are you there? Open the door, I have something to tell you. He called 3 times, but there was no answer from inside the house. However, a horse's whinny suddenly sounded from behind the farmhouse. Lewis's expression changed, and he rushed out with Jeffrey. The 2 ran towards the back of the farmhouse, and moments later, gunshots were heard. Soon after, they returned. Lewis frowned, making the lines on his forehead even more pronounced. Someone rode away on a horse. Jeffrey, did you get a good look at him? Jeffrey, pale-skinned with half a store discount flyer sticking out of his pocket, shook his head and said, I didn't see him clearly. Lewis looked towards the door. Jeffrey and I will go in first. You wait outside the door. Lex, worried about potential danger, whispered to old Cook, You go back to the car. Even Martha took out a revolver. The other 2 inspectors, Lewis, used a black revolver, while Jeffrey took out a short stick with some patterns and symbols on its surface. The 2 men came to the door and exchanged glances. Jeffrey then lifted his foot and kicked it hard. Despite being slightly shorter than his colleague, his strength was astonishing. The wooden door completely detached from its frame and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lex looked through the doorway. The light inside was dim, but with the keen vision of a hunter, he still saw 2 dark figures sitting on chairs. At the same time, he smelled a scent like dead rats. The foul odor made Lex frown, and he knew that the owner of the house had likely met a tragic end. Just then, there was a flapping sound inside the house. The 2 black human-shaped figures inside actually dispersed, revealing themselves to be red-eyed, black-feathered crows. Countless crows circled and shrieked in the room, then flew out from the doorway, windows, and all other openings to the outside. Goddess above, why are there so many crows? Martha's face turned pale, and she brushed at her shoulders, making 1 or 2 black feathers that had landed on her shoulder fall off, afraid of catching bad luck from them. Looking back into the house, Lex suddenly felt a discomfort in his stomach and almost threw up his breakfast. There were 2 bodies in the room, sitting on chairs with their heads bowed, one an elderly male, the other a young female. The 2 bodies were dressed in simple clothes, which were now torn, exposing the bodies beneath. The bodies were covered in decaying flesh and rotten skin, with large and small bits of flesh scattered on the floor. Maggots squirmed in and out of the pitted and uneven parts of the bodies. Recalling the large number of crows that had been clinging to these 2 bodies, Lex knew that those birds had been pecking at the corpses, and his face grew even more unsightly. Martha beside him was already dry heaving, her eyes moist from retching. Lex quickly pulled out a handkerchief and handed it to her, thinking that the work of official personnel was not easy either. The death occurred more than 48 hours ago. No residual spirituality can be found, it has probably dissipated. Jeffrey seemed very skilled in the domain of bodies and death. After quickly making his judgment, he took out a small transparent glass bottle containing some emerald green liquid. He unscrewed the cap, wiped the opening of the bottle against his nose, and then handed it to Lewis. The inspector, who had been covering his nose with his hand, lowered his hand after smelling the scent emanating from the liquid in the bottle. Jeffrey then offered the small glass bottle to Lex and Martha. When the bottle's opening appeared before him, Lex smelled a mixture of mint leaves and tobacco. The strong smell made him cough a few times, but it blocked out the intense stench of decay coming from the house, at least preventing him from feeling nauseous. Martha also stopped vomiting. Inside the house, Lewis found some curtains and covered the bodies with them, then went upstairs. Moments later, the inspector's voice came from above, "Jeffrey, Martha, come up." Lex followed the two officers upstairs, but was told to stop when Martha and the other entered a room. Lex, remaining in the corridor, heard gasps from inside the room, followed by deliberately lowered voices, and then the door was closed by someone. Using the hearing of a hunter, Lex heard phrases like evil ritual, puppet, and secret organization. At this moment, his attention was drawn to a partially open door ahead. Lex pulled out his snake-scale revolver, moved silently, and cautiously pushed the door open. Inside was a bedroom. On the bed by the left window, the covers were messy. There was a table by the windowsill, with a pen on its surface and a notebook fallen under the table. The narrow room was clear at a glance. After confirming that no suspicious person was hiding, Lex put away his revolver, entered the bedroom, and picked up the notebook from the floor. It turned out to be a diary. He turned to the first page, where the following content was recorded in neat handwriting. March 18th, I finally landed. Damn sea journey, I will never take a boat again in my life. But I must thank this journey, it's a new beginning. I will prove to that guy, Follett, that I am the one favored by the gods. March 21st, thanks to this town, thanks to these ignorant farmers in the town, especially that fool Oldine. He already believes what I said, believing that I can let his intellectually deficient daughter live a normal life. Haha, it's time to test the suggestions Mr. Heimerk gave me. March 29th, it's truly amazing. Mr. Heimerk's suggestions are indeed effective. I modified the prayer incantation according to the information he provided and immediately received a response from the gods. Follett, you just wait for me. When I return to Orvie Island, you'll be kissing my shoes, ha 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 ha. April 5th, through the gift bestowed by the gods, Sarah has successfully conceived. She is pregnant with an important child. Oldine is overjoyed, that idiot. Upon reading this, Lex's heart sank. He knew that Sarah was Oldine's daughter, and from the content of the diary, her pregnancy was related to the so-called gift bestowed by the gods, not natural conception. So, what kind of god did the diary's owner believe in? Chapter 33, Volunteering. April 15th, in just 10 days, Sarah looks like she's 5 or 6 months pregnant. She's so lucky, she's the chosen one of the gods. April 30th, Sarah is almost ready to give birth. The important child is about to arrive, I'm so excited. I have to say, Mr. Heimerk really helped me out a lot. May 2nd, they were born, and there were 2 of them. Haha. May 3rd, damn it, one of the children died prematurely. What am I going to do? Old Cook said that I'd bragged about having 2 healthy grandchildren, but it turned out one of them died prematurely, and the other became a murderer. Lex shook his head. If that's the case, wouldn't the murderer be only 2 months old? This must be the youngest murderer in Lone Kingdom's history. He continued to read. May 7th, a miracle happened. So that's how it is. A miracle, what miracle? May 14th, the remaining child is growing so fast, but his appetite is huge. His mother's milk is far from enough for him. Last night, he even tried to eat Sarah. May 21st, I had Oldine buy some livestock to feed this child. He needs a lot of flesh and blood. May 27th, he seems no longer satisfied with just animal flesh and blood. It looks like I'll have to find him something else. There are quite a few vagrants in this town, and quite a few brainless workers too. If 1 or 2 of these people disappear, it probably won't be noticed. But I can't show my face personally, I'm a stranger to this town. I need to think of a way. May 29th, I have to say, there are quite a few fools in this town. That old woman has already believed my words, believing herself to be a favored one of the night. It's truly ridiculous. However, she will be a good helper. June 3rd, I was right, Paris has already brought me a vagrant. It seems a bit wasteful to just use him to feed that child. Oh right, I can give her the prayer incantation. Firstly, to make her believe even more that she is the chosen one. Secondly, to make full use of these vagrants. They can first serve as offerings, and then become food. I really am a genius. So that's how it was. Paris's favored one of the night came about like this. That old woman was used, and those poor people tricked by Paris became both offerings and food. Lex's mood gradually grew heavy, feeling that every word in this diary was seeping with blood, but he silently continued to read. June 7th, Gore, well, that child. That's the name Oldine gave him, it's really unpleasant. Never mind, he's just a tool anyway, a name doesn't matter. In short, Gore has been a bit out of control lately. He actually snuck off to the mountains behind my back, but because of that, I discovered that he has the ability to change and control animals. June 14th, this little scoundrel actually ran off to the town. Damn it, he can't be known by others yet. I need to teach him a good lesson. Lex noticed that in this entry, the diary's owner changed the way he referred to the child, which seemed to indicate that his perception of this child was changing. June 25th, I'm going crazy, this little scoundrel killed someone. I've already provided him with food, and he's still not satisfied. Damn it, it's not time yet. July 8th, alright, he killed another person at the town's hotel. It seems I can only hide him in the mountains. July 11th, he ran back from the mountains. He claimed he was attacked, what an uncooperative scoundrel. July 12th, big trouble. According to his description, the person who attacked him seems to be the town's baron's son. Before this, he had already encountered that boy named Lex once, in Memorial Square. This scoundrel keeps causing me trouble. What do I do now? Kill that boy. But he's a noble, so troublesome. July 15th, this is truly an unfeeling monster. He actually killed his own grandfather and mother. July 16th, it's that Lex again, that damned fellow again. How did he end up at Paris's house? Scoundrel, I was just separated from him by a door at that time. I shouldn't have hesitated. If I had acted, I wouldn't have let him escape, I wouldn't have let him call the police, and I wouldn't have lost Paris, such a useful tool. Seeing this, Lex couldn't help but be startled. Was the diary's owner at Paris's house at that time? Suddenly, Lex remembered that there was a room in Paris's basement. Could it be that the owner of this diary was in that room at the time? July 17th, time is a bit tight. For that matter, I need a larger number of offerings. I think I hear the sound of a carriage. This was the last diary entry. Closing the diary, Lex quickly walked out of the room, just in time to see Lewis and the others coming out. Inspector, you need to see this. Lex presented the diary he had found. Lewis flipped through a few pages, and his expression changed, now we're in trouble. He handed the diary to the other two. Martha saw the last page and exclaimed softly, he wants a larger number of offerings, so aren't the people in this town in danger? Lewis nodded, today's search ends here. We'll go back immediately. We need to see the mayor and Kaosi to discuss a countermeasure. They hurried downstairs, left the farmhouse, and returned to the carriage. As the carriage headed towards the town, inside the compartment, Lex said, Inspector, I have a suggestion. Lewis glanced at him, please speak. Lex pointed to the diary held in Jeffrey's hand. The strange things that have been happening in our town lately were all orchestrated by the owner of this diary. The diary also mentions that he hates me very much. I think we can use this to lure him out. The three inspectors exchanged glances in surprise. Miss Redhair, Martha reminded him, in that case, you would be taking on a lot of risks. Lex straightened his back and said, but the diary also said he needs a large number of offerings. If my risk can resolve this matter as soon as possible and prevent a disaster from happening, then, I'm very willing to take the risk. Lewis nodded slightly, your courage is admirable. How about this, we will take your suggestion into consideration. If needed, we will notify you again. How does that sound, Mr. Lex? Lex nodded in agreement. The carriage took them to the police station in the town. Only then did Lex bid farewell and leave. Watching the carriage drive away, Lewis adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and said to Martha, this time, your card reading was very accurate. Baron Bison's son really did help us. We got a lot of information and clues from him without much effort. Martha proudly puffed out her chest, which made her curves even more alluring, causing a passing police officer to get distracted and bump into a pillar. Of course, I've always said that my spiritual intuition is very accurate. Chapter 34, Mysterious Craftsman. Golden Champagne Avenue, Baron's Mansion, Study. The detailed process is as follows. Lex used this sentence to conclude his report. After seeing the inspectors off to the police station, he returned home, had lunch, and then went to the study with his parents to recount his morning discoveries. Bison looked solemn, habitually running a hand through his thinning hair. I didn't expect there to be such a connection between those few murders and the missing persons in the town. No wonder when I used that thing's blood for divination before, I was always interfered with and couldn't get a specific location. His mother Amelia sighed. It turns out there's a god involved in this. That monster named Gore is probably being watched by an evil god. It was protected, which is why my divination couldn't yield the desired results. Lex looked at his mother. What kind of god is that, exactly? Amelia shook her head. Besides the 7 gods, there are many evil gods in this world who wish to descend upon the mortal realm. Based solely on those descriptions, it's very difficult to confirm their identity. Bison offered a suggestion. Can't you divine the god's identity through the monster's blood? Amelia smiled. That would expose me to the evil god's gaze. I might lose control or go mad on the spot. That serious? I'm sorry, I didn't think it would be like that. Bison was greatly surprised. Amelia looked at Lex. You must remember, child. From now on, as you delve deeper into the mystical world, you must be especially careful in matters involving gods. Do not easily expose yourself to their gaze, and you must not look directly at them. Cannot look directly at gods. Lex nodded. I've remembered. Bison spread his hands and said, in any case, our family should try not to get involved in this matter. Let those 3 inspectors handle it. Lex, you've been busy all morning, and you must be tired. Go back to your room and rest. All right. Lex agreed, exited the study, and returned to his temporary bedroom. After dismissing his personal valet, Lex slightly drew the curtains to make his room as private as possible, then he raised both hands level and chanted the incantation. I that sees everything. God that oversees all things. As the last incantation was completed, Lex saw that the colors of various objects in the room deepened, like vivid color blocks in an oil painting. He saw the curtains, stirred by the wind, become motionless, and the dust in front of him stop dancing. He subconsciously lowered his gaze, and then a light outlined the upper part of his vision, after which a thick, ethereal tome, glowing with iridescent light, descended onto his hands. Feeling the weight, Lex suddenly noticed that one of the 7 symbols on the cover, located below the eye, had become clear at some point. This symbol was a cube, and at its center, patterns of swords, shields, books, gloves, firearms, staves, and other items appeared and disappeared in sequence, repeating in a cycle. Has the mysterious book unlocked a new function? Lex quickly opened the cover, and saw the pages turn by themselves. When they stopped, he saw a yellowish page, like parchment, with faint grayish-white patterns resembling creases. The first line of the page displayed unprecedented information. Dimensional crystal, 32 pieces. Record, your adventure biography has received a reward from a dimensional reader, granting you 1 or more dimensional crystals. You have met the conditions to lift the usage restrictions of Artisan of Mysteries. Artisan of Mysteries. What is this? Lex continued to read down. Mountains and Seas thinks you have a lot of potential and rewarded 1,000 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 10 dimensional crystals. Faceless Man hopes you can continue to work hard and rewarded 600 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 6 dimensional crystals. Number 20170818032705561 told you to keep it up and rewarded 100 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 1 dimensional crystal. It can be like this. The observers rewarded my adventure biography, allowing me to unlock a new function of the mysterious book and obtain dimensional crystals. Indeed, the attention of readers can influence this world, they are almost like gods. Lex continued to read down. Joker Clown thinks Klein Moretti is amazing and rewarded 100 dimensional coins, but this has nothing to do with you. Ah, well, with the reader's reward, it should also be helpful to that transmigrator fellow countryman, right? But then, there was another piece of information. Joker Clown sees you in a new light and rewarded 1,500 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 15 dimensional crystals. Ah, this is truly unexpected. This reader also rewarded me, this is truly too generous. Controlling his excitement, Lex turned a page, and the second page contained the explanation for Artisan of Mysteries. Artisan of Mysteries can influence mystical items by consuming dimensional crystals, mainly in 4 aspects: identification, decomposition, enhancement, and seal. Affected by Knowledge Authority, you can currently only influence mystical items below Sequence 8, and temporarily cannot influence sealed artifacts. Additionally, after raising Knowledge Authority, the usage restrictions of Creation can be lifted. Influencing mystical items. After raising Knowledge Authority, there's also a new function that can be used. Lex excitedly read on. Below were simple explanations of the 4 influences. Identification can identify the origin, abilities, and side effects of mystical items. The higher the Knowledge Authority, the more information obtained, and the more comprehensive it is. Decomposition can extract the extraordinary characteristics of mystical items. The higher the Knowledge Authority, the more complete the extracted extraordinary characteristics will be. Enhancement improves the abilities and effects of mystical items. The higher the Knowledge Authority, the greater the enhancement. Seal weakens the negative effects brought by mystical items. The higher the knowledge authority, the smaller the negative effects. After reading these explanations, Lex immediately felt eager to try it out. He immediately found the shadow gauntlets. Having previous experience using the mysterious book, he knew that communicating with this ethereal tome only required the transmission of thought. So, a thought appeared in his mind: I want to identify this mystical item. However, nothing happened. How could this be? Is the method of use incorrect? Looking at the gauntlets in his hand, Lex then slapped them onto the book, but they passed directly through the tome and fell onto the floor. This doesn't work either. Lex suddenly had an inspiration. He put on the shadow gauntlets, then communicated with the mysterious book, giving the identification command. At this moment, a line of information appeared on the page. Identifying this item requires 3-dimensional crystals. Continue. Definitely. As this thought just surfaced, he saw the number of dimensional crystals on the page change rapidly, finally stopping at 29 foot. Then, Lex felt a slight trance, and the light and shadow before his eyes became blurry, distorted, and fragmented. In those fragments of light and shadow, he saw a man standing amidst a pile of corpses. His eyes were cold, and even facing so many bodies, he showed no panic, no fear. In another fragment of light and shadow, it was still this man. This time, he cruelly murdered a woman, as if he had lost all conscience. In piece after piece of light and shadow, Lex saw this man eventually pursued, and killed. His corpse exuded a shadowy, ethereal substance, and finally, Lex saw a pair of gauntlets. This is the origin of the shadow gauntlets. After his vision returned to normal, he saw corresponding information appear on the page. Shadow gauntlets corresponds to sequence 8 of the Abyss pathway, an item made from the characteristics of a fallen angel. Chapter 35, The Emperor's Diary. The general description of this item was similar to what was recorded in Bartender Sanchi's notebook, but at the end of the information, the negative effects of this gauntlet were added. Long-term wear of this gauntlet, continuous wear for more than 48 hours, will make the user cold-blooded. Continuous wear for more than 10 days will extinguish the user's conscience irreversibly. Additionally, wearing this item will cause animals to dislike the user, especially those with stronger spiritual perception, such as cats, dogs, and horses, whose reactions will be even more intense. So, wearing the shadow gauntlets means I might be chased and bitten by stray dogs, huh? Lex wiped his face, making his twitching mouth return to normal. Overall, the negative impact of this weapon is relatively minor. As long as it's not worn continuously for more than 48 hours, it generally won't alter one's hard nature. As for being disliked by animals, Lex didn't mind. He didn't keep cats anyway, and at most, he wouldn't ride horses or take carriages while wearing it, so it wasn't a big deal. Based on the above considerations, Lex felt there was no need to seal it, but strengthening it was something to look forward to. He held the mysterious book and issued the strengthening command, and a new line of information appeared on the page. Strengthening this item requires 12-dimensional crystals. Do you wish to continue? As expected, the cost of strengthening was much higher than identification, which was normal, as this project could affect the efficacy and power of magical items. Continue. Immediately, Lex only had 17-dimensional crystals left. Then, the colorful faint light swirling around this illusory tome suddenly surged like flowing water, spreading and flowing over Lex's body, converging on the gauntlet in his hand. In an instant, the shadow gauntlets were enveloped by a light, and 3-dimensional patterns or symbols with strange markings appeared on the gauntlet. A moment later, the light began to recede, and an arcane symbol appeared on the gauntlet. Staring at it gave one a feeling of constantly falling into depravity. Lex quickly averted his gaze and found that the information about the shadow gauntlets in the mysterious book had changed slightly. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to summon a shadow fist. In dark or shadowy environments, the summoning chance is 50%, and the shadow fist transforms into shadow combo. The previous information did not have specific numbers. Now it does, and in specific environments, the shadow fist even transforms into shadow combo. This wave is a pay-to-win upgrade. Satisfied, Lex took off the shadow gauntlets and turned to the message page of the mysterious book, finding that the information had been updated. Collection. Record, your adventure biography has received over 300 collections and follows, granting you one use of the message board permission. Great, I can use the message board again. Lex continued to read, and the questions he had previously asked had already been answered by observers. A S-level creature who gave up thinking. Abraham Tudor advanced to Sequence 0, taking the Hunter Pathway Sequence 1. Speechless, he is called Alista, not Abraham. Ah, this is a face-slapping scene from beyond the dimension. It seems observers sometimes make mistakes. I must pay attention to this and try to read as much information from observers as possible so as not to be led astray or misled. Number 16080914581358. The Abraham family ancestor was only one step away from being a true god, but later the entire family was cursed, and the rest is not something you can know. The Solomon Empire once ruled the North Continent. As he read this, Lex began to feel a headache, with his temples throbbing in waves. He knew that the previous identification, strengthening, and current reading had consumed too much of his spirituality, and he could no longer continue. He decisively closed the illusory tome, cancelled the summoning, and the remaining replies could only be read next time. But he still gained a lot this time. The biggest gain was naturally Artisan of Mysteries. This was thanks to the 3 observers. Without them, he wouldn't have gained new functions. Although he only saw 2 replies on the message board, even just a partial read of the message from the reader with a string of numbers was enough to shock Lex. The ancestor of the Abraham family was actually only one step away from being a true god. So, his mother's teacher had such a grand background. But this family was cursed. To be able to curse such a powerful family, the entity must also be extraordinary. No wonder that reader said, "The rest is not something I can know." Lex endured his headache and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his thoughts wandering. Did his mother not want to talk about this family because of that curse, fearing it would bring unnecessary trouble, or even disaster? He turned over and saw that myth of creation he had taken from his mother's cabin last time. Having nothing to do, Lex picked it up, opened it to the part he had last read, and continued reading. As he flipped through the pages, a yellowed page suddenly fell out. Lex casually picked it up, thinking it was just notes or annotations his mother had made. Unexpectedly, he inadvertently glanced at the words on the page, paused, then forgot his headache and directly sprang up from the bed. This is simplified Chinese characters," Lex exclaimed in surprise. After repeated confirmation, he knew he hadn't misread. They were indeed the simplified Chinese characters he was all too familiar with from his previous life. However, the writer seemed to have just learned to write, as the handwriting was very ugly, and some radicals were almost detached. Even a primary school student could write better than this person. Wait. Could this be the Great Emperor's diary? Lex remembered that the only one who used simplified Chinese characters in Lord of the Mysteries was Emperor Rozel's diary, one of the most valuable items in the Tarot Club. Thinking of this, he quickly sat back down and began to read. January 10, 1184. Young Miss Copperfield expressed her affection for me, hinting that I could pursue her. Her mother, Madame Flournel, is absolutely a stunner, and as her daughter, Copperfield is also very beautiful, but how could I do such a thing? I am not that kind of person. January 11th, young Miss Copperfield was truly passionate in bed. Lex suddenly felt the muscles on his face twitching. So, you are this kind of great emperor. January 6th. My foolish children finally listened to me and began to try acting, getting rid of those charlatans' deceptions. Damn it, I'm going to drive all those charlatans away, at least keep them far from my children, so they don't infect my children with their stupidity. September 25th, young Miss Ithaca brought her friend to see me. Young Miss Harper is also very charming, and even younger. I'm starting to miss my youth. Although there were only a few short diary entries on this page, and no continuous information between them, it allowed Lex a glimpse into the life of this legendary great emperor. Emperor Rozel's life, one could only say it was very comfortable. Cough, I'm getting off topic. Emperor Rozel's diary, I remember that Transmigrator from Tingen City was also collecting such items. Perhaps. Lex stood up, holding the page, and left the bedroom. He planned to go find Amelia and ask if his mother had any similar items. Chapter 36, White Beach Night. In the small parlor on the second floor used for afternoon tea parties, Lex saw his mother, Amelia, an elegant lady who was no longer young but still graceful, flipping through a poetry collection. With her glasses on, she exuded an intellectual beauty. Since there was no afternoon tea party today, Lex was relieved not to see those ladies and young misses, especially a few who seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with the original owner. He certainly didn't want to take on that burden. Good afternoon, mother. Lex strode into the parlor, his bright, clear voice causing Amelia to put down her poetry collection, remove her glasses, and smile as she looked at him. Are you here to have afternoon tea with me? Unfortunately, it's still a bit early. Lex took a few steps to her side, sitting directly on the carpet, looking up at his mother's face, and smiling. I found something interesting in your books that I'd like to ask you about. Oh. Amelia affectionately stroked Lex's short black hair. What is it? Lex handed her Rozel the Great's diary. Amelia put on her glasses, looked at it, and exclaimed, You actually found it. Where was it? In that book, Myth of Creation, Lex deliberately asked, Are these words? Or symbolic characters? Amelia took off her glasses again and said with a smile, This is Rozel Gustav's lost notebook before his death. Of course, it's not the original. It is said that the great emperor invented a strange set of symbols to keep secrets, which are what you see now. I obtained this note during an adventure in the past. I also studied these symbols, combining mathematics, ancient texts, and mysticism, but I couldn't decipher any useful information. To be precise, I couldn't even decipher a single symbol, well, except for those representing numbers. Afterwards, I put it away and never thought you would discover it. Lex nodded and asked again, is this the only one? I find it quite interesting, and I'd like to try deciphering these symbols too. I'm sorry, I only have this one note in my collection. I've heard that some Beyonder gatherings occasionally auction off the Great Emperor's notes, but it's difficult to distinguish between genuine and fake ones, as only the Great Emperor knew these symbols and could decipher their meaning. Amelia spread her hands and said, therefore, many collectors who are passionate about such items often buy fakes. She added, although people cannot decipher these symbols, they can use methods like divination and philology to distinguish authenticity. Lex felt a little disappointed. All right then. I'll try to collect more if I get the chance in the future. Amelia didn't forget to say, you can treat it as a hobby, but don't invest too much energy. There's still a lot of knowledge you need to learn. Don't forget, tomorrow you'll be learning ritual magic and talisman crafting. Lex stood up and promised, I'll prioritize properly, don't worry, Mother. The next day, Lex and Harabelle came to their mother's private classroom, spending the entire day there. In the morning, they learned ritual magic, understanding that to pray to different deities, one needed to use items made from corresponding materials. For example, to pray to the night goddess, one would need candles made from moonflowers, crimson sandalwood, and so on. In the afternoon, they moved on to the talisman crafting course. This required mastering incantations and various symbolic characters, and how to use a carving knife to express spirituality, thereby carving these incantations and symbols onto the talisman materials, was also an important topic. In addition, Lex also had to master some special formats, so that he could carve the correct symbols and marks in the appropriate positions on the talisman materials according to these formats. He quickly discovered that he wasn't very good at either ritual magic or talisman crafting, lacking talent. Harabelle was much better in this regard, a fact that left Lex far behind. After dinner, Lex returned to his room, his original bedroom. After being attacked by the monster named Gore last time, the bedroom window was damaged. Now it had been replaced with a new one and tidied up, so Lex moved back in. Outside the window, a dog bark occasionally sounded. Since the attack, the villa's security had been increased at night, and even 2 more hounds had been added. Lex also heard a few horse neighs, and the sound of wheels rolling. He glanced out the window and saw the family's carriage driving out of the gate. It seemed his father had social engagements tonight. When the wall clock reached 10 past 10, Lex changed into a button-front high-collared long trench coat, took his golden revolver and shadow gauntlets, and put a black iron mask on his face. Transforming into the bounty hunter Duke, Lex quietly opened the window and left the house without attracting anyone's attention. To the south of Enki Town was Desi Bay. Following Mermaid Road, one would eventually reach the White Stone City Gate. After exiting this ancient city gate, which had witnessed the White Rose War, and heading right for about 15 minutes, one would see a white beach. That was White Beach. Opening his pocket watch, and using the crimson moonlight from the sky, Lex saw that he had 10 minutes until his agreed time with Doug. He walked among the trees near White Beach, moving in the shadows. A moment later, he saw some gang members. They were huddled together, seemingly beating someone, with screams and laughter occasionally coming from them. The Black Bowtie's leader didn't seem to be among them. At this moment, Lex caught another horse neigh and followed the sound. A carriage was parked in the distance on the beach. Although a hunter's eyesight was very good, due to the distance and insufficient light, Lex couldn't clearly see the style of the carriage. He only saw the door open, and a short, stout figure got out of the carriage, bowing towards the interior of the carriage. The carriage quickly turned around and disappeared into the vast night. As for the short, stout figure, he walked back. When he got closer, Lex could see clearly that it was Doug, the leader of the Black Bowties. With his hands in his pockets, Lex left the shadows and approached the crowd on the beach. Doug also saw Lex at this moment, spread his hands, and said loudly, "Duke, you're punctual." Lex didn't respond, only nodding slightly. Seeing their boss return, the gang members separated, allowing Lex to see a person kneeling on the beach. There was blood everywhere on his face, clothes, and the beach. It seemed he had been severely beaten. Doug walked over to the men, suddenly kicked him in the stomach, and cursed, "Run, why aren't you running now? Bastard, you dare to betray me. You want to report me, right? Fine, I'll let you report." He raised his hand, and someone promptly handed him a pistol. Doug pointed the gun at the traitor and sneered, "Consider yourself lucky. I have other things to do and no time to play with you. Let me give you a quick end. Thank me for my mercy." The hammer of the revolver slowly rose. Just as Doug was about to pull the trigger all the way down, a hand suddenly pressed down, causing the bullet to hit the beach. Doug was startled, then looked up and smiled. "Duke, what does this mean?" Chapter 37, Hell on the Ship. The one pressing against Doug's revolver was Lex. This action, along with Doug's words, caused the 20-odd Black Bowties members around them to gather, their faces grim. Aside from a few trusted subordinates who always followed Doug and wore cheap formal attire, The other members' clothes were varied, but no matter what they wore, they all had a black bow ties tied at their collars. This made them appear both incongruous and somewhat bizarre. Facing Doug's questioning, Lex did not directly respond, instead saying, "Time is almost up. I don't want any unexpected complications. I don't want the mission to go wrong or even be ruined. If anyone affects my reputation, I will not let him off." Doug's two not-so-thick eyebrows raised, and his smile remained unchanged, "Oh, including me." Through his black iron mask, Lex's gaze remained steady as he said, "Including you." These words caused the surrounding black botius to immediately draw their long knives or revolvers, pointing them at Lex. Feeling the heavy pressure on his revolver, Doug's eyes darted around before he shouted, "What are you doing? Put those things away." Hearing this, Lex also released his hand, and Doug kicked the traitor, "Get out of here, and don't let me see you in Enki Town again." The injured man scrambled away, passing by the black botius. Doug snorted, then put on a smile again and said to Lex, "Let's go, we're going to collect the goods." As Lex turned around, he suddenly heard a gunshot, and he whipped his head back to see Doug raising his hand. Smoke drifted from his gun barrel. The man running on the beach not far away fell straight down and did not get up again. Doug shouted, "Bury him quickly." He put away his revolver and smiled at Lex, "See, it's just killing a traitor, it doesn't take much time, it won't cause any complications, and it certainly won't affect your reputation." Lex said nothing, not looking at the man lying on the beach, merely giving Doug a faint glance, "You have already wasted 10 seconds. Doug laughed heartily, striding past Lex and leading the way. They headed southwest along the beach. The coastline continuously narrowed, and after rounding a bend, the view suddenly opened up again. In the bay here, under the crimson moonlight, a multi-masted sailboat lay quietly anchored not far from the shore on the sea. A wooden boat glided across the water, heading towards the sailboat. Doug snorted, "Benji, that bastard, even at this hour, he can't resist doing these petty, disreputable small businesses." He glanced at Lex and explained, "Benji is the captain of that ship. Sometimes, on his way to deliver goods, he'll conveniently take people who can't get tickets through official channels abroad." Lex narrowed his eyes slightly. In the moonlight, he saw two people on the wooden boat. One of them was Bridge, who had tried to hire him as a temporary bodyguard a few days ago. The ship he was originally supposed to take was this very one tonight. As Bridge and his bodyguard began to board the ship, Doug called over Bearded Man, who had been beaten by Lex that day, "Quickly signal that bastard Benji. It's getting late, tell him to hand over the goods soon so I can go back to sleep." Bearded Man held a lantern high, occasionally covering the lampshade with his hand. This was using the flickering light to transmit a message. But he signaled several times, and there was no reaction from the ship. Suddenly, gunshots rang out from the ship. Doug's face changed, and he instinctively ran towards the sea. During this, 3 more gunshots rang out from the multi-masted sailboat. Then came an eerie silence. Behind his iron mask, Lex frowned slightly and stepped forward, saying, "I suggest it's best not to board the ship, but I imagine you won't agree." Doug's facial muscles twitched as he said, "Isn't that obvious? The cargo on that ship is very important to me, and they absolutely cannot have anything happen to them. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for me to explain to that man." That man. Lex thought of the carriage Doug had just descended from. The leader of the Black Botius had bowed to the person inside the carriage, that man must have been in there at the time. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Doug immediately covered his mouth with his hand, then shouted, "Quickly get the boat out, let's go up and see." The Black Botius ran to the shore, flipped over several wooden boats that were upside down on the beach, and pushed them into the sea. Lex and Doug shared a boat, while Bearded Man and 2 other bodyguards in formal attire rowed. A moment later, they boarded the deck of the multi-masted sailboat. There was no one on the deck, nor any lights. The main door leading to the cabin was wide open, and it was pitch black inside. Doug came to the door and shouted inside, "Benji, are you down there? Damn it, answer me quickly." Lex patted his shoulder and shook his head, "Calm down, impulsiveness and anger cannot solve problems. I don't need you to teach me." Doug slapped Lex's hand away and shouted at his subordinates behind him, "Light the lamps, we're going down." Soon, lanterns and torches illuminated the stairs leading to the bottom of the cabin. Lex followed Doug down. As soon as he entered the cabin, he immediately smelled a foul odor. A hunter's sense of smell quickly allowed Lex to distinguish that the smell contained strong liquor, urine, body odor, and a strong scent of blood. He reached into his pregnant and took out his golden revolver. Seeing his movement, Doug also drew his gun. Creak. This was the sound of feet stepping on wooden planks. The Black Botius spread out, and the lights illuminated the cabin. As soon as Lex descended into the cabin, he distinctly felt that the temperature here had dropped by at least 5 degrees Celsius compared to the deck. Even without seeing anything yet, he could feel that the aura of death here was incredibly rich. Occasionally, a chilling wind, blowing from an unknown source, would whistle past his ears, like the whispers of wraiths. Just below the stairs, Lex saw Bridge. He was lying face down, as if crushed by a heavy object, which had caused his entire back to sink in. Poor Bridge. As for his bodyguard, an unknown hunter, he had suffered an even worse fate, dismembered. It seemed they had been attacked not long after entering the cabin. Lex shook his head, passing by these two corpses. Suddenly, a gasp rang out from ahead, followed by someone shouting, "Dead people, so many dead people." Doug's face changed upon hearing this. He pushed aside the subordinate blocking his way and jogged forward. Lex followed him into the depths of the cabin and immediately saw that the wooden floor of the cabin was stained dark red with blood. In this dazzling red, corpses floated. Among them were sailors clearly of lone ethnicity, and also bronze-skinned Biome people. They lay haphazardly, sprawled in their own blood. "It's like a premonition of hell," Lex murmured under his mask. Then he noticed that the faces of these corpses did not show expressions of pain. Instead, there was a look of satisfaction, a joyful expression, as if they were enjoying pleasure. It was as if they were still enjoying the love between a man and a woman before death arrived. This was truly too bizarre. As for their cause of death, it was clearly wounds to the abdomen. Each corpse had a fist-sized gash in its abdomen, and the fresh blood that stained the cabin floor came from each of these wounds. Lex took a lantern, squatted beside a corpse, picked up a nearby stick, and propped open the wound. The light shone into the wound, and Lex saw that the deceased's abdomen was empty. He gasped under his mask. He believed that if he were to cut open the deceased's chest now, he probably wouldn't see any organs in the chest cavity either. The internal organs and intestines of these corpses had all been extracted. When he stood up, he inadvertently glimpsed a statue placed among these corpses, a statue that combined the concepts of tree and female. Lex had seen the same thing in Old Lady Paris's basement before. Chapter 38, Bloody Sacrifice. Seeing the bizarre statue, Lex immediately thought of the diary found in Ein's farmhouse, which contained a phrase like, "requires a large number of sacrifices." Combined with the hell-like scene in the cabin, a flash of lightning seemed to strike Lex's mind. Is this a sacrifice? A sacrifice to some evil deity? Had the diary's owner already gotten what he needed, or was this merely a prelude? Lex temporarily suppressed these thoughts. Now was not the time to consider them. He didn't hesitate, raising his golden revolver and firing 3 shots at the statue. Doug and the others watched Lex blow up the statue, bewildered. This time, no blood flowed from the shattered statue, nor did any strange roars echo in their minds. Lex frowned slightly inside his mask. His intuition told him that this situation was probably somewhat different from what happened in Old Lady Paris's basement. Was it because the sacrifice had been completed? Just as he was about to remind Doug that they should leave here immediately, Lex heard a faint noise. Almost instinctively, he leaned back sharply, and then something whistled past his head, crashing into a pillar. He heard something shatter, heard liquid splashing onto the ground with a gurgling sound, and smelled the strong scent of high-proof alcohol. Damn it. Who is it? There's someone in the captain's cabin. The Black Boaties cried out in alarm. These gang members were already on edge because of the bodies in the cabin, and the sudden attack snapped the already taut string in their hearts. Thus, the roar of handguns predictably erupted. These gang members roared as they unleashed a torrent of bullets towards the bottom of the cabin. Lex glanced at the shattered wine barrel, feeling a bit worried that there might be more such barrels in the cabin, and that the Black Ribbon's bullets might hit these strong spirits and cause a fire. Suddenly, not far ahead, a man carrying a kerosene lamp flew out without any warning. He screamed as if struck by something invisible, crashing into the shadows. The lamp in his hand fell to the ground, its glass shade shattering, and the liquid inside splashed out. The wick touched the kerosene, and a crimson flame instantly flared up with a whoosh. Another Black Bowtie screamed. This time, Lex saw clearly. The man was lifted into the air by an invisible force, his clothes tightening and wrinkling, then he was slammed onto the floor, before being thrown horizontally into the depths of the cabin. There was an invisible enemy in the captain's cabin. This was the first time Lex had encountered such a situation. Not wanting to be reckless, he turned and ran towards the stairs. This place was not suitable for staying long. He remembered his identity as a bounty hunter and that he had accepted Doug's commission tonight. So, although he didn't like this gang leader, he still offered a warning. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave. Doug seemed to awaken from a dream, but he pushed 2 bodyguards in formal suits. Don't just stand there, shoot. He hoped to use these subordinates to delay the invisible thing. But those Black Boaties weren't foolish. Apart from a few who were scared senseless and instinctively kept firing, all the others ran towards the stairs. A Black Bowties with a buzz cut shouted and fired wildly around him. Suddenly, he couldn't make a sound, but his mouth hung wide open. He threw away his handgun and frantically clawed and pulled at his front, as if trying to stop something from entering his mouth. His face grew redder and redder, his eyes bulged, and a tooth was forced out by the pressure. Suddenly, this black bow tie's body split into two halves, as if torn from the inside by an invisible force. The two halves of the corpse spun in midair for a moment before being flung in different directions. The smell of blood in the captain's cabin grew even stronger. Upon reaching the deck, Lex's keen hearing allowed him to catch a faint, unusual sound carried on the wind. Hoo-ch, hoo-ch. It was like someone was breathing heavily, and the sound suggested that the person was suppressing his madness, waiting for an opportunity to erupt. Lex realized that besides the invisible thing in the captain's cabin, there was another danger on the deck. By then, Doug and his subordinates had already run onto the deck. The short, stout man, who probably hadn't exercised in years, was bent over, panting, and couldn't go on after just running up the stairs. His subordinates were clearly stronger. They rushed towards the gangway, wanting to leave the multi-masted sailboat. Soon, someone shouted, "Where are our wooden boats? Damn it, how did they float away? Forget it, we'll swim back." Enki Town was close to the sea, and most people in the town knew how to swim. The sailboat was not far from shore, so swimming back wouldn't take much time. A black bowtie was already preparing to jump ship when suddenly a rope used to keep the mast upright looped around his neck. Then a strange cry echoed in the air, and someone leaped down from the mast. The black bowtie was pulled up, his neck strangled, hanging in midair. Under the crimson moonlight, Lex saw a thin man with bronzed skin and disheveled hair that obscured most of his face. He had large, sinister blue tattoos on his back. He didn't look particularly strong, yet he single-handedly held the rope from which an adult man was hanging. He was breathing heavily, whether due to the moonlight or other factors. In any case, his eyes were slightly red, and it was hard to see rationality in them. There was only overwhelming madness. Against an unseen opponent, the black boatius were panicked and terrified, but seeing a scrawny man before them, these gang members were clearly less afraid. Without a word, they raised their handguns and opened fire on the men. Worried about being hit by stray bullets, Lex quickly ducked behind the ship's mainmast. From behind the mainmast, he saw the tattooed man dodging the Black Ribbon's attacks with incredible speed and extremely keen senses. And in the process of dodging, he casually used whatever was around him. Ropes, harpoons, iron hooks, as well as guns and swords dropped by the Black Ribbons, all these things became his weapons, and he used them to take the men's lives. Lex also noticed that this madman had great strength, but his mind wasn't very sharp. It seemed rationality had abandoned him. His behavior was violent and impulsive, mostly dominated by instinct, yet even so, in the blink of an eye, half of the black boatius had been taken care of by him. Lex narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this a beyonder? Using a spoon he picked up from somewhere, the man with blue tattoos on his back used it to stab into a black bowtie's eye, gouging out the eyeball, which he then threw into his mouth and chewed. He casually scanned the deck, then suddenly saw Lex, spat out the eyeball, and lunged forward as if he had found new prey. Bullshit. Lex cursed inwardly, but didn't panic. He raised his hand and fired a shot at the mainmast above his head, then ran towards the captain's cabin not far ahead. The bullet severed the ropes on the mainmast, causing the already furled sails to drop. The grayish-white sail immediately enveloped the madman. When he tore through the sail, shouting and screaming, and burst out, he just happened to see the captain's cabin door slam shut with a bang. The man's lips curved into a smile, revealing white teeth and dripping saliva. His eyes were wild, and he let out a loud cry as he charged towards the captain's cabin. Chapter 39, Shadow Combo. The captain's cabin was dim, with most of the space hidden in shadow, except for the crimson moonlight streaming through the bay window on the right. Lex lay on the floor, holding his revolver, its muzzle pointed directly at the captain's cabin door. He glanced at Doug, who was hiding behind a chair nearby, and his mouth, hidden by the mask, twisted in a sneer, but he didn't voice his displeasure. The leader of the black bowties had followed him in and hidden with him. If he could, Lex would have driven him away, but there was no time now. He hadn't run into the captain's cabin aimlessly. This space, was a temporary trap for Lex. Just now on the deck, Lex had confirmed with his own eyes that the tattooed man, suspected to be a beyonder, was mad and deranged, possessing immense strength and keen senses. In a wide-open space, it would be difficult to hit him with a pistol, and the Black Bowties members had already proven this. So Lex had ducked into the captain's cabin. He believed that the madman's lack of reason would make him break through the door rather than consider breaking the window. The door would restrict the madman's dodging space and increase Lex's hit rate. Even with the madman's keen senses, it would be difficult for him to avoid all attacks. Additionally, there was a second trap in this room, a natural one. Doug, hiding behind the chair, whispered, "Shouldn't we light a lamp? It's too dark in here. Shut up if you don't want to die." Lex didn't even look at him, his attention completely focused on the door. Doug's face fell, and dissatisfaction surged in his eyes, but at this moment, he still needed to rely on Lex, so he could only obey and close his mouth. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside, and the wooden door of the captain's cabin splintered into pieces. Lex hadn't even clearly seen his opponent when he sent the bullets from his gun in the direction of the doorway. Almost simultaneously, a harpoon shot in, flying over Lex's head and embedding itself in the wall behind. If Lex hadn't been lying on the floor, that harpoon would probably be embedded in his chest right now. A scream sounded from outside the door. Lex saw the splashing blood, knowing he had hit the target, but it seemed he hadn't hit a vital spot. Thus, the madman was knocked back repeatedly, and as soon as Lex's pistol ran empty, he instantly disappeared from the doorway. Immediately after, the moonlight from the right window vanished, a dark shadow appeared in the window, and then the glass shattered. The madman broke through the window and lunged directly at Lex. Hearing the sound of the shattering window, Lex had already rolled away from his original position. He casually threw the empty golden revolver, using it to slightly delay the madman's steps, while he himself quickly retreated into the shadows where the moonlight couldn't reach. As he passed Doug, Lex threw a chair, exposing the leader of the black bowties. Doug was stunned, then wanted to curse, but he felt a terrifying gaze. The madman, who had avoided the chair by the window, looked over with his irrational eyes. Unable to see Lex at this moment, Doug became his next target. He roared and pounced. Doug scrambled, rolling and crawling, crying out as he rushed towards the door. Suddenly, he felt a kick to his backside, and the doorframe rapidly expanded in his vision. The leader of the black bowties collided heavily with the doorframe, splitting his forehead and knocking him unconscious. The madman was already standing in the shadows, about to step forward and wring Doug's neck, when he suddenly retracted his abdomen and pulled back, avoiding a sweeping hook from the darkness. Lex's figure emerged from the shadows. He had used Doug to divert his opponent's attention, then seized the opportunity to approach and attack. This attack missed, but Lex showed no emotional fluctuation, as this was within his expectations. He hadn't forgotten that his opponent possessed keen senses, so avoiding this punch was not difficult, especially since he had used his left hand for this punch. The real attack was delivered by his right hand. Lex's right hand was wearing shadow gauntlets. At this moment, he was in a dim environment, an environment that allowed the gauntlets to exert their maximum power. Raising his right arm and throwing a punch, Lex's sleeve seemed to cling to the air, emitting a series of crackling sounds as it struck the madman's abdomen. Bang! The shadow gauntlets didn't summon a shadow fist, but they amplified Lex's strength, striking the madman so hard that his feet left the ground, about to fly away. Lex's left hand reached out, grabbing the madman's hair, and pulling him back into the shadows. His right fist, like a machine gun, continuously threw punches, striking his opponent. With his opponent controlled, no matter how keen his senses were, it was difficult for him to avoid the attacks. Finally, after the fifth punch, the symbol on the shadow gauntlets, imbued with a fallen aura, glowed with a deep light. The surrounding shadows and darkness boiled, and beneath the madman's feet, the shadows bulged, stretching out a black, patterned, demon-like arm. This arm clenched into a fist and struck the madman's chin from below. The madman's head snapped back, and he saw stars. Next, more and more demon fists appeared out of thin air, intertwining and combining, continuously barraging the madman. The dense and continuous punching even prevented the madman from evading or moving, his body stiffening, constantly retreating. Lex looked at the dazzling array of fist shadows, at this gorgeous attack that was like a splendid fireworks display, and couldn't help but swallow. This was a beyonder weapon enhanced by an artisan of mysteries. This was Shadow Combo, evolved from Shadow Fist. It was simply breathtaking. If it weren't to maintain the Duke's more composed persona, Lex would have whistled. After the last demon arm disappeared, Lex spun forward, delivering a roundhouse kick that sent the madman, who had retreated near the window, flying through the window and onto the deck. Lex took the opportunity to pick up the golden revolver from the ground, swing out the cylinder, and load a few bullets into it. Just as he was about to rush out of the captain's cabin, he heard a splash outside. Lex looked out the window, and the madman was already gone. Soon, thick smoke billowed from the door below the captain's cabin, which led directly to the ship's hold. The fire below had already spread upwards. When he returned to the beach, Lex was completely soaked. He had thrown his long trench coat on the ship because it was getting in the way. Looking at the sailboat on the distant sea, its hold was on fire, the flames spreading to the deck. The firelight illuminated the night sky, and it wouldn't be long before the police arrived. Lex glanced at Doug, who had just come ashore. He was being supported by his bearded men bodyguards as he walked onto the beach, and 4 or 5 other gang members were swimming over. Tonight, the black bowties suffered heavy losses, but that was none of Lex's business. Anyway, these were not good people, and it would be better if they all died. However, tonight Lex was a bounty hunter, and he remembered his identity and tried to play the role. Therefore, he stepped forward and said to Doug, "Remember to send my bounty to the tavern. If I'm not there, give it to Sanchi. I don't accept credit. It's best not to make me come looking for you myself. Trust me, you won't want to see me." Doug struggled to get up and reluctantly said, "But all my goods are gone, and I lost many subordinates." Lex said indifferently, but at least you're still alive. Chapter 40, Believe in Beauty. Mermaid Road, Blue Fish Inn. Since the bloody case, coupled with the fact that it's not peak holiday season, the inn was deserted. The only thing that comforted the owner was that 3 inspectors, who were said to be investigating the bloody case, were staying at his inn, and they even used the room where the bloody case occurred. You see, usually, a room like this would remain unoccupied for a long time, possibly even closed off for an extended period, affecting the occupancy rate of surrounding rooms and even the entire floor. At this moment, in room 204, where the bloody case happened, Lewis and the 2 others sat around a table, on which lay many items. There were files, documents, the diary found in Ein's farmhouse, and a parchment filled with spells. Inspector Lewis, with his prominent forehead wrinkles, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, picked up the parchment, and said, "This was personally delivered by the Bishop of St. Witt's Church today. It said that a child brought it to the church a few nights ago. I suspect this is the spell mentioned in the diary, given to Paris, to pray for power from an evil god." Putting an orange-yellow candy into her mouth, Martha, with her vibrant red hair, mused, "A child couldn't possibly obtain something like this. Someone must have given it to him and told him to take it to the church. Didn't the church try to find that child?" Lewis took out his notebook from his pocket, opened it, and found the corresponding content. I asked the same question. The church's answer was that they did look, but the person who interacted with the child at the time was an ordinary priest, and it was at night. Due to lighting and other factors, he couldn't remember the child's appearance very clearly. The young miss with long, wavy red hair quietly said to her colleague beside her, "It seems that priest is also a nightmare, otherwise, why would he have a bad memory like the captain's?" Lewis continued as if he hadn't heard Martha. "Furthermore, there are many such children in Enki Town, and even more on Kingston Road, so the church found it difficult to locate that child again and ascertain who asked him to deliver such a thing." Jeffrey, holding several promotional flyers for discounted goods, said, "I remember the Baron's son went to Paris's basement, and the diary also mentioned that the culprit was only 1 room away from that young master. If that's the case, could it be this young master who took the parchment and then sent it to the church?" Martha immediately took over the topic, "But don't forget, it was this young master who reported the case, which led the police to discover Paris's problem. If Lex took the parchment, why wouldn't he give it to the police or the church, but instead choose to go through such a roundabout way?" Putting down his notebook, Lewis picked up a cup of black tea but didn't drink it. Assuming the person who took the parchment was indeed Lex, he must have done so to conceal certain secrets. For example, he can read Hermes. For example, he is a beyonder. To conceal these secrets, he couldn't use his identity as Lex to do this. After speaking, the square-faced inspector took a small sip of black tea. Jeffrey, whose skin was as pale as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time, finally put down the flyers in his hand. "But Captain, didn't you visit him in a dream and confirm that he isn't a beyonder?" Lewis hadn't responded yet when Martha stood up and said, "If he were also a beyonder, he could perfectly well not show any abnormalities in a dream. If he also used some magical items, it would be even easier to achieve." Lewis, looking up, gently rubbed the lines on his forehead and said, "I think so too, and that young master said he was lucky to have repelled the monster called Goro. But that thing was a tool created by the aura of a god. No matter how lucky an ordinary person is, it wouldn't be that easy to repel it." Martha quickly looked at her neatly combed captain. "You mean, he's suspicious?" Lewis flipped through his notebook again. According to the information provided by Kaosi, this young master's reputation in the town wasn't very good before. But ever since he returned from a long trip, he underwent a change. On a side note, he was one of the survivors of the Clover. "Do you still remember that case?" Jeffrey nodded gravely. "I remember. It has been confirmed that the Clover tragedy was caused by an instigator." Yes, in such a tragic event, Lex not only fortunately survived. Moreover, after returning, he began to make changes. Lewis looked out the window and said, "Of course, many people reflect on their lives and make changes after experiencing major upheavals. However, having just experienced a tragedy caused by supernatural factors, and now being involved in another supernatural event, this is too much of a coincidence. The probability of experiencing 2 supernatural events consecutively within a year is very low, unless he was already part of this circle." Martha nodded slightly. "I see. No wonder you, Captain, are suspicious of him." Lewis then smiled and said, "He might be a beyonder, or he might not be. Even if he is, judging by his act of giving the parchment to the church, at least he is not one of those followers who worship evil gods." Martha pouted and said, "Captain, you always look at things on the bright side." Lewis smiled faintly, "Because I'm willing to believe in all beautiful things. Only then does our effort have meaning, doesn't it? However," he added, "I won't pin supernatural events on hope, so when reinforcements arrive tomorrow, they will bring something else. I will conduct a second review of Lex, even if he is a beyonder with a righteous heart, but once a beyonder loses control, it will cause disaster and cannot be left unchecked. Next, let's talk business." Just then, there was a knock on the door. Martha opened it, and outside was a sergeant, who said breathlessly, "Something's happened, officers, you might need to take a look." Baron's mansion. Lex was in the bathtub. Returning from White Beach, he quietly returned to his room with the skill of a hunter, without alarming his personal valet. He filled a tub with warm water and soaked in it to relieve the tension from the previous battle on the ship. Looking at the ceiling, Lex quietly said, "Some of the potion residue has been digested again. Acting method really works." He recalled the process of acting method as a hunter during this period, sorting it out and summarizing it. The most superficial acting method should be, as Mr. Leon said, a hunter needs to have patience, needs to actively gather information about the prey, and be familiar with the prey's habits. A hunter is not a warrior, so he must know how to use traps to put the prey in a difficult situation, and then deliver a fatal blow. I have indeed been doing this, and in this process, I have been moved and am already able to act as a hunter on a deeper level. Tonight's battle on the ship is a perfect example. A deeper level of acting for a hunter should be. Chapter 41, Role-Playing Rules. A deeper level of acting should mean that the prey is no longer limited to beasts or monsters, but could also be a person. To be precise, anyone I consider a hunting target is prey. And the so-called traps are no longer limited to their real-world meaning, no longer limited to specific objects. We can adapt to local conditions, utilize all available surrounding resources, and transform them into an environment that benefits us. That, too, is a kind of trap. Lex let his thoughts wander, his inspiration now more active than ever. Just like last night, after I sensed the state of that madman and understood his thought patterns, I turned the captain's cabin into a trap. The opponent also stepped into the trap exactly as I had envisioned, allowing me to shoot him. Afterward, the Black Bowtie's leader also became a trap in a certain sense. I used him to distract my opponent, successfully approaching and attacking. And at that time, to maximize the effect of the shadow gauntlets, I deliberately stood in a dark place, which was also a trap. I utilized the ship's environment, making the prey step into one trap after another, allowing me to easily repel him. From this, it seems that traps are not limited to specific objects. The surrounding environment, the means that can be utilized, even language, actions, anything that can put the prey in a difficult situation can be considered a trap. Lex nodded, very satisfied with his summarized hunter's acting code, and reminded himself to use more traps in future hunts. This way, in another 2 or 3 months, he might be able to fully digest the potion. The next day. As soon as Lex finished breakfast, the butler informed him that Inspector Lewis and the other inspectors had arrived again and wished to see him. In the hall on the first floor, Lex met the inspectors and noticed that, in addition to Lewis and the 2 others, there was one more person. This was a young man, around 25 or 26 years old, similar in age to young Miss Martha. He had short, slightly curly brown hair, was dressed in a proper suit, and looked a bit shy. "This is my friend, Warren. He is a profiler. Since we still haven't caught the culprit and time is pressing, I asked him to come and help." As Lewis introduced him, Lex noticed that the inspector was not wearing his black-framed glasses today. Instead, he wore a round, single-lens monocle. There were tiny symbols on the frame of that monocle, so small that an ordinary person would find it difficult to notice unless their eyesight was as strange as Lex's. When Lewis, wearing that monocle, looked at him, Lex always felt a bit uneasy, as if he was being scrutinized by the inspector, and that if he wasn't careful, his secrets would be seen through. Since his father, Bison, had left early, only Lex was there to entertain these guests today. He had a servant bring red tea and smiled, "Officer, what can I do for you?" Lewis sat up straight and said, "Mr. Lex, a serious incident occurred on the nearby beach last night. A sailboat caught fire, and the police found a considerable number of bodies in the cabin. Although most of the bodies were burned beyond recognition due to the fire, through autopsies, we discovered that some of the bodies were missing internal organs. We have reason to believe this was the scene of some evil ritual." Lex, who already knew about this, still put on a moved expression and said, "Officer, do you mean this is the large number of sacrifices mentioned in that diary?" Lewis nodded, "I believe so, and I believe this is just the beginning. Oh, by the way, take a look at this." He took an envelope from his pocket, pulled out a piece of parchment from inside, and had the butler hand it to Lex. "I wonder if you recognize it." Lex took it and saw that it was the parchment he had obtained from Old Lady Paris's home, which contained incantations praying to an evil god. He had used his identity as Duke to have a child deliver this item to St. Witt's Church for him. Now that the parchment was in Lewis's hands, it indirectly proved that this was a Night Watcher's team. "He is testing you." Lex was about to say he didn't recognize it, but as the words reached his lips, he suddenly had an idea. Lewis knew he had been to Paris's basement, and bringing out this parchment now seemed to be a test. So he changed his words, "I don't recognize it, but it seems to be written in Hermes. I've studied this ancient script, but I'm not very proficient." Wait. Lex looked up, could this be the evil incantation for Paris mentioned in the diary? But I didn't find anything like this when I was at her house. How did it end up in your hands, officer? Lewis took off his monocle, wiped it with a handkerchief, and put it back on, saying, "We always have some special channels to obtain what we want. By the way, Mr. Lex, I'd like to ask you some questions privately." Lex understood the implication in his words and gave a wink to his butler, Sebastian. The gray-bearded, classically faced butler then waved his hand, leading the servants out of the hall. Lewis cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "Mr. Lex, do you know about Beyonder?" "Testing me again?" Lex nodded generously. "I've been to West Balam, and during my journey, I heard adventurers on the ship mention it. Are you interested in becoming a Beyonder?" Lewis posed another question, adjusting his monocle. Lex cleared his throat, spread his hands, and offered a helpless smile. "Of course I'm interested. I long for the Beyonder, I yearn for the mysterious. Unfortunately, my parents have warned me more than once that they won't allow me to enter this circle. Especially my father, he often tells me that my goal should be in the upper house in Backlund, not in some dark, mysterious Beyonder gathering. On this point, I did not lie. My mother truly doesn't want me to enter the world of mysteries, and my father truly hopes I can assist him in his career. It's just that they respect my choice." Lewis said with a mix of relief and disappointment. "I see. I got off topic. Let's get back to business. Due to the tragedy that occurred last night, we have once again seriously considered your suggestion and are prepared to adopt it." Lex knew he was referring to the bait matter. Using the diary owner's hatred for him and desire to eliminate him, to lure the opponent out from the shadows. In fact, Lex suspected that the madman on the ship last night was very likely the owner of that diary. If that were the case, then as a bait, he would have to bear no small risk. After all, in this plan, he must appear as the Baron's son, not a Beyonder, not the bounty hunter Duke. "I'm glad to hear you say that, officer. In fact, I've been preparing for this for the past 2 days." Lex leaned forward slightly, appearing very interested. "So, do you have a plan?" Chapter 42, True and False. "Of course, there is." Lewis took off the monocle and put it into an exquisite wooden box. "We have discussed it with the mayor and decided to hold a press conference tomorrow night." "A press conference?" Lex was genuinely surprised. What kind of press conference? The Miss Red Hair, who had been silent, glanced at the seemingly tired Lewis, took over the topic, and responded, "It's a press conference about this murder case. We have already contacted reporters from several nearby towns and asked them to release the news to the outside world in advance, conveying to people that we will announce the findings of the past few days at the press conference, including the most important diary. In addition, they will release a crucial piece of news. That is, Mr. Lex has already discovered the mastermind in Mrs. Paris's basement and knows his appearance. At that time, Mr. Lex will reveal the culprit's appearance at the press conference. So, during the coming period, we and the police in the town will fully protect Mr. Lex. But at the press conference, personnel will be somewhat dispersed, and before attending, Mr. Lex will arrive at the venue in advance and spend time in the lounge." After listening to Martha's narration, Lex generally understood that Lewis and his team wanted to force the culprit out and set a trap, planning to capture him in the lounge of the venue. "If that's the case, I'd like to add some suggestions." Lex immersed himself in the matter and, from the perspective of a hunter, offered some advice. They discussed in the hall, refining the plan. It wasn't until close to noon that Lewis and the others bid farewell and left. Sitting in the carriage provided by the mayor, Lewis took out the wooden box containing the monocle and handed it to the profiler, Warren. The shy-looking young man said in a not-so-bright voice, "How is it, Captain, is there a problem with that young Master Lex?" Lewis put on his black-rimmed glasses again and glanced at the wooden box in Warren's hand. "With the help of 3-0718, I conducted a second examination of him just now." His language and actions seemed to be reserved, as if he's hiding something. However, on the crucial questions, for example, the parchment, and regarding extraordinaries, he didn't lie. At least, I couldn't detect any signs of lying. The pale-skinned Jeffrey moved to the opposite side of the window and said, 3-0718 corresponds to the spectator sequence. Wearing it, the captain can gain the related abilities of this sequence, allowing him to observe some unconscious body language of the other party and interpret them. If Lex were lying, it shouldn't escape the seal. Martha, who despite being a seer didn't give off any mystical vibe, whistled at the remark, "Does that mean we can trust him?" "That's great, this young gentleman is both handsome and righteous, I like him very much." Jeffrey cleared his throat and kindly reminded, "Martha, you're older than him." The Miss Red Hair said indignantly, "Jeffrey, mentioning a lady's age in front of her is very impolite. Besides, for people who truly love each other, age is not an issue at all." Martha looked at Lewis, who was rubbing his forehead, and pointedly said, "Captain, don't you agree?" Lewis looked up blankly. "Sorry, I was distracted just now." "What were you talking about?" Martha rolled her eyes and leaned back in her chair like a deflated balloon, no longer speaking. After lunch, Lex reported to his parents that he would be assisting the police, then returned to his room. He crossed his arms over his chest and paced back and forth in the room. "This morning, Lewis was clearly testing me, suspecting me. He mentioned Beyonders, so he's suspecting that I might be a Beyonder. Why would he make that connection? Is it that parchment? Lex slapped his head, realizing some things. I discovered the murder case at Paris's house. I personally reported it, but I didn't hand over the parchment. At the time, I was only worried about the evil seed taking root in the town, so I used another identity to send it to St. Witt's Church. But I overlooked one thing: doing so would actually arouse suspicion. The act of sending the parchment to the church precisely indicates that I can read the Hermes on it and know that it's an incantation to pray to an evil god. Lewis must have used this point to connect that I might have entered the mysterious world, that I might be a Beyonder, which is why he tested me this morning. Lex gently patted his chest. Fortunately, I didn't answer his questions directly or head-on. And those answers were a mix of truth and falsehood, and judging from Lewis's expression afterward, he should believe me now. This world is indeed very dangerous. One oversight could expose me. I need to be more careful in the future. Let this be a lesson. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 20 minutes until 2 in the afternoon. Lewis had said that at 2 o'clock, they would move into the Baron's mansion with a group of police officers to begin protection, ensuring that the culprit, having no other recourse, would have to choose to act in the press conference's lounge tomorrow night. After Lewis and his team arrive, I probably won't have a chance to summon the mystical book before they catch the culprit. Lex shrugged, feeling full of spirituality, so he raised both hands horizontally and chanted the incantation. He wanted to know more about the Abraham family and the Tudor Empire. Tick. The hands on the wall clock stopped moving, and the illusory tome landed in his hands. Lex opened the cover and saw the replies under the message board that he hadn't finished reading last time. ID 16080914581358. The Abraham family ancestors were only one step away from a true god, but later the whole family was cursed. What remains is not something you can know. The Solomon Empire once ruled the North Continent. You are not worthy of contacting Hotpot Base. And Abraham's status comes from himself, not any emperor. This was the information he hadn't finished reading last time. Lex had already seen the first part, and a section of the content was censored afterward. However, what is Hotpot Base again? I'm actually not worthy of knowing it. Is it because it's dangerous? I remember an observer mentioned cassava last time, which also seemed to be a dangerous thing, and now there's Hotpot Base. This world is truly bizarre. Lex continued to read. Ian is not speaking. Evil spirits shouldn't have characteristics, right? The hunter pathway is too safe compared to other pathways. At most, you have to deal with some. Blazing-eyed Garin, the ancestors of the Abraham family were great nobles of the Solomon Empire, only one step away from becoming a god by completing the ritual, but unfortunately, they had no chance and were destined to return. Chapter 43, Amulet to Avoid Disaster. Is the hunter pathway relatively safe compared to others? So, I guess I chose correctly. Unfortunately, it was blocked later due to knowledge access restrictions, but it's not hard to tell that this pathway has enemies. The previous sentence is hard to understand. A certain evil spirit shouldn't have characteristics, right? Never mind, I'll ignore it for now. As for the other reader's reply, it was similar to what the numbered reader said earlier. So, Mother's family is that powerful, just one step away from becoming a true god. But this reader named Garin also said, unfortunately, there's no chance, so it seems the Abraham family won't be able to produce a true god. Lex read on, letting his thoughts wander, and continued to read the other replies. Number 202011270050400375, Abraham is an angel family from the 4th epoch, powerful, supporting the Black Emperor. This is also a cursed family. You don't need to delve into the source of the curse. They are cautious and careful now. Your mother's teaching is one of their attempts. If you want to deal with them now, you need to connect with someone, the author of Stormwind Mountain Villa, Fur's Wall. Speechless, Abraham's ancestor is currently just one step away from completing the ritual and becoming a true god once the seal is broken. Abraham is an angel family from the 4th epoch. What is an angel family? Does it mean this family has angels? Living angels. The kind with wings on their backs and halos above their heads. The teaching is an attempt. Are they trying to escape the curse by guiding students? To deal with them, I need to connect with someone, an author, Fur's Wall. That's a good clue. Praise the observers, they always help me. As for the other reader's message. This family's ancestor is sealed, and their ancestor is still alive. What kind of 1,000-year-old monster is that? The many replies on the message board revealed a lot of information, causing Lex to close his eyes and compose himself before looking at the comments section of the biography. Here, too, some messages had been updated. Joker Clown, in mid-July 1349, go to Tingen to help Klein, as an advance payment to Destiny, and wait for him to exchange some knowledge. You can also ask him how to be a provoker. Oh, it's that reader who rewarded my fellow transmigrator. Mid-July to Tingen. Unfortunately, I can't go now. I know Klein is the protagonist of the original novel. This reader suggests I go help him, as an advance payment to Destiny. I can wait for him to exchange some knowledge, and I can also ask Klein how to provoke. Does this mean my fellow transmigrator will gain knowledge of the hunter pathway? As expected of the original protagonist, he is favored by Destiny. I need to consider going to Tingen after things here are settled, to see if I can latch onto him. Joker Clown, beware of the witch, though his taste is really good. It's you again. Beware of the witch. Okay, I'll remember that. But why is he used later? Is it a typo, or is the witch a man? Lex's mouth twitched slightly, feeling his thoughts starting to drift to strange places. He wanted to continue reading, but then a sharp pain shot through his head, a sign that his spirituality was about to be depleted. He quickly closed the thick and illusory mystical book, not daring to read any further. He remembered his mother reminding him not to let his spirituality run out easily, as that could easily lead to losing control. Having dismissed the summons, Lex sat on the sofa, holding his head and gently pressing his fingers against it to relieve the pain. After a moment, it finally eased considerably. This time, through the mysterious book, he gained a lot of information and a deeper understanding of the Abraham family. He also learned that if he wanted to understand them more deeply, he could look for someone named Furs. Although Lex didn't yet know if this author was male or female, the reader had provided a clue. The author of Stormwind Mountain Villa. With this clue, he believed it wouldn't be difficult to inquire about her. Additionally, the Tarot Club has knowledge about the hunter pathway, and a reader had previously provided relevant clues, so there should be hope for promotion to the middle and low sequences. Tap, tap, tap. A knock on the door sounded. After Lex's permission, Matthew, the personal valet with crimson pupils and darker skin, opened the door and said, "Sir, Inspector Lewis and his team have arrived." Looking at the wall clock, it was exactly 2 o'clock. The experts were indeed punctual. Because Lewis and the police had taken up residence in the Baron's mansion, Amelia's occult lessons were suspended the next day. In the afternoon, as Lex prepared for the evening's press conference, he heard a brisk and imposing set of footsteps, and naturally, the image of a blonde girl appeared in his mind. Lex smiled faintly, knowing his sister had arrived. Sure enough, a moment later, a brilliant light illuminated the room. It was the sunlight reflecting off Harabelle's golden hair. Today, the noble young lady was wearing a sky-blue dress, with intricate and luxurious lace and exquisite jewelry, making her dazzling to behold. "Looking at you, is there some banquet you're attending?" Lex was wiping a gleaming dagger. Tonight, he would appear as the Baron's son and couldn't bring mystic weapons, so in addition to his serpent-scale revolver, he had acquired a dagger for self-defense. Glancing at the dagger in Lex's hand, Harabelle said quickly, "The town mayor invited Father tonight for the Municipal Construction Fund matter. Aren't you unable to go, so Father plans to take Mother and me." "Lex, are you really going to do that foolish thing?" Lex smiled. How can ending the bloody case in our town as quickly as possible be called a foolish thing? Harabelle snorted disapprovingly, "You're really strange. Since you came back, you've changed completely. You never used to meddle in other people's business." She took a few steps forward and slammed something on the table. "Take this. Don't misunderstand, I'm not worried about you. It's just that I made a few extra and have nowhere to put them. If you don't like it, it's fine to throw it away." With that, she turned and left, and just as quickly as she arrived, her footsteps could no longer be heard. Lex looked at the table. It was a silver amulet. This was one of Harabelle's assignments. The mysterious symbols and incantations on it were not only beautifully drawn but also perfectly sized, far superior to Lex's scribbled technique. She's clearly worried about her older brother's safety, but insists on acting like she doesn't care at all. "My dear sister, you're truly not honest at all." Lex gave a dry laugh, hid the amulet on his person, and then told Matthew to prepare some bullets. Given his previous experience on Eberly Mountain and the fact that he couldn't bring mystic weapons tonight, Lex felt it was necessary to be as prepared as possible. Chapter 44, Lucky Coin. As the venue for the press conference, Enki Town's police station was brightly lit tonight, with every window of the 2-story building emitting a bright glow. Reporters from several nearby towns had already arrived, and Kaosi had prepared drinks and cakes in the main hall on the first floor to entertain them. Lex arrived at the police station in a carriage and, under Kaosi's arrangements, entered the restroom through a different passage without alarming the reporters. The restroom was Kaosi's office, located on the first floor, simply furnished but with a fireplace and decorated with a deer head. Looking out the window, one could see the distant Desi Bay, but nothing was visible at night except for a lit lighthouse not far from the coast. "This place has been set up according to our plan," Lewis said, pushing up his black-framed glasses and pointing to the 2 windows in the room. "Capture nets have been installed on the inside of the windows, and as you suggested, iron wire has been mixed in to make them stronger and harder to break free from." Standing by the door, leaning against the wall, the Miss Redhair Martha took out a small tin box, pulled out a candy, and popped it into her mouth. Similar traps have also been installed in the chimney, and there's a mechanism on the ceiling above. All you have to do is pull this rope, and an iron cage will drop down. She looked at a pull rope by the door. Unbuttoning his collar, the pale-skinned Jeffrey said, in short, as long as the culprit shows up, he won't be able to escape. Lex said sincerely, I hope everything can end tonight. That way, I can quickly go to Tingen to cling to a powerful figure. Originally, according to Lewis and his team's plan, Lex would stay in the restroom at this time, playing the role of bait, while they would ambush him from all sides, waiting for the opportunity. On this basis, Lex proposed the idea of setting traps to maximize the success rate of the operation. Of course, he only provided the concept, and the actual implementation was carried out by Lewis and his team. Although these few traps still seemed somewhat few and rudimentary to Lex, given the limited time, he could not ask for more. Lewis pointed to the profiler Warren and said, he will stay here with you. Don't worry, Warren also has practical combat abilities. If the culprit appears, even if the traps don't work, he can hold the opponent for a certain amount of time. And that time will be enough for us to arrive. To create a security loophole and give the opponent an opportunity to take advantage, Lewis and his team would deliberately leave and disperse around the police station. Lex naturally had no objection to Lewis's arrangement. After watching the officers leave, he found a seat for himself, while Warren took out a book of poetry and began to read. Outside the office, Martha took a few steps forward and patted Lewis on the shoulder. Captain, did you forget something? Lewis habitually raised his eyebrows, which made the lines on his forehead deeper and more pronounced. What did I forget? Jeffrey carefully hid his short stick carved with incantations, the coin, the sealed artifact brought by Warren. We can take it out now, Captain. Lewis suddenly realized, I did forget. Thankfully, I had you all help me keep an eye out and remind me in time. He took out a glass box with a sealed artifact on it. The box was filled with pure water, and a shiny gold coin lay at the bottom. The surface of the gold coin had some patterns. Whether due to the light or the patterns themselves, the lines on this gold coin constantly and subtly changed. 3-0526, lucky gold coin, Lewis said in a murmuring tone. It corresponds to the lucky one of the monster pathway sequence 7 and can store a certain amount of luck. This effect starts to work on its own after leaving the seal. It is said that the more complex the patterns on the surface of the gold coin, the higher the luck. Users can inject their spirituality to make the luck stored in the gold coin act on themselves. Is that true, Captain? Martha curiously examined the gold coin in the glass box, noticing that although its patterns changed, they neither decreased nor increased. Lewis nodded slightly, but it has a certain danger. After using up the luck transferred by the gold coin, the user will start to become unlucky. For example, falling on flat ground, choking on water, and so on. I've read the material. Someone once used it and was plagued by bad luck, resulting in an accidental discharge of a gun, which cost him his life. Jeffrey's facial muscles twitched slightly. No wonder it stipulated that anyone who uses this coin must be isolated in a room without any sharp objects afterward, for at least 24 hours, and must not carry weapons or any hard or sharp tools. Lewis carefully removed the seal, opened the glass box, reached in, and retrieved the coin. After wiping it clean, he put it in his close-fitting pocket. Our opponent is someone who can communicate with an evil god. This coin will make it easier for us to capture him. As for the side effects of 3-0526, they are entirely worth enduring. The inspector then added with concern, just remember to remind me to go into isolation when the time comes. I'm afraid I might forget again. After receiving responses from his two colleagues, the three then separated. Not long after, a sergeant led a young woman to the chief's office and knocked on the door. Inside the office, Lex looked up. Warren, with his slightly curly brown hair and shy expression, closed his poetry book and got up to open the door. The sergeant outside cleared his throat. Please inform Mr. Lex that a Ms. Rachel wishes to see him. Warren turned his head and looked at Lex, awaiting his reply. Rachel. My former personal maid. Why is she here? Lex cleared his throat and nodded gently. Please let her in. So the door opened completely, and a girl walked in. She had a smooth forehead, long black hair, large eyes, and long, curly eyelashes. Although her attire was ordinary, it could not hide her beauty. She was a rather attractive woman. Lex also noticed that her belly was distended, appearing to be 3 or 4 months pregnant. Lex immediately panicked. Could the child in her belly be the original owner's? I really don't want to take on this responsibility. Young Master Lex, you really have returned, the former maid Rachel said in a sweet and cheerful voice, with a hint of excitement. Lex didn't know how to respond at first, so he just gave a blank, and said indifferently, what are you doing here? Oh, please sit down quickly, you shouldn't stand for long right now. I was very worried about you. Holding her slightly bulging belly, Rachel sat on a chair Warren had brought over and said sincerely, These past 2 days, I heard that not only had young master returned, but he was also involved in a terrifying bloody case, so I wanted to come and see you. Besides worrying about young master, I also wanted to thank you in person. Thank me? Thank me for what? Thank me for getting you pregnant. Bah, that was Lex's doing. What does it have to do with me, Lex? Chapter 45, Arrival Suddenly. To avoid a major social embarrassment, Lex cleared his throat and looked at the profiler, who had once again picked up the poetry collection. Mr. Warren, could you let Rachel and I chat alone for a few moments? Putting down the poetry collection, the seemingly shy young man actually retorted, Mr. Lex, what are you saying? I can't hear you. I can't hear a single word. All right, I get it. Student Warren, you're quite something, openly pretending to be deaf, huh? Knowing that Warren wouldn't leave, Lex had no choice but to give up and changed his tone. You don't have to thank me for anything. Rachel, however, said excitedly, no, it was young Master Lex who saved me, but unfortunately, given the circumstances at the time, I didn't have a chance to thank you. Now that I finally get to see young Master you again, I must say thank you. This young woman, who was already a mother, cradled her belly, her gaze soft. If it weren't for young Master you, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult to protect this child. But I never expected that young Master would take on so much blame for me, an impure person who lost her chastity before marriage. Young Master cares for me and protects me so much, yet I can't do anything for young Master. I can only pray to the night goddess every day, praying that young Master you will receive the goddess's protection, stay away from disaster, and live a peaceful life. Wait. Hearing you say that, did the original owner not have a relationship with you? Lex was greatly surprised. What kind of person was the original owner, exactly? He would rather bear the blame and be misunderstood by others to protect a maid who lost her virginity before marriage. Could it be that his outrageous actions were also deliberate? Was he missing a screw, or was he trying to conceal some secret? Recalling that the original owner also had the identity of a hunter, Lex felt that the latter was more likely. Oh, by the way, young Master, what about that matter? Is there a result? The former maid asked again from her chair. Lex, who had no idea what she was talking about, could only say, which one are you referring to? Rachel gently stroked her belly and said, of course, it's the matter you asked Detective Liz to investigate. Didn't you always say that matter was very important to you? Detective Liz. I don't know this person at all. I don't know what the original owner asked him to investigate. Glancing at Warren, who was sitting by the door, although he was holding a poetry collection, he was clearly paying attention to Lex. To prevent the profiler from discovering anything, Lex had to say, oh, you mean that matter? Unfortunately, I haven't seen Detective Liz yet. It seems his investigation hasn't yielded any results. Is that so? I truly hope Detective Robin will return soon, and I hope young Master will know the result early. Warren on the other side took out a pocket watch and pointed to it, reminding Lex to mind the time. Lex cleared his throat, stood up, and said, I'm sorry, Rachel. I have something else to do. Ah, I forgot young Master you still have to attend a press conference tonight. The former maid quickly stood up, then I won't disturb you. Where do you live? I'll have someone send you back, Lex said with a polite demeanor. Rachel shook her head, no need, my father is outside. I'm already very happy to see young Master again tonight. Young Master, please take care. Lex smiled and nodded, you too. If you have any difficulties, write to me. After seeing off the former maid, Lex was truly relieved. If the child in Rachel's belly was his, he really wouldn't know if he gained or lost, or whether to accept it or not. Now, at last, there was no such worry. Now, all he had to do was wait for the culprit to appear. Time passed bit by bit, but until a police officer came to remind Lex that it was his turn to attend a press conference, the culprit still hadn't appeared. The press conference ended in a flash. In the venue, accompanied by Warren, Lex met the Miss Red Hair Martha. It seems the culprit didn't take the bait. Fortunately, we have a backup plan. The young Mrs. Collar was open, allowing her deep cleavage to be exposed to the air. She tugged at her ill-fitting uniform with some annoyance and continued. The captain and Jeffrey have already gone to prepare. I hope the plan goes smoothly. The profiler with slightly curly hair said softly, we must separate now, Mr. Lex. Please be very careful. Lex nodded, I will. He patted the revolver hidden under his formal attire, smiled slightly, and left the police station. He boarded the family's two-wheeled open carriage, driven by another coachman, and returned to his mansion on Golden Champagne Avenue. Sitting in the carriage, Lex recalled the discussions he had with several inspectors about the plan. In fact, they had anticipated such a result. So they had also prepared a backup plan, and now, this backup plan had already been activated. The question was whether the fish would take the bait. As the carriage passed Memorial Square, Lex's spiritual sense was suddenly stirred. He almost turned his head to look towards the southwest side of the square. But he timely restrained this impulse, relaxed his body, leaned back against the seat, and hummed a folk song widely spread in the town. Just now, Lex had a feeling of being watched, and he felt the strong malice and hatred in that gaze. Sure enough, after hearing the false news spread by Lewis and the others, the culprit still came. It was just that there were too many people at the venue, so he didn't show himself, but he was still staring at Lex. This indicated that he wouldn't give up easily. If everything went smoothly next, he should follow Lex home, but he wouldn't know that the seemingly peaceful Baron's mansion was actually ambushed by police officers Lewis and Jeffrey. Plus Martha and Warren, who would arrive shortly. As soon as the culprit appeared, he was destined to be trapped. Even if he couldn't actively make a move and expose his strength, Lex was constantly playing the hunter, setting up some subtle traps whenever he found an opportunity. That backup plan was undoubtedly one of them. Enki Town wasn't large. Before long, the carriage had already arrived at Golden Champagne Avenue. The streets here were wide, but there were few pedestrians. Now, there wasn't even a single soul. This was because most of the households living on this street had received invitations from the mayor tonight and were not at home. Entering the street, when the Baron's mansion's villa was vaguely visible, Lex suddenly heard the neighing of horses behind him, as well as the sound of wheels turning rapidly. He turned his head and saw a closed carriage, which had come from who knows where. The two horses pulling the carriage seemed startled, neighing all the way, and sped towards them. Even upon seeing Lex's open carriage, the coachman seemed to have no intention of going around or slowing down. Instead, he whipped the horses even harder, making them charge straight ahead. In an instant, Lex saw the coachman. He was wearing a tattered dark cloak, his hair was messy, his face was gaunt, and his eyes were wild. As the carriage jolted, a corner of his cloak lifted, revealing the lean, bronze-colored skin underneath, and a blue tattoo extending from his back to his side. Lex's pupils slightly widened. The culprit had appeared, but he wasn't home yet. Lewis and the others weren't with him. The shadow gauntlets weren't on him either. Chapter 46, Special Status. Before the two carriages collided, Lex judged that he could not evade in time. He decisively pounced on the coachman driving in front, pulled him off the carriage, and with a hunter's agility, protected himself and the coachman with imperceptible movements, rolling to the other side of the street. While rolling, Lex heard a violent crash, the startled neighing of horses, and various chaotic sounds. When he stopped, he saw the two carriages had already crashed into each other. As the sedan carriage approached, the horses pulling it must have instinctively shied away from the open carriage, resulting in the sedan body hitting sideways. Now, half of Lex's open carriage was embedded in the sedan body, debris of wooden planks was everywhere on the ground, and a wheel rolled past Lex. Lex quickly pushed the stunned coachman, "Run!" He got up himself, took out his revolver, and calmly looked at the men who walked out from behind the sedan carriage. The first time he saw him, Lex recognized him. This was the madman he had repelled on the multi-masted ship that night. He was indeed the owner of that diary, the culprit behind all this. Considering his current situation, Lex quickly made a decision. He had to do two things. One was to sound an alarm to get Lewis and others from the Baron's mansion to come. The second was to stall for time and try not to expose his strength. Fortunately, the characteristics of the hunter sequence were not very obvious. As long as Lewis didn't see him fighting this madman in hand-to-hand combat and holding his own, he wouldn't make that connection. Bang. Lex fired a shot into the sky. The gunshot echoed down the street. Because the street was very quiet, and because the few families on this street had all accepted the mayor's invitation tonight, the gunshot carried very far. The reason he didn't shoot directly at the madman was, firstly, a high probability of being dodged, and secondly, it would disrupt the subsequent plan. Watching Lex shoot into the sky, the madman's expression froze for a moment, then his eyes radiated a fierce light. Like an irrational beast, he let out a series of low growls from his throat and pounced at Lex. "Stop. I am Mr. Heimerk's subordinate. Harming me is tantamount to infringing upon Mr. Heimerk." Lex's words were clear and his tone was loud. He remembered that in the diary, this madman mentioned a person named Heimerk. From the way he referred to this person, this madman held him in great awe. Indeed. Hearing the name Heimerk, the men with disheveled hair and insane eyes stopped. His nose was almost touching Lex. Hoo. At such a close distance, Lex not only clearly heard his heavy breathing, but could even hear his heartbeat. Then, the madman took 2 steps back and said in a hoarse voice, "Are you really Mr. Heimerk's subordinate?" Under normal circumstances, Lex knew it would be difficult to make him believe such nonsense. But when this man fought, his rationality was almost zero, which had been witnessed on the multi-masted ship. Given the lack of rationality, Lex doubted whether he would still have something like thought. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't think too much, or too far. "Of course, otherwise, why do you think I know the name Heimerk?" Lex retorted, not giving the other party time to think, and quickly added, "Mr. Heimerk sent me to find you. He wants to know, how is that matter progressing?" The madman's lips curled up, revealing a smile with a hint of madness, very smoothly, very smoothly. The path has initially taken shape. Lex almost asked him what path, but he restrained himself in time and rephrased, where is the path? In a safe place. Be careful not to be discovered. No, it won't. The madman's words were disjointed, seemingly due to the lack of rationality, which prevented him from forming coherent thoughts. It is currently in a special state. It is both in the spirit realm and in reality. It cannot be seen with the naked eye, nor can spiritual vision see it clearly. It is now a moving ritual, just one step away from becoming a medium for a deity's descent. Lex was greatly astonished. A moving ritual, a medium for a deity's descent. He composed himself and said, that sounds very smooth indeed. How did you create it? I need to report back to Mr. Heimerk. The madman looked triumphant. Following Mr. Heimerk's advice, I modified the incantation and received a response. I gave birth to twins, one died, and the other also didn't have the characteristic. But after eating its own brother, it manifested the characteristic. It's a miracle. Through a ritual, I prayed to a deity to stabilize its characteristic, and I fed it fresh flesh and blood. Lex noticed that the madman's eyes were gradually becoming less frantic, he seemed to be regaining his rationality, and his sentences became much more coherent. He worried that if the other party fully recovered his rationality, he would realize he had been tricked, and might even run away. Why isn't Lewis here yet? Then, it slowly changed. A few days ago, I held a sacrifice on a ship. That ritual, and those offerings, finally made it into its current state. So, that so-called path, was it that monster named Gore? It had grown to a special state where it couldn't be seen with the naked eye and spiritual vision couldn't see it clearly. Lex seized the moment and said, can the path be captured by special methods? The madman shook his head, that's very difficult, if you want to capture it. You either have to enter the spirit realm, or use the correct ritual, or you need to smear its body with pure blood. But these conditions, except for the third, are very difficult to achieve in this town. No, his sanity was almost completely restored. Very good. Lex smiled, you've done well. Mr. Heimerk instructed me to give you a reward. The madman's eyes shot out a fanatical light, and he involuntarily stepped forward 2 paces. What kind of reward is it? Bang. A gunshot echoed a second time on the street. The madman's body swayed sharply, his chest hit, and he stumbled back several steps. Lex put away his smile and said with an almost cold expression, Mr. Heimerk said that if the path is stable, you no longer need to live. The rationality that was about to return quickly vanished from the madman's eyes. He let out an angry roar, his body leaning forward almost parallel to the ground, and quickly charged at Lex. Lex was about to raise his gun to shoot when a short stick carved with incantation suddenly lay between them, then struck the madman's face. The blow sent the madman reeling backward. In his field of vision, a pale-skinned man, who seemed to have not been exposed to the sun for many years, appeared. Jeffrey. He then followed up with a kick, sending the madman rolling continuously down the street. Mr. Lex, please step back quickly. Jeffrey stood in front of Lex, vigilantly staring at the cloaked man. Lex quickly reverted to playing the fragile, noble youth, nodding without trying to act tough, and retreated to the side of the street. The madman got up, shaking his head, seemingly trying to shake off the effects of that last blow. Just as he was about to charge, his eyes became dazed. He looked as if sleepiness had suddenly overcome him, and his eyelids were slowly closing. Chapter 47, Repeat Old Tricks. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the madman suddenly woke up, shook his head vigorously, and then roared and charged. As he passed a carriage, the madman picked up a horse's rein and swung it out with a whoosh. Jeffrey quickly raised his short club to block, but the rope coiled around his arm, and the madman tugged hard, pulling the pale-skinned man uncontrollably towards his opponent. The madman then grabbed a sharp piece of glass from the window of a nearby carriage. He seemed capable of turning anything he picked up into a weapon. He charged forward with the glass, aiming for Jeffrey's neck. Suddenly, the madman seemed to sense something, stopped, and retreated. At that moment, the rain broke, and a gunshot rang out from one side of the street. Lex looked and saw Lewis, wearing black-rimmed glasses, running over. Lewis had aimed for the madman's head, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so perceptive, allowing him to narrowly escape. Probably feeling that he couldn't deal with both Lewis and Jeffrey at the same time, the madman threw the piece of glass like a flying knife, forcing Jeffrey, who was charging with his short club, to back off, and then turned and ran towards the outer wall of a villa. Lewis fired shot after shot from behind, but the madman still managed to climb over the wall, and the inspector shouted, "Catch him, don't let him get away." Seeing their intention to pursue the madman, Lex quickly called out from behind, "Inspector Lewis, if you get a chance, ask that guy who Heimerk is. He should tell you, and we'll discuss the details later." Lewis looked very puzzled but still nodded, then followed them over the wall, disappearing from Lex's sight. Just now, Lex, in the guise of Heimerk's subordinate, fired a shot at the madman, intending to give him the false impression that he was betrayed by Heimerk. He also deliberately avoided hitting a vital spot, so that if the madman could be subdued, he might be induced to reveal information about Heimerk. Someone who could receive a divine response by merely altering a spell was probably not a simple character. Such a person was even more dangerous than the madman. Should I follow them? Lex shook his head, deciding to go home instead. He had originally considered pursuing them as a duke but decided against it, fearing exposure. Walking on Golden Champagne Avenue, Lex felt that a bit more of the potion's residue had been digested. He carefully recalled the events that had just transpired and realized that even under those conditions, he was still unconsciously acting method as a hunter, still setting traps, and hunting prey. It was just that the prey, at the time, was not the madman himself, but the information the madman revealed. As for the trap, it was the language he used, especially the so-called reward he gave the madman at the end. Whether it was the phrase, "you don't need to live anymore," or the shot he fired at his chest, both were another form of snare and trap. So, for a hunter, the prey doesn't necessarily have to be a living thing. Acting method is truly interesting. Not long after Lex left, a caw sounded from a streetlight. A black crow with red eyes flew into the night sky, dropping 2 pitch-black feathers. It was over an hour later when Lex saw Lewis again. The inspector with black-rimmed glasses and Martha, with her long red wavy hair, came to visit, and Lex received them in the hall. "Inspector, was the criminal caught?" Lex posed this crucial question as soon as he saw them. Lewis nodded and took out his notepad from his pocket. "To be precise, he's already dead. He resisted fiercely, and in that kind of battle, we couldn't capture him alive." Lex then anxiously asked, "Did you ask about Heimerk then?" "We did, but this matter cannot be disclosed to the outside world, so..." "I'm sorry." Lewis habitually adjusted his glasses frame and got to the point. "Mr. Lex, I'm very curious, why did you remind me to ask about Heimerk's information just now?" Lex had no intention of hiding anything about this matter and frankly said, "After I was attacked on the road, to protect myself, I had a flash of inspiration and falsely claimed to be Heimerk's subordinate. I've read that diary, and I know the criminal received guidance from Heimerk. I thought this might be useful, but I didn't have much hope. After all, anyone with a normal mind wouldn't easily believe such words. But for some unknown reason, the criminal actually believed it. This is truly absurd, yet it's a fact. He seemed to be not quite right in the head. But thankfully, I also saved my life because of it." Then. And so, Lex fully recounted his conversation with the madman, including the later act of firing a shot as Heimerk's subordinate. Of course, Lex claimed that his shot was originally meant to kill the criminal, but he dodged it, and it didn't hit a vital spot. Having witnessed the man's keen senses firsthand, Lewis did not doubt this. Instead, he sighed with emotion. Mr. Lex really stumbled upon something, extracting so much useful information from that fellow's mouth. Lex deliberately retorted, "Useful? I heard him talk about some path, the spirit realm, and thought he was out of his mind, talking nonsense. But then he mentioned the descent of a deity, and I remembered his diary also mentioned something about a deity, so I wrote these words down. If the inspector finds it useful, then my effort wasn't in vain." Lex then asked, half truthfully and half intentionally, "Inspector, is there really a deity about to descend?" Lewis said with a serious expression, "That's just the ravings of a madman, Mr. Lex, you don't need to worry about it. The most important thing now is to find that monster called Gore." Lex pondered. "That madman said it's in a safe place. Our Enki town isn't big, and there are hardly any places where a monster could be safely hidden." The Miss Red Hair Martha reminded, "Didn't the criminal once hide the monster in the mountains? Perhaps he's repeating the same trick. Hidden in Eberly Mountain, that's certainly possible." Lex stood up and said, "All right, tomorrow I'll take you to find someone who is very familiar with Eberly Mountain. If the monster is really hidden in the mountains, then he should be able to lead us to it." Lewis and Martha exchanged glances, then stood up and said, "Good, let's do that. We'll visit again tomorrow." Leaving the Baron's mansion and sitting in the carriage back to the town's hotel, Martha sighed, "Captain, you've definitely forgotten again. During the pursuit of the criminal, you already used that lucky coin, which prevented the battle from spreading to the town. So next, you'll have to undergo 24 hours of isolation, and you won't be able to participate in any operations tomorrow." Lewis rubbed his forehead. "I think I really did forget, but we can't just leave that monster alone. You heard it, it has become a path, its state existing in both the spirit realm and reality. I've never heard of such a thing, and it's about to become a medium for the descent of a deity. Although I said it was just the ravings of a madman, you and I both know that this could become a reality." Martha took out her candy box, but didn't open it or take out any candy. She said seriously, "Captain, this has probably exceeded our capabilities. Shouldn't you consider notifying them?" Lewis glanced at her. "Them? You mean, the Red Gloves?" Chapter 48, The Lord of Trap. Martha opened the candy box, only to find it empty. She had Northwest choice but to close it and nod, yes, red gloves. Though their numbers are limited, and they're constantly on the move. If possible, we should solve it ourselves. But now it involves the domain of a god, which is beyond what our Night Watchers squad can handle. Lewis nodded in agreement. You make a good point. All right, I'll send a telegram later to report this matter and suggest that the red gloves handle it. Then I'll go into isolation. Tomorrow, you and Mr. Lex will go look for that monster. If you find anything, don't act rashly. Let Jeffrey monitor it and wait for backup. Martha played with the empty candy box. That's not a bad compromise, but Captain, don't you think we're letting Mr. Lex get too deeply involved in our circle? Speaking of which, he truly has admirable courage, actually claiming to be a subordinate of that high merc. It's also fortunate that the culprit was a lunatic of Sequence 8. I've seen in internal documents before that Beyonder of this sequence exchanged sanity for power, gaining a comprehensive boost. But the cost is the loss of reason, and it's precisely because of this that he believed what Lex said. But now, Lex knows too much. According to regulations, we cannot allow outsiders to delve this deeply into our circle, even if we need their cooperation. Captain, how do you plan to handle him in the end? Lewis took off his black-rimmed glasses and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe them. That's also why I had Warren bring 2 seals. Among them, 3-0718, besides being able to interpret body language and extract some subconscious information. With the correct method, it can also hypnotize the target, making them forget certain things. Martha said in surprise, that monocle has such an ability. How did I not know? Lewis put his black-rimmed glasses back on and said solemnly, because I am the captain, and you are not. The Miss Red Hair snorted, that's why I hate confidentiality rank regulations the most. In the morning, after Lex woke up, he summoned the mysterious book. As the colors of various objects in the room became vibrant and bright, and the clock on the wall stopped ticking, the illusory thick tome once again landed in Lex's hand. Lex opened the cover, and the pages flipped rapidly, stopping at the Artisan of Mysteries page. He was shocked to find that the information on the first line of the paper had undergone a huge change. The dimensional crystal had surged from 17 last time to 127 now. This. Lex quickly looked at the records below. A S-rank creature who gave up thinking told you to hurry up and rewarded 100-dimensional coin, which has been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. The warrior who guards our side thinks you have the potential to become a god and generously rewarded 10,000-dimensional coin, which has been automatically converted into 100-dimensional crystal. Number 20201206175608179 thinks you are interesting and rewarded 100-dimensional coin, which has been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. Explosion is Art 666 said you are very brave and rewarded 500-dimensional coin, which has been automatically converted into 5-dimensional crystal. Number 20210219182457303 said 666 and rewarded 100-dimensional coin, which has been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. Joker Clown thinks you can be even more reckless and rewarded 100-dimensional coin, which has been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. Half Dreaming said you are truly a clever little ghost and rewarded 100-dimensional coin, which has been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. Oh, the observers are truly too generous. How can I possibly accept this? There were also 2 more records below. Mountains and Seas greatly appreciates Klein Moretti and rewarded him 1,000-dimensional coin, hoping you won't be jealous. Joker Clown told Klein Moretti you are awesome and rewarded him 200-dimensional coin. Are you envious? Lex's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he screamed internally. No, I am neither jealous nor envious. The observers have been good enough to me. One must know contentment. Besides these records, Lex also found a special record. You have gained a new tag, Lord of Traps. This tag has received more than 1 praise, and your ability in traps has received a slight improvement. Tag. Received more than 1 praise, and my trap ability improved, even if it's only a slight improvement. No matter how slight, it's still an improvement. After all, even a mosquito is meat. However, does the mystical book have this function? I know that a certain novel software allows adding tags to characters in books and liking those tags. Could my biography also have a similar function? Speaking of which, character tags are a manifestation of character traits. The more likes a tag gets, the more readers identify with that trait. Now, have the observers decided that I really like using traps, so they've given me such a tag? Then, in the future, if more people agree with this trait, my trap ability will continuously improve. It's amazing. This once again proves that readers have the ability to influence the novel world. Their thoughts, their wishes, will permeate and have an impact. I hope no observers give me strange tags, like Playboy or something. If that happens, my reputation might develop in a strange direction. Since he didn't have any other magical items on hand, Lex temporarily had no plans to use the dimensional crystal. He turned to the message board page and saw that some information here had also been updated. Collection. Record, your adventure biography has received over 500 collection follows, and you have gained 2 uses of the message board permission. Collection follows have increased, and message board usage has increased by 1. That's great, but I don't have anything I want to ask for now. Lex looked down. There were no more replies to the previous messages for now, so he looked at the book review section. Melancholy oil cake. To get subsequent potion formulas, you must quickly chant the fool's honorific name, the heavenly venerable of profound yellow, blessed by fortune. Or go to the south continent to find Anderson. Another clue for a subsequent potion. Praise the observers. The fool's honorific name, go to the south continent to find Anderson. Good, I've noted it. Mother said she has clues for the hunter sequence 8, so I should be able to smoothly advance to sequence 8. Next, I can go to Tingen City to see if I can rely on my transmigration fellow countrymen. If there's no harvest, no clues for sequence 7, then I can try following this reader's suggestion. Mr. Pigeon Goo Goo, another fanfic of The Master of Mysteries, not bad, not bad. This Master, Shurju, should be a typo. Joker Clown, Law of Convergence of Mystic Characteristics of Similar Pathways, Beware of Witches. It's this reader again. He has reminded me to beware of witches more than once. It seems I need to find an opportunity to learn about witches. Similar pathways, mystic characteristics will converge. What does this mean? Are witches a similar pathway to hunters? Indeed, there's still a lot of knowledge to learn. In front of these knowledgeable observers, Lex felt as ignorant as an elementary school student. Number 202105172021318878, the Abraham family controls the door pathway, ranking first among the great nobles of the Tudor Empire. Chapter 49, Pure Blood. The Abraham family controls the door pathway. They ranked first among the great nobles of the Tudor Empire. After the Blood Emperor's demise, they were hunted by the 7 deities. Their descendants suffered an ancestral curse, unable to advance to demigods, and thus declined. This is the history of my mother's teacher's family. It's similar to what some observers provided before, but there's also new information. They were the first noble family, and after the emperor's demise, they were actually hunted by the 7 deities. Their descendants were cursed by their ancestors, unable to advance to demigods. So that's why they declined. A reader mentioned before that students like my mother are a kind of attempt by the Abrahams. They probably want to find a way to lift the curse through these students. As long as they are not descendants of this family, they will not suffer the curse and will have the chance to advance to demigods, or even higher. Then what about my mother? She might have a chance to become a high-sequence powerhouse. Faceless Man, regarding the hunter pathway, for subsequent potion formulas, the easiest way is, of course, to find Mr. K and join the Tarot Club. Alternatively, you can also go to Demirport to find Danitz, or find Anderson, the hunter. Especially the latter, he should be able to provide some potion information if you can impress him. Failing that, the Einhorn family, the royal family of the Faceac nation, controls the hunter pathway, and the Iron Blood Cross Society also has hunter formulas. It's just that the Faceac nation is a bit far, and it's not easy to get the formula from the royal family. As for the Iron Blood Cross Society, this organization believes in, and contact with them is somewhat dangerous. If you want to try, go to the Intis Republic to find them. Basically, these should be all the clues for the hunter pathway formulas, right? Another potion clue. The observers are really enthusiastic, they are all very good people, willing to help the weak. Their noble character should be praised. Lex controlled his emotions and carefully read the message. Indeed, for subsequent formulas, it's most convenient to rely on his fellow countrymen. Finding Danitz in Demirport, that's a new clue. The royal family of the Faceac nation controls the hunter pathway. And there's also the Iron Blood Cross Society, but the reader said contact would be dangerous. It must be related to the deity they worship. The deity's information is blocked, so it seems it's not something I can access right now, and I'd have to go to the Intis Republic. After reading this message, Lex felt a headache. His spirituality was almost depleted, so he cancelled the summoning. However, every time he opened the mystical book, he gained something, which completely allowed him to ignore the headache-inducing side effect of reading the information. This time, he gained a tag. Even though the boost this tag brought was still very small and almost negligible, it had great potential for growth. Additionally, there was the information provided by the observers. The secrets of the Abraham family, clues for subsequent potions, and possible potential enemies. The value of this information provided by the observers was immeasurable to Lex. After a short rest, feeling his headache gone, Lex opened his wardrobe and changed his clothes. Today he was going into the mountains with Lewis and the others, so Lex chose a hunting suit that was easy to move in. The characteristic of the hunting suit was its many pockets on the jacket, allowing him to carry as much ammunition as possible. After changing, he went to the dining room and happened to see his younger sister Harabelle leaving with his youngest brother Joe. In the dining room, only his mother was eating. His father had either left or hadn't arrived yet. "Good morning, Mom." Lex greeted her and sat down, served by his personal valet. Amelia put down her glass of milk and said with a hint of worry in her eyes, "The carriage that was damaged last night has been sent for repairs. I took a look this morning, the damage is quite extensive." "You weren't hurt, were you?" "I'm fine." It was indeed thrilling last night, but fortunately, Officer Lewis and his team arrived in time. A hungry Lex quickly picked up a slice of bread and placed vegetables, smoked meat, and other items on it. Amelia nodded slightly and said, "That's good. If it's too dangerous, don't get involved anymore. I know my limits." Lex bit into his bread and said, "By the way, Mom, I have some questions I'd like to ask you." Probably guessing what Lex wanted to ask, Amelia smiled and said to the butler, "You all go down first. Go have breakfast, or rest." The gray-bearded butler nodded, made a gesture, and led away all the servants, including Matthew. Only Lex and his mother remained in the dining room. Amelia then said, "Now you can speak." Lex wiped his mouth with a napkin nearby before saying, "Mom, what is pure blood?" Amelia thought for a moment before responding, "This question is too broad. First, we need to clarify what kind of purity you mean. Is it referring to the mind, or the body? Since it's blood, then it must be the blood of a pure person. A pure person can be a devout believer, or a virgin who still maintains chastity. So, it's difficult for me to give you a correct answer." She added, "Why do you ask this question?" Lex then briefly recounted the madman's words from last night. Upon hearing that the passage was in a state between the spirit world and reality, Amelia's expression became serious. When she heard that it was a medium prepared for the descent of a deity, the mother stood up and said, "This is too dangerous, Lex, you must not get involved anymore." At this moment, the door opened, and Bison walked in. The gentleman, whose hairline seemed to have receded slightly again today, looked at the mother and son in confusion. "What are you discussing?" Then, without waiting for an answer, he added, "Lex, there will be an event tomorrow at Memorial Square. Our Municipal Construction Fund has been officially established, and the town chief plans to hold a solemn ceremony at Memorial Square to announce this matter to everyone. Furthermore, St. Witt's Church also strongly supports this. The bishop has even promised to distribute daily necessities in the square tomorrow, providing some essential support to those who are poor and destitute. I believe the news of this fund will quickly spread throughout the town, and even to big cities, inspiring other nobles and merchants to follow suit. Then I will be the founder." The cheerful gentleman laughed heartily. "How about it, Lex? Will you join us tomorrow? After all, you are the initiator, and this is a good opportunity for me to introduce you to everyone, to introduce your transformation." Lex glanced at his mother, then at his father, and finally showed a helpless smile. "All right, Mom. Since Father wants me to attend tomorrow's event, I won't participate in that matter." Amelia finally breathed a sigh of relief, a smile returning to her face. Bison spread his hands and said, "You too, can you tell me what matter it is, exactly?" "It's about the murder case. Mom thinks it's too dangerous and doesn't want me to get involved," Lex explained simply. The Baron looked at his wife, and Amelia whispered, "Lex told me that the culprit originally intended to create an event for a deity's descent in our Yankee town. Now the culprit's goal is just one step away, and those officers need to find a monster as soon as possible. Because it involves the domain of a deity, I think it's better not to let Lex get involved." Bison was dumbfounded. Such a thing actually happened. Our town is in such a dangerous situation now. The Baron frowned. After a moment, he looked up and said, "No, Lex. You must continue to be involved in this matter. Compared to an evil deity event, tomorrow's activity is not nearly as important." Chapter 50, Reputation Damaged. Hearing her husband's words, Amelia was about to stand up and say something, but Bison, having anticipated her reaction, promptly raised his hand and pressed it down. "My dear, I know what you want to say, what you're worried about, but please listen to me first." Since her husband spoke, as his wife, Amelia had no choice but to sit back down. Bison interlaced his fingers, resting his hands on the table, and looked at Lex with a confident smile, saying, "It's normal for your mother to worry when it involves the domain of a deity. However, since professionals are involved, I believe you won't be in too much danger. Furthermore, aren't you hoping to make a change, hoping to reverse everyone's previous perception of you? Then now is an opportunity. A perfect opportunity. Compared to being the initiator of the construction fund, a hero who prevents the descent of an evil god is clearly more worthy of respect and more capable of changing people's views of you, don't you think?" "Bison," Amelia called out her husband's name anxiously. But before she could speak, the Baron stopped her with a look. Lex looked at his mother and nodded in agreement. "Father, you are right. He then said to Amelia, "Mother, you don't need to worry, Officer Lewis and his team will protect me. I can promise you that today I am only responsible for taking them to find Leon, just accompanying them into the mountains. If there is danger, I will flee immediately, I won't get involved, and I certainly won't go deep." Amelia looked at the father and son and sighed, "All right, Lex. But you mentioned a ritual, so I need to remind you, if you see anything resembling an altar, do not touch them, because those things might allow the deity behind them to discover you and mark you. Later, I will try divination and try to apply anti-divination and other methods to you. I happen to have recorded such an ability, and I hope it will work. If I had known that this matter involved the descent of an evil god, I should have made these preparations last time when you exposed those murder and body-hiding cases. I hope it's not too late, and I hope the deity hasn't paid attention to you." Lex was startled by her, were altars that terrifying? He had already disrupted rituals twice. Thinking of this, Lex felt a chill run down his spine, as if invisible eyes were staring at him. "Don't be too nervous." Amelia smiled reassuringly. Although altars are connected to deities, generally speaking, only high-sequence powerhouses, or if you carry items corresponding to high-sequence or high-level, will attract the attention of a deity. Whether it's a good god or an evil god, they cannot pay attention to everyone who comes into contact with them, unless you are extremely unlucky. Lex then slightly relaxed, thinking that his luck shouldn't be that bad. Amelia then said, "I want to talk to your father." Lex understood her unspoken meaning and stood up, saying, "I should go prepare for the mountain trip. You two enjoy your meal." He walked out of the dining room and closed the door, but his keen hunter's hearing still allowed him to catch the conversation coming from inside. "My dear, you cannot risk a child's life for your political future. Amelia, Lex is not a child anymore, he knows how to take care of himself. Besides, this isn't just for me, I'm also considering his future." "Is that really true?" "My dear, although Lex didn't continue listening, eavesdropping on his parents' conversation was not something a gentleman should do. Besides, he had other things to do. Lex found the housekeeper Quenna and asked this stern lady to gather the maids in the villa. A moment later, Lex saw the maids in the open space outside the main gate. Among them, Lex also saw his sister's personal maid, the young but well-endowed Ilea, who had already handled her mother's funeral. "Mr. Lex, all the maids in the residence are here," the strict housekeeper with deep brown hair reminded him. Lex nodded, took a step forward, cleared his throat, and said, "I'm sorry to take up a little of your time, I want to conduct a survey, and it will be over very quickly." The maids looked at each other, some puzzled, some bewildered. Lex didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I want to know, among those present, who is still a virgin?" The open space fell silent. Then the maids' expressions all changed, some quickly covered themselves with both hands, looking shy, some cautiously cast disdainful glances at Lex, and some even blushed and retreated several steps backward. Lex noticed that even Miss Quenna, the housekeeper, had a faint blush on her face. Seeing her expression, Lex couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. No way, could Miss Quenna still be? At this moment, Ilea said with extreme shyness, "Mr. Lex, what do you want to do?" Hearing this, Lex suddenly realized he shouldn't have asked that way. Considering his past reputation, asking like this would inevitably lead the maids to make assumptions. "I don't want to actually become the playboy." Lex quickly tried to remedy the situation, making an excuse, "Please don't misunderstand, I have a friend who is gravely ill, and the doctors have no solutions. I heard that the pure blood of a virgin, combined with some rituals, can help with his condition, which is why I gathered everyone. I mean, if needed, I hope I can get help. Of course, I will offer compensation." "So that's how it is." Ilea showed a relieved expression, then mustered her courage, her face flushed, and said, "If Mr. Lex needs it, I can give it to you." Ilea is still a virgin. However, young lady, your line is terrible. If Belle heard this, she would definitely misunderstand me again. This thought had just surfaced in Lex's mind when an angry voice rang out, "Lex, what do you want to do to Ilea?" A blonde girl wearing a riding helmet, riding breeches, gloves, and long boots suddenly stood in front of the maids, glaring at Lex vigilantly. Lex covered his forehead with his hand in exasperation. "Sister, are you Chow Chow, appearing just as I speak?" "It's not like that, young miss, you misunderstood." Ilea, whose face was so red it seemed to emit a faint, illusory smoke, quickly explained to Harabelle. The blonde girl then snorted a few times and, pulling the maid, said, "Come on, let's go riding." At this moment, the distant black iron gate opened, and a carriage with a crossed swords, crown encircled, emblem painted on its body passed through the gate. It was an official carriage. Lewis and his team had arrived. Lex then announced the dismissal and asked Quenna to investigate and record the list of virgins on his behalf, so that if needed, some blood could be drawn to see if it could resolve Gore's current state. The carriage stopped, the door opened, and red-haired Martha was the first to jump out. Looking at Lex walking over from among the maids, she whistled flirtatiously. Mr. Lex seems very popular with women, but with so many girls, you should take care of your health. Lex coughed awkwardly. It seemed that this young miss was also aware of his past reputation. Chapter 51, Ancient Church. Vanessa Department Store's dried flavored fish seems good, but the puff pastries with jam from Fongting Bakery are 40% off right now. Martha, can you help me divine which one I should buy? Jeffrey, with his pale complexion, light-colored lips, and today, a pair of dark circles under his eyes, also emerged from the carriage. The red-haired miss responded testily, Jeffrey, my divination is not for such uses. Lex looked forward eagerly but saw no one else in the carriage. He asked in confusion, where is Officer Lewis? Martha, taking out a candy box but not opening it, shrugged and said, the captain and Warren will stay in the town. We're not sure that thing is definitely hiding in the mountains, so the two of them will search near the town. Besides, we need to guard against a problem. Lex casually asked, what problem? Martha's lips curved into a slight smile, that's not for you to worry about. Let's go, mister. Lex, if you've already had breakfast. Lex nodded, called Matthew, gathered their equipment, and boarded the police system's dedicated carriage to head to the town. They arrived at Kingston Road to visit the hunter Leon, as a guide was needed to move around Eberly Mountain. Undoubtedly, Leon was the best guide. After learning of Lex and the others' purpose, Leon did not refuse and readily agreed. While Leon packed his things, Lex waited at the entrance. The hunter's home was not spacious enough for so many people. Kingston Road was as noisy as ever, with various street vendors hawking their wares, pedestrians hurrying by, and a few children occasionally running past, shouting. Lex glanced in the direction of the Sea Monster Tavern. He had been too busy recently to go to the tavern and didn't know if Doug had given the bounty in full to the bartender Sanchi. Cowardly Rodney, timid Rodney. His wife is with another, he turns a blind eye, useless Rodney, unlucky Rodney. He's always wronged and bullied, he dares not resist, a chorus of children's voices drifted from the street, catching Lex's attention. He saw several children, about 8 or 9 years old, circling a man and singing a song they seemed to have made up. The man's hair was disheveled and uncombed. His eyes darted about, his gaze fixed on the street in front of his feet. He was bent at the waist, hunched over, and his furtive appearance was quite unlikable. But even when mocked by these children, he neither drove them away nor retorted. Among the children, a boy of about 10 years old was the most boisterous. This boy had coarse yellow hair and was missing a front tooth. He boldly picked up a stone from the street, threw it at the man named Rodney's leg, made a face, gestured, and led the children rushing like the wind into the nearby alley. We can set off. Leon's voice sounded, causing Lex to withdraw his gaze. By the time they boarded the carriage, the man named Rodney was no longer visible. It was almost noon when they entered Eberly Mountain. However, his personal valet carried a satchel filled with ample water and food, so Lex was not worried about going hungry. On the way, Lex had already communicated with Leon, hoping to find the unusual wild wolves they had encountered last time. Those wild wolves were clearly affected by some power, they were stronger and more ferocious. They were connected to Gore. If Gore was in the mountains, then perhaps these wild wolves could help them find Gore. After entering the mountains, Leon displayed his hunter's true colors, searching diligently along the way. Around 1 in the afternoon, they finally made a discovery. In a low-lying area of Eberly Mountain, by the stony beach where Silver Snake Creek was interrupted, they found 2 of those abnormal wild wolves. These wild wolves were larger than when Lex and the others had encountered them before, and their fur had completely fallen out, revealing smooth, gray skin. They were drinking water by the creek, completely unaware that several pairs of eyes were watching them from the distant grass. Following these wild wolves, Lex and the others moved along Silver Snake Creek, heading downstream. Silver Snake Creek was the only creek in Eberly Mountain, winding its way through the deep mountains like a giant silver snake. No one knew the source of Silver Snake Creek, but most people knew that this creek would flow out of Eberly Mountain, pass through Enki Town, and finally merge into the sea. When Lex once again opened his pocket watch with the beautiful feather pattern, it was around 3 in the afternoon. He looked ahead. This was already the middle lower reaches of Silver Snake Creek, and not far from the creek bank, there was a gloomy forest. In front of the forest, Lex saw a collapsed church. It doesn't look like it belongs to a church, Martha said softly. As a seer, she was also interested in history. In relevant books, she had seen many church buildings from various periods, so she could tell at a glance that the church did not seem to have been built by the Church of the Night Goddess. Although most of the church walls had collapsed, the main structure was still barely preserved. Despite its small scale, its original splendor could still be seen from the spires and sculptures. It was full of classical aesthetic beauty. 1, 2, 3. Martha was counting something, which made Lex can't help but ask. Officer Martha, what are you doing? You can call me Miss Martha. The red-haired inspector pointed at the distant church and said, I'm counting its colonnades. Centered on the main door, you see, there are 4 on the left, but only 3 on the right. And it doesn't look like one of the pillars fell, so this is what's called asymmetrical design. Jeffrey interjected, I remember asymmetrical design is a style of 4th epoch architecture. Doesn't that mean this building has been here for a long time? He then asked in confusion, why did people of the 4th epoch build a church in these deep mountains? This area doesn't seem to have ever been inhabited. I don't know about that, but don't you think that thing might be hidden in the church? Jeffrey narrowed his eyes slightly and cautiously took out his short staff engraved with incantations. It is indeed necessary to explore. Just as he spoke these words, Lex's ear suddenly caught a dull sound. Bang. The sound seemed to come from underground, yet also from within the church. Lex looked around, but the others did not notice anything unusual. It seemed this sound was only audible to him. Bang. Another thud echoed, and Lex involuntarily shivered. Even though Silver Snake Creek was illuminated by the sun, looking at the distant church, submerged in the shadows of the forest, he felt dread and fear. It was as if something terrifying in the church was waiting for explorers to deliver themselves. You all stay here, I'll go take a look. Jeffrey stood up, about to leave their hiding spot, when he was suddenly grabbed. Lex said in a deep voice, wait. The 2 inspectors looked at him with puzzled eyes. Lex cleared his throat and said to the red-haired Miss, Officer Martha, before taking action, aren't you going to divine first? I've read some novels, and I've heard some stories from adventurers on my journey to West Balam. In these stories, many of those deserted buildings hide some kind of danger. Chapter 52, Whereabouts Exposed. The Miss Redhair tugged at her somewhat ill-fitting uniform and glanced at Lex. For your age, you have quite a rich experience, Mr. Lex. I'm not that young anymore, Lex muttered in his heart. Martha indeed took out her silver chain, buried in her cleavage, letting the ruby pendant on it hang vertically, then repeated in a very low voice. The ancient church before me holds danger caused by the Beyonders. The one before me. After exactly 7 repetitions, the chain moved. It swung clockwise with a considerable amplitude and speed. Martha gasped, looking at Jeffrey, good thing I performed a divination. There's danger in that church, and it's not a small danger. She stopped the silver chain again and modified the divination statement, Gore is in that church. After repeating it 7 times, the silver chain swung counterclockwise this time, with neither a large nor small amplitude or speed. It seems the target we are pursuing should not be in that church, the diviner concluded, putting away her silver chain. Jeffrey looked at the church with a solemn expression. What kind of danger could be inside? Did the people of the 4th epoch build this church to suppress that danger? Martha had already put the silver chain back on, letting the ruby pendant slide into the deep cleavage. This is not for us to worry about. Things like this should be left to those people to handle. It would be best to put up a warning sign here to prevent anyone from accidentally entering and triggering the danger inside, Jeffrey added. This place isn't far from Enki Town. Next, they carved a few lines of text on a large rock not far from the church. Evil spirits within, do not enter. Jeffrey clapped his hands and said with little confidence, I hope this will scare away those who come here. Lex stood nearby and said, few people enter the mountains, and hunters mostly hunt near the foothills. Otherwise, the danger here would have been triggered long ago. Martha nodded in agreement. As soon as we return, we will report this matter, hoping that the danger here can be resolved soon. Just then, the hunter Leon walked over and whispered, those wolves are moving again. It seems I was mistaken, this is not their territory. Let's go, we need to get out of here quickly. As a seer, Martha's intuition was stronger than others, even if she couldn't hear the thumping sounds coming from the church and underground like Lex. But she could feel a strange atmosphere, especially now that they were closer. This feeling became even more apparent. Leaving the church and following the wild wolves, by evening, Leon found that the beasts had left Silver Snake Creek and ventured deep into a jungle. It seems we'll have to spend the night in the mountains. Lex looked at the gradually dimming daylight, feeling a little worried. The others didn't look much more relaxed either. Even Martha and Jeffrey had tightly pursed lips and wary eyes, having lost the optimism they had when entering the mountains during the day. The reason was that church, Lex thought. When the sun completely disappeared from the sky, and the night sky was dyed a serene indigo, and the crimson moon appeared on the horizon, Leon finally found the wolf pack's territory. It was a valley in the mountains, not a large valley, at least from their current position on the hillside. It could be seen entirely. Under the crimson moonlight, Lex, lying on the grassy slope, endured the harassment of mosquitoes, watching a dozen wild wolves in the valley below, either lying on the ground or moving about. When they passed by a cave, they showed signs of fear. They would lower their heads, tuck their tails, and quickly move away from that cave. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the cave, and the wolf pack in the valley all looked towards it. Then an exceptionally large male wolf stood up and walked among the pack, like a king inspecting his army. The beast, which was probably the alpha, stopped beside a wild wolf of neither large nor small size, growled a few times, and that wild wolf trembled all over as it walked out and headed towards the cave. The pack surrounded it, seemingly to prevent its kin from escaping, and the chosen wild wolf finally entered the cave, and soon a mournful cry was heard. But the wild wolves outside the cave all raised their heads and howled in unison towards the red moon in the sky. It seems we found the right place. Martha, who had done the divination, took out a perfume-like bottle and sprayed it on her hands and feet, and a fresh, pungent scent appeared in the nearby air. At this point, the mosquitoes bothering Martha noticeably decreased. Jeffrey had already started setting up the tent. We'll monitor from here. Martha, you take the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. Martha sighed, her face somewhat unwilling, but she didn't refuse. It seems my skin condition is going to worsen during this period. Lex smiled at her words, got up from the grassy slope, slapped a mosquito dead, and went to Leon's side. Because they were worried about being discovered by the wolf pack, they dared not light a fire. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright tonight, allowing them to clearly see the surroundings and not worry about any beast approaching undetected. Thank you, Mr. Leon. Lex sat down and proactively extended his hand, saying, "Thank you for your support." Leon shook Lex's hand with a faint smile. "You're welcome, Mr. Lex. As a member of Enki Town, it is my honor to contribute to the town's safety." Taking advantage of the rare opportunity to spend time with the best hunter in the town, Lex seized the chance to ask him some questions about hunters. To better understand this role, and to better play it. The night passed without incident. The next day, Lex woke up and left the tent, seeing Jeffrey, who was on watch for the second half of the night, still energetic, as if tireless. His pale skin and cold aura once again reminded Lex of the cold dead in coffins. "Good morning," Lex greeted proactively. "Nothing unusual happened last night, right?" Jeffrey shook his head, then said, "Mr. Lex, you and Martha should return to the town later. I can monitor this place alone." "Is he going to notify Lewis and Warren to come over and deal with that monster together?" "That's right, Martha is a seer and has no combat ability. Keeping her here would only be a weakness for them. I really want to stay and watch the battle. Lewis and the others are of a higher sequence than me. If I could see how they fight, it should help my future development." While letting his thoughts wander, Lex also nodded in agreement. He inadvertently glanced in the direction of the valley and suddenly noticed that white mist had risen in the valley at some unknown time. "It's foggy." Jeffrey also noticed the anomaly. He stood up and cautiously approached the edge of the hillside. White mist had risen in the valley, preventing him from seeing the situation below. Just then, a mountain breeze blew from behind the camp, ruffling Lex's hair. At the same time, Lex smelled a wild scent in the wind. When he smelled this scent, the figures of those unusual wild wolves flashed through his mind. Not good. It's the wolf pack. Were we discovered? Chapter 53, Communicating with Beast Spirits. Almost as soon as Lex sensed the wolves approaching, Martha rushed out of her tent in a panic. Danger. Danger. Did she divine this? It didn't seem like it, it looked more like a passive of her sequence. Do seers have a premonition of danger? Lex reined in his wandering thoughts and pulled out his snake-scale revolver. At that moment, the howls of wild wolves echoed from the forest in front of the camp. Yesterday, when they decided to camp here, Leon, true to his hunter's nature and with Lex's assistance, set up several traps nearby, including animal traps. These precautions were now proving useful. The traps not only relieved some pressure on Lex and the others but also served as a warning. Hearing Martha's cries and the wild wolves' howls, Matthew and Leon each grabbed a hunting rifle and joined the others. As a seer without combat ability, Martha's only reliance was the revolver in her hand. But Jeffrey shielded her, seemingly deciding it wasn't necessary to let his seer companion participate in the fight. As people prepared, the first wild wolf finally burst from the forest, sprinted across the camp, and lunged at the group. Under the morning sun, this hairless but exceptionally muscular male wolf let out a defiant roar, spewing foul saliva, and leaped fiercely towards Lex. What greeted it was a bullet from the muzzle of the revolver, and flashes of fire from the hunting rifles in the hands of the hunter and the servant on either side. The male wolf's head exploded, blood splattering, as it fell heavily to the ground and slid forward, stopped by Lex's foot. Before they could catch their breath, more male wolves charged into the camp. Lex and the two others could no longer focus their fire and had to fight individually. At this moment, a wild wolf broke through the combined firepower of Lex and the two others, opening its mouth to bite Leon's leg. But then, a stick was thrust into its mouth, and Jeffrey kicked it, sending the wild wolf flying. The wild wolf scraped its claws on the ground, struggling to get up, saliva mixed with blood dripping from its mouth, still charging ferociously. However, this time, as soon as it moved, Lex shot it in the head. Lex spun the cylinder, the spent casings clattering to the ground. He quickly reloaded and rejoined the attack. About half an hour later, the battle ended, with the complete annihilation of the wild wolves, declaring a decisive victory for the humans. How strange. Lex shot a wild wolf caught in an animal trap. Since these guys discovered us, why didn't they attack at night? Wouldn't their chances be greater then? Leon, the hunter, also found it strange. Wolves are nocturnal animals, they are more difficult to deal with at night. If they had discovered us early, as Mr. Lex said, they should have come last night. Perhaps Martha can tell us the answer. After a battle, Jeffrey, whose hair was drenched in sweat, was raising his hand as if grasping something invisible. Lex's spiritual vision was stirred. He subtly, quickly blinked twice. He activated his spiritual vision and immediately saw that Jeffrey was holding the soul of a wolf. Lex was quite curious about what sequence of Beyonder Jeffrey belonged to be able to capture the soul of a wild beast. In his spiritual vision state, Lex saw the runes on Jeffrey's short stick glow, guessing it must be a Beyonder weapon, and perhaps Jeffrey could capture souls through this weapon. As a colleague, Martha naturally understood Jeffrey's abilities. Hearing this, she didn't object. She pulled a small metal bottle from her pocket and said to Jeffrey, "Put it back." She must have also activated her spiritual vision and seen the soul in Jeffrey's hand. Lex, guessing this, watched Jeffrey squat down and press the wolf's soul into its corpse. The soul and the corpse overlapped, but there were constant signs of the soul trying to separate from the corpse. Because of this, Jeffrey maintained his posture, his hand not leaving the corpse. Was this to prevent the wild wolf spirit from dissipating too soon? Martha unscrewed the bottle and poured out some powder. Her eyes gradually deepened, and she pinched the powder, sprinkling it on the ground. She walked around the wolf's corpse, sprinkling as she went, then said, "That's enough." Lex, in his spiritual vision state, saw invisible walls suddenly rise. Jeffrey then released his hand, and the wolf's soul slowly floated up but could not escape those invisible walls, unable to dissipate and disappear. Martha then took out a small silver-white metal bottle and dripped a certain liquid from its spout, dropping it around them one by one. After doing all this, Martha softly chanted an incantation. Lex recognized it as Hermes. "I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of the seer. I pray for the favor of the goddess. I pray that you allow me to communicate with the beast spirituality within this altar." Gradually, Martha's eyes turned completely black. Her pupils disappeared, and the whites of her eyes vanished. She seemed to have entered a strange state. Enki Town, Kingston Road. Extra. Extra. This morning St. Witt's Church is holding a sermon in the square and distributing food and daily necessities on site. Extra. Extra. Early in the morning, several newsboys were shouting loudly on Kingston Road. They went back and forth on the town's main streets, spreading the news. At 78 Kingston Road, a door opened, and Mrs. Gwendolyn's neighbor, the laundress who had given Lex and his sister clues, walked out. This sallow-faced woman was wearing a long, somewhat faded dress today. This dress had no patches, no damage, it was the only presentable and relatively decent clothing she owned. The woman named Kelly called into the house, "Are you ready, Pasha? We need to hurry, if we're late, everything will be taken." "Ready, Mama." An 8 or 9-year-old girl ran out. Due to lack of nutrition, her face was thin and her skin pale, but her eyes sparkled with the light appropriate for her age. As the mother and daughter passed through the dark hallway, they heard a woman shouting from inside one of the homes. "Get out. I'm not going. Stop bothering me, Rodney." This name made a flicker of disdain cross Kelly's eyes. The timid Rodney was almost a universally known good-for-nothing on Kingston Road. If he didn't sell muffins on the street every day, earning a meager income, his wife would have left him long ago. Kelly patted her daughter's head and said earnestly, "You must never find a useless husband like Rodney when you grow up." Just then, Rodney's door opened, and the mother and daughter quickened their pace, stepping out into the bright sunshine. Chapter 54, Last Rites. In the hallway of 78 Kingston Road, a man timidly stepped out of his home, glancing back at the imposing figure in the small hall. Rodney hesitated slightly but still asked, "Are you really not coming? I wanted to spend time with you today." The woman with her hands on her hips shouted, "But I don't want to spend time with you. And hurry back after you get your things. Are you planning not to do any business today? What will I eat then?" Rodney lowered his gaze and asked softly, "Are you meeting my Ken? Can you two please not meet at home? What does that have to do with you? And is my Ken someone you can call by his name? Hurry up and leave, I don't want to see you. If you don't want to leave, then I'll leave for good, and I'll never come back." The woman angrily pulled a suitcase from under the bed. Rodney quickly said, "No, no, no, Kitty, I'm leaving now, I'm leaving right away." He closed the door, tightened his clothes, and walked out of the building with his head down. As soon as he stepped onto the street, a stone was thrown at his leg. Then, a yellow-haired boy with a missing front tooth ran ahead and made a face at him. Cowardly Rodney, timid Rodney. His wife is with another, he sees nothing, sees nothing. Useless Rodney, unlucky Rodney. He's always wronged and bullied, he dares not resist, dares not resist. A group of children surrounded him, singing their self-made rhymes. Passers-by pointed at him, but Rodney acted as if he saw nothing, heard nothing, and just kept walking with his head down. Probably finding it boring, the yellow-haired, toothless boy waved his hand and led a group of children, rushing like the wind into the middle of the road. He was suddenly held by a large hand, then pushed, and fell to the ground. "Get out of the way, kid." The little boy looked up and saw a burly man with a rough face. He was wearing ill-fitting clothes and a black bow tie tied at his collar. It was incongruous, comical, but the little boy dared not laugh. Because this was Black Bowties, Kingston Road's biggest gang. Sure enough, Black Bowties members passed by him one by one. The little boy also saw a short, stout man. He was wearing a shiny formal suit, a black bow ties, and chewing a cigar, like a big shot from high society. He looked at the little boy, but his gaze quickly moved away. Doug withdrew his gaze from the mischievous child on the ground and grumbled, "There are too many people on this road. I say, can't you guys try harder and drive all those bastards ahead away from me?" The bearded man bodyguard walking beside him said, "They're all going to the church to get things, boss, are we going to get them too?" Doug immediately kicked him, "Is your head full of straw? Who am I? Do I have to go with these lowly guys to get food?" He tugged at his black bow ties, loosening it slightly so it wouldn't choke him. "Listen up, we're doing something big today. I received news that this morning, besides the church distributing things, the mayor and Sir Bison will also establish a municipal construction fund and raise money from the merchants in town. This is a good opportunity, my chance to truly enter high society has come, do you understand, you idiots?" Bearded man nodded, half understanding, half not. Doug snorted, then saw a subordinate with a gun ahead and immediately shouted, "Didn't I say, no weapons allowed on you? Today, we are all gentlemen. Anyone with a weapon, get out." For a moment, his subordinates looked at each other, then 4 or 5 of them slunk away from the group. Idiots, a bunch of idiots. Arriving at Memorial Square, Doug saw Kaosi from afar. He quickly walked over, took off his cigar, placed his hand on his chest, and shouted loudly, "Good morning, esteemed Kaosi." Today, Kaosi was in charge of maintaining order at Memorial Square. He had brought all the police from his bureau, and even then, there still seemed to be a shortage of manpower. He was busy and disoriented. Seeing Doug approach, Kaosi's face darkened, and he said to a sergeant, "Get him away from me. Also, warn him not to cause any trouble today, or I won't be polite to him." The sergeant nodded and went to deal with Doug. Just then, a police officer jogged over to report, "The mayor and Baron Bison have arrived." Kaosi immediately put on a smiling face and hurried to greet them. The police officer was about to follow when he suddenly noticed that the distant street was somewhat blurry. It seemed, a fog was rising. Eberly Mountain. Martha, who had maintained an unchanged posture, suddenly took a deep breath. The black in her eyes receded, the whites appeared, and her pupils returned to normal. She seemed greatly startled, her legs went weak, and she almost knelt on the ground. Fortunately, Jeffrey next to her caught her in time and helped her to sit down. Martha gasped for air, sweating profusely. After a moment, she cried, "Quick, we must return to town. The problem we were guarding against has still occurred." She pointed at the wild wolf's corpse on the ground. These beasts were driven by gore. That thing deliberately made them attack just now, while it itself went to Enki Town. Its purpose should be to complete the final step of the ritual, to completely become a channel, to become a medium. Lex's mind buzzed, and he blurted out, "Oh no, there's an event in town today, most residents will be gathered at Memorial Square. They will become the sacrifices for the ritual." Lex dared not think further. Once Gore completed the last step of the ritual, the evil god would be able to descend directly into reality through it. No matter what kind of evil god that was, once it descended, Enki Town would surely be doomed. "We should make it in time," Lex said hurriedly. "Even if it left first, the journey from here to town is not short. We still have a chance to intercept it halfway." "There's no way." Pale-faced Jeffrey's expression was even worse now. He shook his head and said, "That thing called Gore is both in the spirit realm and in reality. It should be able to reach Enki Town quickly by using the spirit realm." Lex's heart sank, but he remained calm and said in a deep voice, "Then how do we stop it?" Martha stood up and emphasized, "It's us. It must be stopped by us. This is not an event ordinary people can interfere with." She added, "We had foreseen this matter and had taken precautions. This is also one of the reasons why the captain and Warren did not participate in the search. They are in town now and will try to stop it." Jeffrey nodded and said, "We'll rush back now. Once we're back in town, Mr. Lex and the 3 of you, please hide in a safe place. We will handle the rest." Lex nodded, not objecting, but he had other thoughts internally, which he did not express, nor was it convenient to express them. Time was pressing. Everyone left in a hurry without packing or dealing with the wolf corpses, rushing back to the small town. Meanwhile, the fog in town grew thicker and thicker. Chapter 55, In the Mist. Enki Town, police station. Let me out, you blasphemers. You can't keep me here. I am a favored one of the night, a servant of the goddess. I haven't killed anyone, I haven't committed any crime. A sharp, old voice echoed from the temporary jail cell in the police station, greatly troubling Pittman. There was an event at Memorial Square today, and Kaosi had nearly all the personnel from the police station deployed, leaving only Pittman to guard the door. Pittman was initially happy to have some peace, but having an old woman in the temporary jail cell who constantly babbled and occasionally shrieked was another matter entirely. Shut up. Pittman approached the cell, violently striking the bars with his police baton, and pointed at Paris, the old woman awaiting trial by the Desai County Court. Behave yourself, old hag, you don't want me to use this to teach you a lesson. He shook his baton, making a threat. Paris, with messy hair and a sinister expression, her eyes filled with resentment, extended a finger like a chicken's claw and pointed at Pittman, saying, "The goddess will not forgive you. She will bring down the most severe punishment upon you, for you have just threatened her servant." Is that so? I'd like to see how your goddess punishes me. Pittman stepped back 2 paces, a cold sneer on his face. Suddenly, the wall outside the jail cell collapsed without warning. Pittman, standing directly beneath it, only managed to let out a rabbit-like shriek before being crushed under the wall. As the wall fell, dense mist and dust immediately surged in. The structure of the upper floor was also damaged, and a large amount of falling rocks and debris completely shattered Pittman's hope of struggling out from under the wall. The police station shook violently, rumbling loudly. By the time the immense sound stopped, 2/3 of the 2-story building had become a ruin. Clang. The entire fence of the temporary jail cell fell. Paris, her expression timid, walked out, stepping on the piled rubble. Seeing red liquid seeping from the bottom of the stone pile, a smile gradually appeared on the old woman's face. In the dense white mist, she closed her eyes, raised her hands, and loudly declared, "I am a favored one of the night. Behold, those who offended me have already received the goddess's punishment." Mist rolled in, surging into the town, gradually spreading towards Memorial Square. At Memorial Square, Bishop Morgan of St. Witt's Church was giving a sermon. Gathered before him were many low-income residents from Kingston Road, as well as owners of small workshops, shops, restaurants, and inns from Mermaid Road. But people didn't necessarily care what Bishop Morgan was saying, they were more concerned with when the bishop's sermon would end so they could collect the large quantities of food and daily necessities piled behind him. On the other side of the square, on the high platform for the construction fund launch ceremony, the prominent figures of Enki Town had gradually arrived. Town Chief was shaking hands with Sir Bison, while the bald, gray-bearded rancher Spencer discussed investment amounts with the long-faced, dark-skinned, and dark-eyed fishery owner Richard. Kaosi, portly and wearing a wedding ring, circulated among these figures, his face beaming. This made Archier, a police officer assigned to patrol duty and only able to walk along the edge of the square, very envious. He whispered to his colleague next to him, "One day, I'll also stand on a similar platform, smoking a cigar and speaking loudly. Did you drink this morning? Otherwise, why are you so drunk?" His colleague clearly didn't take his words to heart. Archier was about to elaborate on his career blueprint to his colleague, proving he wasn't speaking idly, when he heard a cry for help. "Help! Please save my wife, my poor Nancy." The 2 police officers looked in the direction of the sound. A man in his 50s was running towards Memorial Square. Behind him, the distant street was already enveloped in mist, the scene blurry and invisible. Archier exclaimed, "Oh! Why is the mist so thick? I've lived in this town for 37 years, and this is the first time I've seen such dense mist." His colleague's attention was on the men calling for help. The police officer jogged over and called out, "Jim, what happened?" "I don't know." The man named Jim was panting, his head and hands covered in blood, his clothes stained with dust, and his pant legs torn and frayed. "We weren't planning to go out today. We don't need relief, and we're not interested in the construction fund." Just like always, Nancy was in the kitchen starting lunch, and I went to the garden to feed the dog. Suddenly, the mist came, and I wasn't paying attention, couldn't even see my own house. By the time Archier arrived, Jim was tightly gripping his colleague's arm. Then I heard a terrible sound, very terrible, officer. I can't describe it. And then, my house collapsed. It should have been very sturdy, my grandfather built it, and it had never broken down. But just now, it completely collapsed. I heard Nancy scream, and I know she's buried in the house, but I can't save her by myself. Jim released the police officer's hand and pointed in the direction he came from. "I knew all the police were at Memorial Square today, so I came for help, officer, you must." Before Jim could finish speaking, his clothes suddenly lifted, as if an invisible person had grabbed his collar. Before the 2 police officers could react, the man in his 50s let out a cry of surprise, lifted off the ground, and flew backward into the dense mist. The cry of surprise in the dense mist turned into a scream, accompanied by the sound of tearing clothes and breaking bones. Jim's voice completely ceased. A moment later, something flew out of the dense mist and landed at the feet of the two police officers. It was an arm. Only half an arm remained, with broken white bones protruding from the flesh, still stained with some bits of flesh. Shit! Archie shouted, there's something in the mist. How did the mist come so fast? In the short time they had been talking to Jim, the dense mist, which had been in the distance, was now right before them. Run! Run! His colleague jumped up like a rabbit, turned, and ran towards Memorial Square. Just then, Archie felt a gust of wind blow past him. He sensed something slippery and damp in the wind, something he couldn't see. That thing passed by him. Then, his colleague, who was running towards the square, suddenly stumbled, then slid backward on the ground. Archie suddenly saw that his colleague's right leg clearly had a constricted mark on his pant leg. He was entangled by an invisible thing. Save me! Help! Something's got me! The police officer yelled, trying to pull out his gun. Suddenly, he flew up, reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters. He only managed to let out a scream before falling with unusual speed and force. Splat! The police officer fell to the ground, his head split open and bleeding, his limbs deformed. Then, he flew up again, and fell down again. Flew up again, and fell down again. Splat, splat, splat. With these rhythmic sounds, Archie watched helplessly as his colleague was slammed into an unrecognizable corpse. Chapter 56, Tragedy in the Square. Bang. Bang bang. At the long table on the high platform, the mayor, who was talking with Baron Bison, suddenly heard a few gunshots and was startled. He looked sharply at Kaosi. What's going on? The police station chief also looked bewildered. He quickly said, I'll go check. It should be fine, it should be fine. He hurried down and, nearing the edge of the square, shouted, who fired that shot? The nearby police officers looked at each other, shrugging or shaking their heads. Suddenly, another gunshot rang out. From the direction of the sound, someone was running over in a panic, and a police officer immediately recognized him. It's Archie. Kaosi immediately yelled, Archie, what are you doing? Why are you shooting? Running, Archie shouted, run. The fog is here, the fog is here. There are monsters in the fog, run. He fired another shot into the sky, then ran into the square. Now, both the gentlemen on the high platform and the residents gathered in front of the pulpit heard the gunshots and saw Archie's panicked running figure. Then they saw Archie suddenly stop. He seemed to sense something, slowly lowering his head to look at his chest. From Archie's chest, his clothes gradually bulged, and then a large gush of blood spurted out. Along with the gushing blood, there were also many fragments of internal organs, bone shards, and bits of flesh. Then Archie's feet lifted from the ground, his arms and legs swung forward, and his back arched, as if an invisible thread was pulling him into the air, into the thick fog that had already engulfed the square. Not until Archie disappeared into the fog did a sudden scream erupt in the square, followed by cries of confusion and panic from the people. What was that? He's dead, a police officer is dead. That was Archie, wasn't it? He's my neighbor. The square immediately descended into confusion. Bishop Morgan, with his graying hair and deep wrinkles, pointed towards the church and cried out hoarsely, hurry, everyone, take refuge in the church. St. Witt's Church was the closest and largest building to Memorial Square, only there could it accommodate the 100 or 200 people in the square. Hearing the bishop's words, the crowd screamed, scrambling to run towards St. Witt's Church. Even though the bishop and priests reminded everyone not to push and to be careful not to trample others. But many women and children with weaker physiques were still pushed to the ground. Kelly, who made a living washing clothes, and her daughter Pasha, were one such example. As soon as the confusion began, the mother and daughter were pushed down. Kelly had to hold her daughter. Fortunately, they hadn't gone too deep into the crowd, so their injuries were not severe. A woman in her 50s in front of them was much worse off. She was too close to the bishop, was pushed to the ground, and had an arm broken, and was wailing on the ground. Get up quickly. Kelly quickly pulled her daughter up. As they passed the woman with the broken arm, Kelly forced herself not to look, not to help her up. She reminded herself that she still had to take care of her daughter and had to get into the church quickly. Mom, aren't we going to help her? Pasha, only 9 years old, was kind-hearted by nature, and her sympathy made her unable to resist saying this. Kelly gritted her teeth and said, we have to take care of ourselves first, and besides, the police will help her. The mother and daughter passed a statue. Suddenly, Kelly felt a tightening around her waist, and then her whole body was lifted up. She screamed, instinctively clutching the statue she was passing, which made her stop momentarily. Mom. Mom. Pasha cried out in distress, running towards Kelly, wanting to pull her mother back. Don't come closer. Kelly cried out in alarm, clutching the statue tightly, and said forcefully, run, Pasha. Go to the church, you'll be safe once you're inside the church. Remember, Mom's money is all hidden in the cookie tin under the bed, you can use it to buy food. Feeling the tightening around her waist, feeling the force trying to drag her away, Kelly realized that this might be her last time seeing her daughter. When you are old enough to read, you must get an education, don't be like Mom, who can only wash clothes for others. Pasha, don't blame Mom for not buying you candy, for not buying you cookies. You must believe. Kelly's fingers had turned white, all her strength was about to run out, and she could no longer hold onto the statue. The woman forced a smile, trying to leave her daughter with the best impression. Then, she spoke her last words. Mommy loves you. Before her words had even finished, she flew up, unable to control herself, and fell into the thick fog. Mommy. Mommy. Pasha burst into tears, instinctively about to run towards the thick fog, when suddenly someone rushed over and picked her up. Put me down, I want my mommy, I want my mommy. The little girl cried and screamed, a warm large hand landed on her back, gently patting and softly comforting her, it's all right, it's all right. It will pass, everything will pass. Running beside her husband, Amelia looked at Bison, who was comforting the little girl, and sighed silently. When she saw Archie's tragic death, she stood up, wanting to do something. But her husband stopped her, which made her feel very complicated. Now, seeing the little girl in Bison's arms, Amelia felt a trace of relief. Her husband might have been afraid of losing her, just as this little girl had lost her mother, which was why he didn't want her to easily get into danger. Thinking of this, Amelia glanced at him. Sensing his wife's gaze, Bison looked over, and then saw that not far behind his wife, a little boy had fallen. He must have fallen hard, his knees were scraped, and he couldn't get up for a moment. Just then, someone rushed over and picked up the blonde, front-tooth missing boy. Ian, with his blonde hair, who had recently lost a front tooth, stumbled in his panic. His knee hit the square's paving stones directly, hurting him so much that he couldn't get up. Seeing the thick fog closing in from behind, he was so anxious he wanted to cry. Suddenly picked up, he couldn't help but look up and saw a man with messy hair, as if it had never been styled. It was Rodney, the famous coward of Kingston Road. It was Rodney, whom he and his friends often mocked. When he was helpless and scared, it was he who was willing to offer help. Because of gratitude, because of shame, the blonde Ian burst into tears. I'm sorry, Rodney. I shouldn't have mocked you. You're not timid at all, not cowardly at all, you're the bravest person I've ever met. Listening to the boy's cries, the messy-haired man's expression froze for a moment, then the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. He said nothing, just held him tighter and ran faster. St. Witt's Church. Bison, holding the little girl Pasha and pulling his wife Amelia, rushed through the main entrance, pushed through the crowd, and only put Pasha down when he saw the mayor and others, panting heavily. At this moment, bang 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 bang, sounds of knocking came from outside the main door. Someone shouted, "Open the door quickly, let us in." By the main door, a man who looked like a street vendor was about to open it, but was suddenly pushed away. Then, a short, stout man in formal wear with a black bow tie shouted, "Don't open it. It's already foggy outside, do you want to kill us all?" Chapter 57, Human Hearts Are Evil. The white fog spreading from Memorial Square was already nearing St. Witt's Church, which made Rodney, holding the blonde Ian outside the church, extremely anxious. He pounded on the door. "Open the door, let us in. Let us in." Ian also joined the shouting, nervously looking back. Inside, the leader of the black bow ties showed a disdainful smile, "A coward, a brat. It's not worth sacrificing our lives for such people. You all guard this place, no one is allowed to open the door." At Doug's command, a dozen black boatias stepped forward, blocking the door, forcing the few town residents who had wanted to protest to only shake their heads and sigh. "What are you doing?" A loud voice rang out. Bison strode forward, with church personnel following him. The Baron pointed at Doug, "I order you to move aside immediately. Everyone is a resident of the town, we should help each other. I will not allow such things to happen." The elderly Bishop Morgan also said, "The fog hasn't reached here yet, so opening the door poses no danger." Bison then looked back at Kaosi. The chief brought a few police officers in black and white checkered uniforms, who dispersed the black boatias, and only then was the door opened to let Rodney and Ian in. No sooner had the door closed than the white fog arrived at the entrance, and with a sudden bang, the door shook violently, startling the women and children in the hall into screams. Bishop Morgan quickly raised his hands to comfort them, "Everyone, don't panic. Our church is very sturdy and won't be easily damaged." No sooner had he finished speaking than a window on the wall by the door suddenly shattered, and stained glass sprayed into the church with a crash, allowing the white fog to slowly seep in. People recoiled in fear, moving far away from that window. Just then, a little girl pointed outside the window and said, "Mommy, there's someone outside." Everyone looked, and indeed, in the hazy world outside the window, a figure gradually approached the window. A moment later, an old woman with disheveled hair emerged from the white fog. Her face was sinister, her figure small and thin, and her eyes held a certain indescribable fanaticism. Kaosi immediately recognized her. Isn't that Paris? How did she escape from prison? How is she unharmed? Don't the monsters in the fog attack her? Someone noticed the anomaly and exclaimed. The old woman outside the window then shouted loudly, "Sinners, do you think you are safe hiding in the church? Look, this is your retribution for capturing me. I told you, I am a favored one of the night, I am the spokesperson of the goddess. But you didn't believe me. Now, the goddess has sent down divine punishment. She told me that all of you will die today. If you don't want to die, if you want to beg for the goddess's forgiveness, then open the door. Come out and confess. That way you still have a chance." Paris shouted excitedly, her hands raised high. As if to cheer her on, an inhuman roar echoed in the white fog, putting immense pressure on the people in the church. Is she really a favored one of the goddess? I can't believe it, but she certainly wasn't attacked in the fog. As people discussed animatedly, the Baron's dignified and loud voice rang out again. Don't listen to her nonsense, she's trying to mislead everyone. The benevolent goddess would not treat her followers with such cruel methods. People looked at Bison, including Paris outside the window. When the old woman saw the Baron, her eyes immediately filled with resentment. She stretched out her withered, claw-like hand, pointed at Bison, and shouted, "It's you. You are the father of demons, you are the breeding ground of evil. You are on the goddess's list, you are unforgivable. Hand him over. His blood, his soul, can redeem you." Bang, bang, bang. Several other windows of the church also shattered, and an inexplicable malice, accompanying the fog pouring into the church, spread towards the people. Someone screamed, "Go out. I don't want to die, the goddess wants you, hurry and go out, just save us." Bison couldn't believe his ears and abruptly looked at the speaker. Another old man said, "I don't want to die either. My daughter just had a baby, and I haven't even seen my grandson. Lord Baron, please save us." At this point, Doug sneered, "Didn't the sir just say that everyone should help each other? Well then, now, Mr. Baron, please save us. Yes, save us. Go out. Go out." More and more voices demanded Bison leave, and some even dared to rush out and push Bison hard, which made people even more agitated and frenzied. Stop. A strong gust of wind suddenly swept through the church, making everyone unable to open their eyes. When they looked again, the Baroness was already standing beside her husband. Amelia held her hands out, protecting her husband. "You can't do this." For some reason, people felt that the Baroness at that moment had an even greater aura than Bison. They instinctively felt fear, lowered their heads, and dared not step forward. Just then, gunshots rang out from outside the window, and people saw black-purple blood splattering in the fog behind Paris. The startled old woman shrieked, covered her ears, and crouched down, showing no trace of the dignified demeanor of a favored one of the night. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out rhythmically, and 3 blood flowers bloomed consecutively in the white fog. Amidst those blood flowers, silver bullets were faintly visible. The fog surged and swirled, and a roar like that of a wounded beast came from within. Suddenly, Paris was lifted from the ground. The old woman seemed to sense something and cried out in panic, "No, no, no, messenger, put me down, put me down." Her clothes began to show constricting marks, which rapidly deepened. Paris was like she was entangled by an invisible giant python, the air in her lungs squeezed out. Her eyes bulged, her mouth wide open, and she heard the fragile bones in her body shattering one by one. The people in the church saw that after the old woman's hands and feet were already deformed, she was suddenly crushed by a huge force, and a mist of blood spurted from her small body. Subsequently, that mist of blood roared and gathered, rolling into the white fog. Paris's shattered corpse then flew up and was thrown through the window, causing a chorus of screams. Looking at the corpse still oozing blood on the ground, Bison whispered, "It seems your goddess doesn't favor you that much after all." Just then, a figure flashed outside the window. Bison squinted slightly. He saw 2 men running towards Memorial Square. One of them was wearing a police uniform, had brown hair, and was meticulously groomed. He seemed to be the inspector named Lewis. Chapter 58, Mission Accomplished. Lewis moved like the wind. Yesterday, he had completed his quarantine, and this morning, he and Profiler Warren were conducting a search in the outskirts of the town. When they discovered the town was foggy, they immediately rushed back. The Sequence 8 lunatic had revealed some important information before his death. Besides the details about the person named Heimerk, there was also the ritual for the evil god's descent. This ritual had to be performed in the white dense fog, so when they found the town shrouded in mist, the 2 of them knew that the very thing they had been wary of had happened. Back in the town, at St. Witt's Church, Lewis used a demon hunting bullet, which had some effect. It injured Gore, who was hidden in the mist, and the black-purple blood spatters were the best evidence. This also confirmed some of Lewis's previous conjectures. He speculated that although Gore's state was special, a part of it was in reality and should be able to be harmed. However, this couldn't completely kill it. It had to be completely removed from the spirit realm to have a chance to kill this monster. Now he had also discovered that Gore seemed to be able to repair its injuries by absorbing a large amount of human blood. So just now, it killed Paris and left a few silver bullet casings on the ground. The inspector, who had his spiritual vision activated, saw the black-green light blur had already run into Memorial Square and said to Warren beside him, "Control it." The profiler nodded and began to chant loudly. Prompted by heartfelt devotion and kind memories. Please forgive, these verses sing out your secrets. Directly to your soft, conch-shaped earlobes. Undoubtedly I dreamed today, did I witness? Winged, wide-eyed psyche. As Warren's low, magnetic voice echoed through the air, a soothing power quietly permeated, flowing like gentle water across Memorial Square. In Lewis's spiritual vision, the black-green light blur stopped, its movements gradually becoming sluggish, as if unable to resist the charm of the poem, entering a state of peaceful slumber. The inspector seized the opportunity to quicken his pace, pulling several test tubes from his pocket and infusing the re-extracted lucky coin with spirituality. The patterns on the coin gradually increased. This seal was accumulating luck. Lewis did not immediately use the luck stored in it. As he approached the black-green light blur, he pulled the stoppers from the test tubes and splashed the liquid inside onto the light blur representing Gore. Even with spiritual vision active, Gore's etheric body could not be clearly seen, just as the madman had said. Gore's current state could not be observed with the naked eye, and spiritual vision could only see a blurry light blur. And the liquid splashed onto Gore was blood. The blood in these test tubes came from Martha, from Bishop Morgan, from devout priests, and from Lewis himself. The madman had told Lex. To capture Gore in its current state, one either had to enter the spirit realm, or use the correct ritual, or apply pure blood to its body. The first two were difficult to achieve in this town. So Lewis didn't consider these two methods, but instead collected as much as possible the fresh blood of those he considered pure. Now, this blood splashed onto Gore, attracting the monster's attention and pulling it out of the power of slumber. In Lewis's spiritual vision, several blurry black-green light blurs lashed out at him, but he was prepared. After splashing the blood, he rolled back, dodging the light blurs that struck upwards. Then, a cry, as if from a very distant place, echoed in Memorial Square, but this sound quickly changed from ethereal to real. It rang out right in front of Lewis. Lewis calmly raised his pistol, and together with Warren, who had stopped chanting and rushed over from behind, sent silver demon-hunting bullets into the black-green light blur in front of them. Blood splattered continuously, each time in greater volume. The gradually clearer black-green light blur, whose etheric body outline could now be seen, was repeatedly forced back. And at this moment, the white fog in the square was dissipating. Sunlight pierced through the dense fog, falling onto the ground of the square, onto Lewis and Warren, and onto a colossal entity. Lewis and Warren slowly retreated. They had already closed their spiritual vision, because it was no longer necessary. Gore had been captured, no matter whose blood it was among those, it had worked. They made Gore retreat from the spirit realm, its body reappearing in reality, no longer able to maintain its invisible state. The madman had said that the fog was an important part of the evil god's descent ritual. Gore had to kill 66 people in the white dense fog, offering 66 lives as sacrifices, for the evil god to descend into reality through it. But now, the fog had dissipated, and the environment required for the ritual was gone, meaning the ritual had failed. This truly made Lewis breathe a sigh of relief. Without having to consider the evil god's descent, then all he had to deal with was just a monster. But when he saw the full appearance of Gore now, he couldn't help but gasp. The monster that appeared in Memorial Square was as large as a house. Its body was bloated, especially its abdomen, which looked almost like a pregnant woman's. It had two exceptionally thick arms, with clusters of bulging and wriggling blood vessels on them, as if moving venomous snakes were hidden beneath its skin. Its legs, however, were short and thin, completely asymmetrical with its two arms, rendering these two legs almost useless, making Gore only able to crawl on the ground. Gore's entire body was covered in black-green slime, which exuded a foul stench, reminiscent of dead fish grilling under a scorching sun, and the smell of entire schools of dead fish. On its body, within the slime, large and small eyeballs rolled out, seemingly independent, looking in different directions. Things like twisted ropes, or like scaly elephant trunks, danced on Gore's back, like venomous snakes dancing to the sound of a flute. "Captain, are you sure we can defeat this thing? I think it could swallow us in one gulp. My God, it's at least 2 stories high, isn't it?" The profiler's face was very pale, and the arm holding the revolver felt a sudden weakness. Lewis had calmed down and uttered a few words. "Even if we can't beat it, we have to. Duty calls, mission accomplished." The captain's words strengthened Warren's resolve. The profiler nodded and began to chant. They sigh and wail, walking towards eternal damnation. While Warren chanted, Lewis ran around Gore. He lightly pressed his chest, transferring the luck stored in the coin to himself. Chapter 59, The Baby Crying in the Corpse. And on earth, flowers will take form, and magnificent, immortal things will follow. Warren's chanting hadn't finished, his poem hadn't yet taken effect, when Gore, using its two thick, powerful arms, crawled across the ground, dragging its house-like, bloated body closer. The things on its back, like twisted ropes or scaly elephant trunks, suddenly lashed out, striking Warren like whips. He cried out in alarm, his chanting interrupted. The young poet, abandoning his song, rolled on the ground, dodging the attack once, twice. But he was sent flying by the third whip. Fortunately, he raised his arm in time to block and protect himself. Otherwise, if his head had been hit, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Having landed a blow, Gore was about to pursue and kill, when suddenly its eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and liquid flowed from the corners of its mouth, as if it were about to fall asleep. Behind it, Lewis, with his eyes closed, pressed a hand to his brow, and rings of invisible ripples spread out, flowing over Gore like water. The light in Gore's eyes rapidly dimmed, and the muscles in its goat-like face slowly relaxed. It had entered the land of dreams. The profiler on the other side quickly scrambled to his feet, knowing that the captain had forcibly pulled Gore into a dream. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately drew his revolver and emptied its demon hunter bullets into Gore's head. No matter what kind of monster, the head is always an important and fatal part. Based on this judgment, Warren targeted the opponent's head. Bullets burrowed into Gore's head one after another, but its skull seemed exceptionally hard, the bullets couldn't fully embed themselves, and the silver bullet tips could be seen on the surface of that goat-like face. After taking a volley of bullets, Gore suddenly woke up. The tentacles on its back thrashed wildly in all directions, as if entering the dream and being shot had triggered a stress response. Warren dared not stay put. He clutched his head and moved nimbly, using the statues in Memorial Square for cover to avoid the monster's attacks. Lewis appeared much more composed. He walked towards the monster, neither fast nor slow. Gore's tentacles always just missed him. At this moment, the inspector was favored by the god of luck. You. A serene bride, keeping her virginity. A maiden adopted by silence and long time. Historian of the mountains, you tell so beautifully. A story like a flower, surpassing our poems. As Lewis chanted, a tranquil atmosphere seemed to fill the air. Although this didn't cause Gore to fall asleep, its movements noticeably slowed, allowing Lewis to easily jump onto its body. Then, with agile movements, he quickly climbed onto Gore's back. Even in such a battle, the inspector, whose hair remained neatly in place, moved closer to the monster's head. Gore seemed to sense something and swung violently, nearly throwing Lewis off. But he drew a dagger, plunged it into the monster's body, and luckily secured himself there. Then, using the inertia of the swing, he launched himself out, tumbling in midair, and as he passed Gore's head, Lewis naturally extended his arm, pressing the muzzle of his revolver against the center of that goat-like face's brow. He fired continuously. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled gunshots echoed in the square. Gore let out a shriek, covering its head with both hands, twisting madly. It crashed uncontrollably into the statues, its back tentacles thrashing wildly around. In this process, it gradually lost its strength and finally collapsed into the central fountain. The massive body crushed the fountain, and the pool water flowed out from the fragments of the pool and under Gore's body, filling every crack between the paving stones. Warren's mouth hung open as he asked in disbelief, "Captain, is it over?" Lewis put away his revolver, nodding calmly, "I discovered its weakness in the dream. Only the center of its brow on its head is relatively fragile, we can use that to destroy its brain." "Awesome, Captain." Warren exclaimed joyfully, "The lucky coin is really useful. Without it, we probably wouldn't have been so smooth." Lewis opened his pocket and glanced at the coin inside. Its patterns had disappeared, the stored luck should be used up. "Next, I need to go into isolation. You guys will have to deal with this thing's corpse." "Wah." The inspector's words had barely finished when a baby's cry suddenly came from behind. In the quiet square, from within the fallen monster's corpse, a baby's cry. There was nothing more terrifying than that. Hearing the sound, the smile vanished from Warren's face. Lewis also turned back very quickly, retrieved his revolver, and reloaded the cylinder. At this point, the crying stopped, but both saw that Gore's corpse's belly was bulging abnormally. Suddenly, with a ripping sound, a section of a blade with a blazing yellow light tore through the belly, pulling downwards, and a large amount of blood and unknown liquid gushed out. Then, from that belly, a baby crawled out, a baby nearly a meter tall. It didn't yet know how to control its body and immediately rolled off the corpse. Lewis and Warren saw that the baby had dull skin, 2 small horns on its head, and faint, discontinuous mysterious patterns on its body. On its back were a pair of small, palm-sized fleshy wings, and in its hand, it held a short, yellow glowing blade resembling a dagger. Warren felt his mouth unable to close, and he said in a near whimper, "Captain, what is this?" Lewis's mind flashed with the information revealed by the madman. Gore ate its brother. He suddenly had a conjecture, but now was not the time to ponder these things. He focused his attention on this baby, and said in a low tone, "From its appearance, it seems to be a natural-born demon. Judging by its state, it has just been born. It should possess some demonic abilities, but it's not yet skilled or powerful." Warren swallowed. "So, you mean we still have a chance to kill it?" As if sensing Warren's thoughts, the baby raised its head. Its wrinkled face, its eyes glowing with ferocity, opened its mouth. From the baby's mouth came a language not belonging to humans. The tone, full of defilement, made everyone who heard it shiver with cold. Lewis and Warren were about to raise their guns to attack, but they found that their movements had noticeably slowed, becoming less fluid. At this moment, the baby raised its left hand, and a pale blue flame rose between its chubby palms, accompanied by the baby making a throwing motion. The ball of flame condensed into a sphere and was hurled towards Lewis and Warren. "Get out of the way." Lewis and Warren dove in opposite directions, but their movements were too slow. The fireball struck at their feet before they could complete their rolls. Then the fireball expanded and exploded, and pale blue flames instantly bloomed across the square. Chapter 60, Devil Baby. Boom. Warren rolled out of the pale blue flames that exploded, quickly shedding his outer coat to prevent the sulfur-smelling fire on his clothes from spreading further. He looked to the other side and saw Lewis sprawled on a collapsed statue. The captain had some injuries on his forehead. It looked like he had hit his head on the statue and was knocked unconscious. Warren inwardly groaned. As soon as the captain's luck ran out, he immediately became unlucky, actually fainting at this critical moment. He looked ahead and saw the devil infant shakily standing up, its umbilical cord still uncut. This cord tripped it, causing it to fall. Angrily, it used the short blade in its hand, which glowed yellow and emitted heat, to cut its umbilical cord, then stumbled towards Warren. Seeing its movements, it was quickly getting used to its body. Warren nervously raised his hand to shoot, but found his gun was out of bullets. The profiler quickly fumbled for bullets but was frustrated to find that all his remaining bullets were in his outer coat. And the outer coat was now a burning mess. The devil infant's walking became smoother and smoother, it could even jog on its two chubby, short legs. Warren gave a bitter smile, threw his revolver, and then assumed a boxing stance. Just as the devil infant dodged the revolver, a figure suddenly pounced from behind a statue next to it. A short stick engraved with runes struck its head, making its head violently sway, causing it to fall and roll on the ground. Then Warren saw a pale-skinned, soft-haired young man. "Jeffrey. Oh my God, you guys are finally back," Warren exclaimed with delight. Jeffrey nodded, pointing at the captain. "Martha, try to wake up the captain." The seer with long red wavy hair also ran over, approached the captain, and slapped Lewis's face. Warren casually asked, "Where's the Baron's son? Did he come with you too?" Martha shook her head. "No, we sent him home." At this moment, another voice full of defilement echoed across the square. Jeffrey, who was rushing towards the devil infant, suddenly froze, stopped in his tracks, clutched his chest in pain, and knelt down, with blood the color of rusty red flowing from the corners of his mouth. "Use my gun." Martha quickly threw her revolver to Warren. The profiler caught it and quickly fired several shots at the infant, which was closing in on Jeffrey, forcing it to retreat repeatedly and hide behind a statue. Warren came to Jeffrey's side, whose face was even paler. "Are you all right?" Jeffrey said with difficulty, "I won't die." He tried to stand up, but his legs gave out, and he sat back down. Warren was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Now the captain was unconscious and couldn't wake up. Martha had little combat ability, Jeffrey was severely injured, and he was the only one left. How could he deal with a devil? Even if this devil was just an infant. Just at this moment, Warren saw a figure appear silently. It was a man wearing a black iron mask and a double-breasted trench coat. He gently raised his arm, and in his hand, there was a golden revolver. Who is he? What is he going to do? He wouldn't be thinking of shooting that devil, would he? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Warren's mind. Then he saw flames erupt from the muzzle of the golden revolver, but the devil infant, hidden behind the statue, seemed to have a premonition and dodged in advance. This caused the masked man's bullet to chip a corner of the statue, but it did not harm the infant. But then, the masked man fired 2 more shots at the infant. The first shot was aimed at the back of the infant's head, but the second shot inexplicably pointed into the empty space. However, the infant again swayed as if it had anticipated it. It dodged the shot aimed at the back of its head, but in avoiding it, it exposed its shoulder to the trajectory of the second shot. Prejudgment. Bang bang. With 2 gunshots, the devil infant's shoulder was hit, splashing blood. Its eyes filled with resentment, it looked at the culprit who had harmed it. But after the masked man succeeded, he turned and ran, and quite fast too. The devil infant paused for a moment, then let out a sharp scream from its mouth. It chased after the men wearing the mask and trench coat. "Warren, quick, go help." Jeffrey pushed the profiler. "I'll be right there." Warren nodded, took Martha's revolver, and followed. As he ran out of the square, he saw the devil infant had already rushed into Mermaid Road. So fast. Both of those guys were so fast. The profiler continuously chased, afraid of losing them. At this moment, the person being chased by the devil infant was, naturally, Lex. After returning to the town, he sent Martha and the other back home. But with such a big event happening in the town, how could he sit still? So, after transforming into Duke, he followed along. However, Lex reminded himself to avoid fighting if possible. There was no need, he didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of official personnel. But he hadn't expected the situation at Memorial Square to be far more serious than he imagined. Lewis was unconscious, and Jeffrey was seriously injured. If he did nothing, these inspectors might all die here. Without time to think, Lex approached silently, and relying on his hunter skills and preemptive attacks, he managed to injure the little monster's shoulder. But Lex knew in his heart that this wouldn't kill it, and seeing that infant-like thing, it seemed capable of foreseeing danger. Lex knew that in an environment as wide open as the square, it would be very difficult to harm it. To kill this monster, he needed to use traps, he needed spaces that could restrict its movement, and he needed sufficiently powerful means to kill it in one go. So Lex ran into Mermaid Road, where there were many hotels, shops, and grocery stores, which could be used to restrict the opponent's movement. The same environment, Kingston Road, was actually more suitable, but Mermaid Road was closer to Memorial Square, so Lex chose this side. The wind whistled past his head. Lex's keen hearing allowed him to determine that an object was being thrown at him without even turning around. He suddenly changed direction. In the corner of his eye, a pale blue light flashed, and then a grocery store ahead exploded in flames. It can even throw fireballs. Lex was secretly surprised, but this did not make him slow down. He still maintained a distance of over 10 meters from the devil infant behind him. At this distance, even if the opponent could throw fireballs, he would have time to calmly evade. The buildings on both sides of the street quickly receded, then Lex saw a bakery. Fong Ting Bakery. Their jam-filled muffins were good, and their desi pie tasted authentic. Upon seeing this bakery, Lex had an idea. He quickened his pace, sprinted, and then, using his momentum, crashed into a closed window. Crash! The bakery window was shattered by Lex's impact. He used a roll to absorb the impact, bounced up without stopping, and rushed into the baking room. This place was piled with flour, various tools were laid out, and the windows were closed, with curtains drawn, making the light dim. Lex pulled out a dagger, poked open bags of flour, and when he heard footsteps coming from outside the baking room, he immediately picked up a bag of flour and forcefully threw it towards the doorway. In this process, flour instantly spilled out, and the baking room suddenly became somewhat hazy. Chapter 61, First Hunt. Sacks of flour were thrown out by Lex, but he didn't throw them all at the devil infant that had chased him through the door. He threw them haphazardly, which made the little devil's instinct to predict danger useless. At one point, it even inexplicably crashed into a flying bag of flour, fell to the ground, and had its face covered in a thick layer of flour. In a flash, all the flour in the bakery was thrown by Lex, and the entire bakery was filled with gray-white powder. The devil infant got up, and in its anger, it raised its hand, wanting to throw a fireball at Lex. But Lex lunged forward, not with a gun, but with his fists. He threw a punch at his opponent's wrinkled face. His danger premonition worked, and the devil infant ducked to avoid it, but this action interrupted its intention to throw a fireball. Next, Lex pressed close and punched fiercely, giving it no chance to use fireballs. At first, the devil infant could dodge, but after avoiding a few punches, it tried to retreat again, only to hit the wall with its back. The bakery had limited space, and it was finally cornered by Lex. In its moment of surprise, it took a knee to the stomach from Lex. It gasped and dry-heaved, then took another punch to the face. Next, its horn was grabbed and lifted by Lex, who then delivered a powerful punch to the little devil's stomach. At this moment, Lex was wearing shadow gauntlets. At this moment, the light in the bakery was dim. The gauntlet's ability triggered, and the surrounding shadows boiled, pulling out an arm from the void, covered in strange patterns and symbols of some symbolic meaning. This arm clenched its fist and smashed hard and heavily into the devil infant's wrinkled face, sending it bouncing off the wall like a rubber ball. Before it could fall, a second fist swept across, hitting it and pushing it to one side. Then more fists rained down. By this time, the little devil's danger premonition had gone off the charts, but premonition and avoidance were two different things. Under the dense strikes of the shadow combo, even with a premonition, it was difficult for it to avoid so many attacks. It bounced back and forth like a rubber ball between the attacks of the shadow fist. This assault, combined with the little devil's own movements, made the already swirling powder in the bakery dance even more vigorously. Taking advantage of the little devil being continuously hit by the shadow fist, Lex turned and ran. He opened a window, jumped onto the sill, and was about to leap out. Suddenly, a phrase full of foul meaning echoed from the room behind him. Lex froze abruptly, his heart feeling as if it were squeezed by an invisible hand. The intense pain made him fall towards the window. As he fell, he saw that the shadow combo in the room had ended. The little devil, bruised and swollen from the beating, raised its hand, and a faint blue light sparked in its chubby palm. In an instant, his vision was blocked by the bakery wall. The moment he hit the ground, Lex endured the heart-wrenching pain as if it would burst, forcefully twisting his body to move as far away from the building as possible. He had only rolled a little when a blaze suddenly erupted in the bakery, and with a loud bang, a violent explosion occurred inside the room. Flames shot out from the windows and all other openings to the outside, and glass shards were blasted onto the street with a crash. Lex's back was covered in fragments, but with this violent explosion, the pain in his heart actually eased and gradually disappeared. Lex, panting, got up and felt a warmth on his face. He wiped it with his hand, only to realize he had a nosebleed. Looking ahead, after the fierce explosion, even the brick and stone bakery was now on the verge of collapse. Soon, the roof above the bakery collapsed, extinguishing the flames inside but raising a cloud of dust. Lex fanned his hands, clearing the choking dust, and saw a falling rock roll down. Then the little devil poked out its head and an arm. It was on the verge of death from the explosion but still not dead. Its tenacious vitality was astonishing. Lex reholstered his golden revolver and stepped forward. The little devil could only open one eye now. Seeing Lex approach, it struggled to raise its hand, unsure if it was asking for help or trying to release a fireball. Suddenly, a foot stomped down, firmly pinning its hand onto the pile of rubble. Lex stood on it like that, his arm hanging down, the golden revolver pressed against the little devil's forehead. The little devil opened its mouth as if to say something, but was rudely interrupted by a gunshot. The bullet tore open its skull, revealing its black brain inside. Lex quickly fired, sending all the remaining bullets in the cylinder into the devil infant's head. Watching its head fall limply, Lex then stepped back. Next life, remember to study hard. If you had studied, you would know not to light a fire in a small room full of powder, it will kill you. After glancing at the corpse, Lex put away his revolver and quickly left. He had already heard footsteps approaching. Returning home, sneaking back into his bedroom, Lex threw all his clothes, weapons, and mask into the secret compartment of the wardrobe. He then went to the washroom to clean up the bloodstains before lying spread-eagled on the bed. He clearly felt that the residual potion had been completely digested. After today's battle, he finally confirmed that the digestion of the potion, in addition to being related to his daily acting, also depended heavily on the feedback from his prey. They were injured in his traps, and killed in his traps, all of which would provide feedback to him, accelerating the digestion of the potion. On Mermaid Road, using the limited space of the bakery's baking room, he not only restricted the devil infant's movement but also created a large amount of powder. The shadow combo, at the time, in addition to attacking the opponent, also served to restrain and further spread the powder. Flour is a combustible powder, and when it is dispersed in the air and its concentration is sufficient, it will explode if ignited. And in a nearly sealed space like a bakery, the power of the explosion would be even greater. Limited space, shadow combo, combustible powder. Using that bakery, Lex temporarily set up 3 traps, severely wounding his opponent in one fell swoop. Only then could he easily finish it off with his revolver and bullets. At this moment, Lex's fingers trembled slightly. Not from fear, but from excitement. This was his first time hunting a monster with his own abilities, and this monster was not simple. This was an important milestone for him after entering the mysterious world. Only at this moment did Lex feel that he finally looked a bit like a hunter. After lying on the bed for a while, Lex heard a faint cry, seemingly his youngest brother Joe crying. Chapter 62, Incident Report. Lex quickly went downstairs and found Joe in the hall. The little boy was crying and insisting on finding his parents, and his younger sister, Harabelle, was comforting him. Entering the hall, Lex said loudly, "What's wrong, our future kingdom general? Crying like this, people will laugh at you if it gets out." The little boy, his face covered in tears and snot from crying, rushed over. "Lex, I want to find my parents, I'm scared." Lex picked him up, rubbed his head, and said, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. But before that, you need to wipe your face, it's filthy." Just then, Sebastian, the butler's voice, sounded from outside, "The master is back." Lex blinked. "Did you hear that? Father and the others are back." Joe's tears turned to laughter, and he nodded, jumped down, and ran out of the hall with Harabelle. Lex followed them out and saw a carriage stopped next to the fountain, its door open. Bison got out of the carriage, then helped Amelia out, and finally carried an 8 or 9-year-old girl out of the carriage. "Father, mother." Harabelle, disregarding etiquette, lifted her skirt and flew over like a colorful butterfly, throwing herself into her mother's arms. Bison also squatted down and hugged Joe, who charged over like a little tiger cub. Lex smiled and stepped forward, "Father, Mother, are you both all right?" Bison laughed heartily, picked up Joe, and said, "The goddess protects us, we are all fine." Amelia, however, said with some sadness, "But many people still died, and this child's mother was one of the unfortunate victims." She looked at the timid little girl behind her, and Lex noticed that the little girl was dressed very simply, appearing to be the child of some commoner. Bison said with a serious expression, "Her name is Pasha, and I've decided to adopt her. From today on, she is your sister." Gently patting her daughter's back, Amelia, holding Pasha's hand, said to Harabel, "Can you take her to bathe and change into clean clothes? She's terrified." "Okay, Mother." Without question, Harabel, in high spirits after seeing her parents return, responded with a slight lilt in her voice, then took Pasha's hand. "Poor little one, I'll be your older sister from now on. My name is Harabel, and if anyone bullies you in this home, just tell me, your sister will protect you." Harabel smiled and took Pasha's hand. "Now, let me show you around your new home." After the two girls left, Bison also put down Joe and said to Lex with a solemn expression, "I'm relieved to see you at home. Something very terrifying happened today, and many tragedies occurred. Fortunately, nothing happened to our family, praise the goddess." The Baron made the sign of the cross 4 times clockwise on his chest, then continued, "Tonight, the church plans to hold a grand mass to appease the spirits of the deceased, and there will be a collection for the victims to help these affected families through this difficult time. Tonight, you will come with us." "No problem." Lex nodded slightly, and thought that he could use tonight's opportunity to do something he had always wanted to do but hadn't had the chance. In a room without any sharp corners or sharp objects, Lewis, with an ice pack on his head, was undergoing isolation. But he didn't waste time, he took out his notebook and, with a black fountain pen, drafted the report of this incident. The Enki Town incident involved the descent of an evil god, but initially, we did not realize the matter was so serious. After receiving the report from the town police station and the oil painting of the monster, the county police department assigned this case to our team, which belongs to the Special Operations Department. On July 16th, we arrived in Enki Town at night. That same night, I used my nightmare ability to enter the dream of the main person involved in the incident, Lex Disraeli. I obtained some information and ruled out the possibility of him being a Beyonder. On July 17th, we officially paid a visit, and according to the divination provided by Martha, we requested Lex Disraeli's assistance. He agreed, and we quickly obtained a new clue, finding an important diary in the home of Farmer Ein. Through that diary, we learned that there was an evil cult in Enki Town, that someone was holding a sacrifice, and seemed to have received a response from a deity. We took this matter very seriously and immediately launched an investigation. On July 18th, late at night, we received a report from the town police that a multi-masted sailing ship of unknown origin in a bay had caught fire. When we arrived, the fire had already been extinguished, and the police had moved many charred bodies from the ship's hold. Some of them, upon examination by Jeffrey, were found to be missing organs and intestines from their body cavities, which seemed to be related to the large-scale life sacrifice mentioned in the diary. On July 19th, we visited Lex Disraeli again. Due to some previous suspicions about him, this time, I used Sealed Object 3-0718, a Spectator Pathway artifact, to conduct a second review of the target. The review results showed that Lex Disraeli had reservations and concealed some information regarding certain questions. However, on critical questions, such as whether he was a Beyonder and regarding the parchment with evil prayer text, he did not lie, he had no connection to these matters. This made us willing to trust him and implement his suggestion to set a trap to lure the culprit out. At this point, Lewis paused, took off his glasses, wiped them with a handkerchief, then took a sip of black tea before continuing his work. On the night of July 20th, we made a significant breakthrough. Although the culprit did not immediately take the bait, he launched an attack on Lex Disraeli on his way home. It must be said that the Baron's son is very intelligent. He noticed that the culprit's state was abnormal, that the other party had lost his rationality. So he falsely claimed to be a subordinate of a key figure, this figure being Heimerk, who was mentioned in the diary as having provided advice to the culprit and modified the prayer incantation. Using this, Lex Disraeli not only protected himself but also obtained information about that monster from the culprit, letting us know that Gore had become a mobile ritual, and that the descent of the evil god was only one step away. At the same time, Lex Disraeli also cleverly created an opportunity for us to obtain information about Heimerk. This allowed us to obtain Heimerk's related information at the culprit's dying moments after severely injuring him. The culprit met Heimerk on Oravi Island. This man's apparent identity is a spice merchant from Backlund, who frequently travels around the world to acquire and sell spices. They met at a gathering. A gathering organized by a local faction on Oravi Island. That faction is called the Celestial Faction, an organization I've never heard of. Chapter 63, The Incident Ends. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded. Lewis temporarily put down his pen, got up to open the door, and the profiler Warren walked in. The young man, who was a bit shy like a big boy, ruffled his hair. "Captain, I'm here to collect 3-0718. Martha's altar is ready, and the ritual can be performed at any time. Lewis nodded, taking out an exquisite wooden box containing the sealed artifact. Through the ritual, its ability could be maximized, allowing it to subtly suggest to the town residents during the Grand Mass at St. Witt's Church tonight, making them forget about gore. However, afterwards, it must be sealed, otherwise it would lose control and widely affect an area, causing all living beings in that area to lose their memories. Tell Martha to prepare the items for the seal before going to St. Witt's Church. Seal it immediately after the Grand Mass ends. Lewis did not forget to remind him, as he had used the lucky coin today and needed to be isolated, unable to participate in the evening's Grand Massachusetts. Fortunately, for a seer, the sealing work was not difficult, as the church had standard procedures and they carried the necessary items. By the way, how is Jeffrey doing? Taking the wooden box containing the artifact, Warren smiled calmly. It's nothing serious. Compared to his injuries, he's more concerned about whether the shops on Mermaid Road can operate normally tomorrow after this incident, and if there will still be discounts. Then I'm relieved. After seeing his colleague off, Lewis sat back down, picked up his pen, and continued writing. It's a pity that due to the prisoner's severe injuries, he couldn't provide more information about Heimerk, but the prisoner did provide an important piece of information about the channel. Gore, who has already fixed the ritual on his body and become a channel, still needs to perform another ritual to truly complete his mission as a channel. He must kill 66 people in the white dense fog, using their lives as sacrifices, to allow the evil god to descend into this world through him. July 21st, I heard that there will be an event in the town tomorrow. I'm worried that a large gathering of people will provide an opportunity for Gore. Since I'm currently in isolation, I asked Jeffrey to see Kaosi, hoping he could persuade the town mayor to cancel this idea. Unfortunately, the town mayor believes this event can bring long-term development to Enki Town and thinks we have already caught the culprit, so there's no reason to interrupt the event. In desperation, I could only meet with Bishop Morgan and ask him to open St. Witt's Church for people to take refuge if there was danger. July 22nd, I finished isolation and, with the profiler Warren, searched for Gore's possible hiding places in the outskirts of Enki Town. Jeffrey and Martha, along with Lex, went to Eberly Mountain to search the day before. Around 9 a.m., white dense fog suddenly appeared in the town. When we rushed back to the town, we found St. Witt's Church under attack. That monster came, Gore came. He came to perform the final ritual. Before this, given his state, we had already speculated about this. This monster can probably move quickly through the spirit realm. To resolve this troublesome state, we had prepared in advance, collecting all human blood that fit the definition of purity. According to the prisoner's confession, I had this blood splashed onto the monster, and successfully made him withdraw from the spirit realm. This action seemed to disrupt his ritual. When Gore appeared in reality, the white dense fog also disappeared. Lewis paused, took a sip of the still warm black tea, and then continued writing. By the way, when Gore attacked St. Witt's Church, the old woman, Paris, who had previously been incited by the prisoner and mistakenly believed herself to be a devotee of the night but was actually an accomplice, also appeared at the scene. Perhaps because she had assisted the prisoner in performing a ritual, there was some kind of mark on her body, which prevented Gore from attacking her immediately. However, after Gore was injured, he cruelly killed Paris and used her blood to heal himself. After a battle, with the help of the lucky coin, we successfully killed Gore. We originally thought the incident was over, but a baby was born. That was a devil infant, a born devil infant. It possessed the abilities of a devil. I've seen relevant reports in church documents. But because it was just born, its abilities were greatly reduced. Regarding this infant, I have some conjectures. From the prisoner's diary, we learned that Gore ate his twin brother, which gave him the characteristics of a channel. That devil infant could be Gore's brother reorganizing within his body. It was a shell prepared for the descent of the evil god. If Gore had successfully killed 66 people, the evil god would have been born through this infant and truly entered reality. But the ritual failed, and Gore died. All of this might have stimulated that shell, causing it to instinctively struggle to enter the world. Since it was only a shell, it lacked rationality. It instinctively attacked us. Because I had used the lucky coin before, the side effects of the seal quickly arrived, and I unexpectedly fell into a coma. The events that followed were recounted by Warren and others. After I fell into a coma, a mysterious person appeared. He wore a mask and used a golden revolver. He acted in time and led away that devil infant. Afterwards, they seemed to have a battle on Mermaid Road. According to Warren's description, a bakery had exploded. In the ruins of the bakery, Warren found that devil infant, seeing that it had blast injuries and severe burns, and its fatal injury was to its head. Its skull was blown open by a bullet, and its brain was a mess. Its death declared the end of the Enki Town incident. Currently, the characteristics of the monster Gore and the devil infant have been recovered by us and properly preserved. After returning, they will be stored in Cheney's Gate according to procedure. The above report is provided by Lewis Edward, with additions from Martha, Warren, Jeffrey, and others. Putting down his pen, Lewis let out a breath. The report was finally finished. He picked up his cup and leisurely drank his black tea. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After a nap, Lex woke up feeling satisfied, his physical strength and spirituality fully recovered. There was still plenty of time before evening. Lex stretched his body, pulled down the curtains, and stood in the middle of the bedroom, raising both hands horizontally to summon the mystical book. I that sees everything. God that oversees all things. After chanting the last incantation, he saw the colors in the room deepen. He subconsciously lowered his gaze until the thick, ethereal tome, emanating colorful glimmer, fell into his hand, then he raised his head. The tome opened by itself to the Artisan of Mysteries page, and the number of dimensional crystals had increased again. It was now 158. Lex quickly looked down. Cloud told you to hurry up and not stop, and rewarded 600 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 6-dimensional crystals. Absurd Dream wakes, People Withered feels you're too awesome, and rewarded 2,000 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 20-dimensional crystals. Chapter 64, The Next Target. Joker Clown said, "Good one," to you and rewarded another 100 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. Cloud treading snow white gloves happily said, "It's me again," and rewarded another 100 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. Silent wordlessly glanced at you and rewarded another 100 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. Explosion is Art 666 laughed and said, "Miss me," and rewarded another 100 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. Starless Sky cheered for you and rewarded 100 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. The observers indeed rewarded again, and among them, there were quite a few old friends. They were truly generous. At the same time, I also need to thank the new reader for paying attention to me. Only by gaining more attention can I become stronger. Now I already have over 100 dimensional crystals. I truly hope to quickly obtain new mystical items so I can use them to enhance my strength. Lex suppressed his excitement and anticipation, looking down. There were still 2 more records below. Famous Fire Fast Return liked Klein Moretti and rewarded 100 dimensional coins, but this has nothing to do with you. Mountains and Seas loudly told Klein Moretti, "You're great," and rewarded another 1,000 dimensional coins. Put away your drool because this has nothing to do with you. I wasn't drooling. Lex rubbed the muscles on his face to prevent them from twitching slightly. He then looked at the tag items. The records here had also been updated. The tag Lord of Traps has received over 30 likes. Your ability in traps has increased by 1%. You have not yet gained any new tags. The improvement in traps now had a specific value, instead of just a vague description as before. Although it was small, only 1%, since a value had appeared, there was a chance to get 10%, 100%, or even a multiple increase. No new tags for now. Good, no strange tags like Playboy appeared. Since there were no new mystical items, Lex flipped to the homepage and found that there were no new replies to previous messages, but the comments section had become more active. Joker Clown, pollution comes from the starry sky or underground. Lex was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. Pollution? What pollution? From the starry sky or underground? Could it be that in this world, the ozone layer also had a hole? What was going on with the underground? It was incomprehensible. It was indeed a disadvantage of not having read enough. He continued to read. Firefly's departure. I remember that for the Beyonders, the witch pathway generally recruits males, because seems to be male. As the complementary pathway to the witch, would the hunter also require females for better acting? Perhaps like the witch, only female hunters can become gods. Hunter and witch pathways are complementary. The witch pathway generally recruits males. That's quite strange. It's a witch, yet they recruit males. What do they recruit males for? They wouldn't be captured as slaves, would they? Joker Clown, the funeral/difficulty is in September. Klein seems to still be in training in July. Telling you to go in mid-July is just to make early arrangements, understand the situation, and get in touch with Klein. You can also go to Tingen in August, but, in any case, you must arrive before late August. I remember this reader reminded me before to go to Tingen in July to cling to my transmigration compatriot's thigh. He now left another message to add to it. My compatriot encountered difficulties in September. I can go to Tingen in August, at the latest by late August. Today is July 22nd, so there is still plenty of time. August, I should be able to go to Tingen in August, I just need to make some preparations. Lex continued to read, still from the same reader. Joker Clown, the fool who does not belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the grey mist, you are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Huh. What is this? It's a bit like the incantation I used to summon the mysterious book. The Fool? Isn't that Klein's title? So this incantation is used to summon my transmigration compatriot. Lex made a note of it and, before his spirituality was too depleted, continued reading, wanting to see as much information as possible. Blazing Inferno. Hello, Lex. You don't actually think these people are your support group, do you? You don't actually think your revival was just a coincidence? Heh, I look forward to meeting you. Oh, you might call me Blazing Inferno. This Mr. Blazing Inferno looks forward to meeting me. But aren't you a reader? How can you meet me? It seems like you're just joking with me. Shioer 222, keep it up. Sophie Toilet Paper, given that the protagonist chose the hunter pathway and did not maximize the use of this golden finger, so I. When he saw this, Lex vaguely felt his temples throbbing and aching, knowing that his spirituality was almost depleted, so he quickly ended the summons. He sat down on the single sofa in his bedroom, gently rubbing his forehead to alleviate the side effects of reading the information. Perhaps it was because of the progress in potion digestion, this time the headache was very mild and did not last long. After 2 or 3 minutes, Lex had already returned to normal. He briefly summarized his gains from this session. The number of dimensional crystals increased, so when he obtained new mystical items, he could immediately strengthen and utilize them. The tags gained more recognition, which improved his trap ability, and it was now quantified, no longer a vague description. As for the information, he learned that witch and hunter are complementary pathways, but what a complementary pathway is still needs to be clarified. He also got a definite time frame, it's best to arrive in Tingen before late August, and he also obtained an incantation related to Klein. Lex tapped the armrest with his fingers, pondered for a moment, and decided not to try that incantation for now. He didn't know what would happen. Perhaps chanting this incantation would immediately make him meet Klein, and then how would he explain where he got this incantation? It's better to go to Tingen first, make contact in a gentler way, understand the situation first, and then decide whether to meet. Even if I do meet him, I can't directly use this incantation. I remember in the original work, young Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman both came into contact with some ancient items to establish contact with Klein. I can also emulate them, try to collect some ancient items, and use them to chant the Fool's name. That should attract his attention, allowing me to join the Tarot Club in a more reasonable way. With a decision made and a goal for the next stage, Lex felt refreshed and his confidence doubled. He stood up, took out a 1 solely banknote, took out a fountain pen, and with his left hand, wrote a line of crooked words on the banknote. He was preparing for something he had to do tonight. Chapter 65, Group Suggestion. Night fell. The crimson full moon hung quietly in the night sky, illuminating the land. Enki Town was unusually quiet tonight, even the usually bustling Kingston Road lacked its usual liveliness. People quietly left their homes, spontaneously heading to St. Witt's Church to attend tonight's grand mass and pray for those who died during the day. A carriage arrived in front of the church, the door opened, and Lex stepped out, then helped his mother, Amelia, alight, before carrying the new family member, Pasha, down. Pasha had been adopted by the Baron, and tonight she wore a simple and elegant dress. Although she couldn't wear anything too vibrant due to the occasion, this dress was still something the little girl could never have worn before. Holding Pasha's hand, Lex followed his father and other family members into the grand prayer hall, where a priest led them to the seats reserved for the Baron's family. After everyone had arrived, the doors of the grand prayer hall closed, and the church choir began to sing. The uniform and ethereal chants echoed through the dim and quiet hall. The crimson full moon rises, reflecting on the land. Everyone sinks into sweet dreams, dreaming of themselves. Dreaming of parents, wives, and children, this is forever. Listening to these sacred sounds resonating in the hall, Lex's heart naturally calmed down. He glanced at Pasha beside him, and then at Harabel. Both of his sisters' expressions also became serene and peaceful. At this moment, Bishop Morgan, holding the Revelation of Night, began his sermon. As this part drew to a close, Lex and the others shared water and bread. In the light of the candles lit on the altar, Bishop Morgan, along with several priests and the choir, chanted in unison once again. We will look up at the night sky and tenderly speak her name, Evernight Goddess. Besides, Evernight Goddess, there are no other words. May the goddess, in the intervals of angels singing, gather them with sweet silence, and hold them in her gentle right hand. Goddess. If she hears, she will surely answer, and surely reveal a pure smile to the departed. Come, rest, sleep, my children. In this sacred and peaceful atmosphere, the grand mass came to an end. Everyone, including Lex, felt as if their souls had been cleansed. And for a Beyonder like Lex, the feeling was even more pronounced. He felt not only his mind at peace, but also his spirituality soothed, flowing naturally and smoothly. After the grand mass concluded, Lex saw many people with tear-streaked faces, even his mother's eyes were red, and his father's expression was solemn, as if he was lost in thought. After this ceremony, the next segment was the donation. The funds raised by the church tonight would be used for the burial of the deceased and to help struggling families overcome their difficulties. As the donations began, Baron Bison stood tall, reaching into the inner pocket of his clothes and pulling out his wallet. As the eldest son of the family, Lex also followed his father into the aisle, heading to the altar and approaching the offering box. After his father completed his donation, Lex also took out the prepared banknotes from his own wallet and placed them into the offering box. The amount he donated was not much, only around a few dozen soli, because Bison himself only donated 300 soli. According to etiquette, the amount he donated could not exceed his father's. Moreover, donating was not Lex's primary goal. His main objective was to ensure that a 1 soli banknote inside successfully entered the offering box. As people donated their goodwill, Bishop Morgan, with a compassionate and merciful expression, said, "Today, too many tragic events have occurred in our town. Many innocent and kind people have lost their lives and returned to the embrace of the goddess. Fortunately, the criminals responsible for these tragedies have been apprehended, and those who subdued the criminals are several police officers from the Desi County Police Station. Now, they would like to say a few words to us. Let us welcome the police officers to the stage." Since this was not an occasion for celebration, no applause broke out. Returning to his seat, Lex soon saw Martha with her wavy red hair, Jeffrey with his pale skin and frequently clutching his chest, and Warren, who was shy like a big boy. Only Lewis, with his brown hair and a 3:7 parting, was not present. After they took the stage, Martha, who was wearing a monocle tonight, stepped forward. After nodding to Bishop Morgan, she looked at the town residents below the altar and spoke in a low but gentle voice. "Firstly, on behalf of my colleagues, I apologize to everyone. Because we did not stop the criminals in time, these tragic events occurred. Several families have lost important loved ones, and this usually peaceful town has experienced sorrow that should not have occurred. Fortunately, the criminal who murdered several residents under the cover of the fog has finally been apprehended. This is probably the only way we can console the deceased." Next, Martha described the criminal's appearance and how, in addition to killing town residents, he also caused multiple gas explosions, leading to explosions at the police station, the Big Bread Bakery, and several other buildings. Listening to Martha's description, Lex nodded slightly, and even the image of the criminal and scenes of his evil deeds appeared in his mind. Don't listen to her nonsense. Don't be hypnotized by her. This red-haired little bitch is psychologically manipulating you and the clothed pigs around you. No. Lex suddenly woke up. Martha's description and his personal experience during the day were two completely different things. He clearly remembered Goro's house-sized corpse under Memorial Square. He clearly remembered a monster with horns, shaped like a baby but over a meter tall, almost killing Jeffrey and the others. The criminal was not human but a monster created by some evil ritual, which was different from what Martha was saying. His memory almost changed. Lex looked at Martha's monocle with some lingering fear. That must be some kind of seal or magical item, right? I remember Lewis also wore it last time, and I felt like I was being scrutinized. Now, it can even twist memories. Is this to prevent town residents from retaining impressions, to conceal the existence of the mysterious world? Realizing this, Lex carefully controlled his expression, not allowing himself to show any abnormality. After Martha finished speaking, Bishop Morgan returned to the altar, sweeping his compassionate gaze over the faithful in the hall. "Everyone is tired tonight, go and rest, embrace your loved ones, and fall asleep peacefully. Tomorrow's sun will eventually rise, and the sorrow we bear will become a thing of the past. We can remember, but do not overly dwell. Nor do we need to be too sad, because the departed will live forever happily and joyfully in the goddess's kingdom. Praise the Lady." Making the sign of the crimson moon on his chest 4 times in a clockwise direction, Bishop Morgan simultaneously declared the end of tonight's Grand Massachusetts Chapter 66, The Brave Men. When Lex left the church, he heard people whispering, talking about the murderer, that hateful criminal, and how fortunate it was that the police officers of Desi County Police Department had subdued him. It seemed the town residents had already believed Martha's words, believing that the tragedy during the day was caused by a human criminal, not some monster. It appeared that tonight's Grand Mass, besides praying for the dead, also served as an opportunity for Martha to use that monocle to give a collective suggestion to the town residents, in order to conceal the existence of the mysterious world. That's good. Ordinary people really don't need to know about the existence of the mysterious world. The further they are from this world, the better. And since he had also accepted the suggestion, he should no longer be a suspect in the eyes of the official beyonder. As he was thinking this, Lex helped his mother into the car and inadvertently saw 2 people emerge from the church's main entrance. A man and a child. The man's hair was disheveled, and he walked with a slight hunch, appearing to lack confidence. The little boy had slightly coarse yellow hair, and when he spoke, one could see he was missing a front tooth. Lex recognized that the man with disheveled hair and a hunched walk was Rodney, whom he had seen being mocked by a group of children yesterday when he went to find Leon. As for the yellow-haired, missing-toothed little boy, he was one of those children at the time, and the one who was making the most noise. But now, not only was the little boy not mocking Rodney, but the two were chatting and laughing, which made Lex sigh, marveling at the strangeness of fate. He got into the car and followed his father as they left the church. Rodney and Ian also left the church and walked towards Kingston Road. On the way, Ian clasped his hands behind his head and looked at Rodney, saying, "I'll help you sell muffins tomorrow. With my help, you'll definitely sell more." Rodney awkwardly ran his hand through his hair. "I don't earn much, I can't afford to hire anyone." Ian waved his small fist. "Aren't we friends? Friends should help each other, shouldn't they? So, don't talk to me about money or no money. Friends, us." Rodney was a little surprised. Ian nodded, looking like a precocious child. "Of course, so, don't be polite with me." Rodney smiled. "Then I'll treat you to muffins." Ian wiped his mouth. "That sounds good." Returning to Kingston Road, the two said goodbye in front of Building 78. Rodney arrived at his doorstep, and as soon as he opened the door, he heard a burst of laughter from inside. Among them, there was a man's laughter. The lingering smile on his face vanished instantly, and Rodney subconsciously wanted to retreat from the doorway, but then he heard a man inside make an sound. "Isn't this Rodney? You're back." The grand mass ended so quickly, I wanted to play with Kitty a bit longer. Kitty exclaimed, "What, that guy's back?" In the small room, a disheveled man and woman looked towards the door, and the woman named Kitty quickly pushed the tall man next to her. "It's getting late, you should go back, my Ken." "What's there to be afraid of? Rodney won't mind." My Ken, in front of the men at the door, hugged Kitty and kissed her on the face, then winked at Rodney. "Right, Rodney. Stop talking, hurry up and go." Kitty pushed the men again. My Ken then picked up the pants he had thrown by the bed and put them on, then walked to the door, put his arm around Rodney's shoulder, and said, "Kitty is really good, you should thank me. Her being so moisturized is all thanks to me. Tonight, you just enjoy my results." He laughed loudly and patted Rodney's back. Rodney hung his head, clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly with anger. My Ken glanced at him and forcefully pushed him aside. "What, you good for nothing, do you want to fight me?" Rodney looked up, but before he could say anything, a fist landed on his face, and the immense force sent Rodney sprawling onto the somewhat damp ground. Then he took a few more kicks to the back. And throughout the entire process, his wife, the woman named Kitty, just watched coldly from the side. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a childish voice rang out from outside the door. Rodney looked back and saw it was Ian. The little boy had somehow run back and was shouting at my Ken. "Don't you hit Rodney, my Ken, you pig. I'm going to tell everyone about your bad deeds, just you wait, you'll be famous in the town soon." "Damn it, where did this brat come from? Shut up." My Ken slapped the little boy, sending him flying. Ian fell to the ground, covering his mouth, and shouted at Rodney, "Fight back, Rodney. You are a brave man. You are not cowardly at all. In the square this morning, only you had the courage to save me. You are not a good for nothing." Rodney's whole body shook, and a light gradually appeared in his eyes. My Ken snorted, picked Ian up, and slapped him again. "I told you to shut up, you stinky brat." At this moment, Kitty's gasp sounded from behind. My Ken turned his head and saw Rodney had somehow appeared beside him. Suddenly, he raised a wooden stick and brought it down heavily. Bang! Rodney hit My Ken on the head with the stick, making My Ken dizzy and causing blood to seep from his forehead. He leaned against the wall, just about to say something, when Rodney had already rushed over, hitting him with one blow after another, knocking him unconscious. "What have you done?" Kitty ran out, saw My Ken lying in the hallway, his face covered in blood, and shrieked, "Murder! Murder!" Rodney suddenly turned around, threw down the stick, and with red eyes, rushed forward to grab her by the neck. "Shut up. I didn't kill anyone, I didn't kill anyone. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. I loved you so much, I tried my best to be good to you. I gave you everything, but what did you give me? You made me a joke. You made everyone laugh at me. But even so, I still love you so much, I still love you. Why did you do this to me? Why?" Rodney shouted, venting all his accumulated anger. He squeezed Kitty's neck tightly, shaking his wife forcefully, wanting an answer from her. "Stop it. Stop it quickly. She's dying, Rodney." Ian's voice suddenly jolted Rodney awake. He quickly let go, and Kitty instantly fell to the ground. Her neck was bright red, her eyes bulged, her tongue hung out of her mouth, and she lay motionless on the ground. Rodney held his head, shaking it. "No, no, no." He pounced on her, shaking the woman. "Kitty, speak, speak to me." He then put his hand in front of Kitty's nose, suddenly recoiled, and looked helplessly at Ian. She seems to be dead." dead. Ian scratched his coarse yellow hair, saying at a loss, "Don't look at me like that. I don't know what to do either. After all, I'm just a child." Rodney was utterly bewildered, clutching his head, repeating in a voice only he could hear, "I killed someone, what do I do? I killed someone. Run." Ian got up, covering his cheek that Myken had slapped, and advised Rodney, "Run quickly, or the police will catch you. Before anyone finds out, while everyone is tired today, leave here quickly. Go to Yellow, go to O'Connell, no one knows you there, and you can start over." Yellow and O'Connell were nearby town. For Ian, the furthest places he could think of were them. But this gave Rodney an idea. He nodded, didn't bother to pack his things, and hurriedly left Building 78. Just as Ian said, everyone was tired today. After attending the Grand Mass, the residents of the town had all gone home to rest. The streets were deserted, with hardly anyone around. Rodney lowered his head, pulling his collar high to cover half of his face. He didn't dare walk under the streetlights, fearing being discovered. He left Kingston Road like a ghost. As he was about to head towards Whitestone City Gate, someone suddenly called out to him. "Hey, you. What are you doing out so late? Go home quickly." Rodney looked up and saw police, who was pointing his truncheon at him. Rodney's head buzzed. "He found me. He knows I killed someone. I'm going to be arrested by the police." Rodney didn't dare to speak, he quickly turned around and headed towards the northwest of the town. That way also led out of the town, but to reach other cities or town, one had to cross Eberly Mountain. Rodney, with his mind in confusion, didn't think about how he would cross the mountain. He quickly left the town and walked in the empty and silent outskirts of the town. A dog bark echoed from behind. Rodney looked back and saw flickering lights, as if the police were catching up with hunting dogs. He ran in a panic, along the dirt path, past the logging camp, and plunged into Eberly Mountain. Heaven knows how he got through those bushes, crawled through those thickets, and broke free from those annoying thorns. When he came to his senses, Rodney heard the gurgling of water, and he saw Silver Snake Creek illuminated by the crimson moon. Upon arriving here, Rodney finally slowed his pace. When he didn't know where to go, he saw a blurry outline of a building in the distance. Anyway, I'll just spend the night there first. The occasional wolf howls in the mountains made him unwilling to sleep outdoors. Rodney walked down Silver Snake Creek, and before long, he saw a building with a partially collapsed structure. That building, located in front of the forest, had a bell tower and a tall tower, looking like a church. Rodney walked forward, and as he approached the church, he saw a rock with inscriptions. Under the crimson moonlight, the words seemed to carry a warning. Unfortunately, Rodney was illiterate. He had only attended a few days of night school run by the church and could only recognize some simple numbers, which prevented him from being cheated when doing business. He only glanced at the inscription on the rock before continuing towards the church. Tonight, this collapsed church was exceptionally quiet under the crimson moonlight. When Lex woke up in the morning, he received news that the inspectors from the Desai County Police Station were returning. He had breakfast and went to see them off. He also brought some items from home as gifts, which included a notebook, a poetry collection, a box of candies, and several large packages of Enki Town local snacks. These were given by Lex to Lewis, Warren, Martha, and Jeffrey respectively. When they received the gifts, Lewis and the others were a bit surprised, especially Martha, who happily hugged Lex and gave him a fragrant kiss. So, it was only after these inspectors departed in their carriage that Lex used a handkerchief to wipe off the lipstick mark on his face. "Let's go back, Matthew." Putting away his handkerchief, Lex boarded the repaired open-top carriage and returned to Champaign Avenue with his personal valet. As he passed Kingston Road, Lex heard a commotion. It turned out there was a team of police on the street, escorting the leader of the Black Bowties out. Doug struggled and roared. Behind him, behind the police, the Black Bowties members also protested one by one, but the guns in the hands of the police kept these people calm and restrained. Is the police station finally going to manage Kingston Road? The gray-haired, dark-skinned valet couldn't help but speak when he saw the situation. Lex's lips curved slightly upwards, and he said in a good mood, "It's time to manage it. Allowing these gangs to exist will only affect the image of our town." His thoughts wandered, and he casually said, "Next, the construction fund will be launched. Our town will have all hard-surfaced roads. I should suggest to Father to build more public toilets to improve public hygiene." At the same time, Lex was thinking. Great, that one solely worked. During the Grand Mass last night, among Lex's donations, that one solely had reporting information deliberately left by Lex. Lex reported that the Black Bowties was involved in the human trafficking incident and provided the specific transaction time. To prevent being recognized by his handwriting, he deliberately wrote with his left hand. Moreover, the reporting information was written on a small denomination banknote, making it difficult for the church to narrow down the scope or investigate the informant's information based on the amount. After all, many people donated last night. Just as he had expected, when the church sorted out the donations, they discovered that banknote and learned about the good deeds of the black bowties. Through pressure from the church, the police station quickly dealt with the matter, and Doug was arrested today. It's a pity I don't know who the man behind Doug is, otherwise, they could have been wiped out in one swoop. Thinking of this, Lex felt a slight regret. But overall, the incident ended in a relatively perfection way. When he returned home, as soon as he entered the hall, he was informed by the butler that he had a letter. A letter. Lex took an envelope from Sebastian, who had a gray-white beard, with a look of doubt. The envelope only had the recipient's information, which was his name. Lex Disraeli. But there was no sender, no stamp. It seemed as if someone had deliberately placed this letter in the mailbox outside the Baron's mansion gate. Who sent it? Lex, full of questions, took the letter back to his bedroom. He found a letter opener, slit open the envelope, and took out a folded paper from inside. He unfolded it. There were only a few words on it. Mr. Lex, hello. The matter you entrusted to me has been investigated. Please allow me to report the investigation results to you in person. If you have time, please meet at the Canary Restaurant on Mermaid Road at 3 p.m. Your friend, Liz. Ward, respectfully. Chapter 67, Rebirth. Liz. Which Liz? Do I know this person? Suddenly, Lex slapped his head, remembering that on the night of the press conference, his former maid Rachel had come to see him. At that time, Rachel had said that the original owner had once asked a Detective Robin named Liz to investigate something. So, has this Detective Robin returned? He already has the investigation results. Looking at the letter on the table, Lex burned it. Then, in the afternoon, under the pretext of going to church to pray for the deceased, he left the house alone, without his personal valet. He stayed in the church for most of the morning, and it wasn't until around 3 o'clock that he headed to Mermaid Road, to the Canary Restaurant. This restaurant was not far from the Big Bread Bakery. Lex saw from a distance that the bakery was being rebuilt. Yesterday, to deal with that little demon, Lex almost blew up the entire bakery, but unfortunately, due to his identity, he couldn't directly compensate the bakery owner. Fortunately, the donations received by the church last night would be used for the burial of the deceased and for the transition of struggling families. The bakery should be able to receive a subsidy from the church for its rebuilding. Not wearing a formal suit, making himself look like an ordinary middle-class person, Lex pushed open the restaurant door without attracting too much attention. He quickly scanned the restaurant and soon saw a middle-aged man sitting in a far corner. The man was looking towards the entrance and waved proactively. That should be Detective Liz. Lex walked over steadily. Detective Liz was short and thin but looked very shrewd. He had a goatee and a walnut pipe by his side. Perhaps because smoking was not allowed in the restaurant, he only caressed the pipe but had no intention of picking it up and biting it between his lips. Lex came to the table, pulled out a chair himself, sat down, and greeted with a smile, "Good afternoon, Mr. Liz, it's a pleasure to see you." A waiter came over, and Lex ordered a cup of coffee. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lex," the Detective Robin said, pulling out a paper bag from behind him. He opened it and poured out some documents and photos. "I have investigated the matter you entrusted to me, and these are the pieces of evidence. Please review them." Lex took them, first noticing several photos. In the photos, it seemed to be a farmhouse in the suburbs, with a couple holding a baby, surrounded by 5 other children. Looking at the documents, it turned out to be an adoption certificate. "What are these?" Lex looked up at the Detective Robin. Detective Liz still picked up the walnut pipe and bit it between his lips, but he didn't light it. He looked at Lex with a sympathetic gaze, then lowered his voice and said, "I stayed in Tingen City for almost 2 months, visited many places, and obtained these conclusive pieces of evidence. Yes, Mr. Lex. Just as you suspected before, you are not Baron Bison's son, you are his adopted son. When you were just a baby, 18 years ago, he adopted you. And the couple in the photos are your biological parents." Buzz. Lex's whole body trembled, almost losing control and standing up. "I'm not the Baron's son. I'm just an adopted son. Mr. Lex, are you all right?" The Detective Robin said with some concern, and then comforted him, "Actually, you don't need to be too sad. You yourself said that Baron and Mrs. Bison treated you very well. Even if you are not their biological son, you are willing to treat them as your biological parents. For this, you didn't deliberately disguise yourself as a notorious noble to make your father's enemies lower their guard. After all, an unaccomplished son is destined not to support this family." The Detective Robin then took out a pen and paper, quickly wrote something, then tore off the paper and handed it to Lex. "If you want to find your biological parents, go to Tingen and find this friend of mine, he is also a Detective Robin. He is an experienced Detective Robin, and he has been in Tingen long enough, he should be able to help you." Lex glanced at the paper, which read 27 B6 Street, Tingen City, Henry Private Detective Robin Agency. He had already recovered from the initial shock. Detective Liz was right, it didn't really matter whether he was a son or an adopted son. The attitude of the Bison couple was one thing, what was important was that he was not the real Lex. He was Lex, a transmigrator using the body and identity of Lex. So, this investigation result was not very relevant. A smile reappeared on Lex's face. You've worked hard. How much should I pay you? Liz leaned back slightly, 20 pounds. It wouldn't normally be this much, but I stayed in Tingen for 2 months, which cost me several commissions, so. He didn't finish speaking. Lex had already taken out 2 10-pound banknotes and pushed them in front of him. Then, after packing his things and without even drinking his coffee, Lex left the restaurant. Although he knew rationally that this matter had little to do with him, Lex still felt a hint of heaviness as he walked down the street. This emotion should come from the original owner, from this body. After all, humans are emotional beings. No one can remain calm after discovering that the parents who raised them for more than 10 years are not biologically related to them. With a slightly low mood, Lex returned home. Not wanting to speak or see anyone for the moment, he quickly walked towards his bedroom. But as he approached his father's study, he heard his mother Amelia's voice. Is it too soon to let Lex do this now? Father Bison said dismissively, I think the time is about right. Besides, he can't always be under our protection. He needs to go out, he needs to face some difficulties himself, and even face his enemies. Amelia suddenly said, Are they his enemies? Are they not your enemies? Amelia. His father's tone was slightly reproachful. Even if they are my enemies, so what? As my son, shouldn't he bear this responsibility? But you know, he is not your son. He is someone we adopted from a farmer's family in Tingen City. The one who should bear this responsibility is Joe. Bison's voice suddenly rose. My purpose in adopting him was to protect Joe, to protect our child. I thought we had reached a consensus 18 years ago. At this moment, the sound of a door closing came from the corridor, but even so, as a hunter, Lex could still hear the conversation in the room. My dear, we have raised him for 18 years, I have already treated him as my own son. Yes, I agreed to your doing this back then, but I am a mother, and Lex is also my son. If you insist on doing this, I think we should at least tell him, and then let him decide whether to bear this responsibility. Bison said angrily, there's no need for that. For these 18 years, his daily life, his education, his living standards have all met the standards a baron's son should have. Although I will not let him inherit property or divide the estate for him. But from the age of 15, he has received an annuity from me. An annuity of no less than £3,000 per year. Amelia, if he hadn't been adopted by me, he would now just be a child of an ordinary farmer. Do you think he would be able to enjoy these things? Now, it's time for him to repay me, even if it means his death, he must do it. Amelia's tone was full of helplessness and sadness. Your brothers have always been eyeing us. If Lex continues to bear the identity of the eldest son, sooner or later, they will make a move against Lex. You are right, so hasn't he become a beyonder? You see, even if I want him to be a shield, I continue to invest in him. Isn't the purpose to give him the chips to resist danger? No, you just hope that child can live a little longer, so that you will be safer. Then what do you want me to do? Bison's voice was filled with anger. Amelia, do you want Joe to be exposed to danger? He is only 9 years old. Your idea is simply not feasible. If he knew that he was not a member of the Disraeli, do you think he would still come forward to bear this responsibility? Don't forget, you were also troubled by his past misdeeds. Now that he has finally come to his senses and changed, are you going to revert everything back to square one? Hearing this, Lex's hands and feet turned cold. Even his heart became chilling. He left silently, returning to his bedroom via another staircase. He closed the door. He didn't open the window. In the dim light, Lex sat on the sofa, his eyes blankly staring at the ceiling. So that's how it is. He was just a shield in his father's, no, in Bison's heart. All the investments he made in him were just to make this shield stronger. So that this shield could attract external malice and hostility for him, and protect the true heir of this family. Suddenly, Lex felt amused, absurd, angry, wronged, and sad. Recalling when he first transmigrated, he thought he had gained a family bond. Now he knew that behind this family bond was a cold transaction. Suddenly, Lex stood up. He slapped his face hard. Wake up quickly. You are not the real Lex Disraeli, you don't need to be sad or disappointed at all. Since Bison wants to use you, you can also use him in return. That's right, Lex. Let's seize his family property, then kick them all out. Let them become vagrants, beggars, let them have nothing, ha 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 ha. Lex raised his head, ran a hand over his face, smoothing out the upturned corners of his mouth. Actually, Bison was right about one thing. If he hadn't adopted the original owner, then Lex wouldn't have everything he has now. Thanks to him, I was also able to successfully become a beyonder. In this situation, falling out with him won't benefit me. So, I can only pretend to comply. At the same time, I'll use his connections and his money to skip the step of asset accumulation and start my own career. When the time is ripe, I will leave this family. At that time, we will be even. Yes, that's it. Having understood this point, decided on his attitude towards Bison, and made future plans, Lex finally emerged from the previous gloom and felt a sense of rebirth. Chapter 68, Investment. That night, Kingston Road, Enki Town. A week after the inspectors from the Desi County Police Department left, Lex once again pushed open the door of the Sea Monster Tavern, his ears immediately filled with various noisy sounds. He lightly pressed down on his felt hat, lowered his head, and quickly made his way to the bar, settling onto an empty high stool. The bartender, who seemed to always have a glass to wipe, glanced at him. "You haven't been here in a long time, Duke. I thought you had left again. In that case, your bounty will be subject to a storage fee." Saying that, Sanchi pulled a box from under the counter. It was a locked box. He opened it, took out an envelope, and handed it to Lex. "Count it. It's 600 pounds in total." Lex took the envelope, felt its thickness, and sighed inwardly. A gang leader in a remote small town could casually produce a 600-pound bounty, which showed how profitable human trafficking was. Doing that mission was truly the best thing. He didn't count the money in the envelope, he just pulled out 2 10-pound notes and pushed them to the bartender. £10 for storage, and also, I want to inquire about something. Sanchi glanced at him, said nothing, and took the money. Lex put the envelope into the inner pocket of his trench coat. "I want to inquire about a person. Do you know a best-selling novel called Wuthering Heights?" Sanchi stopped all his movements and looked at the men in the iron mask in front of him. "Do I look like someone who reads novels?" Lex shrugged. "It doesn't matter. Help me inquire about the author of this book, Furs. I want to know information about this author, such as her current address." Through the reader's message, Lex knew that this author named Furs was related to the Abraham family. The reader at that time said that if he wanted to know more about Abraham, he could try to contact this author. No problem. Sanchi took out a small notebook, quickly jotted down Lex's request, then lowered his voice and said, "Is this your mission? Or your personal matter? Of course, you don't have to answer me. I have my professional ethics, I'm just curious." Furs, from the name, seems to be a female, a best-selling novelist. Could it be that you, Duke, like such intellectual women? Lex stood up. "When will there be news?" Sanchi continued wiping his glass. "It won't take long." "Tomorrow, no, come back the night after tomorrow." "Oh, right." The bartender leaned forward and cautiously looked left and right before lowering his voice and saying, "Do you still remember that man named Bridge?" Lex certainly remembered. He was the one who sold him the shadow gauntlets. He also wanted to hire him as a temporary bodyguard, and then he was killed by Gore, who had already become a channel at that time, on that multi-masted sailboat by White Beach. "What's wrong?" Sanchi put down the glass. "Someone has been inquiring about him these past 2 days, 2 people. One is very tall, fair-skinned, with dark green pupils, and a northern accent. The other is shorter, bald, wearing a top hat, in formal attire, with a goatee. There's a tattoo on his right palm, which looks like the emblem of some organization. They are inquiring about Bridge. Everyone who played cards with Bridge has already been approached by them. I don't know what they want to do, or what they are about to do. In short, be careful yourself." Lex nodded, pressed down on his felt hat, and left the tavern. As soon as he came out, he saw 3 people talking on the street opposite, not far away. 2 of them, one very tall and the other shorter but wearing a top hat and formal attire, seemed to be the 2 Sanchi mentioned. Lex didn't want to cause trouble, so he turned around and ducked into an alley. By the time he reached Mermaid Road, the iron mask had been put away, his long trench coat was draped over his arm, and he had taken off his hat, walking in his original appearance on this distinctive cobblestone street. That day, after learning that the original owner was not the child of the Bison couple, this news seemed to stimulate the original owner's body, allowing him to gain more memory fragments. These days, he finally digested these fragments. Thus, he learned some of the original owner's deeply hidden thoughts. The owner of this body had a strong sense of belonging and responsibility towards the Bison couple and this family. He disguised himself as a noble rake to lower his father's enemy's guard and buy time for his own growth. At the same time, he also became a bounty hunter in the guise of a duke. He was secretly seeking ways to become a Beyonder and pre-purchasing Beyonder weapons. He wanted to protect and strengthen this family through his own efforts. He had given a lot to this family. That's why Lex felt sad and ridiculous when he heard Bison's words that day. Moreover, these emotions were so strong. Even after all this time, thinking about it now still caused him a faint pang of pain. Lex shook his head, chasing these thoughts out of his mind. "I've been looking for Leon these past few days. Almost every day I take time to hunt, using it to distract myself and lay some groundwork. Tomorrow is the first day of August, the time should be ripe. Next, I should be leaving this town. I can take this opportunity to make some investments with my private property. Lex walked, letting his thoughts wander. Bison plans to invest in the steel industry next. He believes the kingdom will vigorously develop industry, and he is no longer satisfied with animal husbandry and the timber industry. The steel industry isn't impossible to invest in. However, I have other ideas. If I use the development history of the Earth as a reference, if there is oil in this world, and if I can extract and possess it in advance, then I will control the important energy of this world. Finding oil fields and extracting oil is not easy, it requires a lot of investment. Additionally, the information industry is also worth investing in. This world already has telegraphs, in other words, it provides the technical foundation for the emergence of telephones. Compared to oil, the upgrade of communication technology is easier to achieve. I can make investments in this area in advance. Moreover, a hunter needs to collect intelligence. If I control the communication industry, then I can completely build a dark web, a developed underground intelligence network. I can even gain more and greater profits through this network. For a moment, Lex's thoughts were in a flurry. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already home. The next morning, Lex saw his mother, Amelia, in the garden. This elegant woman was watering flowers and carefully removing some weeds. "Mom, are you free now?" Hearing Lex's voice, she turned her head. The morning light fell on her face, softening her features and radiating a holy light. "Of course, is something wrong?" Lex nodded, and according to the plan, calmly said, "I feel that I am about to finish digesting the hunter potion." Chapter 69, Gift. What did you say? You're about to finish digesting the hunter potion. Amelia looked at Lex in surprise, exclaiming, "Is that true?" "Goodness, how long has it been since you took the potion?" Lex had long been prepared for this. He scratched his hair. "I'm surprised too. After I became a hunter, I wanted to understand the meaning of hunter more, so I went to find Mr. Leon. I learned a lot from him, and I often went hunting with him. I don't know if it's because of this, but the potion digested exceptionally quickly." Lex hinted subtly, "Every time I hunted, I forgot my original identity. In that process, I was like a hunter, a true hunter." Amelia's eyes flashed with surprise again, then she said solemnly, "I understand. Go see your father first and explain this to him. He will make arrangements for you. After you've seen him, come find me in the house. You know which room it is." Lex nodded and returned to the villa. He found Bison in the study. "Father." Lex directly explained his purpose. Bison put down the newspaper in his hand and laughed heartily. "As expected of my son, you're promoting so quickly. Very good, quite excellent." If it were before, Lex would probably have been happy to receive his praise. As for now, a smile bloomed on his face, but his heart was calm. "It's like this, your mother told me that for your next stage of potion, you need to seek it in Tinjin City." Bison stopped smiling and said seriously, "Tinjin? I just wanted to go there. This is truly excellent. I can seek the potion and meet my fellow townsmen at the same time." Lex suppressed his inner excitement and listened to Bison continue. "In Tinjin City, I have a few friends. It's a good opportunity for you to visit them on my behalf." Bison lowered his voice, his pupils slightly dilated, and said, "Son, our business empire is about to officially expand. I will deposit £5,000 into your account at the Backlund Bank. This money will be used for your trip to Tinjin. Use it as you see fit, for bribing, investing, paving the way, anything. Just use it to smash open a path for us to Backlund." At this moment, Lex could fully feel the ambition of the men before him. He knew that Backlund was just a aliases. The true path in Bison's heart was called politics. The end of that path was the center of power in the Lone Kingdom. Additionally, Bison smiled mysteriously, "I have a gift for you. Your annuity. Your original annuity was £3,000. Now, I'm raising it to £5,000. This is a reward for your outstanding performance recently. And this money, along with the operating funds, will be deposited into your bank account. You can fully dispose of this money. And I believe you will use this money correctly. Two sums of £5,000, which means, when I arrive in Tinjin, I will have up to £10,000 at my disposal." Lex's breathing slightly deepened, then he nodded gently, "Thank you, father." Bison leaned back slightly and said with a light chuckle, "Go. I'll tell you later which friends to visit." After Lex left, the Baron's lips curled upwards, "Perform well, son. £5,000 is no small sum. It's enough to make a low sequence beyonder work for me, and enough for a mid to high sequence powerhouse to act once or twice. I hope the investment I've made in you won't be a loss." In the small room where they studied mysticism, Lex saw his mother, Amelia, placing an exquisite metal box on the table. Seeing Lex, she waved her hand and said gently, "Close the door." After the door was closed, Amelia gently patted the box and said, "Before I give you these gifts, I have something to tell you. Lex, you are very clever. By contacting Leon, you understood the meaning of hunter. And by actively engaging in hunter activities, you unconsciously play-acted the role of a hunter over and over again, which allowed you to quickly digest the current stage of the potion. Acting. Mother knows about the acting method." Lex allowed himself to show a perfectly timed expression of surprise. "Acting? Mom, why do you say I'm acting?" Amelia smiled and explained, "Acting, to be precise, is acting. By acting the role represented by the potion's name, you can speed up the digestion of the potion and resist the risk of losing control. This method is known to very few, even among Beyonders. My original plan was to let you adapt for a while before telling you. I didn't expect you to figure it out on your own. But Lex, you must always remember one thing. No matter what role you play act, you can only be you, you must be you. You must remember that you are only acting. You must always maintain yourself, otherwise, you will get lost, or even be assimilated by the residual influences within the potion, ultimately leading to loss of control." Lex broke out in a cold sweat. This time it wasn't an act. He only knew about acting but didn't realize that acting also had problems, and significant ones at that. "I understand, Mom, I'll be careful." Amelia sighed softly. "If only I could, I would wish for you to always be that little boy who relied on me. But now, my boy has grown up and is going out into a wider world. Mother cannot stop you, nor should she. So Lex, you must always be vigilant and learn to protect yourself. The dangers of the mysterious world are beyond anything you can ever imagine." Looking into the woman's eyes, Lex could feel her genuine emotions. Unlike Bison, her care for him, for the original owner, was pure and from the heart. Amelia shook her head, as if trying to shake off that faint sadness with the motion. She opened the box, a smile blooming anew. "Come, see the gifts I've prepared for you." The metal box opened, and inside lay 2 rectangular silver pieces, a round star-dotted crystal, and a triangular white crystal. On these silver pieces and crystals were carved Hermes incantations, symbolic patterns, and corresponding spirit numbers and magical marks. Besides these, there was also an elegant revolver with an antique design and peculiar symbols engraved on it. It had a long barrel and a smooth, beautiful grip. The main body of the gun was crimson, with patterns in gold, light red, and silver white. "These are charms incantations, the ones we talked about in the last mysticism class." Amelia pointed at the silver pieces and began to introduce them. "This is the slumber charm incantation. Chapter 70, Blood Tribute. Its function, just as its name implies, is to induce sleep." Amelia then picked up the round, star-point crystal. "This is a charm incantation of tracking. It allows you to track and lock onto a target. It requires a commonly used item from the target as a medium, preferably blood." Finally, Lex followed his mother's gaze to the triangular white crystal, and heard his mother say, "This is a charm incantation of flashing. It has no offensive effect, but it can create a strong light, making everything around you a blinding white. They must be activated with ancient Hermes and then infused with your spirituality. You have about 3 seconds to throw them at the target for them to take effect. The incantations for activating these 3 talismanic incantations are Night, Tracking, and Flash, respectively." Lex noted them down. He had already learned ancient Hermes, and the activation incantations were just single words, easy to remember. Amelia said with a smile, "It's important to note that charm incantations are single-use consumables, so only use them when necessary. Although they are not as good as magical items, the advantage is that they have no negative side effects. Now then." She picked up the elegant crimson revolver. "This is a magical item called Blood Praise. It can add random mystic effects to bullets, including but not limited to blood boiling, blood dissipation, poisoning, weakness, slowness, etc. Pay attention to its hammer." At his mother's reminder, Lex carefully looked at the revolver's hammer and found that it had 2 sharp points, like the fangs of some venomous snake. When you pull the hammer, this revolver will absorb your blood. It will enhance the mystic effect of your next bullet and will add additional effects based on the user's own characteristics. After a slight pause, Amelia's smile faded, and her expression became serious. "Finally, it's important to note that all magical items have negative side effects. This pistol is no exception, and its negative effects must be taken seriously. Every time you use it, during combat, it will, with a very low probability, emit a strange sound, like the singing of a church choir. The singing will cause mental disorientation regardless of friend or foe. The singing is difficult to resist, and the higher the sequence, the easier it is to resist. Moreover, it has certain unknown effects. It will strengthen, invigorate, and restore the stamina of surrounding spiritual creatures and spirit realm creatures. In addition, on Sunday, the mystic effects may occasionally fail, and after each use, it needs to be fed the wielder's blood. Only about 1 to 10 milliliters is sufficient. After speaking, Amelia glanced at Lex. Did you remember? I remembered. Amelia nodded gently, smiling. This is all I can do for you. In any case, you must be very careful. I will, Mom. Amelia put the revolver back in the box and closed the metal lid. So, when do you plan to say goodbye to your younger siblings? Lex pondered. Tomorrow night. How does that sound? Amelia looked at him gently. I respect all your decisions. Then, she took out an envelope and handed it to Lex. Your father should have told you that the clues for the Hunter Sequence 8 potion are in Tinjin City. Lex took the envelope and nodded. After you arrive in Tinjin City, look for a man named Kyle Gatton. He was a friend of mine from my adventuring days. He is a Sequence 8 provoker of the Hunter pathway, and he knows the provoker's potion formula. If he hasn't moved, he should still be living at 5 Narcissus Street. Even if he has moved, he should still be in Tinjin. Because his wife is a local resident of Tinjin City, they shouldn't leave Tinjin. He owes me a favor, so when he sees this letter, he should tell you the formula. You can learn from him how to properly play the role of a provoker. I remember he was very good at it. Amelia sighed softly. That's all I know about the Hunter potion. From now on, you'll have to walk your own path. Don't worry. Lex waved the envelope in his hand. There are always more solutions than problems. I will continue down this path, and go far enough. Hearing Lex say this, Amelia didn't show any sign of happiness. It's actually better not to go too far down this path. Why, Mom? Lex looked curiously at the woman in front of him. His mother shook her head. It's nothing, just an old woman's sentimentality. You don't need to take it to heart. Lex said seriously, Mom, you're not old at all. Amelia laughed. You have such a sweet tongue. When you go to Tinjin, don't lead too many girls astray. Lex's old face flushed. Mom, I'm not that kind of person. Taking his mother's gifts, Lex returned to his room, dismissed his personal valet, drew the curtains, and began to summon the mysterious book. After performing the ritual, the illusory, heavy tome landed in Lex's hands. The cover and inner pages turned by themselves, arriving at the Artisan of Mysteries page. Lex saw that the number of dimensional crystal had changed again. He now had 171 of them. Record. Hanging salted fish on the bedhead thinks highly of you and rewarded 100 dimensional coin, which has been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. Lord of Azure said, keep it up, to you and rewarded 100 dimensional coin, which has been automatically converted into 1-dimensional crystal. My World 12 said, hurry up, and rewarded 100 dimensional coin. I am just a little rookie thinks you're great and rewarded 200 dimensional coin. 544455 AF thinks you're awesome and rewarded 100 dimensional coin. Cloud thinks highly of you and rewarded another 400 dimensional coin. Floating Clouds like Wood said, old buddy, to you and rewarded 100 dimensional coin. Praise the observers, they have helped me again. With so many dimensional crystal, I must make good use of them. Lex looked down. The tag Lord of Traps has received more than 50 likes. Your ability in traps has increased by 1%. You have gained a new tag, National Husband. This tag has received more than 1 praise. Your attractiveness to the opposite sex has increased, and your charm has received a slight boost. National Husband. Which reader put this tag on me? Is this to make me flirt around? No way, no way, besides, I'm not that kind of person. Lex was torn between laughter and tears, but increased charm was also good, it would play an unexpected role in social situations. So, I still have to thank the observers, I didn't expect them to be able to do even this. Composing himself, Lex opened the metal box next to him, took out the crimson revolver, gripped it, and communicated with the mysterious book using his consciousness, giving the enhance command. At this moment, a line of information appeared on the page. Enhancing this item will cost 38-dimensional crystal. Do you wish to continue? Chapter 71, Care About Myself. As a man with 171-dimensional crystals, Lex naturally didn't hesitate and immediately invested in this mystical item. A 7-colored shimmer rippled across the mysterious book, spreading to Lex and injecting into the crimson revolver in his hand. The symbols and patterns on the revolver seemed to come alive, emerging from the gun body and changing on their own. After a moment, they re-embedded into the gun body. At this point, the symbols on blood praise became more numerous and arcane, and the patterns significantly more complex. On the mysterious book, Lex's dimensional crystal count changed, finally settling on the number 133. At the same time, information about this mystical item appeared on the page. Blood praise, when attacking, the 1st to 6th bullets, upon hitting the target, will apply random mystic effects, including but not limited to, cursed blood fire, virulent blood mist, and blood spirit exhaustion. The 7th bullet will apply a large bleeding effect and exacerbate the impact of the previous 6 bullets. The above effects can stack and influence each other. Fading blood causes the target's wounds to bleed continuously, making it difficult to stop the bleeding unless this effect is first removed. Cursed blood fire causes blood fire to ignite on the target's injured area. The blood fire has a high temperature effect and also produces a curse effect, making the target's mind hazy, difficult to concentrate, and their luck will decrease. Virulent blood mist. Upon hitting the target, a cloud of blood mist will be generated. The blood mist will release random toxins, which are difficult to be dispersed by wind, will remain in place, and will spread over time. As it spreads, the toxins in the mist will be diluted and eventually disappear. Blood spirit exhaustion. After the target is hit, their spirit and blood will gradually decline, and their physical strength, spirituality, and reaction speed will progressively weaken. Large bleeding. Hitting the target will cause their wounds to bleed heavily, which can be intervened with emergency measures, but if stacked with the fading blood effect, the effectiveness of emergency measures will become very limited. After reading this information, Lex almost forgot to breathe. No wonder reinforcing this item required nearly 40 dimensional crystals. It turned out the effects were so outstanding after reinforcement. It's worth noting that reinforcing the shadow gauntlets only cost 12, while blood praise's consumption was more than 3 times that. Of course, the effects after reinforcement were also worth the invested dimensional crystals. After reinforcement, the mystic effects attached to this revolver were upgraded and integrated, and the 7th bullet, in addition to applying the large bleeding effect, would also exacerbate the impact of the previous 6 bullets. In other words, if the 7th bullet could hit the opponent, it would not only simply increase damage but also trigger a massive explosion of all negative effects on the opponent. However, Lex also noticed a problem. That is, all effects require the bullet to hit the target to take effect. This is very consistent with the characteristics of firearms. After reinforcement, Lex once again communicated with the mysterious book, this time giving the command to seal. The negative effects of blood praise were not small. Things like striking on Sundays and feeding it blood after use were one thing. But every time it was used, there was a chance it would emit singing, causing mental haziness indiscriminately to friend and foe, affecting spiritual beings and spirit realm beings. This side effect was simply deadly. Once it appeared, a situation that was a sure victory could turn into a Pyrrhic victory, or even a comeback by the opponent. Lex did not want to gamble on whether this side effect would appear in every battle. It was better to seal it in advance to weaken it. Sealing this item requires 51 dimensional crystals. Do you wish to continue? The cost of sealing was actually more than reinforcing. From this, it seems the negative effects of blood praise were indeed very serious. Lex, of course, chose continue. Thus, as the 7-colored shimmer on the mysterious book rose again, some symbols and patterns on blood praise changed once more. Subsequently, relevant information appeared on the page. The negative effects of blood praise have been weakened. The extremely low probability of the praise song's influence has been completely sealed, and other negative effects remain unchanged. Seeing this information, Lex breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest side effect had been sealed, and the remaining side effects were completely acceptable. After reinforcement and sealing, this mystical item was ready to be put to use. He hoped the day he used it would come soon. Putting away the revolver, Lex opened the message page and found 2 replies below the previous message board. Hanging salted fish on the bedhead. It's unknown what this reader said. All replies were blocked. Lex looked down. Chasing books, seeking books, reading books, hurry to the tarot club, be careful of S influence on your sister. Tarot club, I'm just about to go. Influence on my sister. Harabelle. Who would influence her? But it should be fine, she's with mom. Next, Lex read the messages in the review section. Dark clouds treading snow-white gloves, hope this is useful to you. That's it. Just one sentence. Lex couldn't help but scratch his head. Did this reader forget to write something? He was completely confused and could only look at other messages. Absurd dream awakes, people wither. 1. Be careful of the child in the maid's belly. 2. Be careful of coincidences. 3. Be careful of extremely charming ladies. 4. Be careful of crows. 5. Be careful of monocles. 6. Be careful of ladies who want to have a child with you. 7. Be careful of yourself. Awaiting further additions from everyone. Lex was stunned for a moment. This reader offered many warnings, each be careful, making Lex's heart pound. But the first warning completely baffled Lex. Be careful of the child in the maid's belly. Which maid? Could it be Rachel? Does this reader believe there's something wrong with the child in her belly? My goodness, don't tell me it's related to an evil god again. Lex broke out in a cold sweat. He decided to find his mother Amelia tonight or tomorrow. He would ask her to pay more attention to Rachel, hoping it was just a false alarm. Looking further down, the other warnings were fine, but the last one left Lex puzzled. Be careful of myself. What's wrong with me? Lex couldn't help but touch himself, fearing he might have grown an extra head or several eyes somewhere. Fortunately, he didn't find anything unusual and could only temporarily put this question aside. Next, it was still this reader's message. Absurd dream awakes, people wither, seer sequence, sequence 9 seer, Sequence 8 Clown, Sequence 7 Magician, Sequence 6 Faceless. Marauder Sequence, Sequence 9 Marauder, Sequence 8 Swindler, Sequence 7 Cryptologist, Sequence 6 Prometheus. Apprentice Sequence, Sequence 9 Apprentice, Sequence 8 Trickmaster, Sequence 7 Astrologer, Sequence 6 Scribe. Go show off, Lex. Ah, these are all sequences, the names of the potion at each stage of each pathway. Although due to permissions, I can only see information up to Sequence 6, this is already an unimaginable gain. Indeed, the knowledge of every reader is profound. Probably due to reading too much information, Lex felt a headache at this point, and his spirituality was almost depleted. He had to end the summoning. Chapter 72, The Folk Customs Are Simple and Honest. A day passed. That evening, the servants at the Baron's mansion were particularly busy, especially in the kitchen, where preparations for dinner had begun at 3 in the afternoon. When Lex arrived at the dining room, he saw servants moving back and forth, placing delicacies, fruits, and fine wines one by one onto the long table. In the corner of the dining room, a musician played a violin, producing soft and soothing music. Butler Sebastian and Cuna were personally pouring wine, their movements elegant, perfect, and pleasing to the eye. "Oh, are we entertaining some distinguished guests tonight?" With a light, airy voice, Disraeli family's treasure, the blonde young Miss Harabelle, walked in holding her sister Pasha's hand. She seemed in good spirits, a brilliant smile gracing her face. "We are not entertaining guests tonight, as for why it's so grand, you'll know in a moment." Baron Bison, his face beaming, strode in, followed by Amelia, who was holding Chiamu's hand. Thus, all the family members of Disraeli family were present and took their seats, attended by servants. Bison raised his hand, and the music in the background paused. The Baron raised his wine glass, already filled with white wine. "Tonight, I have something to announce." He looked at Lex, Harabelle, and the two other little ones with a smile, finally letting his gaze rest on his wife. "Lex, my eldest son, your older brother. For the family's business, he will be heading to Tingen tomorrow morning." Harabelle, who had been smiling, was stunned when she heard the news. She suddenly looked at Lex. "Why didn't you mention it before?" Lex coughed and said, "This decision was only made yesterday, and I've been busy preparing my luggage, so I forgot to tell you." "But, it's the same now that Dad has announced it, isn't it?" Harabelle stood up, looking indignant, but not forgetting to lift her skirt as she said to her parents, "Excuse me, Father, Mother, I feel a little unwell. I'll go back to my room first." Was she angry? Why was she so angry? It was just that he hadn't informed her in advance. Lex instinctively wanted to stand up and try to keep his sister. But then he thought. He would leave this family sooner or later, so whether Harabelle was angry or not didn't matter much. So he remained seated, his gaze fixed on the wine glass in front of him. Amelia, from the other side of the table, looked at him and gave him a meaningful glance, but Lex could only pretend not to see it. Helpless, Amelia had no choice but to stand up. "I'll go check on Belle." Bison nodded, saying nothing, but with that, the atmosphere of dinner became less pleasant. After dinner, Lex rested for a while, then changed into his Duke attire, taking his blood praise and other weapons, and quietly left the house. Arriving at the Sea Monster Tavern on Kingston Road, as soon as he pushed open the door, a strange smell, a mix of alcohol, smoke, sweat, and perfume, rushed into Lex's nostrils. He adjusted his hat, discreetly went to the bar, sat on a chair, tapped the counter, and softly said, "The usual." Bartender Sanchi glanced at him, put down what he was doing, and began mixing his drink. "The information you asked about has come through. The best-selling author's full name is Furswall, residing in Backlund. She was once a doctor, but after changing careers to become a writer, she penned novels like Stormwind Mountain Villa, and others, gaining some renown in the literary world and publishing industry." As he spoke, Sanchi tossed him a photograph. Lex took it. Based on the references in the photo, he estimated that young Miss Furs was about 1.65 meters tall, with slightly wavy, flowing hair. Her eyes held a hint of intriguing amusement, and she held a rolled cigarette between two fingers, her demeanor lazy, even a little decadent. "Here you go." Sanchi placed a mixed drink in front of Lex, staring at the photo. "Also, this young miss is still single. You don't need to remind me of that." Lex glanced at him, put away the photo, and said, "What's the exact address?" Sanchi whistled, then suddenly pulled an old-fashioned rifle from under the counter, bravely pointing the muzzle at the bald man sitting next to the bar. Inside the bar, the men who were flirting with the dancers, playing cards, or drinking, all stopped. Then they gathered around the bar. They surrounded the two outsiders and pulled out revolvers of various designs, pointing them at the two men. Sanchi gestured towards the door. "You're not welcome here. Either you leave yourselves, or we'll knock you down and you can leave lying on the floor." The two men exchanged glances. The bald man put his top hat back on and smiled at Lex. "We'll always have a chance to meet. Next time, I'll treat you to a good drink." Lex said indifferently, "We'll see about next time." The two outsiders glanced at the forest of guns around them, showing no reaction, and left the tavern amidst the farewell of a dozen pistols and rifles. Lex took out a banknote, slapped it on the bar, and said to Sanchi, "Treat the gentleman here to a drink, the best one." Chapter 73, First Arrival in Tianjin. In August, a warmth began to flow through the streets and alleys of Tianjin City. However, as a city in the northern Lone Kingdom, it had a unique climate, and even in midsummer, the highest temperature was less than 30 degrees Celsius. A rented carriage drove down the street. Lex sat inside, looking out at the streets lined with shops and the bustling crowds, genuinely sighing, "This place is much livelier than our town." Sitting beside him, his personal male servant, with graying hair and dark skin, was looking at a Tianjin map. Too big a city isn't good either, there are simply too many streets to remember. Opposite them sat a burly man nearly 2 meters tall. He had a broad chin, short-cropped brown hair, and a smile in his dark eyes as he said, "Based on my experience, Mr. Lex probably won't be traveling on foot. Then, we only need to rent a carriage and a coachman familiar with the streets to solve the problem you raised, Matthew." Lex nodded slightly. Gru is right. This man named Gru was a bodyguard Bison found for Lex. Although Lex thought he didn't need a commoner as a bodyguard, Bison emphasized that a baron's son traveling all the way to Tianjin without a bodyguard would arouse suspicion. Because of Gru alone, their carriage was particularly crowded, and the coachman had to constantly urge the horses. The two poor horses had to exert more effort than usual to pull the carriage Lex and his companions were in. The carriage stopped in front of the Violet Hotel. This was almost the best inn in Tianjin. It was located near the Tasik River, and if the room had a good view, one could even enjoy the scenery of the river. After the male servant completed the check-in procedures, Lex moved into the best room in the inn. This room had multiple bedrooms, enough for 2 to 3 servants or bodyguards. There was a living room for entertaining guests, as well as a smoking room, a card room, and other rooms. As Matthew and Gru carried the luggage into the room, Lex opened the window, and a cool breeze from the Tasik River filled the living room, dispelling a trace of the midsummer heat. After Matthew and the others finished their tasks, Lex instructed them in the living room, "There are a few things I need you to do." He looked at his personal male servant and said with a smile, "Matthew, your work might be a bit more. We are here in Tianjin to visit a few gentlemen. So, for the next few days, I need you to first go to these gentlemen's homes, meet their housekeepers, and make appointments for me. Therefore, you need to prepare some gifts first. Not many, but they must be sincere. The people we are visiting include Councillor Maynard, Sir Deville, Mr. McGovern, and others. You already have their addresses. You can prepare the gifts in the next day or two, and then spend a few days visiting each household." The male servant wiped his sweat and nodded, "I will handle it, sir." Lex nodded and encouraged him, "I know, for a male servant, your work is a bit heavy. However, you might as well consider it practice before becoming a housekeeper." Matthew's eyes brightened. "Sir, are you saying I have a chance to become a housekeeper?" "Why not?" Lex deliberately looked around. "Do you think I look like someone who has a housekeeper assisting him?" Lex's hint was already quite obvious. Matthew also understood that as the son of a baron, Lex would eventually start his own family. At that time, he would need a housekeeper, and he had the opportunity to fill that role. For a male servant, becoming a housekeeper could be considered the pinnacle of his career. With the opportunity now before him, how could he not be excited? Lex took out his wallet, counted out 50 pounds, and handed them to Matthew. "Remember, the gifts must befit our status." Then he counted out another 20 pounds and handed them to Gru. Lex looked at the big man and said, "As you just said, we need a carriage and a coachman familiar with Tianjin. So, I'll leave this matter to you. What needs attention is that the carriage compartment should be as spacious as possible. I imagine you wouldn't like the crowded feeling we just experienced, would you?" The bodyguard laughed and nodded, "Sir, you are truly thoughtful." He then expressed a concern, "If the compartment is larger, the carriage will probably need 4 horses, and in that case, the cost will be higher. You don't need to worry about that." Lex thought that with the allowance Bison gave him, plus his annuity and previous savings, he now had about 12,000 pounds at his disposal. This amount of money, not to mention in Tianjin, but even in Backlund, would certainly qualify him as a wealthy man. He smiled and said, "I am not short on money, nor do I want to lower my quality of life by saving on expenses. Moreover, the people I'm going to visit next are not minor figures, so I need to pay attention to my image and not appear too shabby." Lex stood up. "Go, handle things well. If you need more money, just tell me." After Matthew and Gru left, Lex had no intention of resting. He took off his formal attire, changed into a thin, knee-length trench coat, brought blood sprays and shadow gloves, took the letter his mother gave him, and left the inn. Discreetly taking a public carriage, Lex arrived at Narcissus Street. The houses here were terraced buildings with polygonal hip roofs and grey-blue exteriors, each house featuring a chimney. Without lawns or gardens, and no porches, the entrances directly faced the street. Lex guessed that this should be where people with decent incomes, but far from middle class, rented their homes. From this, it was also evident that Mr. Kyle Gadden's income was not particularly good. As he walked down the street, a girl with long black hair flowing freely approached him. Her face was thin, and the afternoon sun reflected in her brown eyes, giving her a delicate appearance. Even though she was only wearing a simple dress, the girl, still exuding youthful vitality, made Lex look twice. He noticed that the girl was adjusting a pocket watch and holding it to her ear, listening to something. As expected of a city girl, she was different from those in the small town. Lex genuinely sighed and found house number 5, knocking on the door. However, he received no response. Was that gentleman not home? Or had he moved out? Lex thought for a moment, then bought a box of lemon cakes from a nearby bakery and knocked on Kyle's neighbor's door. This time, someone opened the door quickly. Behind the door was a woman in her early 30s, whose figure had already changed, and she said with a hint of impatience, "Is there something I can help you with?" "Good afternoon, madam." Lex gave a brilliant smile and presented the gift he had prepared in advance. "These are freshly baked lemon cakes, a gift for my unannounced visit. Please accept them." Chapter 74, Drunkard Kyle. A box of lemon cake can't change life, but it can bring a good mood today. Especially when the 2 children in the living room heard about the cake and looked forward to it, the hostess, who was in her early 30s, was a little moved. However, being reserved, she didn't immediately take the box from Lex's hand, showing an awkward but polite smile. This. Lex smiled and handed the cake to the children who had already come to the door. "You're welcome, madam, this is just a small gift for the children. Besides, I still have something to trouble you with." Hearing Lex say that, the hostess felt a little relieved. She opened the door a bit. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Lex looked towards room 5. "I want to know, is your neighbor named Kyle Gadden?" The hostess nodded slightly. "Yes, Kyle, Drunkard Kyle." "Are you his friend?" "Goddess above, that man actually has a young gentleman friend." "Drunkard? That doesn't sound good." Lex kept his smile. "He doesn't seem to be home." "Do you know where I can find him?" The hostess said unhappily. "At this time, he must be drunk in the dock area, because I often see sailors bringing him back completely drunk." Lex looked surprised. "Dock area, drinking, it's only afternoon." The hostess sighed, as if remembering something. "Yes, Kyle goes drinking in the afternoon because he's busy at night. At night, he needs to go to the hospital to take care of his wife. Speaking of which, he's also a pitiful fellow. A few years ago, he wasn't like this. Back then, he didn't drink, and although he had a strange temper, he was very friendly to his neighbors. Since his wife fell ill last year, and it seems to be an incurable disease, he gradually became like this. Kyle's wife is sick." Lex received this unexpected information, smiled at the woman, and bid farewell. "Thank you for telling me this, madam. I wish you a pleasant life." He left Narcissus Street without any delay, taking a public carriage straight to the dock area. Upon arriving there, Lex asked a few workers moving goods at the dock and found the only bar in the area. Evil Dragon Bar. At the entrance of the bar, there was also a burly man on guard. Lex stroked his chin and whispered, "It seems it's not the kind of bar that welcomes strangers." Sure enough, as he approached the door, the burly man stopped Lex and looked at him warily. Lex smiled and pulled out a 1 solely banknote, slipping it into the big man's pocket. "I'm looking for Kyle Gadden. I heard he's here." The burly man chuckled and no longer blocked him, stepping aside. Pushing open the heavy bar door, Lex was almost deafened by the waves of shouts inside, and near the door, several men were beating a homeless man on the ground. The homeless man held his head, taking the blows, and kept shouting, "Is that all the strength you have? Women are stronger than you. I truly feel sorry for you, ha 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 ha." Lex carefully walked around them and saw 2 boxers fiercely fighting on a boxing ring in the center of the bar. Dozens of drinkers around them raised their glasses, cheering for their favored combatant, and from time to time, a string of Tingeon-style vulgarities erupted. He came to the bar, and quietly said, "Give me a Nanville beer." The bartender glanced at him. "New face, just arrived in Tingeon." Slam. He slammed a glass full of beer on the table. Lex glanced at the glass, suspecting that if he drank this large glass, he wouldn't need dinner. 5 pennies, thank you." Looking at the bartender's outstretched hand, Lex directly placed a 1 solely banknote into his palm. "Keep the change, but I'd like to ask, do you know where Kyle Gadden is?" The bartender expressionlessly took the money, then looked at the people who were beating the homeless man by the door. "If you're looking for the Kyle who lives on Narcissus Street, then I think he's over there." The one being beaten. Damn it. Lex couldn't sit still anymore and rushed to the door, fearing that Kyle would be beaten to death, which would cut off his lead for the potion. "Stop it. Stop it quickly." Although Lex's build couldn't be called burly, the hunter's strength allowed him to easily push aside these strong, muscular men reeking of alcohol. He looked down at the ground. His mother's friend, Kyle Gatton, was curled up on the floor, holding his head. His hair hadn't been cut for who knows how long, his beard was allowed to grow wild, and with his stained clothes, he looked even dirtier than a homeless man. What are you doing? Why are you hitting him? Lex looked around and pushed down another guy who rushed at him. A man with a wide jaw said in a muffled voice, he lost at cards and didn't pay. Why can't we hit him? How much did he lose? The man spread out 5 fingers, 5 solely. Lex took out his wallet, pulled out a 5 solely banknote, and handed it to the other party. Now you can leave. The man glanced at Lex's wallet, intentionally or unintentionally. If I were you, I wouldn't take out my wallet. The dock area isn't peaceful. Although no one dares to target you in Evil Dragon Bar, you'll eventually have to leave, eventually go home. Lex calmly replied, since I dare to take out my wallet, I have the ability to protect it, don't you think? The men said no more, turned around, let's go, let's drink. Lex then helped Kyle up and left the bar without even having a drink. As the evening sun cast long shadows of buildings and pedestrians on the street, in the bedroom of room 5, Narcissus Street, Kyle suddenly sat up, glanced at the wall clock, and rushed out of the bedroom. Soon, the sound of water echoed in the bathroom. A moment later, after showering and changing clothes, he walked into the living room and suddenly saw a figure. In the sunlight that seemed to be burning, this very young man sat on the worn-out sofa. The setting sun dyed his short, messy black hair a wine red, and his fair-skinned face had a faint, tear-like scar below his left eye. He was looking at him with ink-blue eyes. Without speaking, without asking questions, Kyle suddenly reached behind a nearby cabinet, and when he pulled his hand back, he already had a revolver in his hand. A loaded revolver. He pointed it at the strange young man, who quickly raised his hands and exclaimed. Don't be agitated, Mr. Kyle. I'm the one who brought you back from Evil Dragon Bar, do you remember? Kyle frowned, as if he had a slight impression, then he spoke, who are you? The young man smiled in the sunset, showing goodwill, my name is Lex, and I'm from Enki Town. My mother, Amelia, asked me to find you. Do you still remember her? Amelia, which Amelia? Kyle's eyes were first confused, then suddenly brightened. It couldn't be the Amelia who married that baboon Baron, could it? Chapter 75, The Talent of Provocation. Baron Baboon. Does Bison have such a nickname? Recalling the Baron with the receding hairline, who often unconsciously rubbed his forehead, it really did look a bit like a baboon. Seeing Kyle finally put down his revolver, Lex quickly pulled out Amelia's letter from his inner jacket pocket. Before he could hand it over, he saw Kyle put the revolver back and hurried towards the main door. I'm sorry, Amelia's child, I have something else to do and cannot entertain you. Suddenly, Kyle stopped, looking at Lex with a serious expression. Amelia sent you to find me. Could it be that you have also embarked on the path of a hunter? Yes, Mr. Kyle, I. Not giving Lex a chance to finish his sentence again, Kyle was about to leave. Wait, Mr. Kyle, if it's about your wife, I think I might be able to help you. This statement made Kyle stop. He turned his head to look at the young man in the living room. Lex continued, I heard from your neighbor that your wife is ill, and it's quite serious. I can find you better doctors and the best hospital. I believe these can help your wife. Kyle's face darkened. Good doctors and good hospitals require a lot of money. You should be able to tell that I'm not that wealthy. Lex said directly, I have money. Money is not an issue for me, so you don't need to worry about that. Kyle stared at him blankly for a moment before saying, you couldn't already be a provoker, could you? Lex was stunned for a moment, then said, if I were already a provoker, I wouldn't need to come find you. Kyle smiled meaningfully, in that case, you still have quite the talent for a provoker. Is that so? I wonder where you got that idea. Lex didn't continue the discussion on this topic. He walked to the door, opened it, and let the brilliant evening sun fall upon Kyle. So, which hospital should we go to for your wife? As night fell, Kyle's wife, Lancy, was finally admitted to Chris Private Hospital. This is the largest and best hospital in Tingen City, boasting experienced doctors and various advanced medical equipment. Of course, its fees are also the highest. It was not something someone like Kyle could afford. But even so, Lancy's condition remained grim. Lex had already consulted the attending physician and knew that Lancy suffered from a severe liver disease. For her situation, the doctor offered 2 suggestions. One was conservative treatment, primarily to alleviate the patient's pain, but ultimately the patient would only face death. The second was surgery, but surgery carried risks and could not guarantee 100% success. Now, Kyle held his head, unsure how to choose. Mr. Kyle, I'm very sorry about your wife. Lex sat down next to the dejected former hunter, trying to comfort him, but you don't need to despair. I can still try to think of a solution. For now, let's adopt conservative treatment. If there's absolutely no other way, then we can consider surgery. What do you think? Kyle didn't answer, so Lex stood up, then I'll take my leave. I'll come back tomorrow. You should get some rest too. Taking a public carriage, Lex returned to the Violet Hotel. As he got off and walked across the street, he saw the butler Matthew and the bodyguard Gru anxiously waiting at the inn's entrance. Lex silently apologized and quickly walked forward. Seeing Lex, Matthew hurried over, saying with a worried expression, "Sir, you've finally returned." The bodyguard, holding 2 ice creams, also said, "Sir, you shouldn't go out alone. It makes us very worried." Lex pointed at the ice creams in his hand. "Mr. Gru, looking at them, I don't find your words very convincing." Gru mumbled, "Mr. Lex, I get nervous easily. When I'm nervous, I sweat and my heart races. At this time, I need sweets to stabilize my emotions. And speaking of sweets, in this season, who can resist ice cream?" With that, he took another bite. "All right, I can't argue about sweets, but don't you think your tendency to get nervous isn't suitable for a bodyguard?" Lex cleared his throat. "Let's go back to our rooms. It's getting late. You two go rest. We can talk about anything else tomorrow." The butler and bodyguard did not object to this. Entering the bedroom, Lex closed the door, drew the curtains, stood in the center of the room, held his hands out level, and chanted an incantation, beginning to summon the mystical book. The colors of the room subtly deepened, reds became redder, blacks became blacker. The clock on the wall stopped, and a moth flying towards the gas lamp hung suspended in midair. Lex looked at the illusory tome in his hands, which lacked a sense of reality yet felt heavy. He watched it open on its own and stop at the Artisan of Mysteries page. The number of dimensional crystals had increased, there were now 202. Lex felt a surge of excitement. The observers had tipped again. He looked at the records below. Joker Clown shouted "Clock in," and tipped 200 dimensional coins again, which have been automatically converted into 2-dimensional crystals. Chaos Loves excitedly danced to add to the fun and tipped 100 dimensional coins. G. Lon thinks you performed well and tipped 500 dimensional coins. My man, my brother saw you working so hard and generously tipped 10,000 dimensional coins. Mig290 said he wants to see you flirt and tipped 200 dimensional coins. Otaku and Proud threw you a drumstick and tipped 100 dimensional coins. Line after line of records made Lex's eyes blur. Besides those mentioned above, there were also tips from Hanging Salted Fish on the Bedhead, Antikanis, Explosions Are Art 666, Sky Without the Star, number 55746, number 57404, and many other readers. With their support, Lex's dimensional crystals were able to reach a new high. After silently thanking all the readers, Lex turned to the first page, where the information had also changed. Collection. Record, your adventure biography has received over 1,000 collections/follows. You have gained 3 uses of the message board privilege. Over 1,000 readers are following me already. That's great. More and more readers are following me, which means I'll be able to receive more help. I have 3 uses of the message board, so I don't have to worry about running out of uses. I can use the message board once for Kyle's wife. Lex picked up the quill tucked into the book, first erased the previous question, and after careful consideration, wrote his question on the page. Noble, all-knowing observers. I implore your attention here, I implore you to help a poor lady. She has a severe liver disease, is there any way to save her? I hope to receive your response, with immense gratitude. Chapter 76, Warnings and Suggestions. After writing the message, Lex saw that some new replies had been updated below the message board. ID 20120913183645514, Assassin. It must be Assassin. Lilo, all 3 dog families are very dangerous. Marco, Judges, Hunter, Seer, I remember these 3 don't have a sequence 0 sitting there. Real Madrid YYDS, the biggest use of this communicable cheat is to obtain plot intelligence and the materials and rituals for sequence potions, so the best choice for a pathway would be the Roselle's tarot cards that Klein obtained, then choosing the Hunter pathway later on would be easy. Outsider player, a true Roselle fan should choose a monster. Chasing books, asking for books, reading books, how does a witch taste? Vian Xiaozi, if the Hunter sequence becomes a god, then swallows the protagonist's gender. These should be the replies from when I first left a message and asked the reader for sequence advice. There are still people tirelessly recommending Assassin, why are the readers so enthusiastic about this pathway? Also, judging from the message from the reader named Real Madrid, my choice of the Hunter pathway seems to be the right one. After reading these readers' messages, Lex felt even more confident about the Hunter pathway. The messages in the book review section had also increased significantly. Kid who wants to go home, gods have no integrity, but you can always trust the fool. I think so too. Cute Gugu, while the fool's rank is still that of a poor god, hurry and pray. At this time, £50 can buy the life of an ambassador. £50 can buy the life of an ambassador. What kind of ambassador's life is so worthless? Mriking, the tide of the era is surging, you don't have much time left, you are too weak, hurry up and become a demigod, after all, everyone must die. Lex stiffened. Although this message was short, it contained a lot of information. Not much time, everyone must die. This was practically an apocalypse prophecy. Could it be that this world would undergo a major change in the near future? Shaman King, Part 2, Provoker, digesting the potion is relatively simple. Here are some suggestions. Cough if you go to Tingen, don't be too flashy, keep a low profile, and stay as far away from Klein and the captain as possible. They are the center of the Tingen stage, and the closer you get, the easier it is to be noticed. Also, pay attention to the coincidences around you. If coincidences happen a bit too often, especially supernatural events, don't hesitate, run away quickly. It's estimated that he won't pay too much attention, his main goal is to successfully escape, and the success rate is still very high. After the descent event ends, Tingen will be a relatively safe place, you can consider buying an apartment as a safe house. Mr. Chen Ran, if you are going to Tingen, I suggest you do not actively contact Klein. His current situation, you can understand as being under surveillance. Do not inquire into the specific reasons, that is not a level you can interfere with, do not think about changing anything, that is not something you can do at your current state. To join the Tarot Club, I actually agree with your previous idea. Find an ancient artifact with spirituality, preferably from the time of Emperor Roselle, then recite the incantation and go directly above the grey mist. Of course, to be safe, you'd best get to know Tarot Club members like Audrey and Furs, so joining the club will seem natural. In short, if you go to Tingen, don't look for Klein. You can't solve his trouble at all. That's all I thought of, welcome to add more. 2 more very important pieces of intelligence. These 2 readers both offered warnings and advice for my trip to Tingen. They both told me not to contact Klein, and to stay as far away from him as possible. Combined with previous messages from some readers, the city of Tingen seems to be heading for a relatively major crisis. Stay away from Klein, pay attention to coincidences, and don't delve into the truth behind them. It's a bit cowardly, but when it's time to be cowardly, you still have to be. After all, the mysterious world is full of dangers everywhere. Seeing this, Lex felt his spirituality was almost exhausted. Although there were still some messages, he ended the summoning. After resting on the sofa for a while, he adjusted his plans for Tingen. He had originally intended to gently approach Klein, but since there were warnings and reminders from the readers, he decided not to seek death. As for paving the way to join the Tarot Club, he would use the method suggested by the reader named Chenran, find an ancient artifact with spirituality, preferably from the Great Emperor's era, and directly recite the incantation to contact his fellow countrymen. If I want to be safe, I'll first get to know Tarot Club members like Audrey and Furs. I know Audrey, Miss Justice in the Tarot Club. I remember it was mentioned in the original work that she lives in Backlund. Isn't Furs the author of Mountain Villa? So she's also a Tarot Club member, and she's also a resident of Backlund. These 2 young misses are currently out of my reach, but this matter can be set aside for now. After all, I haven't even gotten my hands on the Provoker Potion yet. In short, in Tingen, my focus should be on the Provoker Potion and acting out the sequence, then completing the mission entrusted by Bison, and finally, looking out for investment opportunities. As for Klein, from the reader's messages, it seems there won't be any danger if I don't get close to him. It's a pity I'm too weak, otherwise, I could help him. Lex gently exhaled. He remembered the message that was like an apocalypse prophecy, and couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. Not much time left, I must seize the opportunity to improve myself. Demigod, do I at least need to be a demigod to do anything? He frowned slightly, speaking of which sequence is considered a demigod? The next morning. After breakfast, the valet Matthew and the bodyguard Gru separately reported their work from yesterday. Gru had already rented a carriage and hired a local coachman, who would arrive at the hotel every morning to be on standby. Matthew had also purchased some gifts, but the gifts for Councillor Maynard and Sir Deville had not yet been finalized. Because these 2, one being a councillor and the other a nobleman, held noble statuses, Matthew dared not decide on his own. After listening, Lex had an idea, then let's go buy gifts first thing this morning. In the afternoon, I'll visit a friend, and I'll prepare 1 or 2 gifts for that as well. Matthew nodded, then let's go to Hall Street in the North District, there's a department store there. At 10 in the morning, a carriage pulled by 4 horses arrived at Hall Street. Lex got out of the carriage, looking left and right, and found the street quite clean, with many brightly lit shops on both sides. Matthew led the way, and Lex strolled leisurely down the street. His young face, slender build, and well-dressed appearance attracted the attention of many passers-by. Perhaps due to the label, most of the people looking at Lex were women. Lex noticed that there were quite a few clubs on this street. As he walked, he saw a divination club, a retired officers club, an equestrian club, and so on. Just as he saw Harold's department store, Lex heard a soft, youthful laugh behind him. Melissa, did you really tell him that? That you prefer to deal with machines. Oh my god, Banyan must be heartbroken because his appeal is not even as good as a machine. Then, there was another soft cry from a girl. At the same time, Lex heard the sound of wind rising behind him, and a scene flashed in his mind. A girl who was engrossed in talking to her companion accidentally bumped into him. Chapter 77, Getting the Recipe. As a hunter, Lex's skills meant he certainly wouldn't be bumped into by a girl. He subtly leaned against a nearby display window, ensuring the girl wouldn't hit him, and also that she wouldn't feel guilty for him deliberately avoiding her. Be careful, Elizabeth, you almost ran into someone. Through the display window, Lex saw two young women. The girl who almost ran into him was about 15 or 16, with naturally curly brown hair and adorable baby fat on her face. She wore a light green dress adorned with lace and looked at him in a panic. The other girl had a thinner face and naturally flowing black hair. She was the girl Lex had encountered on Narcissus Street yesterday when he went to find Kyle. The two girls walked briskly, quickly disappearing around the corner into Harold's department store. Lex stopped. He remembered the girl named Elizabeth just now calling the black-haired girl Melissa. Melissa, wasn't that Klein's sister? I met her on Narcissus Street yesterday, that's right, how could I forget, Klein's home is nearby. Lex couldn't help but gasp. Former hunter Kyle lived on Narcissus Street, and Klein also lived nearby. Wasn't this a coincidence? A reader had mentioned paying attention to coincidences. Was this the coincidence he was referring to? No, Kyle had lived on Narcissus Street for many years, and according to the reader's information, the coincidences created by a certain individual or organization were aimed at Klein, and those around him. This should be something that happened recently, so Kyle shouldn't be within their calculations. I don't need to worry too much. But Kyle's home is too close to Klein's. It seems that during this period, it's best for me not to appear in the Narcissus Street area. Also, Melissa is Klein's sister, so I shouldn't get too close to her either. She and her friend have already gone to Harold's department store. Lex cleared his throat and said to Matthew, something unexpected just came up, so I won't be going to the store. Matthew, could you buy a few gifts for me instead? He told Matthew the gifts he wanted to give to the councilman and the viscount, then got into a carriage with his bodyguards, changing course for Chris's private hospital. Arriving at the private ward, Lex left Gru outside and knocked on the door. Come in. Kyle's slightly tired voice came from inside. Lex pushed open the door and smelled a faint scent of disinfectant, along with a floral aroma. In the ward, the disheveled former hunter was placing a bouquet of dewy fresh flowers into a vase by the window. Good morning, Mr. Kyle. Lex smiled politely. I've already asked my friends to help find a way to treat Ms. Lancy. I believe Ms. Lancy's condition will improve very soon. A little more light appeared in Kyle's eyes. He nodded, pulled a folded letter from his jacket pocket, and handed it to Lex. This is the Provoker Potion formula. I've written all the materials and quantities here, take a look yourself. You know how to make potions, right? Without waiting for Lex to answer, Kyle continued, as for the materials, there's an underground trading market in the Evil Dragon Bar. You should be able to find some materials there. Go find Swain. He's the bartender. Tell him I sent you, and he'll let you in. If you don't find anything at the Evil Dragon Bar, you can try your luck at the Elk Tavern. Beyonder gather there from time to time, and there are also many bounty hunters frequenting the place. Occasionally, some missions offer potion materials as rewards. They might not be what you need, but you can trade them with other Beyonder. That's probably all I can help you with. You've already helped me a great deal. Lex was a little excited. He had thought Kyle would only reveal the potion formula after Lancy was cured, but he unexpectedly gave him the formula today. He also provided places where he could collect materials, which would greatly reduce the time it took for him to make the potion. Without immediately looking at the potion formula, Lex first put away the paper, then took out an envelope. Inside were the banknotes he had put in earlier while in the carriage. Lex placed the envelope on the nearby table. Mr. Kyle, here's some money, which should be enough to cover the hospital fees. Please believe me, this is not a transaction. Even without the potion formula, I would still do this. Because you are my mother's friend. So, if I find out about Ms. Lancy's treatment method, I will notify you immediately. Lex took out Amelia's handwritten letter. This is the letter Mom asked me to give you. Kyle nodded and took it, but didn't tear it open. He put away the letter and looked at Lex, saying, I don't know if Amelia reminded you, but Beyonder of the same pathway have a very high chance of becoming enemies. You need to be careful about this. This is a conclusion we reached during our adventures, even though the smartest among us couldn't figure out why. In any case, consider it advice from those who have come before. Lex humbly nodded, thank you for your guidance. I'll take my leave now. Leaving the ward, Lex walked while pulling out the potion formula Kyle had given him and began to read it. On the paper, the former hunter had written down the relevant materials and quantities in a messy handwriting. The main materials required for the provoker potion were 1 gallbladder from a male red-backed honey badger, and 1 rhizome from a dragon's blood pitcher plant. The auxiliary materials were 30 milliliters of red-backed honey badger blood, 80 milliliters of pure water, 3 peacock orchids, and 5 grams of powdered midsummer grass. After memorizing them, Lex found a restroom and burned the formula. Now that he knew the formula, he was eager to collect the materials, but he restrained his impulse and returned to the hotel first. He patiently waited until nightfall before taking out a knee-length thin trench coat, putting on a mask, and bringing blood praise and his golden revolver with him as he quietly left the hotel. By the time he arrived at the Evil Dragon bar, it was already late, but the bar was still very noisy. Wearing a mask and pressing down his hat, Lex approached the bar counter and saw another bartender. "What can I get you?" The bartender looked Lex over, showing no surprise at his iron mask. Lex used a deliberately altered voice, nasal, deep, but not hoarse. "I hear you have an underground trading market here. I want to buy something. How do I get in?" The bartender said flatly, "Who sent you?" Lex calmly pulled out his wallet and placed banknotes on the table. From solely to pound, in various denominations. When the total on the table exceeded 20 pound, the bartender covered them with a cup. "Enough." He slightly lifted the rim of the cup, pulled out a 1 pound banknote from underneath, and then looked up at Lex. "Put your money away. It's best not to display it casually here, there are plenty of people who value money more than their lives." Lex put the banknotes back into his wallet. "Thank you for the warning." The bartender whistled, and a young man with a slightly sallow complexion, wearing a worn shirt and blue-gray trousers, walked over from nearby. "Take him to the market in the back." The young man nodded, hands in his pockets, and walked towards the boxing ring. Chapter 78, Harvest. Although Kyle said that by mentioning his name at the bar, he could enter the underground trading market. But Lex had his own ideas. He didn't want people to associate him with Kyle, even if it meant he wouldn't have a referrer. However, many times, money can solve many problems. Especially in places like underground trading markets, there's no reason to turn away a patron. Following the young man who was leading the way, Lex bypassed the boxing ring and entered a pool room in the back. There were people holding cues, chatting and laughing. Looking at the colorful, numbered pool balls, Lex actually wanted to play a few games. This was one of the few sports he loved in his previous life. Passing through a secret door behind the pool room and then several more rooms, Lex's eyes lit up as he arrived in a spacious area. Here, people had set up stalls, piled high with various jars, bottles, flowers, herbs, and many strange and wonderful things. And there were quite a few customers, walking back and forth between the stalls, lingering, comparing items, and asking for prices. The young man beside him said in a slightly hoarse voice, "This is the market, feel free to look around." Also. He pointed to 2 rooms at the end of the trading market. "Those 2 rooms over there, the one on the left is for borrowing and returning money. If you don't have enough money, you can borrow some there. Of course, there will be interest. As for the one on the right, it's a place for selling and buying valuable items. If you have something to sell, or if you can't find what you want in the market, you can try your luck there." Saying that, the young man lowered his voice and said, "A piece of advice for you, in that room, don't directly state what you need, that will attract unnecessary attention. You can ask the old man inside what good things he has recently. I also know that even then, it's best to buy some other things when making a purchase to throw people off." Lex saw that the young man beside him had no intention of leaving and was staring intently at his pocket, instantly understanding. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He took out his wallet, pulled out a 5 soldi note, and handed it to the other party. The young man showed a satisfied smile. He glanced at Lex's wallet, his eyes burning slightly, but he still nodded with restraint and left. Lex glanced at his wallet, thinking that next time he should just put the money directly in his pocket. Different denominations in different pockets, easy to distinguish. And it wouldn't be too conspicuous. Next, Lex strolled leisurely, not in a hurry to inquire about formula materials. He asked here and looked there, generally realizing that the stalls in this underground market mostly sold talismans, herbs, and various amulet materials. While wandering, Lex realized another problem. Although Kyle had given him a potion formula, he didn't recognize the materials in the formula. As for the authenticity of the materials, Lex felt that since Evil Dragon Bar dared to do this business, it should not allow the sale of fake goods. Therefore, there was no need to worry. Am I going to have to self-study mystic material science in the future? Is there even such a subject? Just as Lex's thoughts were wandering, he heard someone ask, "How much are these peacock orchids?" Peacock orchids. Auxiliary materials for a provoker. He didn't turn around immediately but stayed nearby, pretending to be selecting goods from the stall in front of him. He then heard the stall owner at the next stall say, 3 soldi a flower, that's the lowest price in the whole market. Is that so? Then never mind. Lex made an unintentional glance and saw the stall owner at the next stall slightly tidying up a few flowers with pure white stamens and petals that gradually changed from white to indigo blue. Those were peacock orchids. Lex first circled a few nearby stalls before returning to the stall with the peacock orchids. He first picked several kinds of flowers, herbs, and powders, and finally took 3 peacock orchids, then said, "How much are these in total?" The stall owner saw that he had bought quite a bit, thought for a few seconds, and smiled. "Originally it would be 15 soli, but how about this? I'll count it as 14 soli for you." "That's a very good price." "How about 13 soli? You see, I bought quite a lot, and I might come back again in the future." Lex, who was never short of money, also started to bargain, his goal being to maintain a low profile. Finally, the stall owner outwardly reluctantly, but inwardly secretly pleased, accepted the deal. Lex circled around again, and after finding nothing else he wanted, he came to the room on the right side at the end of the market. After entering, he found that it was divided into 2 rooms, an outer and an inner, with 2 customers waiting in the outer room. Lex sat down behind the other customers in order, his head bowed, pulling his hat lower. Not long after, it was his turn. Opening the partition door, the kerosene lamp in the room illuminated his eyes. He saw that there was only an old man wearing a black soft hat in the room. Lex sat down in the customer's chair, his hands naturally resting on his knees. "Excuse me, what good things do you have today? I mean mystic materials, and what are their prices?" The old man, whose cheek muscles had already sagged, didn't even look at Lex. He picked up a notebook and, while flipping through it, said, "Spirit Eater's stomach, 210 pounds each, elf dark leaf, 15 pounds per leaf, only 4 leaves, adult man hellfish eyes, 160 pounds, only 1 pair." The old man quoted prices at a pace that was neither fast nor slow, occasionally taking a sip of the mead beside him. Male red-backed honey badger's gallbladder, 200 pounds each. If you add 2 pounds, we will give you 50 milliliters of honey badger blood. Merman swim bladder, 120 pounds each, 3 left. Lex could no longer hear what the old man said next. He only heard the previous sentence. Male red-backed honey badger's gallbladder. Pay more and get 50 milliliters of honey badger blood. The former was the main material for a provoker, and the latter was an auxiliary material, both of which Lex needed. Lex restrained the urge to buy immediately, patiently listened to the old man finish, and then said, "I need 2 elf dark leaves, 1 merman swim bladder, 10 grams of lake spirit dust, and 1 honey badger gallbladder." You see. I've bought so many things, can't you just give me the honey badger blood?" The rather burly old man looked up, the deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes becoming even more pronounced with the upward curve of his mouth. "No problem, we also hope to have more dealings with wealthy customers like you. Consider the honey badger blood a welcome gift from a friend." After settling the bill on the spot, the old man also gave Lex a snakeskin bag so he could put all the bottles and jars inside for easy carrying. Leaving Evil Dragon Bar, Lex let out a breath, quite satisfied with the night's harvest. He had already obtained 1 main material and 2 auxiliary materials for the provoker's potion. Now, only the roots of the dragon blood man-eating flower and midsummer grass powder remained. As for pure water, having studied mysticism with his mother, Lex knew that making it was not complicated, it only required some distillation tools. As he was about to head home, a gust of wind blew from behind him, carrying a complex scent of fish, alcohol, and sweat into Lex's nose. He squinted slightly, his movements unchanged, and turned into an alley between nearby warehouses. Chapter 79, Hope. Under the kerosene street lamp, 2 men who had just come out of the Evil Dragon Bar watched from a distance as Lex ducked into an alley. They were both wearing blue-gray dockworker uniforms, reeking of alcohol, with bloodshot eyes and veins crisscrossing their eyelids. After exchanging glances, they quickly followed, but upon entering the alley, they found no one there, not even a shadow. "Damn it, the fat sheep got away," one of the shorter, sturdier men exclaimed, taking off his hat and throwing it forcefully to the ground. "Consider him lucky, otherwise, Tinjin City would have 1 more water ghost tonight," his companion snorted, walking out of the alley with his hands in his pockets and a slight hunch. After the 2 men had left for a while, a figure leaped down from a nearby warehouse, and it wasn't until he walked out of the alley that the street lamp illuminated Lex's face once more. Just as the bartender had said earlier, there were people here who valued money over their lives. Those 2 dockworkers must have been eyeing him in the bar. Originally, Lex's thought was that anyone who dared to covet his wallet and intended to sink his body would not see the sun tomorrow. However, considering the unknown dangers lurking in Tinjin currently, and not wanting to draw attention, he ultimately abandoned that idea. Returning to the inn with a bag of materials, Lex carefully hid them before finally feeling at ease enough to go to bed. He had a dreamless night. Waking up the next day, Lex eagerly summoned the mystical book, hoping to find a way to treat Lancy. Kyle's wife's condition was very serious. Every day it was delayed, the danger would increase. Perhaps because of his mother, Lex didn't want to see Amelia's friend lose a loved one. He had already experienced that kind of loss and pain. As soon as he got the mystical book, Lex flipped to the message board page and was delighted to see replies below. Godboo is the best in the world, number 18 Vlad Street, East District, Rosen's Folk Herbal Medicine Store. The owner is a beyonder of the Life School's apothecary pathway. Please call me, half immortal, why not just let Amon steal her liver disease? So dumb. Faceless man, this problem is not difficult to solve. Just go to the East District of Tingen, there's a herbal medicine store on Vlad Street, run by an apothecary. Go find him, and a few packets of herbs will cure it. Additionally, you can also buy a few packets of special potions mixed with mummy powder, trust me, that will give you a pleasant experience. There really is a way. As expected of the Watcher, they know so many things, I never thought they'd even know information about treating illnesses. Lex quickly jotted down a few keywords, didn't bother reading the other comments, and ended the summoning. After breakfast, the manservant Matthew left with gifts to visit the friends Bison had named. Lex, on the other hand, called Gru and instructed him to go to Vlad Street in the East District of Tingen to find the herbal medicine store with Rosen in its name and purchase a remedy for liver disease. At noon, the sweating bodyguard returned, Gru placing a packet of herbs on the table. Sir, as per your instructions, I went to Vlad Street. There is indeed a pharmacy called Rosen's Folk Herbal Medicine Store there. I told the owner I needed a treatment for liver disease, and he gave me this packet of stuff. This packet of herbs isn't cheap at all, this small packet cost us £10, a full £10. All the money I've spent on doctors since I was a child combined doesn't amount to as much as this packet of herbs. Oh, by the way, he also instructed to boil this packet with enough water to make a medicinal solution. After boiling, add 10 drops of fresh rooster blood, and then drink it immediately. He said this packet of herbs can be boiled 3 times, and after 3 times, there should be no problem. Lex immediately picked up the packet of herbs, skipping lunch, and took a rented carriage to Chris's private hospital. Outside the private room, Lex saw Kyle. The former hunter looked even more haggard, huddled in a corner with his head in his hands. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, quickly wiped his face, and stood up. Lex strode forward, holding the packet of herbs. Good news, Mr. Kyle, I think I've found a way to treat Ms. Lancy. At this moment, the door to the ward opened, and a doctor and 2 nurses walked out, solemnly telling Kyle, Ms. Lancy's condition is not optimistic. You need to consider whether to proceed with surgery. If you decide, then you must act quickly. If we delay any longer, the surgery might not be meaningful anymore. He nodded to Lex, then left with the 2 nurses. Kyle said hoarsely, Lancy had an attack last night, she was in great pain. I almost thought she was going to leave me. What did you just say? You found a way to treat Lancy. Lex handed him the packet of herbs and told him how to prepare the medicine. Kyle said skeptically, this packet of stuff can cure Lancy. We can try it. If it still doesn't work, we'll consider surgery. Kyle nodded and took the herbs downstairs. When a dark green, continuously boiling liquid appeared before Lex's eyes, Lex's confidence in this concoction began to waver. Especially that peculiar smell, like unwashed socks for days, was nauseating, making one truly wonder if it wasn't a poison. Only one last step remains. Kyle added drops of rooster blood into the medicine, then gritted his teeth, helped his wife up from the hospital bed, and fed her the medicine. Gurgle, gurgle. Soon after drinking the medicine, the patient's stomach rumbled, and as a result, Lancy went to the restroom 3 times that afternoon. This made Kyle even more suspicious of the herbs Lex had brought, but seeing that his wife's spirits visibly improved after each trip to the restroom, Kyle did not give up. The next day, as Kyle was sound asleep, sprawled on the hospital bed, he felt someone stroking his hair, and he opened his eyes. In the soft morning light, he saw his wife sitting up, although her face was still quite pale, a smile played on her lips, and her whole demeanor seemed especially good. Kyle thought he was dreaming, rubbed his eyes hard, and confirmed that Lancy was indeed smiling at him. How are you? Kyle asked anxiously. Lancy moved her arm. In all these days, this is the first time I've felt like I'm recovering, becoming healthy. Really? Kyle excitedly rushed out of the ward and called the doctor. After an examination, the doctor's expression was surprised. This is simply a miracle, Ms. Lancy's condition is improving, which is incredible. Judging by her current situation, perhaps it won't be long before you can go home. Light shone in Kyle's eyes. Since his wife fell ill, this was the first time he had seen hope. He thought of Lex, and how he had enthusiastically worked to help his wife's illness. Kyle softly said, Amelie really raised a good son. Chapter 80, Hunter Club. That morning, Lex read the materials Bison had given him at the hotel, learning about the people he would be visiting next. After lunch, he went to Hall Street, registered, and joined the horse riding club, beginning to expand his social network in Tingen. Originally, he had also wanted to go to the divination club, because he knew that Klein offered divination services there at a very cheap price, which was undoubtedly a channel to contact him. Now, of course, he didn't dare to go. Not only did he not dare, but he also had to avoid it, lest he run into Klein and inadvertently enter his story. After leaving the horse riding club, Lex went to the private hospital and received the news that Lancey's condition was improving, which finally made him breathe a sigh of relief. At the hospital, through Kyle, he learned the exact location of the Elk Tavern. So, that evening, he went back to his room early, changed into his Hunter Duke disguise, and headed straight for the Elk Tavern. The Elk Tavern was located in the southern district of Tingen City, where the streets were wide, there were few pedestrians, and it was quiet and peaceful. The Elk Tavern's scale and class were clearly much higher than the Evil Dragon Bar. Lex pushed open the door and found the bar lively but not noisy. Moreover, the patrons in the bar were all well-dressed, with quite a few young gentlemen in formal attire gathered together, chatting merrily. Although the iron mask on Lex's face drew strange looks from nearby drinkers, they didn't delve deeper, their gaze not lingering on Lex for too long, as if they were accustomed to an occasional strange patron or two in the bar. Lex came to the bar, and the bartender looked at him and said, "You're probably not here to drink, are you?" Very direct. Lex nodded slightly, his voice low. "I am a hunter, the kind that earns bounties. I heard that you can find work here." The bartender with a mustache nodded. "Wait a moment." He left for a while, and when he returned, he said to Lex, "See the room with the deer head hanging on the door. Go in, someone will receive you." Lex searched around the tavern for a bit and quickly found the door the bartender had mentioned. He nodded, pulled down his hat, bypassed the tavern's main hall, and discreetly approached the door with the deer head hanging above it. He knocked on the door and heard someone inside say, "Come in." Lex pushed open the door. Inside was a VIP room with a wine cabinet, sofas, and a bar. The light was dim, and the atmosphere was peaceful. On a high stool next to the bar sat a casually dressed man, a white shirt, dark vest, and matching trousers. He had gentle features, short dark brown hair, light blue eyes, a carefully trimmed beard, and a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. He seemed like an easygoing person. "Come in," the man said with a smile. He seemed to be the only one in the room, but Lex knew there was another person hidden behind the door. Although the other party concealed himself very well, unfortunately, a hunter's senses are very keen. Even with the waves of sound from the main hall outside the door, Lex could still hear his heartbeat and smell him. However, Lex still walked in. The moment he entered the door, the lights in the room suddenly went out, as if an invisible pair of scissors had cut the light away. At the same time, the door behind him closed with a bang. Concurrently, Lex caught the muffled sound of wind and felt a rush of heat rapidly approaching him. Relying on the information gathered by his senses, a series of images appeared in Lex's mind. A tall, strong man was pouncing from behind, his powerful arms outstretched, intending to give him a warm hug. As for hugs, especially with a man, Lex truly had no interest. He suddenly ducked, rolled sideways, and came to the other's side. Lex swept out a leg, and by feel, hit the inside bend of the other's knee. A muffled grunt sounded in the dark room, and the ground thumped. The man was already kneeling on one knee. He was about to get up when he suddenly felt a hard object pressing against his head, and immediately dared not make any rash moves. By touch, he knew it was the muzzle of a gun. And there were two. At this moment, the lights in the room came back on. Only then did Lex clearly see that the man who attacked him was powerfully built, not much smaller than Gru. He was now half kneeling on the ground, his head pressed by his golden revolver in blood praise, with his hands raised in surrender. Applause broke out. The men sitting next to the bar clapped and said, "That's incredible, it only took 5 seconds, no, 3 seconds. It only took 3 seconds to subdue our gatekeeper. Congratulations, sir, you have passed the test, and on behalf of the Elk Tavern, I welcome you to our Hunter Club." As soon as he finished speaking, a door in the depths of the VIP room opened, revealing another hall outside. Lex spun his revolvers and neatly returned them to their holsters. The man waved his hand, motioning the gatekeeper to stand aside, then introduced himself, "I am the manager of the tavern, Arrows. May I ask, what should I call you?" "Duke." "All right, Mr. Duke," Arrows beckoned, "please follow me, allow me to briefly introduce you to some aspects of our club." Lex followed him into the hall behind the door. It was a spacious area with sofas and tables casually arranged. There weren't many people in the hall, only 4 or 5, some alone, some sitting together, conversing in low voices. Even when Arrows brought Lex in, no one turned to look. Arrows smiled and introduced, "Our club provides a platform for all hunters to exchange information, commissions, and accept tasks. One point needs to be declared first, we don't care about a hunter's true identity, where you come from, or what you do in Tingen. But every hunter must obey the laws of the kingdom, even if only superficially. Once you violate them and become wanted, our club will not hesitate to disassociate itself and will actively provide your intelligence leads to the authorities." Lex nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with this club rule. Arrows pointed to the bar at the back of the hall. "Over there, you can consult with Mr. Parker about recent missions and choose those you are interested in completing." By the way, to serve hunters more efficiently, the club has established a rank system for everyone. For example, you, Mr. Duke, having just joined, are at the lowest rank, rank 9. We will adjust your rank based on the efficiency and frequency of your mission completions. And at rank 7 or higher, you can enjoy the free services the club provides to everyone. Additionally, if you wish to conduct transactions, you can inquire with Mr. Parker. We have a trading house specifically open to all hunters, charging only a very low service fee. Finally, arrows pointed to a message board on a wall to the left of the hall. If you need to recruit collaborators, you can leave a message there. Leave your requirements, contact information, as well as remuneration, settlement method, etc. If someone accepts, they will contact you. Alright, that's the basic situation of our club. Now, you can wander around freely. After speaking, Arrows bowed slightly and backed out of the hall, closing the door. Chapter 81, The Road to Burning Money. After the person in charge left, Lex walked into the hall by himself. He then heard a beautiful violin melody, which seemed to stir up some memories, filling him with mixed emotions. He followed the sound and saw someone leaning against the wall, playing a violin in the corner of the hall, next to a bay window, under the crimson moonlight. It was a middle-aged gentleman in his early 40s, with short, golden, choppy hair. He had his eyes closed, seemingly lost in his music. His violin was a deep, dark black, as if the deepest part of the night sky had been plucked down and draped over it. The surface of the violin occasionally shimmered with faint lights, like stars. It was unclear if this was due to the refraction of the hall's lights or the mystic quality of the materials. Seemingly sensing Lex's gaze, the blond man opened his eyes. He had a pair of brown eyes and offered Lex a friendly smile before continuing to play. Lex withdrew his gaze and went to the bar, where he met the so-called Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker was no longer young, his facial muscles were slack and sagging, his eye corners were etched with deep lines, and he kept his lips tightly pursed, rarely smiling. Lex's purpose in coming to Elk Tavern was for the mystic materials. Since he knew the club had a trading house, he directly asked, "I want to buy something." Mr. Parker glanced at him, took out a notebook, and said, "You need to pay a £10 inquiry fee first. The fee is non-refundable, but you won't need to pay a similar fee in the future." Although Lex had money, he was quite emotional to hear that just an inquiry cost £10, even if no additional charges would be collected later. Sure enough, all platforms are very profitable, and the more upscale the place seems, the more charging items there are. Compared to that, Evil Dragon Bar was truly conscientious, at least their inquiries were free. Thoughts bubbled up like air bubbles on the surface of the water, one after another. Nevertheless, Lex took out a large denomination pound and placed it on the table. "I hope you have what I'm looking for," he said, looking at Mr. Parker. The old man did not respond, showed no expression, but simply took out a black-covered notebook, opened it, turned to a page, and handed it to Lex. "These are the items in the trading house for the past week. You can look at the detailed information yourself. The service is really bad." Lex grumbled, took the notebook, and began to read. The first item was actually a high-pressure steam rifle, which is a military-controlled item. The club dared to trade such things. Without some military connections, they probably wouldn't touch such an item. Lex continued to flip through, seeing magical items, charms, and mystic materials. When he turned to the 6th page, the item list clearly stated, 1 piece of dragon blood man-eating flower rhizome. The remaining main material for the potion formula was found. Lex quickly looked at the price column. Fortunately, it was only £200. Moreover, the seller also agreed to exchange it for a complete pituitary gland of a rainbow lizard dragon, or a solid horn crystal of an earth rhinoceros. This was the last item. Overall, the trading house didn't have many items, far fewer than Evil Dragon Bar. However, the variety of goods was diverse, which was richer than Evil Dragon Bar. Closing the notebook, Lex said in a deep voice, "I've found one item I'm interested in. How do I trade for it?" Mr. Parker took out a ledger. "We only accept cash transactions, no credit, and no loans. We provide confidential information services for both trading parties at no extra charge. If you are a seller, we will charge a 5% handling fee after a successful transaction. As for buyers, there are no additional fees. So, what is the item number you are interested in?" Each item in the trading house had a number. Lex quickly reported a set of digits and placed £200 on the table. The old man took it, made some records, and then left through a small black door behind the bar. A moment later, when he returned to the bar, he placed an exquisite iron box on the table. Lex opened the box, and inside was indeed a blood-red plant rhizome. With this, only the midsummer grass powder remained for the formula materials. It wasn't available at the club's trading house, so he would have to try his luck at Evil Dragon Bar again. Lex put away the box and spoke again. "Are there any tasks recently?" "Task inquiries don't cost anything, right?" He recalled that it hadn't even been a week since he arrived in Tingen, and he had already paid for Kyle's wife's hospital and treatment fees. Plus the expenses on mystic materials these past few days, he had spent nearly £900. £900 could buy a house in Tingen, one with permanent usage rights. Although the location and house type should only be a terraced building like those on Daffodil Street. Watching his assets dwindle by nearly £1,000 in just a few days, Lex sincerely lamented that the mystic Tao was truly a money pit. He decided that next time he came, he would put the extra mystic materials up for sale in the trading house. Also, he had to find a way to make money. Task inquiries are free. The old man's voice brought Lex back to his senses. He saw Mr. Parker take out another red notebook and begin to flip through it. Given your hunter rank, the task currently suitable for you is this. Investigate the Sea Serpent Gang. The investigation targets include their headquarters, number of personnel, important members, and detailed information on their leader. The client will provide corresponding remuneration based on the value of the investigation report. The minimum remuneration is £5, and the maximum is £50. There is no time limit for the commission, it will remain valid until the client wishes to end it. The clues the client can provide are, this gang is active in the dock area, and their personnel often disguise themselves as dock workers and sailors. The Sea Serpent Gang only appeared in the last 2 years, they quickly occupied the dock area and engage in various illegal activities, including but not limited to human trafficking, smuggling, and providing fake documents. After speaking, Mr. Parker closed the notebook and looked at Lex, that is the detailed content of the task. Do you wish to accept this commission? Lex nodded. Firstly, as a hunter, if he didn't take on work, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Secondly, he also wanted to use these commissions and hunter activities to digest the potion. Of course, that was for later. The old man quickly made a note in his notebook. Currently, besides you, there are 2 other hunters handling this commission. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I will inform the other 2 of your information. Of course, I will also tell you their corresponding information. He took a document from a cabinet under the bar and pushed it to Lex. This is the information on your 2 colleagues. You can take a look. Lex didn't immediately look but asked, will my rank increase if I complete this commission? Mr. Parker's tightly pursed lips loosened slightly, curving upwards, but quickly stopped. You will need to complete at least 2 more similar tasks to increase your hunter rank. That's slow. Lex frowned slightly under his mask. He didn't want to keep taking these investigation tasks. Such tasks didn't earn much money and probably wouldn't help much with digesting the potion. He changed his line of thought. Since the client wants to investigate the Sea Serpent Gang, it means they don't like this gang, and even hope for its demise. If, and I mean if, I make this gang disappear, I should be able to increase my rank, right? Chapter 82, Recruitment. Old Parker's expression changed slightly. The employer who commissioned the hunter to investigate the Sea Serpent Gang indeed had another commission. Eliminate the Sea Serpent Gang. For this commission, the employer was willing to pay 2,000 soli, and if the leader of the Sea Serpent Gang could be captured alive, an additional 500 soli reward would be added. However, I don't think you can accept this mission right now. Although the Sea Serpent Gang has only developed in the last 2 years, there are rumors that they possess 1 to 2 beyonder. Plus, an uncertain but likely significant number of gang members. Without 5 to 8 hunters working together, and a team equipped with beyonder, it would be very difficult to destroy them. The old man said with deep eyes, of course, if you really eliminate the Sea Serpent Gang, not only will you receive a handsome reward, but you will also be able to raise your hunter rank. What rank can I reach? Rank 7. Lex nodded slightly. Okay, I've noted that. One last question, if I want to hire collaborators, can you give me some advice? Regarding the price. Old Parker looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He guessed that Lex intended to recruit a team to encircle and suppress the Sea Serpent Gang. He had guessed most of it. Lex indeed had this idea. He wanted to quickly raise his rank in the club. At the same time, he hadn't forgotten that a watcher had reminded him that hunters need companions. He hoped to find suitable partners through recruitment. But regarding the encirclement and suppression of the Sea Serpent Gang, he had other ideas, and that was not something an old man could know. For ordinary hunters, depending on the difficulty of the incident, 50 to 80 soli would be enough for someone to accept. But for a beyonder, the price would be higher. Specifically, it needs to consider the rank of the sequence. Generally speaking, the beyonder hunters in our club are all sequence 9 and sequence 8. For them, around 150 to 200 soli per mission, I believe someone would be willing to accept. Of course, they would also want to know the content of the mission, so the price might fluctuate during recruitment. Understood. Lex pressed down on his hat and said sincerely, thank you very much for your guidance. The old man nodded gently. Leaving the bar, Lex walked to the bulletin board, picked up a pen, and left his recruitment requirements. Recruiting collaborators. Need 5 to 8 experienced hunters, preferably with combat experience. 5 ordinary hunters, remuneration 50 soli, with additional remuneration based on mission contribution at settlement. 2 to 3 Beyonder, remuneration 150 solely, with additional remuneration based on mission contribution. Recruiter, Duke. Contact, 3 nights later, meet in the club lobby. After writing, Lex reviewed it again, felt there were no problems, and then left the club, leaving the Elk Bar. The next day, Lex went to the horse riding club. He was already a member here, so naturally, he needed to frequent it to carry out his social activities. Arriving on Hall Street and entering the club lobby, a beautiful lady responsible for reception greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Lex." "Good morning, young Miss Knees." Lex, dressed in formal wear, took off his silk top hat and nodded slightly. "I wonder, are there any activities today?" Knees, with her reddish-brown hair neatly pinned up, showed a bright smile. "In a few days, a senior equestrian great master will be giving a lecture. If you are interested, you can come and listen. Also, tomorrow night, we are hosting a cocktail party. Many gentlemen will be attending then. As for some recent activities, perhaps you can subscribe to our club's internal magazine, which is a monthly publication. The activities for each month will be published in advance to facilitate members in choosing what they like to participate in." She's already promoting the magazine. Lex maintained a polite smile. "How could I miss such a convenient thing?" Nee said with a sweet smile, "Then I will register for you and give you this issue of the magazine for free. Thank you for your trouble." As Knees returned to the reception desk to busy herself, a voice, already somewhat aged but still full of vitality, rang out, "This young gentleman looks unfamiliar. Is he a new member of our club?" Lex, who was originally sitting on the sofa in the lobby, stood up and looked, seeing a middle-aged gentleman in his 50s. He was tall and slender, and even though he was no longer young, his back remained straight. His slightly graying black hair was neatly combed, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose added a touch of scholarly elegance. His deep eyes concealed a sense of vicissitude, and his thick, prominent, beautiful eyebrows were a strong personal mark. Seeing him approach with a smile, Lex, following social etiquette, held his hat with one hand, pressed the other hand tightly to his side, leaned slightly forward, and, with a proactive smile, introduced himself, "Lex Disraeli, good morning, sir." At this moment, young Miss Knees walked over and introduced Lex. "This is Mr. Luke Bruce. Mr. Luke is a major shareholder of the Pigeon Telegraph Company in Ottawa County, and also a regular guest of our club." Telegraph Company. Lex immediately felt the desire to make his acquaintance. He had plans to invest in the information and communication industry, and the owner of a telegraph company would be the perfect guide. Unfortunately, this gentleman seemed to have an appointment. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Lex, he excused himself and left. After enjoying a Tinjin-style lunch in the club's restaurant, Lex visited the Kale couple in the afternoon and returned to the hotel by evening. In the evening, he changed his clothes, took his weapons, and, as Duke, arrived at the Evil Dragon Bar. He skillfully made his way to the underground trading market, which was also bustling tonight. Lex wandered among the stalls, inquiring what goods the vendors were selling. To avoid suspicion, he specifically bought some materials for making amulets. Just as he was about to try his luck in the room at the end of the market that sold Beyonder items, he heard someone say, "I don't have many things left. If I package these materials, including the midsummer grass powder, I can give you a discounted price." Midsummer grass. The last ingredient on the formula. Lex immediately looked towards the source of the voice. It was a thin, dark-skinned vendor, and indeed, only a few materials remained on his stall. "No, I only want this red chestnut flower. I don't need the others, why would I buy them?" a short old man said discontentedly. "If you only want the red chestnut flower, it's 5 solely. Too expensive." The old man shook his head and left the stall. The vendor sneered, "Old fool, 5 solely is too expensive. You don't know a good deal when you see one." Before he even left the dock area, he heard several gunshots, followed by voices from a distance. "Quick, block that guy, I've been watching this rat for a long time, let's see where he goes tonight. Daring to probe the depths of our sea serpent gang, he's got guts, but we won't let him leave." Lex paused. He recalled what old Parker from the club had said yesterday, that 2 other Beyonder were also investigating the sea serpent gang. Could this be one of them? He thought for a moment, then moved in the direction of the gunshots. In a warehouse, someone was breathing lightly. He came to a window. The crimson moonlight shining through the window fell upon him. The man appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed in clothes suitable for movement. His light golden hair was damp with sweat, but there was no despair in his gray-green eyes. He pulled out a pocket watch, but didn't open it, quickly putting it back in his pocket. Then, in a few steps, he leaped onto a stack of wooden crates, climbed out of the unclosed window, and landed in a small alley. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a wooden crate was thrown at him. The gray-green-eyed man quickly rolled on the ground, hiding behind a pile of debris, and then heard an arrogant, unmasked malicious voice. "Run, I'd like to see where you run to. If I'm not mistaken, you're an arbiter, aren't you?" My subordinates said that whenever they saw you, they couldn't help but want to obey, not daring to look you in the eyes, which is why you slipped away a few times. I didn't expect you to be so bold, even coming here tonight. What a pity, Mr. Arbiter. If you hadn't been so cautious, and had been decisive just now instead of being bluffed by my words, you would have already left the dock area. But now, you are surrounded. I, Turos, bet you won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Footsteps echoed from both ends of the alley. The gray-green-eyed man observed his surroundings, finding only one kerosene street lamp in the alley. If he could break it, he could create darkness and an opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, during his earlier run, his revolver had been knocked away by the man named Turos with an iron rod. He believed that Turos must be a beyonder of a certain path. The other party's body was too strong, and his intuition was sharper than an ordinary person's. He was skilled at using various objects to attack opponents and was very cunning. Just now, he had been influenced by Teros's words, causing him to miss the best opportunity to break out. Which led to him being heavily surrounded now. Bang. A bullet grazed his foot, sending up a shower of sparks. The gray-green-eyed man had no choice but to cower in the corner. A short stick slid from his sleeve. This was his last weapon. As the Sea Serpent gang closed in, Lex lay on the roof of a warehouse, taking in the scene in the alley below. He confirmed that the beyonder cowering in the corner, suspected to be an arbiter, was one of his colleagues on this mission. Old Parker had given him information last night, and the person's appearance perfectly matched the description of Cromwell Monroe. Looking at the Sea Serpent gang's side, the man calling himself Turos was bare-chested, with a two-headed sea serpent tattoo on his chest. His hair was deliberately dyed red, making him very conspicuous. But due to the angle, Lex couldn't see his face clearly. Turos was slightly bent over, holding a dagger in his hand, advancing with his subordinates. Sea Serpent gang members were at both ends of the alley, making the situation quite unfavorable for the Arbiter. After seemingly simulating several action plans in his mind, Lex decided to use one of them. He pulled out his golden revolver and blood praise. The two revolvers were aimed at the alley's kerosene street lamp and the two-headed sea serpent tattooed Turos, respectively. Just then, the red-haired Turos suddenly felt a chill and instinctively moved to the side. In that instant, a gunshot rang out from the roof of the warehouse to his left, then the alley's street lamp went out, and at the same time, Turos felt a sharp pain in his left hand. In the darkness, a strikingly vibrant bloody flame appeared on his arm. Chapter 84, Provoker Potion. Hearing the gunshots and seeing the streetlights go out, for a moment, the Arbiter Cromwell had the impulse to break through the encirclement using this opportunity. However, his caution and carefulness bound this impulse with invisible chains before he could turn it into actual action. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer. It might be a trap. Who can guarantee that the third party interfering in this matter is a friend and not an enemy? One thought after another, like bubbles, surfaced, preventing Cromwell from taking active steps. On the other side, Turos, with her twin-headed sea serpent tattoo, yelled, "Idiots, light the lamps. What are you all standing around for?" So, a gang member, dressed in blue-gray dockworker clothes, struck a match and lit a faint flame. Before he could transfer this flame to the lantern offered by his companion, a gunshot rang out in his ear, and his thoughts and intentions froze, then vanished. Because with a bullet hole in his forehead, he would have no other thoughts. Damn it, the light will make us a target. Why didn't I think of that? The red-haired man cried out in annoyance, clutching his injured arm. He felt his mind was hazy and found it difficult to concentrate. Lex, on the warehouse roof, naturally knew that Turos was affected by the blood praise. This was a good opportunity to escape. But with the faint light from the match just now, Lex, possessing astonishing eyesight, noticed that the Arbiter was still cowering there. Recalling Teros's assessment of Cromwell earlier, a thought surfaced in Lex's mind: he's worried I'm an enemy. He's truly cautious. Without hesitation, Lex flipped and jumped off the roof, using the miscellaneous items piled against the wall to land on the ground, his two revolvers still firing to the left and right sides of the alley. He sent bullets into the darkness, towards the positions where the gang members were making sounds. In the darkness, screams continued to ring out. Lex quickly said to the Arbiter, "I am Duke from the Hunter Club. Come with me." Duke. Cromwell immediately recalled that when he returned to the club last night to report the mission clue, old Parker had informed him that another colleague had joined the mission to investigate the Sea Serpent gang. His name, or codename, was Duke. The Arbiter no longer hesitated, stood up, and decisively rushed to the left. That was the opposite direction from red-haired Turos. Lex was puzzled. Once Cromwell made a decision, he would act decisively. Normally, such a person shouldn't be overly cautious. However, there was clearly no time for Lex to ponder these questions now. He immediately followed the Arbiter, not forgetting to suppress the Sea Serpent gang behind them. As he ran, Cromwell commanded with great authority, "Get out of the way." Two gang members who were blocking the path instinctively lowered their heads upon hearing this and unconsciously moved aside. By the time they realized what had happened, they had each taken a blow from Cromwell, their teeth knocked out, completely powerless to stop him. When he saw the sign for the evil dragon bar and the lights inside the tavern, the arbiter stopped, clutching the pocket containing his pocket watch, and said in a voice only he could hear, "Mia, I'm alive again, thank the goddess." When he heard footsteps, he looked up to see his colleague, wearing an iron mask and a knee-length thin trench coat, whose hat had not even fallen off during the series of battles, putting away 2 distinct revolvers. Cromwell extended his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Duke. You can go back on your own," Lex said after shaking his hand. "Also, being too careful often leads to missing many good opportunities, and can even cost you your life. I hope you don't mind me speaking out of turn." Cromwell gave a wry smile. He wasn't like this before. He used to be full of confidence and daring in his actions. But precisely because of that, he lost some important things. Since that incident, he had changed, gradually becoming the way he was now. I will pay attention to that in the future. Oh, by the way, this clue tonight is yours. I'm referring to the red-haired Turos. He's a cadre of the Sea Serpent gang, and I suspect he's a Beyonder. Lex nodded, not refusing the arbiter's kind offer, and parted ways with him there. Smoothly returning to the Violet Hotel and his own room, Lex felt no sleepiness. The materials for the Provoker potion were already gathered, and he was eager to advance. Lex first fed Blood Praise some blood, then took out a small, exquisite iron pot from the cabinet and the pure water he had prepared long ago. This repeatedly distilled water had been prepared by Lex as soon as he obtained the formula materials. Taking out the piece-together formula materials, Lex took a deep breath, composed himself, and calmed his emotions. Next, he began to put the auxiliary materials into the iron pot, but at this point, the auxiliary materials did not catalyze or show significant changes. Lex first picked up the root of the dragon blood man-eating flower. As soon as he threw it into the iron pot, the liquid inside began to gurgle with bubbles. The originally somewhat turbid liquid now became intensely colored, like fresh blood. Then, putting in the honey badger's gallbladder, a puff of smoke rose from the pot, and the liquid inside rapidly contracted, turning into a soft, sticky, interconnected, peculiar state. "Is that all?" Lex observed for a while, confirming that the potion had not undergone any other changes, before transferring it to a cup. Looking at the liquid in the cup, Lex felt a bit nervous, a little excited, but mostly anticipation. After tonight, he would be a provoker. Raising the cup, Lex adjusted his body and mind, and after his emotions calmed, he drank the potion. Upon ingesting the potion, he first felt his tongue go numb, then a strange taste, neither bitter nor sweet, spread and permeated his mouth. He felt the potion like a soft-bodied animal, growing countless tentacles that, like cilia, crawled on their own, down his esophagus, and into his stomach. Lex almost wanted to spit out the potion, but it had already disappeared from his mouth. After a second or two, Lex suddenly felt a sense of expansion. He felt fearless, becoming brave and intrepid. The corners of his mouth uncontrollably curled upwards, forming a scornful, mocking smile. His eyes also changed. His pupils sharply contracted, like the eyes of some wild beast. Red fuzz emerged on his arms and back. He wanted to laugh loudly, to say things that would provoke others' emotions, even make them lose their minds and burn their brains. Fortunately, Lex covered his mouth in time and used the meditation method to shake off the slight overflow of the potion's power, which was somewhat out of control. Otherwise, he would probably wake up Matthew and Gru next door, and then scare them badly. If things went wrong, he might even end up visiting a mental hospital. Chapter 85, Boundary. His pupils returned to normal, and the red fur retracted into his body. Lex simply moved his body and clearly felt that he had become more powerful. He tried to throw a punch and heard the deep whooshing sound of his fist cutting through the air. He tried to throw a combination of punches, and the room was filled with continuous crisp crackling sounds. After stopping, Lex looked at his hands and felt that he had taken another big step forward in the domain of combat. Along with that, his overall physical qualities, including skills like marksmanship, also improved further. In addition, compared to a hunter, he finally gained an Beyonder ability. Provocation. This ability allowed him to actively emit a feeling of disgust to wild beasts, monsters, or out-of-control individuals he encountered. When he learned of the ability information engraved in his brain with the potion, Lex felt the muscles on his cheeks twitching slightly. This ability seemed quite annoying. Tomorrow I'll visit Ms. Lancy and Mr. Zott. Regarding the provoker, he should be able to give me some advice. Lex exhaled, looked at the tranquil night view of Tingen outside the window, and softly said, "I am already a provoker." After a moment, dispelling that sense of unreality, Lex put away the iron pot and some unused materials. Then, standing in the center of the room, he raised both hands horizontally, summoning the mysterious book. After feeling a heavy sensation in his hands, Lex saw it, that glowing, ethereal tome. At the same time, he saw that the number of knowledge authority on the cover of the mysterious book had changed. Now, its number was 8. So, advancing in sequence increases the rank of knowledge authority. That being the case, when my sequence is higher, I should be able to see those previously blocked messages. Whoosh. The mysterious book opened by itself, its pages quickly flipping before Lex's eyes, stopping at the Artisan of Mysteries page. The number of dimensional crystals has reached 246. Praise the observers. In the records below, many more reward messages appeared. Clear Sky Squid wiggled its tentacles and gestured, "Go for it," in the air, and rewarded 1,500 dimensional coins, which have been automatically converted into 15-dimensional crystals. Four-Way Traveler invites you to travel together, and rewarded 1,000 dimensional coins. 5 Elements lacking money threw 400 dimensional coins at you. Voice of People gave you a thumbs up, and rewarded 100 dimensional coins. Faceless Man loudly praised the Fool, throwing 10,000 dimensional coins at Klein Moretti. Don't be sad, you'll have your chance. In addition, there were rewards from observers like Mop Grandpa, He, Addiction Ban, and Chopping Grass, which warmed Lex's heart. Continue reading. The tag Lord of Traps has received over 160 likes, and your ability in traps has increased by 5%. The tag National Husband has received over 90 likes, and your attractiveness to the opposite sex continues to rise, with a 3% increase in charm. You have not received any new tags temporarily. Great, both tags have gained more recognition, and both trap ability and charm have improved. He composed himself and turned to the home page. Collections. Record, your adventure biography has received over 3,000 collections and follows, and you have gained 4 uses of the message board permission. I used 1 message before, I didn't expect the number of message uses to increase so quickly. Perfect, I have new questions I want to ask the observers. Lex picked up the quill pen tucked into the page, first crossed out the previous question, and then wrote his message. Traveling beyond the dimensions, the Supreme Observers. I need to draw a boundary to avoid ignorantly and rashly entering Klein's story. Here, I implore your help, I implore your guidance. I hope to know, in the Tingen incident, who are Klein's enemies, and what organizations are targeting him. After writing this message and seeing the count change to 3, Lex turned his gaze to the comment section. Mop Grandpa, the Hunter pathway belongs to the domain of war. What you encounter and experience will inevitably involve disputes, bloodshed, and slaughter. If you want to continue, you must prepare early. For example, acquire a factory-type industry with a dense male workforce, establish your own factory guard team, a security company, and semi-legally possess a large amount of manpower and armaments. It's best to be near the sea, with the potential for colonial warfare. Is that so? The Hunter pathway is actually a domain of war. No wonder an observer advised me to make more partners before, and now this observer even pointed out the need to have my own semi-legal armed forces. War. War is also very expensive. I must accelerate the pace of investment. Lex continued to read. Aurora Traveler, I heard the protagonist wants to develop the telecommunications industry. I suggest establishing an intelligence organization to collect intelligence, and also establishing an assassination department composed of Beyonders, preferably also from the Hunter pathway, to prepare for high-sequence promotion. Mr. Chen Ran, regarding Mimi, Melissa, don't worry too much, she is not in the story. Among her friends, only Selena appeared in the story, but her performance has ended. Contacting Mimi will not be dangerous, don't be afraid, I'm not encouraging anything. However, it would be more appropriate to contact her after early September. If you are still in Tingen then, you might give her some help, as she will be in great difficulty at that time. Also, on the Sunday of September 9th, in the afternoon, do not approach Zotland Street, and especially do not enter Blackthorn Security Company. Again, 2 very useful pieces of information. Melissa is not in the story, so I can rest assured. Will it be more appropriate to contact her in early September? On the afternoon of Sunday, September 9th, do not approach Zotland Street, and do not enter Blackthorn Security Company. Isn't Blackthorn Security Company the headquarters of the Night Watchers team? That is to say, on the 9th of next month, a huge danger will erupt there. Lex quickly memorized this important time and place. Number 13645532746466266304. Lex, please remember, the best thing may not be strength and opportunity, but being alive. I agree with that. Bright moon shines on cold pine, your pathway's main abilities, taunt, conspiracy, traps, weakness attack, legion combined combat, steel transformation, fire control. Are these the subsequent abilities of the Hunter pathway? I'm really looking forward to them. Hanging salted fish on the bedhead, Lex, you must remember to respect all your prey, that is lesson 1 that I taught you. When reading this message, Lex felt his spirituality alarm. He knew that the reading time was over and decisively dismissed the summoning of the mysterious book. Perhaps because of his promotion, Lex did not feel a headache now, except for a slight tightness in his scalp, there was no other discomfort. But mental fatigue was still unavoidable. He took off his coat and lay down on the bed, recalling the advice given by the observers, and looking forward to meeting Kyle tomorrow, hoping to get some advice from this former hunter to help him better roleplay as a provoker. Chapter 86, The Sequence. It was already the 10th, and the first 10 days of August would end today. Under Matthew's service, Lex enjoyed his breakfast and listened to the butler's report. I have visited the residences of those gentlemen on the list, presented gifts, and scheduled meeting dates with their butlers. On the 15th of this month, Banker McGovern will welcome me at his home. He recently suffered the loss of his son, Welch, who unfortunately passed away not long ago. The gentleman is still immersed in grief. This is what I heard from his butler. Lex paused. Welch was Klein's classmate. I remember he had already died at the beginning of the original novel. I recall it was due to a notebook from the Antigonus family. Klein also died, but his body was taken over by Zhou Mingrui, who had transmigrated. So, Mr. McGovern was Welch's father. When I read the book before, I wasn't careful enough and seemed to have missed this point. Lex nodded, signaling Matthew to continue. The gray-haired butler cleared his throat and continued, For Sir Deville, the time arranged with his butler is the 20th. I had a brief chat with the butler. Sir Deville's spirits were not very good before, but he has recovered now, so there shouldn't be anything special to note when we meet. Matthew successively reported his work results from the past few days. Most visits had been scheduled, except for 2 who were traveling far away. The butler had excellently completed his work. Oh, and sir, Matthew said, Counselor Maynard is available to see you this afternoon. Also, when I called on him, I happened to see Counselor Maynard leaving. At that time, I saw him holding flowers, with a beaming face, seemingly going to visit a lady. But I heard that this counselor is already married. Lex chuckled, That's not strange. It really wasn't strange. According to the information Bison gave him, Lex knew that Maynard was a member of the new party and had served as a counselor in Tingen City for over 10 years. He was actively preparing to run for mayor. His wife was even the daughter of a new party leader, a member of parliament. It could be said that Maynard's family had deep roots. It was not surprising for such a gentleman to have affairs. What gift did we prepare for the counselor when we planned to visit? Lex looked up and asked. Matthew immediately replied, Cigars and wine, both gifts from abroad, personally selected by your father. Lex stood up and patted Matthew's shoulder, Go buy another collection of poems, the kind filled with love poems. The butler showed an icy expression, then bowed his head and said, I'll go do it right away. After breakfast, Lex went to Chris's private hospital. He knocked on the door of the single room with a smile and met Kyle. Today, Kyle seemed like a different person. Not only was his hair cut very short, but his beard was also trimmed. Although he was only wearing an ordinary linen shirt and dark trousers, he looked much younger and more energetic than before. He had emerged from the gloom. Good morning, Mr. Kyle. Lex placed a bouquet of flowers on the cabinet in front of the hospital bed and greeted the lively lady on the bed with a smile, Good morning, Ms. Lancy. After Kyle's wife responded with a smile, the former hunter called Lex out. The two walked down the hospital corridor, and Lex said with a happy expression. Mr. Kyle, I am already a provoker. Just last night, I successfully advanced. Kyle glanced at him and scoffed, Are you still a child? Is it necessary to be so happy just for advancing to sequence 8? Lex was stunned. He didn't know why, but Kyle's words and the expression on his face at that moment made Lex feel an urge to punch him. Kyle continued, In the mysterious world, sequence 8 is still at the bottom. Do you know how many Beyonder at this level there are? Maybe even a sequence 8 Beyonder creature could defeat you. Do you think you're invincible? Lex's good mood from the morning had vanished after Kyle poured several buckets of cold water on him. I didn't think that. Didn't think that. Heh heh. Kyle showed an amused expression and looked Lex up and down. How old are you? Why are you still like a child, only trying to hide and refute when your thoughts are exposed? Is that all Amelia taught you? Did your barren father not teach you social skills? If you remain this naive and childish, I truly doubt how far you can go in the mysterious world. In my opinion, you might not even touch the threshold of sequence 7 before you're dead in some ditch. Lex was speechless, feeling angry and confused. Angry because Kyle's words were too rude, and confused because the former hunter was acting very differently today than usual. Observing the expression on Lex's face, Kyle's lips slightly pursed, and the expression that made one want to hit him disappeared. How do you feel right now? Kyle returned to his original tone and manner. Answer me, what were your thoughts just now? Your innermost thoughts. Lex was stunned, vaguely guessing that Kyle was probably guiding him, so he truthfully said, Just now, I wanted to hit someone. Kyle let out a soft "heh," but without a hint of mockery. He nodded, That's a provoker. Besides the Beyonder ability to emit an aura that makes others detest you, we can also use words and actions to make the target you want to provoke lose their reason, make their minds burn with anger, and then do impulsive things. This requires mastering a lot of information and having a sufficient understanding of your target. It could be done like this. Originally, besides the provocation aspect of their beyonder ability, a provoker could also use words and actions to make their target lose their reason. It's important to note that while a guy who loses their reason becomes impulsive and easier to predict, they also become dangerous. If you haven't made any preparations, such as setting up one or more traps, waiting for the other party to jump into them themselves, then you'll be in danger. Believe me, if they get a chance to catch you, they'll beat you to death. The muscles on both sides of Lex's cheeks twitched slightly. It sounded like this sequence was very prone to getting beaten up. He rubbed his cheek subtly. However, a provoker and the previous hunter could cooperate. The hunter sets traps, and the provoker makes the target angry and irrational. This way, the opponent would be more likely to fall into the preset traps. In terms of the hunter, this is the last thing I can teach you. From now on, you'll have to explore the path yourself. Kyle showed an encouraging smile. Remember, don't make an unprepared provocation, unless you want to get beaten. Chapter 87, The Road Ahead. On the way back to the hotel, Lex, sitting in the carriage, recalled Kyle's expression and words during the provocation, sorting and summarizing them in his mind. The targets I can provoke can roughly be divided into two types, human and non-human. When provoking a human target, I need to understand them well enough to make them lose their minds with just a few words or actions. It seems that the acting for the provoker at this sequence stage should lie in the word provocation itself. If I provoke people around me all the time, the potion's residue should be digested quickly. But the consequences of doing that would probably be terrible for me, right? At sequence 9, the hunter stage greatly improved physical fitness, enhanced combat-related abilities, and excelled at making traps. At sequence 8, the hunter's abilities can be used to assist the provoker. What about the pyromaniac at sequence 7? Pyromaniac sounds like a fire mage, which doesn't seem to have much to do with the first two sequences. Suddenly changing from a provoker to a fire mage, truly worthy of a world of confusion and mystery. I believe the provoker should have a deeper core for acting, but like the hunter, it requires a lot of preliminary acting to gradually deduce it from experience. Lex rubbed his cheek, feeling that acting in this stage would inevitably involve getting beaten up. In the afternoon, he changed into formal attire, brought gifts, and, accompanied by his valet Matthew and bodyguard Gru, took a carriage to the Golden Banyan district. Counselor Maynard's house was located there. The Golden Banyan district could be said to be the wealthy area of Tinjin City, where the environment was quiet and elegant, with tall, dense banyan trees planted along the wide, cement-paved roads. All the houses here were detached, surrounded by gardens and lawns, and also had stables and fountains. Upon arriving at the counselor's house, Lex was led by a butler in a tailcoat and white gloves to the main entrance of the two-story building. Passing through the porch and entering the living room, Lex saw a man in his 40s with short, golden hair, thick eyebrows, and a smile on his lips. Lex knew that was Counselor Maynard. "Good afternoon, esteemed Mr. Maynard. I hope my visit does not disturb you." As soon as he entered the living room, Lex spoke proactively, and from his personal valet Matthew's hand, he took the gift he had prepared earlier. When Maynard accepted the red wine and cigars, his expression was polite but showed no change whatsoever, but when he saw Lex hand over a poetry collection, his expression clearly froze. Lex then took the opportunity of their close proximity to say in a low voice and with a smile, "This is by the famous poet Habakkuk. In this collection, The Lover, many romantic love poems are recorded. I know Mr. Maynard is also a romantic, and perhaps he might like it. I hope this does not seem presumptuous." Maynard's face broke into a genuine smile. He accepted the poetry collection but did not hand the book to his personal valet. "Lex, you are truly an interesting child. Come, sit over here." The counselor warmly invited Lex to sit down, and seeing the poetry collection placed beside him, Lex's smile grew even brighter. After some pleasantries, Lex did not forget Bison's instructions, conveying the Baron's regards to the counselor and subtly expressing Bison's desire for political cooperation. Maynard smiled upon hearing this, not directly responding to the matter, but instead said, "In the near future, it is foreseeable that the number of knights in our kingdom will increase significantly." Lex did not quite understand, but maintained a smile on his face, patiently listening to the counselor continue. "Have you heard of the Grain Act controversy?" Lex nodded slightly in response. After the repeal of the Grain Act, grain prices fell, and the grain merchants in our town once complained to my father. Maynard hummed, his smile unchanged. "The scope of this controversy, and the number of people involved, is probably beyond what you can imagine. After the repeal of this law, grain prices plummeted, and the rental standards for fields and pastures also experienced a cliff-like drop. Many old-school nobles owned a large amount of fields, pastures, and forests. Therefore, they also suffered a huge impact. In order to maintain a decent life, they had no choice but to sell their land, pastures, or their collections. This gave the wealthy merchants of our kingdom a precious opportunity." Maynard revealed a meaningful smile, glancing at Lex and nobleman. Lex's expression stiffened slightly, and nobleman. Yes, a large amount of land was released from the pockets of the old-school nobles, allowing wealthy merchants to seize the opportunity to acquire it. And as long as they possess a land area commensurate with a noble title, plus making necessary contributions to the kingdom and to political parties, such as donations, they can obtain an imperial conferment from His Majesty the King, and receive a hereditary noble title. It is gratifying that, despite the immense turmoil brought about by the Grain Act, our kingdom still has quite a few wealthy merchants. Therefore, I conclude that in the near future, many new nobles will emerge in our kingdom. Maynard paused here before saying, therefore, if your father, Baron Bison, wants to do something, he must act quickly. Otherwise, once that wave of new nobles floods into the kingdom's political arena, Baron's competitiveness will greatly increase. So that's how it is. Lex nodded, sincerely saying, Mr. Maynard, thank you for your guidance. I will send a telegram about this to my father as soon as possible. While saying this, Lex was actually thinking further ahead. He would leave that family sooner or later. At that time, he would lose his identity as the Baron's son and would lose a lot of protection. If he had a large amount of capital and could acquire enough land to match a noble title, he could, through donations, obtain an imperial conferment from the king and become a hereditary knight. In this way, he would have an official identity, which could provide him with various protections. Gradually, Lex's path for the future became clear. Invest to get rich, buy land to get ennobled. When these preparations were made, that would be the time for him to leave his current family. At this moment, Maynard clutched his chest, seemingly feeling unwell, and began to cough. Strangely, Lex suddenly felt his spirituality being touched by something. He blinked twice inconspicuously, activating his spiritual vision. Looking at Maynard, he could only see the counselor's aura and etheric body, and did not find any health threats to Maynard. But he saw Maynard cough out a puff of smoke from his mouth, which shimmered and constantly changed. Amidst the swirling smoke, some vague faces occasionally appeared. Chapter 88, Advanced Concepts. With Counselor Maynard's butler seeing him off, Lex boarded his rented carriage and departed with his valet and bodyguard. He noticed Maynard's unusual circumstances but had no intention of taking any action. The counselor held significant weight in Tinjin City and likely had be under protection, so Lex decided not to worry about it. Besides, he was only a Sequence 8, just as Kyle had said. In the mysterious world, Sequence 8 Beyonder were at the bottom. At this level, if it's not necessary, don't take risks. Living is more important than anything else. After returning to the hotel, Lex drafted a telegram, relaying Counselor Maynard's thoughts and suggestions to Bison. This would also let him know that Lex was working diligently in Tinjin. Additionally, there was a reception at the horse riding club that evening, which was a good opportunity to expand his social network in Tinjin. After the telegram was written, Lex handed it to Matthew to handle and began preparing for the reception. The reception was scheduled for 8 o'clock. According to social etiquette, Lex should have arrived a few minutes late. However, this was a reception hosted by a club, not a private party, so there was no need to deliberately be late. And, there was no need to prepare a gift. So, Lex arrived at the club 10 minutes early that evening, entering the hall with his valet, while Gru, as his bodyguard, waited outside. In the hall, the gentlemen attending the banquet had already started to arrive. Most of them knew each other and were exchanging greetings. Lex didn't try to join them. Firstly, it would be impolite, and secondly, it might make him seem less important. In any case, the reception would last until at least 10 o'clock, giving him plenty of time to meet new friends. "Isn't that Mr. Lex?" a slightly aged but vibrant voice rang out. Lex turned around and saw a gentleman smiling and walking towards him. This gentleman's black hair was already flecked with white, and he wore glasses, exuding a refined aura. Lex had a deep impression of him because he was Luke Bruce, and even more so, because he was a major shareholder of the Pigeon Telegraph Company. "Good evening, Mr. Luke, it's a pleasure to see you again." Lex extended his hand proactively, greeting him with a smile. After shaking hands with Lex, the gentleman seemed in no hurry to leave, smiling as he said, "Last time, I heard young Miss Nee say that Mr. Lex only recently arrived in Tinjin City." Lex nodded slightly, his smile unchanged. "Yes, my father asked me to represent him in Tinjin to visit a few friends. And, to hopefully find good investment opportunities in Tinjin." "Oh." Luke's face held a polite smile. "I wonder, Mr. Lex, which industry are you interested in?" Nowadays, everyone's eyes are on banking, steel, rubber, and other industries. I hear railways are also good." Lex's lips curved slightly upwards, and he said with confidence, "The future era will be the era of information. I value the development of the information industry more. I think our current telegraph technology is already mature enough. On this basis, we should be able to further upgrade this technology." Luke, whose main business was a telegraph company, immediately showed an expression of interest. "Technology upgrade." Lex nodded. "Exactly. The advent of the telegraph allows us to transmit information quickly over long distances. So why don't we set our sights even further? If a technology emerges that can achieve remote real-time communication, wouldn't that be even more convenient? Most importantly, no one has invested in this area yet. The first person to eat the crab will be able to dominate this future bake cake to the greatest extent. Luke's eyes flickered, clearly somewhat moved. Mr. Lex's vision is very forward-thinking and also impressive. He quietly inquired, but this preliminary research requires a large amount of capital investment. I wonder how much Mr. Lex plans to invest in this area. Lex boldly stated, according to my budget, for the initial stage, it will be at least £10,000. Currently, I am looking for partners and technical talents. I believe research will begin very soon. Luke nodded. As for talent, I do have some ideas. How about this? In a few days, after I finish my current work, I will visit Mr. Lex. I am very interested in your idea. No problem. At this moment, a series of envious gasps sounded at the entrance, and Lex's attention was also drawn. He looked towards the main door and saw a man and a woman entering. The gentleman was no longer young, his waist was already bloated and fat, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and on his forehead were neither shallow nor deep, and his hair appeared sparse. A beautiful young woman walked arm in arm with him. This lady looked very young in all aspects. Her skin was delicate and lustrous, as if she had been bathed in milk. Her long, wavy golden hair, which must have been dyed, made her look a bit more mature than her actual age. She had bright brown eyes and a smile on her face, but it gave off a sense of detachment, like an actor on a stage, as if she were wearing a mask. The rumors are indeed true. Mr. Luke, standing nearby, chuckled. Our police station chief Pelt actually managed to win over young Miss Pamela of the Red Maple Theatre. He added to Lex, young Miss Pamela is one of the most popular actresses at the theatre. I am also one of her admirers, I even presented her with flowers at last month's performance. Hearing this, Lex maintained his smile and offered no comment. After the reception ended, Lex returned to the hotel, changed into Duke, and, taking the extra materials he had bought at the Evil Dragon Bar, went to the Elk Tavern. He walked into the Hunter Club's hall and saw Cromwell, whom he had saved last night. The arbiter was drinking alone on a sofa and stood up when he saw Lex. As Lex passed by, he smiled and said, "Thank you very much for last night, Mr. Duke." Lex's voice came from behind the iron mask. Do you have amnesia? Otherwise, how could you have forgotten that you already thanked me last night? Cromwell was visibly stunned. Before he could respond, Lex had already walked towards the bar, so he just shook his head slightly and sat back down. Sitting on a high stool at the bar, Lex looked at Mr. Parker, who seemed like a machine, and said, "I have a clue to report about the Sea Serpent Gang." The old man took out a notebook, ready to record. Turos, red hair, with a two-headed sea serpent tattoo on her body, is an executive of this gang. And, she might be a beyonder. Old Parker quickly made notes and said, "This clue is worth £40. Do you want to collect the bounty now, or weekly? Monthly? By the way, do you have an anonymous account? If not, I suggest you open one." £40 was not much to Lex. He didn't plan to settle it for now, and he took the old man's advice, preparing to open an anonymous bank account. He placed a tin box on the counter. "I have some materials here that I want to sell at the trading house." Chapter 89, Time Management. The bladders of mermen, elven dark leaves, and the dust of lake spirits. While old Parker was appraising the mystic materials, Lex asked him for the trading house's item records and began to read through them. The trading house's goods were mostly the same as before, but Lex noticed a new item among them. A magical item. Secrecy Keeper. This item can protect your secrets. It can be activated manually, and it will also activate automatically when you are affected by a mind-reading ability. It will protect your secrets from being known, but every 3 uses, you will involuntarily reveal a secret from your heart to someone near you. Price, £1,500. It's appraised. Mr. Parker's flat tone drew Lex's attention away from the trading house's item records, and he heard the old man say, "Your items are too scattered. I suggest selling them as a package. The price would be around £125, what do you think?" Lex put down the trading house's notebook and returned it to the old man. "I'll do as you say." While old Parker was registering these materials, Lex asked again, "Besides investigating the Sea Serpent Gang, are there any other commissions I can take?" The old man looked up at him. "You certainly have a lot of time." "No, I'm just good at managing it." Lex quietly retorted in his heart. Because of the Arbiter incident last night, the Sea Serpent Gang should reduce their activities and heighten their vigilance these days. Even if he went back to the dock area, he probably wouldn't find out anything. It would be better to take on other commissions. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to practice provocation and accelerate the digestion of the potion. There is indeed a task. Someone wants to hire a temporary bodyguard, yes, just for tomorrow night. The price is £100, with additional remuneration depending on the situation if an accident occurs. Just one night. Lex nodded. "Tell me about it." The old man, who had finished registering, picked up the commission notebook and turned to a page. The client is Miss Helen, a young ready-to-wear merchant. She has recently sensed danger and predicts that it might erupt tomorrow night. According to her own guess, the danger likely comes from her competitor, a merchant with a not-so-clean background. Tomorrow night, she needs to sign an important contract, and she's worried her competitor might obstruct her. So, through a friend's introduction, she found us and hopes for a temporary bodyguard. Old Parker closed the notebook. Coincidentally, hunters willing to accept such commissions are usually busy. And they, apparently, don't have as much time as you do. TSK, this old man, could he also be a provoker? Lex stood up and said with a confident tone, I accept this commission. Give me the client's contact information. Mr. Parker took a card from under the counter and handed it to Lex. Tomorrow, go to the address on this card to find her. Just say you're from Aero Security Company, and she will see you. Lex put away the card. There isn't really such a security company, is there? Old Parker seemed not to hear, offering no response. The next day, Lex made himself look like he had a cold, sneezing several times in a row. Of course, it was all an act. Matthew, the butler, seeing this, said with some concern, Sir, do you need a doctor? Lex shook his head. I probably caught a chill while sleeping last night. It's not even September, and Tingen seems to have entered autumn early. I'll rest at the inn today. As for you two, I need you to go out and gather some information for me. Gru, who was reading the Tingen Honest Men newspaper, put it down upon hearing this. What information? Mainly about Councillor Maynard, Sir Vidal, Mr. McGovern, and others. You can go to places like the city hall, factories, and banks, and use your own methods to collect information about these gentlemen from their employees and workers. Hobbies, habits, lifestyle, anything. I need to understand these gentlemen as much as possible so that I can impress them better and faster during the upcoming visits. Both the butler and Gru nodded, indicating they understood. Lex gave them some operating funds separately and watched them leave. Half an hour later, Lex also left the inn. However, he was disguised. He still wore a knee-length light trench coat and a felt hat, but no mask. Wearing a mask in broad daylight would likely lead to police questioning before he even reached the employer's house. To successfully protect his employer that night, Lex decided to prepare early. Therefore, he feigned illness and sent Matthew and the other men away, thus gaining a full day's time. Following the address provided on the card, Lex found the lady's house. The employer's house was on Green Emerald Street in the North District, a terraced house, but it had a porch and a lawn in front, making it much more elegant than those on Daffodil Street. Clearly, people who could live in such houses belonged to the middle class. Given that this lady was a ready-to-wear merchant, Lex was not surprised. Lex, who had already disguised himself with darker skin, gloves, and a fake mustache, pulled the doorbell. 10 seconds later, the door opened, and a young woman, likely a domestic worker, asked, Sir, who are you looking for? Lex said steadily in a low voice, I'm looking for Miss Helen. Please tell her that someone from Aero Security Company has arrived. The maid turned and went back into the house. A moment later, Lex met his employer in the living room. This lady was in her early 20s, not yet 30. She had healthy, long, wavy auburn hair. She held a notebook in one hand and a quill in the other, occasionally jotting something down in the notebook while looking at the ready-made clothes casually placed on the floor. Lex didn't disturb her. After 5 minutes, Helen finished her work, then realized she had left her guest waiting and offered a somewhat embarrassed smile. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Are you an employee of Aero Security Company? Lex nodded slightly. Since he didn't know if the employer was married, he used a more conservative address. Miss Helen, I need to know your exact route, time, and personnel for tonight. Very professional. Helen said admiringly, come with me, we'll talk in my study. She instructed the maid to bring 2 cups of Seabert black tea and 2 servings of refreshments. In the study, Lex diligently took notes and repeatedly asked Helen questions. He didn't touch his cup of black tea even after it had gone cold. When Lex confirmed there were no other questions, he suddenly noticed that the lady was staring intently at him. Had she been watching me the whole time? Could it be because of the tag? Noticing Lex's gaze, Helen quickly turned her face away, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, I'm sorry, you look a bit like a friend of mine, which made me involuntarily think of him and get distracted for a moment. Helen shifted her posture, leaning slightly back. This movement caused her neckline to open wider. Her legs were tightly pressed together, allowing Lex to appreciate the lines of her legs encased in stockings. She asked with a smile, by the way, I don't know your name yet. Are you from Tingen? Can I invite you for a drink when we return tonight? Chapter 90, The Killer and the Horseman. Lex carefully observed the lady in front of him. She was likely around 27 or 28, and her skin was very well maintained, although not as smooth and tender as a young girl's, it was at least quite clear. She had a pair of beautiful green eyes, like high-quality emeralds, sparkling with a bright light. Her figure was quite good. Compared to a young girl, she was slightly fuller, especially the area below her neckline, which invited contemplation. Her legs were slender, straight, and gracefully curved. From any angle, this was a woman with mature charm. It was precisely the season for picking. But to extend such an invitation to a stranger he had known for less than a day. This woman was either love-struck or had ulterior motives. And no matter which it was, he wouldn't fall for it. Lex's lips naturally curved upwards, forming a polite, "I'm dying of laughter" smile. "I'm very sorry, madam. After returning tonight, I promised to tell my 8-year-old daughter a bedtime story." Helen said with a faint smile, "It's all right, one drink won't take much time. Even if we do something special after a drink, it would at most take a dozen minutes, it won't delay you telling your child a story." Are the women in this world also open-minded? Now I somewhat understand the Emperor's feelings, but I don't have time to do the same things as the Emperor. After all, the apocalypse might be just around the corner. Also, a dozen minutes. Who are you looking down on? Lex cleared his throat. "Madam, let's focus on work. I already have a plan. It's like this." A day quickly passed. As the streetlights came on, a rented carriage stopped in front of Helen's house. The door opened, and a woman in a black gown, wearing a satin ribbon bonnet, slipped into the carriage. Subsequently, the coachman driving the carriage and the assistant, wearing a top hat and carrying a briefcase, sat side by side. Not being alone with an unmarried woman was the proper demeanor for every gentleman. Therefore, although the front compartment had limited space, the coachman still squeezed in with the assistant without complaint. Soon, the carriage left Green Emerald Street. It headed towards the South District of Tianjin, winding through the city until it reached a relatively quiet side road. Just as he stepped onto this silent path with almost no pedestrians, suddenly, the coachman saw some debris piled up ahead, blocking the way. Just as he was about to turn to find another route, and as the carriage slowed down because of it, on the left side of the path, the door of a terraced house suddenly opened, and a figure emerged from the dark doorway. Wearing dark long clothes, with a vest and shirt underneath, a wide-brimmed hat, and a red scarf tied around his neck. The man, with deep-set features and sinister eyes, raised his arm. In his hand, a brass revolver fired at the carriage, shot after shot, as the men approached, shattering the carriage windows and blasting the body of the carriage with flying wood splinters. The horses were startled, whinnying and rearing up, causing the coachman and assistant in the front seat to cry out and fall off. As the men spun out the cylinder to reload it, the startled horses pulled the carriage into a lamppost, causing the entire carriage to overturn on the ground. Seeing this, Barrick's face showed a cruel smile. He was a killer, a professional killer, and since he had entered this profession, he had never failed. He believed today would be no exception. After all, the employer wanted to kill a businesswoman, a woman, which to him was no different from slaughtering a chicken. He calmly walked up, confident he could get away before the police arrived, but before that, he needed to confirm the target's death. And, preferably, bring back an item from the target's body to report back to the employer. He jumped onto the carriage and casually fired a few more shots inside before pulling open the deformed carriage door, hoping to see the scene of the target's demise. But there was nothing in the carriage. Is this what you call a killer? You attack rashly without even confirming if the target is in the carriage. I truly feel sad for your teacher. Having a student like you must be a stain on his professional career, wouldn't you say? Oh, right, you might not have a teacher, so I can understand why you would act so recklessly and foolishly. Barrick, standing on the carriage, paused, then saw the coachman, who had been pulling the carriage, glance into the carriage from the side, then face him with an amused expression, brazenly saying irritating things. My profession doesn't need a coachman to comment on it. Also, knowing I'm a killer, you still peek into the carriage? Can you please show some respect for my profession? Barrick raised his arm, responding to the coachman's words with a bullet from his revolver. In his imagination, the coachman would become a dead man in the next moment. But this damned coachman, the instant he raised his hand, took a quick, long stride to the side, causing him to miss his shot. Glancing at the sparks scraped up by the bullet on the road, the coachman looked at Barrick with a surprised expression. Is that your marksmanship? Are you sure you can kill someone with it? Heavens, my 80-year-old neighbor shoots better than you. Damn it. Shut up. Barrick fired 2 more shots at the coachman, but both were dodged by the opponent's preemptive moves. No way, no way, are you really a killer? You're not a clown from the circus, are you? Otherwise, how could you not even hit a coachman like me? Barrick felt as if hundreds of crows were cawing in his ears, and that this coachman in front of him was incredibly detestable. He was so angry that he didn't even realize his bullets were empty, still pulling the trigger at the coachman. It wasn't until the sound of an empty gun echoed that he realized no bullets were firing from the muzzle. Seeing the hateful smile on the coachman's face, Barrick directly threw the revolver at him, then pulled a dagger from his leather boot and lunged forward with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, Barrick saw that the coachman, who had dodged the revolver, now held a golden revolver with a hint of showmanship as he turned back towards him. How did he have a gun in his hand? He's not a coachman. As soon as this thought crossed Barrick's mind, he saw a flash of fire from the muzzle of that revolver, and then the dagger in his hand flew out. With the second gunshot, he took a bullet to the knee, causing him to fall down and slide towards the coachman. A foot landed, stepping precisely on Barrick's shoulder as he slid over. He looked up to see the gleaming golden muzzle pointed at him. The coachman said with a smirk, "Now this is marksmanship. Want to learn? But I won't teach you." At this moment, Barrick was so furious he almost fainted. 9:30 p.m. Lex escorted Helen to her doorstep, successfully completing his protective duties for the day. Helen, dressed in neutral attire, leaned against her doorway, looking at the men in coachman's disguise with a hint of languor. "Are you really not coming in for a drink? Tonight, I'm truly so grateful to you." Lex showed a polite smile and replied, "You've already paid for tonight's protection, so there's no need to thank me for anything. It's getting late, get some rest. I'm sure the police will get the employer's information from the killer. Therefore, you won't have any more trouble. Good night, madam." Without giving Helen a chance to keep him, Lex turned and left, quickly disappearing at the street corner. Helen stared blankly in the direction Lex had left, sighing softly, "You still haven't told me your name." Chapter 91, Encounter at University. On the way back to the inn, Lex habitually reviewed and summarized. According to the route provided by the employer, I found that one section of the road was very likely to be an attack site. I have a premonition that if someone really wanted to kill Helen, they would probably do it there. I designed a plan where the housemaid would disguise herself as Helen and take her place in the car. Helen, on the other hand, would disguise herself as an assistant and sit in the front seat with me, who would be disguised as the coachman. This was to prevent anyone from secretly monitoring Helen. I believe that even if there were watchers, they would only be able to conduct fixed-point surveillance, because tailing and tracking are too obvious and easily detected by experienced protectors. Furthermore, considering that the employer is just a garment merchant, there shouldn't be a need to mobilize a large amount of manpower and resources to target her. Next, during the journey, shortly after entering the South District, I had the housemaid get off the car first to avoid any accidents to her. This way, I only needed to protect the employer, which greatly reduced the difficulty. Finally, the killer did appear, and as I predicted, he was just an ordinary person. He happened to provide me with material to practice provocation. I used words and actions to make him gradually lose his mind, letting him be consumed by anger. Overall, this practice was quite successful. It's just that the traces of acting were still a bit too heavy, not natural enough, and some tones, expressions, and movements were still slightly exaggerated. If it could be more natural, the effect should be better. Also, provocation itself is indeed a form of acting. After the incident, I noticed that a little bit of the potion residue had been digested. Although not much, it proved that the method was correct. That is to say, in the coming days, as long as I continue to provoke opponents, I will be able to continuously digest the potion. Logically speaking, Mr. Kyle's potion should have been fully digested. The reason he didn't advance, was it because of his reclusive lifestyle, or because he couldn't find the next stage's potion formula? No, there's no need to consider these now. Currently, I should focus on digesting the potion, and during this process, I can inquire about the potion formula for the next sequence. Provocation shouldn't be limited to just words and actions, right? Unknowingly, the Violet Hotel arrived. The next morning, Lex was listening to Matthew and Gru's work reports from the previous day. Sir DeVille is a regular on newspaper and magazine covers, and one of Tingen's prominent wealthy individuals. His business empire is very extensive, starting with lead and porcelain factories, and now spanning multiple industries. Matthew poured a cup of black tea for Lex, who had just finished breakfast, then stepped back and continued his report. Yesterday, I spoke with several workers from the porcelain factory, and they spoke of Sir DeVille with great respect. They told me that just last month, a female worker at the factory died, and Sir DeVille even received the workers' parents at his home. They speculated that Sir DeVille was probably comforting the parents because of the female worker's death, and perhaps even offered compensation. This would be absolutely impossible in other factories. Additionally, in last week's newspaper, Sir DeVille used his own name to publicize the dangers of lead, calling on relevant industries to take it seriously and try to make reforms. The charity fund he established also specifically set up a project to help workers who suffered damage due to lead poisoning. Lex put down his teacup and nodded in agreement. This is what a gentleman does. At this moment, a knock on the door came. Lex glanced at Gru, and the bodyguard moved to the door and opened it. Outside the door, a vibrant voice immediately rang out, "Excuse me, does Mr. Lex live here?" Lex quickly stood up. This was the voice of Luke Bruce, a major shareholder of the Pigeon Telegraph Company. At the banquet the night before last, this gentleman had said he would visit in a few days, but he came today unexpectedly. "Good morning, Mr. Luke." Lex proactively greeted him, inviting the major shareholder, who was wearing a formal suit, a top hat, and carrying a cane, inside. After some pleasantries, Luke, who wasn't wearing his gold-rimmed glasses today, said mysteriously, "Mr. Lex, are you free this morning? I'd like to invite you to visit a place." Lex readily agreed, asked him to wait a moment, then, with Matthew's assistance, put on his formal suit and left the inn with Luke. When the carriage stopped, Lex saw a university. Tingen University. Here, a river flowed through, with cypress and maple trees lining both banks, and the air was fresh and intoxicating. Luke, who had also gotten out of the carriage, introduced, "Across the river, there's also Koei University, but that's not where we're going today." The major shareholder, holding his cane, walked along the paved road towards the university gate. Lex followed him with his valet, and at the university entrance, a gentleman was waiting. Seeing Luke, this middle-aged man, wearing a white shirt and black tailcoat, with a bearded man, walked up. "Welcome to our school, Mr. Luke." "Good morning, Mr. Stone. Allow me to introduce, this is Mr. Lex Disraeli." Luke then introduced the middle-aged man, "This is Instructor Haven Stone. Today, he is responsible for taking us to the electromagnetic laboratory of Tingen University." Electromagnetic laboratory? Lex's eyes lit up. This must be related to the communication upgrade technology. So, Luke has already started experimenting in this area. After exchanging pleasantries with Lex, the middle-aged instructor invited everyone into the school, saying as they walked, "Our school is still on summer vacation, but the laboratory has a mentor leading a team of students every day, conducting electromagnetic transmission experiments. And today, a team from the Steam and Machinery Department of Tingen Technical School has also joined our laboratory to jointly research this project. They have already arrived and should be in the laboratory now." The laboratory was located deep within the school, a two-story building made of brick and stone. Instructor Haven pushed open the laboratory door, and Lex saw busy figures. Various instruments were placed here, and cables on the floor were in disarray, requiring careful walking to avoid tripping. Luke said softly and with a smile, "Before, I wanted to find a way to improve the efficiency of telegraph transmission, so I commissioned the laboratory of Tingen University to conduct research in this area. I have already invested a certain amount of funds in this. After hearing Mr. Lex's idea that night, I was very impressed, and yesterday I met with the project leader of the laboratory, who believes that your idea will be a groundbreaking technological revolution." Lex listened with a smile, and suddenly, a familiar shadow flashed before his eyes. A young girl, dressed in simple clothes, with long black hair casually draped, a thin face, and eyes shining as she stared at a set of instruments, thus entered Lex's view. Lex almost turned around and left. Because she was Melissa. Because she was Klein's sister.